Chapter 25. The Board of Governors. Chapter text. No one knew what had just happened. Luckily, the hat clarified. Dumbledore, I must speak with you. The headmaster approached the stool and took the hat off Lyra's head. She looked around like she had just woken up. Dumbledore put the hat on his head and stood there for a few minutes. After the first two, McGonagall spoke quietly to Lyra, and she mumbled something back. McGonagall passed her back the invisible whispers, and she walked back down to Harry. He asked, "What's going on?" "The hat told me not to say anything, but I'll tell you later," Lyra said quietly. Dumbledore continued to stand on the stage with the hat on his head for another few minutes, staring off into the distance, before taking it off and handing it back to McGonagall. Raising his voice to the students, he said, "Children, we will have to delay the sorting. Additionally, I need to recall the 3 students that have already been sorted. Mr. Adamson, Miss Baker, and Mr. Bell, please rejoin the first years in front." The 3 students hesitantly stood and rejoined the other first years. As they did, the colors on their uniforms faded back to black. Dumbledore then waved his wand in a large sweeping motion, and the floor itself moved, with all the tables, towards the entrance about 15 feet. With another sweep of his wand, a large table was conjured with benches to run perpendicular behind the first years standing at the front. "All first years, please sit at the new table. Food will be available shortly. Please do not badger Miss Black about the current situation." With that, whispered something into his hands, and food appeared on all the tables except for the first years. Dumbledore leaned over to McGonagall and whispered something to her, and then the both of them exited the hall from a door to the side of the teaching table. Despite telling everyone not to try to bother Lyra about the situation, that was exactly what they did. Harry and Lyra sat at the side of the table with their backs facing the teacher's table, so students from every table descended on them and pushed other first years on the other side of the table out of the way to ask what was going on. Lyra was already anxious from the sorting, and this kind of attention caused her to almost burrow into Harry's side with whispers under the table between them. Finally, Harry had enough and pulled his staff out of his pouch, stood on the bench, and slammed it into the table. A small shockwave pulsed forward, knocking down the students right in front of them and staggering the ones further back. A large shield held in place around them, keeping anyone from approaching again. "Back off," Harry said firmly. "Lyra hasn't told me what is going on, and she's not telling you either. Wait for Dumbledore to say something." From the teacher's table, a small man with fierce features stood on the stage behind Harry and said, "Mr. Potter, do not use magic unprovoked on other students. Use your words first next before resorting to force. As for everyone else, take your seats now." Despite his small size, something about him made everyone feel very compelled to do what he said, and they returned to their seats to whisper about the Black Princess and Harry Potter. Harry was irritated as he dropped the shield. He was just protecting his sister, and wouldn't have needed to if that tiny man had been doing his job in the first place. Harry and Lyra stopped paying attention to them, as in a blink of an eye, all the platters on every table were covered with food. Most of it was cuisine they had never experienced before, so for now they stuck to the things they knew: fruits, vegetables, fish, and plain chicken. Lyra took her salad plate and put it between them and loaded it up with food for Whispers. After the dessert came out, Dumbledore and McGonagall returned through the door they left from, had a short discussion, and sat down to eat. Everyone was quiet as they spoke, but when they started eating, the conversations started up again. As the students finished their desserts, Dumbledore stood up and walked to the lectern on the stage. The hall became almost deathly quiet. The first years on Harry and Lyra's side of the table turned around to face the teachers. Dumbledore smiled at all the students. "In all my years of teaching here, I believe this is the first time I have not needed to call everyone to attention for the start of term announcements. I hope this trend continues in the future." From the tone of his voice, it didn't sound like he was very confident that it would. "To start, I would like all of us to welcome our newest member of the teaching staff, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, adventurer and author, as he takes up the post for defense against the dark arts." A man in a cape that looked to Harry like a blue who stood up and waved with a smile that seemed to sparkle in the light of the room before sitting back down. There was applause scattered around the room. "Next, As a result of a situation last year, we are clarifying our rule about the forbidden forest. You may now refer to it as the permissible forest, as it will be permissible to enter with a staff member accompanying you. You may thank Mr. Draco Malfoy for this change. Unauthorized visits will still be forbidden. Many people looked over to Draco's place at the Slytherin table. He was alternating between feeling proud of this accomplishment and showing embarrassment for whatever must have changed the policy. There is also a change in the broom policy for first-year students. They are not allowed to bring their own brooms. However, they are now allowed to try out for the Quidditch teams. All students are reminded that using magic in the hallways between classes is not allowed. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is closed for the first half of the year as it is under reconstruction after an incident last year. Dumbledore started to walk away back to his seat before looking up as if he just remembered something important and returned to the lectern. And one more thing, due to the situation that occurred earlier this evening with the sorting, there will be no classes until Monday. Please use the next 5 days and the weekend to organize clubs, hold Quidditch tryouts, and have a good time. First years, please stay in the hall. Everyone else, please return to your dormitories. No one moved. Everyone was silent. Then a boy with dreadlocks at the Gryffindor table stood up and yelled, "5-day weekend." Everyone cheered, and the 4 house tables filed out of the hall, most of them casting glances back towards the first years still sitting there. At the same time, all the teachers except Dumbledore and McGonagall headed out themselves. When everyone had left, Dumbledore addressed the first years. "We will be announcing exactly what occurred at a later time. I don't believe even Miss Black knows the extent of what has transpired, so she may share as much of her conversation with the Sorting Hat as she chooses later tonight. Professor McGonagall will escort all of you to a temporary dormitory for the next few days before the sorting can proceed again." He turned and headed out the back of the hall. "If you will all follow me." McGonagall proceeded out the main doors of the halls with all the first years scampering after her. Harry felt whispers climbing up on his back as they left. After ascending 1 flight of stairs and going down a long corridor, they stopped at a set of double doors. Their professor pulled out her wand and tapped the door while reciting "New Adventures." A click could be heard from the door. Turning to the students, "This will be your temporary dormitory. The password is the phrase I just spoke, New Adventures. You will need to say that out loud before entering." She opened the door to a room lined with couches and small tables. There was a large fireplace on the far wall with windows overlooking the grounds to the sides of it. Several portraits were on the walls, all seemed to be looking at them. A woman in one of them waved to the children, startling some of them. "To the left are the beds for the girls, to the right are the boys. I will return in just a moment." She flicked her wand, and a ball of fire shot into the fireplace, igniting it. Then she turned and left the room. As soon as the door was shut, all eyes turned toward Lyra. Ginny approached her first. "So what can you tell us?" The other students gathered around, and Lyra backed up into Harry, who gave her a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Lyra looked to the rest of them, and then to Harry, who just nodded to her. "The Hat couldn't sort me. He said that all the houses would work for me, and asked me to pick one, but I didn't know what to do." She looked around at the curious faces around her. "He said that he would find a way to solve the problem, and then called for Dumbledore. It will be solved by Monday, though, right?" No one knew what to say. Luckily, before anyone could say anything, Professor McGonagall entered the room again with an older girl with light brown hair and green on her robes and tie. "Students, this is Gemma Farley, prefect for Slytherin House. For the next few days you are here, you will have a prefect from each house supervising you, giving you tour of the school and teaching you about the school rules. Until tomorrow night, please speak to her about anything you need." McGonagall walked Miss Farley over to the fireplace and knocked on a brick towards the top. The fire went out, and the fireplace itself turned sideways to reveal a path to another bedroom behind it. The two exchanged some words with each other before McGonagall headed out the front. After she had left, the girl turned to all the first years. "You may all call me Gemma. If you need anything at night, please knock on the fireplace, and I will be out shortly. All of your things should be in the rooms next to a bed. We will be getting up at 7 in the morning, and at 8 we will head to breakfast. Following breakfast, we will return to this room to plan our day. Does anyone have any questions? Colin raised his hand, and Gemma nodded to him. How is there a room behind the fireplace if there are windows next to it that look outside? Everyone else realized that just then too. Gemma sighed. The answer is that they aren't actually windows, just glass enchanted to appear like they are windows that look out over the grounds. What we see reflects the current time of day and weather, but if someone were to go stand outside on the path, you wouldn't see them from the window in this room. If you want to know more about magical windows, please ask me tomorrow, though you may have hundreds of more questions by then, so I suggest you start writing them down. Harry felt a scratching at his head as Whispers started preening his hair, so he reached up to take him down. Gemma looked at him and asked, "What are you doing, Mr. Potter?" He held Whispers close to him, as he knew people tended to scream when they saw him for the first time. "I'm holding a demiguise. The others have seen him." The other first years nodded to Gemma. "Please don't scream, and I'll ask him to turn visible." Gemma looked at him funny but nodded, staring at the empty spot in his arms. "Whispers, you can come out now." Lyra reached out and patted his head, and slowly he faded back into visibility. A series of oars came from the other students, and Gemma looked amazed. "Is he your familiar?" asked one of the other students. Lyra answered, "He's our brother. His name is Whispers. He occasionally talks and we're teaching him to read." Gemma looked skeptical. Harry pointed at her and said, "Whispers, this is Gemma. Can you say Gemma, Gemma, Gemma?" Whispers looked at Harry and back at Gemma, then in a low voice almost like a growl or a croak said, "Gemma." Everyone gasped. Gemma's eyes were even wider than the wide-eyed first years. That's incredible." Everyone else started to ask Whispers to say their names, which he didn't want to, and climbed into Lyra's arms for her to hold him. Harry calmed everyone down. "He's a bit overwhelmed now. He'll warm up to everyone after a while." After a little more prompting, everyone went to their rooms to find their things and get ready for bed. Harry changed into some pajamas he had bought in Diagon Alley and went back to the common room to sit by the fire. There was a girl already at the fire reading a magazine, curled up on the couch. Harry introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Harry." The girl lowered her magazine. She had dirty blonde hair that was about as long as Lyra's was when she had it in a tight braid. She had her wand stuck behind her ear, and she had bright blue eyes that reminded Harry of the other hidden. "Hello, Harry Potter, my name is Luna Lovegood," she smiled. Her smile seemed to relax him a bit. Whispers took the moment to jump up onto the couch with Harry and look at Luna. "Hello, Whispers. Are you Whispers Potter or Whispers Black?" Luna tilted her head while talking to him. "Lyra said you are both of their brothers." Harry watched Whispers stare at the girl. No one they met before spoke to Whispers like a person, except the times the auras were teaching him how to read. Whispers walked over to the girl and placed his hands on her shoulders, and his eyes lit up blue. When Charlie or Chief did that to him or Alastair, they would always stop after a moment. With Luna, Whispers held the gaze for nearly a minute before stopping and looking at her very strangely. Harry had learned a year ago what Whispers was trying to do, and that he didn't just stop immediately like when Chief did it to him or Charlie did it to Alastair was very interesting. Harry looked at Luna strangely and asked, "Do you know what he was trying to do?" "I think he liked my eyes. I liked his too, so I looked back." "He definitely likes your eyes, but that's not quite what he was doing." "Oh, well, if he wants to do it again, I'd be happy to have another staring contest." "Well, the longest one I've seen was probably close to 20 minutes, though it was between his father and cousin. I'd better practice often then." Luna smiled and laid down on the couch with her magazine above her head and went back to reading. Harry read his potion ingredients book until he saw Whispers fall asleep in front of the fire, and then he picked up the sleeping hidden and took him to bed. A group of 11 older witches and wizards entered Hogwarts. All of them were grumbling. They walked straight into the great hall to find all the tables cleared out, except for one large round table with places for around 30 people. All of the professors were already seated at the table. The sorting hat was resting next to a large stack of papers, loosely bound between two wooden boards with the Hogwarts crest on the top. A tall witch wearing a hat with a stuffed vulture on top of it spoke up as they headed for the table. "Albus, why did you drag us out here?" "We don't meet until this weekend to nominate a new member to the board. We had a situation with the sorting tonight, Madam Longbottom," said Albus. "The sorting hat refused to sort a student and called for a point of order to tell me how it needed to be handled." One of the old men grumbled a bit. maybe we just need a new hat." The hat itself spoke up. "Or maybe you could retire, Daniel. My job is in the charter. Yours is just temporary." A few people laughed, and Daniel responded, "So then why don't you tell us why we are here, Mr. Hat?" "That was the plan until you interrupted. My job is to sort the new students into one of the 4 houses belonging to the 4 founders. The 4 founders wrote the original charter for the school, which is in the documents next to me." The hat leaned to the side, indicating the stack of parchment. "It is very long and contains many archaic rules that modern life has made irrelevant. One such rule is that it is a prefect's job to vanish all the bodily waste their housemates accumulate in the latrines, but the school's plumbing has made that irrelevant. There are many other similar sections. However, there is one specific section for why we are here tonight." The hat paused for a moment and then shuffled a few feet closer to the center of the table. "The founders were some of the most arrogant people I have met even 900 years after their deaths. However, they did anticipate the day that a student would come to this school that wouldn't fit properly into one of the 4 houses they had set up. They included a procedure to be used in case a student didn't fit in any of their houses and a new one needed to be created. This statement had all of the teachers and governors erupting into a debate. Most of them were against a new house. Others thought it was about time, and the rest thought that everyone just needed to shut up. The hat seemed to share the opinions of that last group as he scrunched down and then jumped into the air, landing with a bang that sounded like he was made of stone. After the noise, everyone seated at the table was silenced. Some of the people at the table tried to cancel the silencing charm, but nothing seemed to work. The hat continued to speak. "The charter is magically bound to the school. You could all argue all night, and it wouldn't stop this process that I am informing you of now. During the sorting this evening, I stopped the process when I was on the head of Lyra Cassiopeia Black. She possessed qualities from all the houses, but was unable to be placed in any of them for reasons I will not share with any of you. Tonight, I will go through all the still living students I have sorted that are now legal adults, and find the ones who had a mind most similar to Miss Black when I initially sorted them. Tomorrow night, I will be placed on the heads of all of those present here and see if any of the potential nominees have achieved the kind of life that will allow them to join the esteemed ranks of the founders of Hogwarts with their own house. If none can be found, I will demand that the girl choose a house to join. If a nominee exists, they will be summoned to the school and will work with Miss Black to help set up a house that this school can be proud of. On Sunday evening, the sorting will resume again. Additionally, all students below the 5th year will be allowed an opportunity to have themselves resorted. This doesn't mean they will get the new house, or if they will get any change, though they will get the chance to try me on again. I will now start my deliberations. Please return here tomorrow night." The hat slumped down. No one said a word. After a minute, the hat straightened back up. "I've lifted the silencing charm. You can all start to argue again." And so they did. In the morning, Gemma led the group of first years down to the Great Hall. This morning, Colin had a couple of disposable cameras with him and was taking pictures of everything in the castle during their short walk. The tables had been rearranged again, so now there was a shorter table in between the 4 house tables. Gemma sat with the first years there as they had breakfast. Harry heard some students at another table muttering about all the teachers being at breakfast. This wasn't normal, and no one seemed inclined to leave when they finished breakfast. Around 9 a.m., when they would have left for classes, Dumbledore stood up and walked to the lectern on the stage. All whispers and conversation stopped. "I could really get used to this," he started. "There was a meeting with the faculty and the Board of Governors last night regarding the sorting incident. The Sorting Hat led the meeting to discuss a provision that has been in the Hogwarts Charter since the founding of the school, but has yet to be fully used. I say fully used because apparently in 1845, and even as far back as 1312, the situation also occurred, but nothing came out of it. The founders enacted a magical clause in the charter that if the Sorting Hat found a student that could not be sorted, a procedure would begin where it would examine all current alumni for notable magical achievements and select one as a potential founder of a new house. In 1312, there had been a recent Goblin rebellion, and there lacked any notable living alumni who could found a house. and in 1845, the nominee for the founding position declined the honor. There had already been whispering as soon as it was mentioned there may be a new house founded, and a lot of people weren't interested in the history of the situation. Dumbledore simply waited for the whispering students to become quiet again. The Sorting Hat will notify the faculty and the Board of Governors tomorrow night if a nominee can be found. On Sunday night, we will have the new sorting. Also, a special opportunity will be granted to all students in their 4th year and below. If any students in those years wish, they may be resorted. Dumbledore waited again for the talking to die down. The resorting does not guarantee any particular house. It also doesn't guarantee the student will be sorted out of their current house. The hat will simply look into your head again and see if there is a better fit now that you have grown. If you wish to be resorted, please speak with your head of house. I hope everyone has a good day. As Dumbledore went to sit back down, the entire student body seemed to turn to Lyra again. Harry turned to the oncoming students and had his staff halfway pulled out of his pouch before Gemma stepped in front of Lyra. If anyone has any questions for Miss Black, please put together a list of questions and give them to one of your house prefects. They will pass them to me. If she feels like answering, she will. Turning to her table, we're heading back to the dorm. The first years started moving quickly, the rest of the student body moving after them, almost herding them out of the room. They arrived back at their common room, and Whispers came running out of the boys' room and jumped into Lyra's arms. They went to sit on one of the couches in the corner. Gemma stood by the fireplace. In light of the announcement at breakfast, I am going to ask for help directing your tour today. Everyone is to stay in the room until I return. After Gemma left, Arthur Bell, the boy who had been sorted before Lyra, walked over to her and handed Whispers an apple. Whatever your house becomes, we know what animal will be the mascot. Some of the other students looked confused. All of the houses at Hogwarts have a mascot. My sister is in Gryffindor. They have a lion. Ravenclaw has an eagle, Hufflepuff has a badger, and Slytherin has a snake. Miss Black's house will definitely be a demiguise. When they had been told about the houses back on the island, Harry had been very interested in Slytherin because of the snake, though he wasn't sure about the cunning and ambition of the house. Harry was more interested in protecting his family than being in charge of anything. Hufflepuff seemed like a good option. From the stories Tristan told, they seemed the closest-knit group, like a real family. Lyra told him he would make a good Gryffindor just from how he stepped forward into the inner circle of the creeping death, or protected her from the Lampung charging. He loved learning new things, and books were one of the things he always thought about, but never had while he was on the island, so he was instantly drawn to the rumors of a private library in the Ravenclaw Tower. More than anything, he wanted to protect Lyra. While she was very independent while they were on the island, since encountering people again, she became more withdrawn and tended to stay as close as possible to him when they were around others. So until she was able to open up, as she did with the rest of their family, he would be there for her. Lyra took in what Arthur had been saying, and it seemed like Whispers was paying attention to it as well. Whispers took a bite of the apple and grunted out, "HNKU." All the other students were amazed again by the talking creature. Arthur began trying to get Whispers to say apple while the other students watched. He managed to get as close as he was going to in a few minutes. It sounded like hape, most of the more complicated sounds made using his tongue he was having trouble mastering. Whisper's eyes glowed and he vanished. A second later, Gemma returned with a tall boy who had crooked teeth and a younger girl with blonde hair. Both of them wore Slytherin robes. "This is Mr. Flint and Miss Greengrass. Mr. Flint is the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Miss Greengrass is in her 2nd year. They will help escort all of you on our tour around the school. If you have any questions, please ask them. I will first review the houses for you. Obviously, we believe that Slytherin is the best of all the houses. Each house will tell you that it is the best. However, Slytherin has won the House Cup the last 7 years, and the Quidditch Cup every other year, including the past one. Slytherin is the house of cunning and ambition, so it is no surprise that we achieve our goal to be the best more often than the other houses." She let that sink in before continuing. Slytherin is not a welcoming place for those who are not pureblood wizards. If the hat offers you a place in our house, consider that you may have a daily struggle to assert yourself as coming from a lesser lineage. The most cunning among you may be a half-blood or a muggle-born, but you may be better suited to achieve your ambitions as a snake hiding in the fur of a lion. A Slytherin will recognize another Slytherin, even if you wear different colors than us. Flint made a face like he had tasted something sour, but said nothing. Greengrass kept her face completely emotionless the whole time. The next few days, you will have a new prefect with you each night. They will all tell you about their own houses and their opinions of the others. So will we. Ravenclaw is the house of intelligence and curiosity. This doesn't mean you are smart. You currently could have the brains of a boat-truckle. The students in Ravenclaw share the desire for more knowledge. More than anything else, they want to accumulate new knowledge. This tends to make a lot of the students isolate themselves from others, and there is often a lot of competition among them for the top spots among students each year. The top 20 students in each year almost always contain every Ravenclaw student for that year. There is always a Ravenclaw student in the top 2 students, except last year when they were bumped down to 3 for the first years. The 2 spot was taken by Miss Greengrass here. Gemma gestured to the blonde girl she brought in. Hufflepuffs are loyal to each other first and foremost among their ideals. Their founder, Helga Hufflepuff, had no qualifications for who she wanted in her house. This leads a lot of students to say that you get chosen for the Puffs if you don't fit in anywhere else. I will let their prefect tell you why that isn't true, as they could explain it a lot better than I could. I will tell you that most houses are very competitive with each other, and the Puffs are more family-oriented and have less competition than the other houses. Gryffindors are the rivals of Slytherin House. While we prefer to move covertly, they are about bravery and brash action. They are the ones who will jump through fiendfire to save a kitten without hesitation or remembering that it is fiendfire. As for our new house, we will all get to know Miss Black over the next few days and hopefully learn what makes her unique. We have already seen her love of animals. She is family-oriented, and she has taught Whispers to speak and read. These might be the core qualities for our house, or it may be others. Mr. Flint spoke with a perpetual sneer on his face. Who is Whispers? Whispers is a demiguise that came with Miss Black and Mr. Potter, Gemma responded. I assume he's hiding right now. Flint looked unsure, and Greengrass showed a bit of interest through her emotionless mask. We are going on a small tour of the school. I received information from the other prefects that will be with you that they all want to show you different things for the first time. So Slytherin will be showing you the general layout of the school as well as the most commonly known hidden passages. Ravenclaw will show you the library and tell you about the tutoring systems and clubs. Hufflepuff will show you the grounds and greenhouses. Gryffindor will show you the Quidditch stadium and probably something to do with fighting trolls. From there, they set out on their excursion. They climbed to the top of the main staircase and made their way back down. On the way up and down, they were shown where there were specific stairs that were not the right height. Others you sank into and had to pull yourself out of, and a few places where you would always skip a step without realizing it until you were past it. The castle was already very peculiar. They were shown a few secret passages that would be shortcuts to other wings of the castle or to hidden rooms that, to access, you had to say a password to a portrait, tickle the foot of a statue, or flirt with a horse on a tapestry. Gemma informed them, this is a very weird castle. Some things only happen on a rainy day during a year with an odd number or a Wednesday when you've just had your heart broken. While it is fun to find out all the secrets of the castle, you will never find all of them. It's just not possible. Some students reacted to this with resignation. The look on Colin's face just got more excited. Their tour continued with looking for all the classrooms. A lot of them moved each year, but were generally in the same area. There were a lot of empty rooms in the castle as well. Some of them were behind doors that were blank walls, others had invisible handles, and a few were just regular doors too. Flint showed them one door that would only open if you kicked it in with the bottom of your right foot. It didn't matter how strong you were, as even Ginny was able to accomplish it with her right foot, and Flint could not do it at all with his left foot, or by running into it with his shoulder. By the time they had made it back to the main floor, it was time for lunch, and everyone was exhausted. Before they entered the Great Hall, Harry asked Gemma, is there a way to send food to Whispers, or should I go get him? Gemma thought for a moment before looking up and saying, may I speak to an elf? An elf, smaller than Darby, popped right next to them. "How may eyes be of service?" it asked, looking up at Gemma with huge tennis ball eyes. "There is a demiguise in the first-year dorms. Bring it some food like." She turned to Harry for prompting. "If you have any bananas or mangoes, that would be great." He also likes apples, fish, or juicy insects. Gemma and the elf made a face at the mention of the insects, but the elf squeaked out, "Eyes can do it," and popped away. There was a scattering of students at lunch, as the day was being treated like a weekend, and no one had classes they needed to go to right away. After lunch, they stopped at their common room to find a plate on the table in front of the fireplace, about 4 feet across, with a stack of fruit piled up in a pyramid. There were bananas, apples, grapes, pears, pineapples, oranges, and more. Whispers was lounging on the couch eating grapes like he was Cleopatra on a Nile barge. Everyone laughed, though Flint and Greengrass were shocked at seeing a demiguise in the room. Lyra ran over to him and picked him up, putting him on her shoulders. Flint didn't seem to want to go anywhere near Whispers, but Greengrass continued to inch closer, step by step, until she was next to Lyra. She stood a step away and stared for a while before asking, "Can I touch him?" Lyra took Whispers down from her shoulders and told him, "Introduce yourself." Whispers looked at Greengrass and held out his right hand. With his left hand, he pointed to himself and said in a voice that sounded like a whisper and a growl, "Whispers." She was startled and jumped back a bit but slowly reapproached and shook the tiny hand of the demiguise, pointed to herself, and said, "Daphne." Whispers tried to say her name a few times, but couldn't transition between the PH and the ni, so he settled on just Daph. From there, they decided to continue the tour of the lower classrooms and the dungeons. Whispers came along this time, riding on Lyra's shoulders. On the upper floors, Gemma had shown them the general direction of the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw dorms. On the first lower level, she pointed the direction to the Hufflepuff dorm. The second subfloor didn't have any classes on it at the moment, so she just took them straight to the dungeons. There they were shown where the potions classroom was. Nearly all of the rooms below the first level didn't move year to year, so Professor Snape chose one of them for himself as his classroom and office. When they got close to the potions classroom, Harry started to hear some snakes talking somewhere in the distance. "Section, that was a good mouse. I want another section students. Bring good snacks section wiggle for them. They'll bring more section." Harry could hear them coming from down a long corridor. As he was listening to them talk, the door to the potions classroom opened up and Severus stepped out. He was doing the thing he liked to do where half of his face was hidden in a shadow and his cloak billowed in a non-existent wind. Arthur Bell and a couple of other students backed away from him. Lyra and Harry smiled up at him, though. "Good afternoon, children," he spoke in a chilling voice. "Good afternoon, Professor Snape," Gemma responded for the intimidated children. "I hope to see some of you in my house. If you have ambition, you will find Slytherin is the best way to achieve it." He looked Gemma in the eyes for a moment. "Gemma has shown you where the other common rooms are, but will not show you where Slytherin is. It remains a secret to all but the members of the house." Harry looked down the hall where the snakes were still talking. He turned back to Severus to see him looking him in the eye. Harry felt a small push on his face like a strong wind. "Mr. Potter, Miss Black, may I see you in my office for a moment?" Harry started to respond, "Sure, see," before Lyra elbowed him in the side, and he switched to, "Yes, Professor Snape." The two children entered his classroom, and Severus gave a glare to everyone who remained outside and shut the door. He turned back to Harry and Lyra and let out a sigh. "Harry, you need to remember that I am Professor Snape while you're at school." "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I need to ask you a serious question. How do you know where the Slytherin common room is?" Without considering how Severus knew that he knew, "I can hear the snakes talking down the hallway. They mentioned getting fed by the students, so I figured that's where it was." "Right, please just keep that to yourself, especially if you end up in another house than Slytherin. How are you both doing?" And Whispers. The little demiguise jumped off Lyra's shoulders onto Severus. "While you're here, I was hoping Whispers could give me some hair to experiment with, and I have a problem with one of my snakes." Lyra looked up to Whispers and signed to him quickly. He pulled out some loose hairs and handed them over quickly. Harry followed Severus into a back room where there was a glass tank with a snake lying in the bottom and not speaking. "He's been lying there for the last few days and won't give me any venom for antidote potions." Harry looked at the snake and spoke. "Section lesser snake, Speak to me. Why do you not give your venom? Section the snake picked up his head and tasted the air. Section a speaker. A lordling, I do not obey this man. Section he wants more venom than I have, so I won't give him any. Section Harry looked back to Severus. How often are you taking venom from him? I milk him every 4 days. Try to keep at least a week between milkings and he will cooperate. Section the man who takes your venom will only take it once every week now. Section the snake still did not want to obey. Section no. I am my own master, my venom is my own. Section Harry knew he was dealing with a snake who had been alone for too long. Section you are a lesser snake, not a king, not even a lord. Section I am a commander, you will provide your venom to this man. Section the snake opened his mouth to show his fangs. Section I will not, my venom is my own. Section Harry picked up a silver stirring rod on a table and hit the snake on its head. Section you will listen, you will do as you are commanded. Section the snake rose to strike Harry, but he swatted it again. This went back and forth a few more times until he lay back down again. Harry turned back to Severus. I'll probably need to come back a few times to get him to obey. Some snakes don't get the message for a while. After that, he'll be able to talk to any other snakes to make sure they obey me too. Though do not try to do that with magical snakes. Just give them lots of food and a warm place to lie, and they will likely be happy with the arrangement. Severus just stared at the boy who had been beating a venomous snake, and how Lyra didn't seem to be at all put off by the behavior. He had seen them with the giant snake and the army of cobras, but this felt like they were breaking a new house elf in. He just nodded back. I'll let you back out to the others. Just try to look scared. I have a reputation to uphold. He opened the door, and they walked out with their eyes wide and slightly shaking. They tried not to talk much for the rest of the tour. In the evening, Gemma said her goodbyes to the first years as she was replaced by a Ravenclaw boy named Robert Hillard. He told them that after breakfast they would get a tour of the library and information about the clubs and tutoring systems that were in place, and to get a good night's sleep. Though for the rest of the evening he answered every question anyone had about magic that they could think of. The Board of Governors returned that evening and gathered around the large table in the great hall with the other faculty and the sorting hat. At 10:00, the hat straightened up and put on his wrinkled face. I have finished my deliberations. I have identified 3 possible alumni to be the founder of a new house. I will not tell you their names, but I will tell you their basic accomplishments. The first did not seek out responsibility, but while looking to help others, it found them. They handled deadly situations, which made the world a better place as a result. The second was a war hero who rallied a nation behind them. They are a scholar of the world and have the desire to teach. The last is a teacher of sorts, but I don't think they would accept the position if it were offered. They prefer to work on one goal at a time and finish everything they set out to do. Many of the assembled adults seem to be trying to work out who the 3 nominees could be. I will now be passed around the room, and I will seek out memories connected to each individual, and then will tell you when I am to be passed on. The hat turned to its right. Lady Longbottom, please place me on your head. The woman in question removed her stuffed vulture hat and put the sorting hat in its place. There was silence for a long time before she took the hat off and passed it to the governor to her right. This process continued for close to an hour. The others at the table ordered tea and snacks from the house elves and chatted with each other while they waited for their turn. At the end of the hour, Dumbledore put the sorting hat on his head. After around 5 minutes, he took it off and placed it on the table. The hat folded itself into a face and addressed the assembled group. I needed to remember who the original founders were while I was making my decision. Helga was the gentlest of souls, but would face down the most terrifying of magical creatures if she needed to protect a student. Salazar was a dark wizard, known to perform some of the blackest magic known, but used it to protect new wizards from religious zealots and the Muggle communities they came from. Rowena sought out new information with reckless abandon, and would often need to be dug up out of piles of scrolls and books to get her to attend regular meals. And Godric, the man whose head I sat on for many years, was an amazing warrior, able to slay the greatest enemies, yet very often a huge idiot. You may object to my choice, as he never completed his schooling at Hogwarts, though he was chosen, accepted, and sorted, which confirms his eligibility. The hat began to glow with a multitude of colors before hovering a foot off the top of the table and bellowing, "I nominate, as founder of the newest Hogwarts house, Newton Artemis Fido Scamander." Chapter 26, Scamander House. Chapter text: on an island off the coast of Brownsea Island in Ramshaw Lake was a house. Though none of the locals could see it, they couldn't even see the island. Boats would travel around it thinking they were going in a straight line, and when photos were taken nearby, it wouldn't show up on film. This illusion was the result of the most complicated sorcery possible to create a magical animal sanctuary that no one could locate, no one could see, and no one could access without permission from the man living in the house. The structure was 3 stories tall with a large tree growing straight through the center of it and out of the top. The basement of the house had been subjected to the most powerful expansion and dimensional manipulation charms gathered from all corners of the planet and many different magical cultures. The man in the house owned a briefcase that had been expanded inside to be as voluminous as a blimp hangar. The space in the basement of this house in Dorset was probably the size of the island of Manhattan. It was divided up into sections of many different climates, with magical animals from all over the world. Researchers and keepers would come and go through a special portal to this menagerie of incredible life at all hours of the day, though there was another entry in the middle that led upwards into the house, situated above it. Following that entrance upwards into the house, you could find a sitting room and kitchen. A few small nifflers ran around the kitchen taking pieces of the cutlery and stuffing them in their pouches. Going up another level, one could find a library covering the entire floor along the outer walls. Surrounding the tree in the center were numerous desks covered with books, maps, and other papers. On one side of the house was an open window where 3 owls slept on their perches. At the very top level were a few bedrooms. On all the levels, if you looked closely at the tree, one could see curious creatures called bowtruckles that scurried around the tree, using their sharp legs to tap into the tree to drink the sap, and then hide in the leaves. One of the bedrooms on the top floor had a large pile of sticks and leaves in the center that didn't appear to have anything particular in it. There were shoulder bags and purses on hooks around the wall, as well as many colorful wide-brim hats and shiny objects on the tables. 2 other bedrooms looked normal and unoccupied. The last bedroom was the master suite and had a large bed with a couple sleeping in it. Both were nearly 100 years of age with graying hair, but as they were both magical, they were still as active as a muggle would be between 50 and 60 years of age. As the sun crept into the window, they began to stir and prepare for their day. The man and his wife were Newton and Porpentina Scamander. Newt, as he liked to be called, stared out the window and observed birds and other non-magical animals that lived above ground on their island. He turned to a series of crystals on the wall which showed the status of the menagerie of animals in the basement. All of them were in good health. After his morning constitutional, he walked down and through the library. He approached the tree in the center and picked up a few of the bowtruckles on the tree and spoke to them quietly before placing them back on a branch and heading down to the kitchen. Tina's routine involved checking the wards for the island. Her past career in law enforcement had never really left her, and despite the peaceful environment she had been living in for decades, it always helped her to see for certain that everything was safe around her. Walking through the library, she stopped momentarily at a desk to look through plans for their upcoming expedition to the Congo. Deciding to come back later, she moved downstairs to the kitchen, where her husband was already making the tea. Small hands reached up onto the table and placed a few pastries, and Jam, Newt, and Tina had decided long ago not to own house elves due to the issues of enslavement, and because their house's more natural environment wasn't proper for an elf's obsessive need for cleanliness. So several brownies roamed the island keeping order, and they made sure to leave out treats and items for them as payment. The one that often took care of their house had actually started to cook for them on her own. Her name was Taj. Knowing that she wouldn't be seen if she wasn't specifically called for, Tina just thanked Tajay to the open air, knowing she would hear, then sat down at the table and took a cup of tea from her husband. After adding cream to the cup, she looked for her spoon, only to find it missing. She just gave a look to her husband, who reached down to the floor absent-mindedly and picked up a niffler pulling 2 spoons from its pouch. He stirred his tea with one and passed the other to her. Rolling her eyes, she went to the sink and washed hers off first. As they ate breakfast, an owl tapped on their kitchen window. With a quick gesture from Newt, the window opened, and the owl jumped in and onto the back of an empty chair at the table. As Newt was taking the letter from the owl, a second one flew in and perched itself next to the first. Newt looked curiously at the letters. This one appears to be from Hogwarts directly, and the other from Albus. I haven't heard from him during the school year for some time now. His wife looked at him expectantly as he opened the envelope from Hogwarts as it had arrived first. He scanned the message and placed his teacup down and took a deep breath. I was not expecting that. He handed the letter to his wife. She read the letter aloud. Dear Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, we're pleased to inform you that in accordance with the Hogwarts Charter, you've been selected as the nominee to found a new house at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As a nominee, you are asked to present yourself to the headmaster as soon as you receive this letter to begin the establishment process. If you wish to decline this honor, the owl will await your decision. Sincerely, the Sorting Hat Tina put the letter down on the table. I haven't heard of such a thing being possible at Ilvermorny, and Hogwarts has always only been the 4 houses of the founders, so this is quite incredible. Plus, you never graduated, so I'm very curious as to how you were chosen. I suppose the letter from Albus will shine a bit more light on the situation. He opened it and read aloud. Newton, I assume by now you have received notification of your nomination as a founder of a new house at Hogwarts. I congratulate you on this incredible honor. I feel much joy that one of my oldest students and friends has been selected. Apparently, the situation that created this opportunity has occurred twice in the past, but a new house wasn't created for various reasons. I imagine the Daily Prophet will be printing an entire edition later this morning explaining the situation as well. During the sorting on Tuesday, the hat stopped everything and removed the first years that were already seated to the unsorted students. The hat stopped the sorting while on the head of Lyra Cassiopeia Black, formerly Malfoy. She has had an interesting childhood that, among many things, caused her to spend the last 5 years with Harry Potter. I hope you will accept this great honor, and I will see you and Tina sometime around lunchtime today. Bring whomever you would like to accompany you, though I would highly recommend bringing Dougal. His presence would be very well met by some individuals here at the school. Your friend as always, Albus. Well, that reeks of Dumbledore's usual mischief and mystery, and certainly more of an adventure than a trip to the Congo, even if this is just the Scottish Highlands, mused Tina. I guess I'll go wake up Dougal. He has been spending too much time around the house. Would you please respond to the letters? We can flew a little after lunch. He headed upstairs as Tina scratched out 2 quick replies to the letters for the owls still perched there. Newt got back up to the top floor and entered the room with a large pile of leaves. He hesitantly reached towards a depression in the pile and stroked something there while whispering, Dougal, time to wake up. Slowly, a demiguise faded into visibility. Dougal was old, getting close to 80 years old. There was no official record of how old they could get, but it was estimated at around 100 years old. Dougal was showing his age. His silver hair had begun growing darker, and his eyes had changed from the golden amber they were when he was young to a deep brown with flecks of aurum still floating in them. Even his eyebrows had begun to drop below the top of his head. He rolled over in his nest of sticks and leaves, eyes glowing blue for a moment, then reached out an arm to stroke the top of Newt's head and look at him with eyes full of questions. We're going to see Albus today, and you may want to get dressed up. It seems like this will be an interesting adventure for sure. Back at Hogwarts, Robert Hillard made sure that all the first years were awake and ready to go to breakfast. Gathering them all in the common room, he spoke to them about their schedule. We will have breakfast and afterward go straight to the library. There will be a lot of students and adults there as they have been busy for over a year upgrading the catalog system, and you need to know as much as you can about what they are doing. After lunch, we will find an empty classroom, and I will go over the tutoring systems available, the school clubs, and an overview of the houses from a scholarly perspective. Without waiting for questions, he led them to the great hall. Whispers stayed in the room and ate from the plate of fruit that was still there. Harry immediately noticed that, like yesterday, all the teachers were present at the staff table for breakfast. The other students noticed as well, and there was mostly quiet with the occasional whisper as 9 a.m. approached. Dumbledore approached the lectern. Such polite students. I shall miss this when I have nothing new and interesting to talk about. Last night, the Sorting Hat made its decision on a nominee for the head of the new Hogwarts house. Later this afternoon, we will be visited by none other than Newt Scamander, author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and many other of the most well-known magizoology books available today. The houses of Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin will be joined by Scamander House. There were gasps and other noises from around the room, but they were soon drowned out by applause. As the students left the room, Robert held the first years back. Dumbledore approached them after everyone had left. I will need to speak to Lyra privately before you leave. He turned to her as she started to slowly duck behind Harry. Harry was trying to pull her out while maintaining a protective posture near her. Can Harry come? Whispered Lyra. Minerva stepped up behind the headmaster. I will be joining the conversation as well. Mr. Potter may come, but this is mostly for you, dear. The four of them stepped through the door behind the staff seating area to a small room with a round table. This will take just a moment, said Dumbledore. After lunch, please find Professor Snape or McGonagall. They will escort you to my office for you to meet Newt Scamander. You may also bring Mr. Potter, and I suggest you bring Whispers too. As a magizoologist, Mr. Scamander would probably like to meet him, and he may also be bringing a special guest who would as well. Dumbledore smiled and had a twinkle in his eye with that last sentence. Harry squinted a bit at the headmaster's comment about whispers. Dumbledore's mysterious attitude matched what he thought about Gandalf in The Hobbit, so it probably would lead to an adventure of some kind. Lyra just nodded, and the two of them returned to the rest of the first years. Robert raised an eyebrow at them, and Harry gave Lyra a small nudge before she sheepishly said, We need to go meet Mr. Scamander after lunch. Robert just nodded. All right, we're heading to the library now. They stayed on the main level and went to a different wing of the castle, which opened into a room that was larger than the Great Hall many times over. The ceiling was at least twice as high, though it was just a normal ceiling, so you could see the top of it. Rows of bookshelves went off in both directions with no end that they could see. On the opposite side from the entrance, there was a large desk that stretched across the side of the room. Behind it was another set of bookcases with red ropes blocking access. Between the entrance and the large desk, there were a few dozen tables set up for reading. But at the moment, there were hundreds of books stacked on them as students and adults sat around them taking books off the piles and scribbling notes on paper before moving the books somewhere else. In the center of the room was a large table with a circular tower of tiny drawers that went up nearly to the ceiling. At the base, there were small workstations that had a piece of parchment, an inkwell with a quill in it, and a small brass plate. Every so often, someone at a table would scribble on a tiny card, then flick it with their wand, and it would fly up to the tower and insert itself into a drawer, seemingly at random. Robert turned to the first years. This is the Hogwarts Library. It boasts the largest collection in Europe, Africa, India, and the former Soviet Union. The Chinese claim to have a larger collection, but they have never proven it. The Americans do have a larger collection, but it contains a combination of magical and mundane subjects, while the Hogwarts Library is nearly entirely magical information. Right now, and for the last year, the library has been undergoing renovations and an upgrade to the catalog systems to enable easier searching for information. Before this, you had to know what book you were looking for and scavenge through each section to find what you needed. He led them over to the desk with the tower of drawers. Now you just need to come to this desk and write what you are looking for on one of these tables. He pulled the quill from one of the ink pots and wrote on the parchment, Albus Dumbledore. As the words soaked into the parchment, many drawers above them popped open, and dozens of cards floated down to them with information for books written on them. They each had a summary of the book and the section they were in. From there, you just need to walk over to the correct section and find the book you want from the card. If you would like a copy of the card, place it on the metal plate next to the quill. He placed one of the cards floating before him on a metal plate next to the quill and inkwell, and when he picked it up again, there was a second card there, identical to the first. If you see any cards that have a red corner, he picked up one of the cards still floating there. This book is in the restricted section. He pointed to the area behind the desk on the other side of the room with the red rope. You will need special permission from a teacher to retrieve a book from there. I'll give you all time to explore the library. If you get lost, stamp your feet 3 times. He did so to demonstrate that green footprints appeared at his feet, which created a trail that led to the desk at the front. Before that was added last year, every term students would get lost, but eventually show up weeks later covered in snow or sunburnt, depending on how deep into the library they got lost. This library is even more peculiar than the rest of the castle. Go ahead and explore for a bit. Please try not to disturb the people working. I will be walking around. Find me with any questions you have. The first years just started wandering in random directions. Colin started taking pictures of everything. Ginny ran off to a small sitting area where there was tea. Luna scribbled something on the table and ran off after a single card came down to her. Harry went to the table and wrote down, unicorns. Dozens of drawers opened up, and nearly 100 cards floated down to him. After looking at a few of them, Harry grabbed one and went over to Lyra. I'm going to try to find something on unicorns. Will you be okay here? She wasn't okay with it, but Harry looked happy, so she nodded and sat down near the tower of drawers as Harry ran off. She was there for a few minutes before a girl with bushy hair and red-trimmed robes came to the table with a bag full of notes. Something under her cloak was making a clicking noise. Lyra stared as the girl removed a section of the table with her right hand and turned it over to reveal a large number of characters in a language that wasn't English. She began comparing the letters to some pages of notes from her bag. Lyra watched her closely, trying to figure out what she was doing. Every so often, she'd cross something out or write more strange characters down on the paper. Eventually, she groaned and looked up to see Lyra staring at her. The girl tilted her head for a moment before saying, "You're Lyra Black, right?" Lyra shrunk down a little but nodded. "What are you doing?" "I signed up to help with the library project, and I'm trying to figure out a way for the cards to bring you to the books instead of just telling you the section they're in." Now you might know the title of the book, but if it is in a section with 200 other books, you'll have to look through all of them to find it. And if it's not in the correct section, you'll never find it. The library might be magically sorted, but mistakes still do happen. What's the writing? Those are runes. Magic can be inscribed into writing, and some ancient languages carry great strength in their inscriptions, so they can be used to make objects perform tasks without needing to cast a spell. That was interesting to Lyra. It might be something that the hidden could use without needing to be a wizard or use a staff. However, she didn't know why you would do that when there was a much easier way to find things. Why not use an owl? They can find things. The girl stared at Lyra for a few seconds. I don't think that would work. You would need too many owls even if it did, and there would be owl droppings all over the library too. Lyra thought about it for a moment and replied, "What about the feathers?" You could charm the feathers to find them for you. They have similar properties to the owls themselves, like a potion ingredient. The girl stared back. I don't know how that would work. Lyra reached into her pouch and pulled out her staff, which the bushy-haired girl's eyes locked onto as if she could unlock all its secrets just by examining it. Lyra also pulled out the bag of owl feathers she received at the post office. She wrote out on the desk, "Owl," and took one of the cards at random that came down. Placing one of the feathers from her bag onto the card, she tapped it with the top of her staff. The feather jumped up and shot off into one of the stacks of books being worked with on the tables next to them. Lyra and the girl chased after it to find the quill stuck into the spine of a book there. The strange clicking noise could be heard again from under the girl's cloak. "How did you do that?" the girl asked, her eyes open wide with amazement. The feathers came from the post office. All the owls find people every day for their jobs. I just asked the feather to find the book on the card. Lyra didn't know how she did it. Potion ingredients held magic properties. You just needed to activate them. The girl's eyes widened even further and squeaked out, "Stay right there," and ran off with more clicking to be heard as she ran away. A minute later, she came back with an older woman with glasses and a stern look on her face. The girl was bouncing and clicking. "This is Lyra Black. She just found a solution to the problem I was working on." Then to Lyra, "Show her again, please." Lyra was a bit nervous from the attention, but she walked back to the tower and picked up the card she left there. Placing another owl feather on the card, she tapped it with her staff, and it zipped off to where the girl and the older woman were standing, getting stuck into the spine of the book again. The woman pulled out the feather and examined the book it was in, and then walked over to Lyra and looked at the card. "My name is Madam Pince, the librarian here at Hogwarts. Can you please do that again, step by step?" Lyra nodded, looking back to see the girl squirming with excitement at what was going on. Lyra pulled out a feather, and Madam Pince waved her wand in the air to create a golden dome over the table with bits of sparkles floating inside it. Lyra was a bit nervous, but the woman nodded at her to proceed. As Lyra put the feather into the golden dome, little bits of green writing appeared around it in what was presumably more of the runes the girl had been talking about. Lyra waved the feather a bit, and most of the runes remained the same, following the feather around. The card on the table also had some glowing runes hovering around it as well. When Lyra put the two together, the runes from the card seemed to move closer toward the feather. As she put her staff into the dome to activate the feather, there was an explosion of information displayed in the runes, startling Lyra, and she jerked it back out. There was a shocked expression on the faces of the librarian and the girl for a moment before the former reached out with her wand, muttered something under her breath, and tapped Lyra's staff. The librarian nodded to Lyra again, and she reached back into the golden dome. This time, the staff had no runes pop up around it. When she tapped the feather with her staff, it pulled all the runes from the card into the feather and jumped up and sped off toward the book. Madam Pince walked back over to the book and performed the same golden dome charm there and examined the results before coming back. A few of the other adult and student workers had started to gather around at this point to watch. Madam Pince came back. "This is extraordinary. You are essentially drawing out the property of the feather as if it were a potion ingredient without making a potion. You do it completely instinctively, so it will take some time before we can figure out how to replicate it without the use of a wand or a staff like you use. I believe I will be the first one to award points to your house, so I would like to give 20 points to Scamander." She paused and looked around her like she was listening for something. "Your house has not been fully created yet, Miss Black, but when it is, I will award you the points. Miss Granger, please continue on your project, and for this milestone, take 5 points to Gryffindor." Miss Granger smiled. "May I also suggest that any future detentions you assign to students involve cleaning the owlery and collecting more feathers? There's no need to throw them away now." Madam Pince gave her a wicked smile in return. "3 more points to you for that idea. I can think of a few students right now that will be getting that assignment as the school year starts up again." Turning back to Lyra, "Thank you so much for your help. I don't even start studying runes until next year, so this project has been incredibly hard learning the languages straight from the books. I need to run. I just had an idea that I want to ask someone about." "My name is Hermione, by the way." The two girls shook hands and Hermione ran off, the clicking noise following her as she left. Harry reappeared right at that moment with a huge grin on his face. "There are unicorns in the forest. We need to go see them. What have you been doing?" Madam Pince stood next to them. "Miss Black just solved an issue we were having in the library with some unique magic and earned 20 points for her new house when it is fully formed." Harry gave his sister a big hug and passed her a small fruit-shaped sweet. The two of them explored the library a little more. It was much bigger than it appeared. As they got deeper into the stacks, the straight aisles of the shelves began to twist like trails in a forest, and there were no more labels for the sections. They found a tree growing out of the floor that had a cabinet in the trunk that opened up and was filled with miniature books that had even smaller writing inside, like they were made for a tiny person. Further away, they found the opposite, a shelf of books that were as tall as Harry with letters the size of his hand inside. When the floor started turning to dirt, they decided it would be a good time to turn back. Stamping their feet 3 times, green footprints lit up on the floor to guide them back. It took them nearly an hour to get back to the front desk. An older student with yellow on his robes was sitting there checking out books for a younger student. He saw the tired looks on their faces. "How far did you go in?" "There were books as tall as I am, and the floor had just turned to dirt," Harry responded. "Oh, that's not so bad. You didn't even get past the shelves to the beach or the mountains. The wings of the library go on forever, or at least there is no record of someone reaching the end. The shelves eventually stop, and the terrain looks like you're outside. There is always a ceiling for whatever reason. You will still find books and reading material scattered around out there, some of it hidden, others just laying around. During spring break, we pick a direction and spend the whole week going camping and hunting for books in the depths of the library. I found a book inside an oyster shell at the bottom of a pond once. It's quite fun, especially last year when we started to be able to trace our way back. That sounded amazing to Lyra and Harry, and a great place to look for secrets of the castle. A few minutes later, Robert gathered everyone back together, and they headed to lunch. When lunch was over, Harry ran back to their common room to fetch Whispers before meeting up with Lyra and Professor McGonagall in the Great Hall. The four of them then proceeded to the headmaster's office. The entrance was located on the 7th floor at the end of a long hallway where a large stone gargoyle stood. The face had sharp teeth and curved horns on the head. The wings on its back were spread out completely to the sides of the hallway and had its arms out like it was about to lunge forward and pounce on something. When they stood right in front of it, the head tilted down and in a deep but smooth voice said, "Password." The two children and the demiguise all let out a tiny scream and disappeared. McGonagall turned. "It won't hurt you. It just guards the office." She waited patiently until they all became visible again. When they had, McGonagall turned again to the gargoyle and said, "Chocolate frogs." The gargoyle smiled, and in its smooth, deep voice said, "That's right." The stone guardian stood up straight, which had Whispers hiding behind Lyra, who hid behind Harry, who tried to be brave, but still stood a bit behind Professor McGonagall. The wings of the gargoyle folded up as it turned around to the masonry. Reaching up to the corner, it stuck his clawed hands into the wall and peeled it back to reveal a hidden staircase. Then, with a sweeping gesture and a bow, it gestured them inside. The children followed their professor closely, keeping an eye on the gargoyle the whole time. As they passed by, it winked and smiled at them with its jagged stone teeth. As they climbed the staircase, Harry repeated what everyone kept saying, "This is a very, very peculiar castle." As they reached a large wooden door, they heard from inside, "Come in, Minerva, Harry and Lyra." As McGonagall opened the door, Lyra shivered a bit and said, "That was creepy. It reminded me of Mr. Ollivander." McGonagall choked back a laugh at Dumbledore's favorite trick being called creepy. They entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was seated at the desk, but he knew that first-time visitors always liked to look around first. Harry, Lyra, and Whispers were no exceptions to this. Their eyes looked over the many shelves around the room of various trinkets, weapons, and books for at least a minute before reaching Dumbledore at his desk. Then they looked up to see portraits of men and women on the wall behind him. Most of them were sleeping, but a few looked down on the children that had just entered. "Welcome, Lyra, Harry, Whispers," Dumbledore said kindly. From a portrait behind Dumbledore, a man in a circular hat spoke up. "This is the scion of my house. I will withhold judgment until I see what Scamander's house becomes." Dumbledore frowned. "Lyra, the eloquent man behind me is Phineas Nigellus Black. He was your uncle Arcturus's grandfather. He was headmaster of Hogwarts in the late 1800s and is widely known as the most disliked headmaster Hogwarts has ever had. So if he offends you, just know that you weren't the first, nor the last to receive such treatment." Lyra was shocked by the reaction she had received from the portrait, but she also didn't have high opinions of her family so far, so to see that even the dead members of her family were mean didn't faze her much. Harry saw this as a big step forward that she didn't get emotional at the dismissal from the portrait. "It's fine," she said. "Tristan explained portraits to us. It's not like I can do anything to change his opinion. He's going to be like that forever." Dumbledore shook his head. "The portraits of the headmasters and some others in the castle are a bit more complicated. While their personalities generally do stay the same, they can learn new information and change ever so slightly in response. Though it is unlikely that you will achieve such a change," the portrait of Phineas Black retorted to Dumbledore's statement. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the portrait of Phineas went blank. "He has another portrait frame in one of the Black properties. I sent him there so he doesn't disturb us in our meeting. Newt Scamander should be joining us shortly." As if on cue, Whispers's eyes began to glow, but he just started bobbing up and down rather than disappearing. The fireplace lit up with green flames, and out stepped a man, a woman, and a very old demiguise. He had a leather satchel over his shoulder and wore a wide-brimmed blue hat with a bunch of ribbons of the same color on one side. The older demiguise's eyes were a darker brown as he scanned the room and landed on Whispers. Whispers jumped down from Lyra's back and approached the older one. Everyone watched the two of them silently. Whispers reached up and put his hands on the elder's shoulders as his eyes lit up as well. They stared at each other for nearly 3 minutes before Whispers put his hands down and nodded to him. Then he turned and spoke to the others in his strange, growl-sounding voice, extending his right hand and pointing to himself with the other. "Hello, W.H. Whispers." Dumbledore had yet to observe Whispers speaking, so he was suitably shocked at the situation. Newt and Tina were amazed, as Dougal had never made noise other than the chirps and occasional screeches he would make. Newt kneeled in front of the small demiguise and took his hand. Pointing to himself, he said Newt to his wife, Tina, and to the older demiguise, Dougal. Whispers soaked all of it in and said, "Newt, Tina, do all." Newt stood back up and looked at the children with curiosity and wonder dancing in his eyes. "As you may have guessed, I am Newt Scamander. This is my wife Tina, and my friend, who I have been with longer than Tina, is Dougal." Lyra had been just staring at the exchange that had been taking place. Harry took a step backward so that she was standing in front of him and gave her a small nudge in the back. She shuffled her feet a little and looked like she wanted to step back behind Harry, though his hand on her back stopped that. She looked up at Newt and took a big breath. "My name is Lyra Black. These are my brothers Harry Potter and Whispers." Handshakes went all around, though Dougal did not want to shake hands with anyone. Newt turned to Dumbledore. "I accept. Whatever this entails, I accept. I haven't been suitably interested in something as extraordinary as this in decades. We were just about to leave for the Congo for the 4th time to try to find a few new species of magical creatures that were reported to us, but that can wait another 10 years while we do this." On a shelf behind Dumbledore's desk, the Sorting Hat spoke up. "That's good, Newton. It's exactly what I needed to hear. Albus, please pass me to Mr. Scamander." Dumbledore picked up the hat and passed him across the room to Newt. With an encouraging nod from his wife, he placed the hat on his head. After a minute under the hat, the castle itself began to shake just a little bit. Then, in a voice deeper and more powerful than the one normally heard from the hat, it bellowed, "Founder." The voice echoed through the room and most likely was heard through the whole castle. It was followed up by another great shout, "House Scamander." Echo shook through the castle once again. Newt took off the Sorting Hat and placed it on Dumbledore's desk. There was energy in his eyes that denoted a purpose he needed to fulfill. He asked, "So what do I do now?" No one had any idea, so they looked at the Sorting Hat. Tina asked, "What happens now, Mr. Hat?" If the hat could grin, it would be grinning. "I can think of a few things that need to happen. Miss Black, you will need to speak with Mr. Scamander to decide on the elements of your house. You will need a crest, colors, a common room, ideals that identify and differentiate your house from the others, and probably a few other things too. You have until Sunday before dinner to get it all done so the students can be sorted." "Well, no turning back now, I guess," Newt remarked. Tina took over from there. "Mr. Dumbledore, we will need an office and a place to get to know the children. It will need attached living quarters for us, as well as additional bedrooms for any of our personal staff we bring in on this project. We will need access to the Hogwarts budget for any funds we need to set up the Scamander house." "It will be done. Minerva, can you take everyone to the room directly above the current common room for the first years? The elves will have it set up by the time you arrive. If you need to make any changes, just call for one. There have been reporters swarming at the gates all day. They probably heard the announcement of the new house all the way down there, and I'll need to go speak to them before they start making things up for the evening edition deadline." Professor McGonagall took the group with the 2 demiguises through the halls of Hogwarts to the office that had been mentioned by Dumbledore. A few students saw them as they walked, gasping and whispering about Newt Scamander and the new founder. Harry felt intrigued that no one even seemed to notice him now. The room they arrived at was identical to the common room downstairs, except there were multiple doors on each wall. There were a few desks and a large board set on the wall by the door. Tina conjured a beanbag chair in the middle of the room, and Dougal walked over and lay down in it. After a moment's consideration, she conjured a few more, and Whispers cautiously climbed into one before letting it just absorb him into the shape of it. Newt turned to Lyra. "Let's get started. Please tell me about yourself." McGonagall interrupted. "Lyra has had a particularly difficult childhood and shares similarities with Mr. Potter here." Turning to the children, "You may tell them the whole truth about your lives and situation. They will not judge you or spread any information around. You can trust these people." Lyra looked like she wanted to believe this, but stayed quiet. After a few moments, she whispered something to Harry, who whispered back and gave her a small nudge. Could Professor Snape join us?" Lyra asked. McGonagall smiled with a hint of humor to it before waving her wand and summoning her cat Patronus. "Please tell Professor Snape to meet me in the office above the first-year common room as soon as possible." The spectral feline ran downward through the floor of the room directly towards its recipient. Lyra still didn't say anything, but instead went over to the beanbag where Whispers was and squished into the chair with him. Harry walked over to Newt and Tina. "Can you tell me more about Dougal? How old is he?" Newt looked down at Harry. "I picked up Dougal after his family was stolen by poachers when he was approximately 10 years old. He was the only one to survive." Harry's face turned furious at hearing that. "Now, he is somewhere around 75 years old, but could be closer to 80. Harry's eyes widened at hearing that he was that old. "Dougal has always helped to care for the other animals I've kept, no matter how big or dangerous. He has always tried to look after them and make sure they stay safe. He has been one of my best helpers for all the time we've been friends." Harry smiled at Dougal lounging in his beanbag chair. "We encountered poachers once." His face turned dark and serious. "They were dealt with and will not have another opportunity to harm any of the hidden again." This shocked the Scaramanders a bit. It may be part of the story that Lyra wants to tell, so I'll wait for Professor Snape before I say anything else. A few minutes later, Professor Snape came in. Lyra smiled at him as McGonagall whispered to him the situation, and a caring look came over Snape's face as he looked back at Lyra. He conjured a chair next to Lyra's beanbag and asked her to start the story. Lyra sat up and began. She started with how her father had thrown her out and how she found herself in the container. Fire danced in the eyes of Tina Scamander, while sadness was in the eyes of Newt. She told them of Harry's arrival and him reading to them from The Hobbit and feeding them every day, making sure everyone got something to eat. Snape and McGonagall hadn't heard this part of the story yet and were astounded by how Harry had acted in this terrifying and unfamiliar situation. Got to the part where they were dragged out into the light, and the man stuck Harry in the head, followed by the ship sinking. Lyra didn't say it, but the adults all assumed that the other children had all died, chained to the wall of the inside of the container from the ship. Severus made a mental note to check with Alastair if the Muggle side of the investigation needed any help interrogating suspects. Lyra spoke about floating on the desk and arriving at the island and the mystery bananas that showed up for them. She had Harry tell about chasing after the hairy men in the dark by following the hairless child clinging to them. Newt was very interested in this part as he could figure out that these were other demiguises. The story continued with them getting to know the creatures and learning to eat the fruits and grubs. Then the story changed to the part where Lyra vanished for the first time when the plane flew over. Newt stopped the story. "So you turned invisible as they did. Can you show me?" Lyra stood up and vanished. Tina ran her wand over the area and muttered a few spells. "Amazing. This isn't disillusionment. There is no residual distortion. This is actual invisibility." And she managed to affect her clothes as well. Lyra continued by telling them about how the other members of the tribe congratulated her and then intentionally scared her over and over until she could do it on her own, then giving her the task of scaring Harry to death repetitively until he could turn invisible as well. Harry stood up to demonstrate his ability as well. "Incredible," said Newt. They talked about catching the flying squirrel and weakening the rainstorm. Newt scrunched up his forehead and reached into a pocket on his coat, pulling out a tiny book. He tapped it with his wand, and it enlarged to normal size. Inside were handwritten pages in many languages. He stopped at one of them in a foreign alphabet. "What you're talking about sounds like a legend I heard about a flying lemur called a calago. The legend is that if it cries at dawn, the skies will be clear. When I investigated it, decades ago, I found that the animal was not magical at all, and thus I stopped looking for more information. We will definitely need to come with you sometime to see this island and the wonders on it." Harry nodded a little. He wasn't sure yet about bringing more people to the island, but it was a sanctuary now, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? What followed was the introduction of the giver, who Professor Snape called a duend, and set off another round of shocked expressions. More revelations abounded when Lyra told them about the usurper. Lyra shared a look with Harry, and he gave her a quick shake of his head, then picked up the story from there. The giver lived with a large snake that he introduced us to. I found out then that I could speak to snakes. Professor Snape and Alastair said that was called being a Parselmouth. Newt gave a big sigh from yet another shock. "I would like to conjure a snake to hear it, may I?" "Do what?" asked Harry. Professor McGonagall explained that non-magical animals can be conjured, the same as a chair through an incantation. The summoned animal was just a construct, and not alive, however. It still had many of the characteristics of a real animal, including internal organs, hunger, and hopefully, in this case, language. Newt conjured a small green snake with the incantation, Serpensortia. Harry looked at the small snake and said section hello, lesser snake section. The snake looked up at him and responded section hello, speaker section how may I assist you? Section Harry looked at it funny section I wish for you to kill rodents. Section the snake responded back section of course speaker, command me. Section Harry looked back up at Newt. This snake is weird, it has no ego. All non-magical snakes I've ever met are arrogant and frustrating to command without smacking them on the head. This one is like a blank slate. I could probably command him to eat himself, and it would do it. Well, it kind of is a blank slate, said Tina. Freshly hatched in an adult body with no memories and no time to gain any arrogance. That makes sense, I guess. Harry continued the story. So it turned out that the giver was also a Parselmouth, which made a lot of communication with the hidden easier, and he was able to teach us little bits of magic. Lyra looked like she wanted to say something but decided against it. What kind of snake was the kind that lived with the giver? Asked Newt. He said it was an usurper, a kingsbane, and that other snakes were all afraid of him, said Harry. Snape added, I have never seen anything like it. It was magical, between 40 to 50 feet long. It was green and brown with bits of orange mixed in, had a red crest on its head that would stand up when it acted angrily, and extended two long fangs like a viper when it opened its mouth. The tip of his mouth was a golden color, and it couldn't be seen by Alastair Moody's magical eye. Newt had stopped showing excessive reactions to all the shocks he was receiving. That is like no magical serpent I have even heard of. Lyra continued to tell her story about their lives with the hidden and Harry's efforts to bring agriculture to the village, along with the garbage beach, and using cobras to guard their crops against rodents. Finally, she got to building their staves. They both took them out, and Newt and Tina stared at them as they talked about the hoo-hoo nest and the lampong. Newt hadn't heard of the lampong, as Ollivander had but still expressed interest in seeing it. The next part of the story mostly concerned expanding agriculture and growing the tribe. They spoke of building the seeing staff for the hidden in the village. They had taken a 10-foot piece of bamboo and stuffed it completely with Demiguise hair, then wrapped the outside as well before coating it with a protective and magically conductive potion. With that, Chief had been able to see that visitors were coming to the island a few days away, but not any of their intentions. Harry took over again. We didn't learn until they arrived that they were poachers. Newt saw the fury on his face again like when he was telling Dougal's story. Lyra and I greeted them when they arrived at the island. They attacked us right away, and I just barely managed to escape with Lyra. We saw them unloading cages of all sizes from their boat and didn't know what to do, so we split up and summoned the protectors of the island. I brought the usurper, Lyra brought the hoo-hoo patriarch, and then I also brought in the lampong. We waited until night time, and the lampong charged into their camp, though it wasn't much of a surprise because of the glow that surrounds it. The usurper attacked, and as many as it could from the shadows, while the hoo-hoo patriarch sunk their boat with fire. I watched from the side and knocked over one that was going to cast some kind of spell at the usurper when it was facing the other way. When it was all over, their boat sank to the bottom, and the usurper ate all the bodies. After that incident, we started building a bigger and better seeing staff for the hidden, and Charlie took over the duty of seeing from there. We eventually constructed a seeing staff 30 feet tall, which Charlie used to anticipate some incidents a full lunar cycle ahead. It allowed us to predict when Professor Snape, Alastair, and Tristan were coming and prepare for their arrival. Lyra took over again. Mostly the seeing staff helped all of the hidden in the village plan their days. They could see what was the best use for their time and only spend some time working and the rest of the time doing fun things. Because of all of the food and safety, the tribe grew constantly. Newt asked, "How many are in the tribe now?" 58 when we left, but now there should be another 5 that will have been born by the time we go back for the holiday break. Turning to Harry, "We should write to Nestor soon." Newt let out a low whistle. "I really hope I can bring Dougal to see the village. I have never seen so many living together, much less with all the advancements you brought to them." Tina tried to steer the conversation back to why they were there. "We need to start building your house, dear. From what I am hearing, I think the ideals of your house should be survival, ingenuity, fierce protection, and an appreciation for all living things. They are similar but different from the ideals of the other houses. They all work well together as well. What do you think, Lyra?" Lyra looked around the room. "And family. I don't know how to phrase it, but I want the house to be about family." Newt nodded. "They are all supposed to be about family, though it turns out differently in each house. Yours will be no different." Tina wrote on the board with her wand. "Survival, ingenuity, fierce protection, appreciation of plants and animals, family." She drew a line between fierce protection and family. The story, no matter how abridged it was, had taken up the entire afternoon, and it was getting close to dinner, so they decided to head down to the first-year common room, with Newt and Tina heading directly to the Great Hall to meet the teachers for dinner. The other first-years were already gathered in the common room. Carlin ran up to them as they arrived. We felt the whole castle shake. I took pictures of the portraits and tapestries as they were looking shocked. "I hope they will move when I develop them. There's a whole potions club where I can learn how to make the developing potion. Robert wrote up a whole list of the clubs at school, so you two can look through them. It's over on the wall." Carlin had managed to get through that entire speech in one breath, so he took a big gulp of air to get it all back. Whispers had run over to the fruit plate while the other first-years gathered around them. Lyra had sunk back a little bit behind Harry, who was trying to get her to stand more by his side. It ended up being almost a small dance as they slowly shuffled around. "Newt Scamander is a legend," said Ginny with awe. "My older brother, Charlie, worships him. He tamed a whole group of Ukrainian iron-bellied dragons during the First Muggle World War. What is he like?" Harry really wanted to see a dragon. He nudged Lyra to respond. "He's nice," she said simply. "His eyes look like he wants to learn everything about whatever I was talking about." His wife looked happy whenever he got that look of curiosity. They were both very nice. Arthur Bell had left the group and was sitting next to Whispers on a couch and feeding him grapes. Colin tugged on Harry's sleeve and motioned towards the two with his camera and a pleading look in his eyes. Harry smiled and nodded. Just as Colin was going to take the picture, Whisper's eyes glowed, and right before the camera flash went off, he vanished. Colin resolved to turn off the flash next time. But for now, they needed to head to dinner. Before they entered the Great Hall, the first-years noticed a new hourglass on the wall. In between the hourglasses belonging to the 4 houses, there was a 5th one. It displayed that there were 20 points in it, though all the gems inside it were currently clear and colorless. The others had colors matching their houses. The Great Hall was buzzing with conversation as they entered. Everyone was talking about the echoes and shaking around the castle, the new hourglass outside the Great Hall, and that Newt Scamander was sitting at the staff table with his wife. No food was on the table, and after it seemed like no one else was coming in, Dumbledore approached his lectern. 2 identical redheads at the Gryffindor table were chattering away even when Dumbledore arrived at the podium. He waited for a moment before loudly clearing his throat, and 2 girls next to the Gingers each slapped them on the backs of their heads to shut them up. "Misters Weasley, I'm going to assume this was intentional as a result of me telling everyone how much I was enjoying the immediate attention I was getting in my last few announcements. I should have known you both would take it as a challenge. So I won't deduct points. However, you will have detention with Madame Pince on Saturday and Sunday during the daytime. I am told she has been given a new idea for detentions that the two of you can be the first to experience. One of the boys opened a planner, scribbled something down, and then gave a small high five to his brother. To bigger news. There are currently a few flocks of owls waiting outside to deliver letters and a special edition of the Daily Prophet regarding the events of today. If you were anywhere near Hogwarts, you heard the announcement of House Scamander today. The centaurs in the forest told me they heard it, as did the merpeople at the bottom of the lake and the residents of Hogsmeade. Starting today, House Scamander is the fifth house for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Applause and cheers shook the room. Harry was tempted to hold Lyra up in the air, but instead, he just cheered and passed her some sweets as she shrunk down to try to avoid notice. Joining us tonight are Newton and Porpentina Scamander, who will be establishing their house and overseeing the children who join it for at least the first semester of this year. I give the floor now to the author of many of our textbooks and a world-renowned expert in magizoology, Newton Scamander. There were cheers around the room as Harry looked up at Newt at the teacher's table. It was then that he saw something in Newt's eyes that reminded him of himself and Lyra. He didn't like to be the center of attention. He kind of leaned back away from the cheers and applause like he was deflecting a blow to his face. His wife quickly stroked his shoulder and gave him a small kiss on the cheek, which seemed to empower him as he stood and walked out to Dumbledore. Shaking the older man's hand, he took his place at the podium. He looked out at the students assembled before him, looking as many in the eyes as he could before continuing. As many of you know, I did not graduate from Hogwarts. I spent my time here among the most loyal of houses, Hufflepuff. I was expelled before my NEWTS and took my education on the road, learning from any who would teach me, whether they were wizards, muggles, plants, or animals. Even the smallest of boat-truckles has something to teach if you listen carefully. Every student here should learn that lesson and teach their classmates something they don't know. Looking towards Lyra and Harry, in the past 6 hours, I have already learned a great deal from the first member of my new house, Lyra Black. I hope my position as the founder of House Scamander allows me to teach and learn more every day that I am back in Hogwarts. I may ask for help from the students I see before me tonight, and even if you don't join my house, and I hope we can learn much from each other. Newt pulled out his wand, which held the attention of every student in the room. Now to start dinner tonight, Headmaster Dumbledore has asked me to add a new word of power to Hogwarts. Pointing his wand towards the ceiling, a column of swirling silver and purple magic rose from his feet to surround him. He called into the hall, Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak, and Errant. The last word echoed as if it had been shouted into a deep cave. The purple magic expanded outwards without force to cover the entire hall of Hogwarts before disappearing. As it passed over the tables, food appeared on all of them, and everyone started to eat. Everyone ate, and as dessert was served, Professor McGonagall approached the lectern to speak. A mere glance from her towards the Weasley twins on her way to the podium silenced them. Before everyone leaves, I would like to remind all students 4th year and below, if you wish to have a chance for resorting, please visit your head of house before lunch on Sunday. Tonight, and the next 2 nights after dinner, your heads of house will be in their offices to receive anyone who wishes to sign up for resorting. You may also owl them your decision if you do not wish to meet with them directly. With that said, enjoy your dessert. In the Slytherin common room after dinner, Draco Malfoy was meeting at his favorite spot, by the window to the lake with Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle. The 2 boys were the best goons Draco could ask for. Vincent was tall, fast, and had a keen eye for weakness, while Greg was built like an erumpent, and if he wasn't a pureblood, one would assume he was part troll. Both of them were very pliable and good at following orders. My uncle has made it forbidden for me to speak with my sister, but he never said I couldn't use intermediaries. She hasn't responded to the letter you passed her either, Greg. It did say after the sorting she hasn't been sorted. Greg looked past Draco towards the window into the Black Lake as he spoke. He was easily distracted at times. The girl still should have responded, "Would you like me to give her a reminder?" Vincent flexed his fingers as he spoke. "No, not yet. However, I want both of you to apply for the resorting. We need someone in our house." The boys looked shocked. But I like Slytherin, Greg complained. Draco padded their egos. Both of you are good snakes. It would be incredibly cunning and ambitious to be in the newest Hogwarts house, wouldn't it? Slytherins recognize their own. It's like Farley says, sometimes it is better to be a snake in the feathers of an eagle. I need to stay where I am, but you will both go to Snape and tell him you want to be resorted. Am I clear? Both boys nodded. Just as the two boys were about to leave for their head of house's office, two girls silently slipped back into the common room and headed to their dorm. There was a full house meeting taking place in the Hufflepuff common room. The room was circular with white stone walls and round windows along the top that allowed light to shine into the living space during the day to give it a warm and pleasant feeling. The floor was made of polished, dark wood that would feel warm if you walked around barefoot. Plants were growing on most of the walls that would have flowers or fruit on them that could be plucked off. The center of the room was sunken in multiple levels of seating, like an amphitheater, with a large fireplace at one end on the wall. The levels of seating all had various colored cushions for people to sit on, and every seat was full with some even standing around on the top row without a place to sit. Tonight, in front of the fireplace stood Noah McClory and Lynn Harcourt, the seventh-year prefects. Lynn called the room to order. We would like to call this house meeting to discuss the possible resorting. Hufflepuff is the house of the loyal, so a lot of you may feel like asking for a resorting would betray our ideals. Would anyone like to speak for or against this idea? A second-year student stood up, Ernie Macmillan. Hufflepuffs need to stick together. That is what we have always done. I was bullied last year by all of the other houses. It was through the actions of this house and the older students that I was kept safe. Leaving would betray those people who helped me. He sat back down. An older girl stood up, Gianni Bunsen. Newt Scamander is a Hufflepuff, and even after founding his own house, he will always be one of us. His new house will have similar ideals to ours. They will certainly have the same kind of loyalty to each other that we do. Other students will be resorted from other houses, and some may become Hufflepuffs. We will show them the same loyalty and protectiveness that we would to a first year. We should show no ill will towards those who wish to be resorted, especially if they end up in Scamander's house. The discussion went on for close to an hour before the matter was put to a vote. Everyone placed their ballot into a large barrel near the fireplace. When everyone had voted, the barrel was shaken up, and Noah pulled each one out as Lynn tallied them up. When the vote was finished, there were only 9 votes against accepting students wishing to be resorted, and the vast majority supporting it. In Ravenclaw, there were no meetings, large or small. The Eagles were known for their independent thought, so they would all make their individual decisions. The house common room was accessible to any who had wit and cleverness, so they could always visit the Ravenclaw library if they did change houses. In Gryffindor, Hermione Granger steeled her nerves. She had been chosen for Gryffindor, and she could feel the bravery in her heart, but this wasn't the place for her. Too many incidents and injuries had resulted from being in this house. Her parents flinched when they looked at her now. Pulling her cloak tighter around herself to keep the clicking to a minimum, she approached Professor McGonagall's office. The door opened before she could place her hand on the door. Neville, the chubby boy from her year, was exiting as she entered. They shared a quick look that they both understood why they each wanted to be resorted. As Hermione sat down at the desk, McGonagall looked down at her with a sad face. "I can't say that I won't miss you. You will always be brave, and you will always be strong, but I also believe that you will be happier in another house. I've already spoken to the Sorting Hat himself and asked him to place you where you will have the most joy. He made no promises, but listened to me all the same. There are no words I can give you to express my sincerest apologies for what happened last year." Hermione looked down at the resorting form to see it was already filled out, except for her signature. She signed it quickly and looked back to her professor. "Thank you," she whispered with tears in her eyes, and then left the room quickly. Chapter 27. Not Like the Others. Chapter text: Harry and Lyra returned to their common room, while Whispers had elected to stay in Newt's room with Dougal. He had been showing signs that he missed his family, so having another hidden nearby was somewhat of a comfort to him. The other first years were now a bit insistent on asking Lyra more questions about herself. With support from Harry, she told them about how much she wanted to go flying. She had seen Professor McGonagall on a broom and how incredible it looked. Just describing it made her well up with happiness. Robert saw this and informed her that they would have their first flying lesson next week, then they would have more once a week after. First-time flyers could try out for the Quidditch teams, but it wasn't recommended. After the winter break, first years could sign up for the flying clubs. Robert added that Quidditch wasn't something she needed to worry about because he didn't think that Scamander House would even have a team for the first year or two. Lyra also told the other students about how much she liked magical ingredients and showed them some of the feathers she collected and how she could activate the different properties with her staff. There were the hoo-hoo feathers that would generate fire, the orange and black feathers of the island owls that would make zones of silence, and the post-owl feathers that could find things she needed. Robert seemed to be making furious notes of what she was talking about, as he hadn't heard of potion ingredients being used without a potion. The conversations about Lyra's interests continued into the evening, and Robert started to get a bit annoyed that his replacement hadn't shown up yet, even if he was learning quite a bit of new information. Though as soon as Lyra started getting into her favorite fruits and bugs to eat, his attention started to focus solely on when the door would open and he could head back. Around 10 p.m., the Hufflepuff prefect entered and gave a quick apology to Robert as he was running out. "My name is Gabriel Truman. I will be showing you around the castle grounds and greenhouses tomorrow." While the inside of the castle might have many interesting things to explore, the outside is a great place to spend time just enjoying the fresh air and sunlight. But before we go to sleep tonight, I have a special treat for all of you. Everyone else is in their common rooms for curfew, so we will be heading up to the astronomy tower to have a quick look at the stars. Gather up some warm clothes and we'll be off. The children busied themselves getting dressed up warmly. Some of them had already been in their pajamas for bed. "Before we leave, I am going to try to teach all of you your first spell. You will learn this on the first day of charms anyways, so you'll be a bit ahead." Harry had tried playing with his wand, but had only gotten colored sparks. Alistair had warned both him and Lyra not to try anything without a teacher because the results could be painful. Harry had given warnings to others in the past, so he made sure to listen when others gave them as well. "First, I'd like everyone to just wave their wands in the air and make sparks. Think of the first time you used your wand and the feeling you got when it connected to you, and just wave it around." All of the children present showered the room and each other with sparks. Some of them felt like pinpricks when they hit the skin, others felt warm or tickled. Now that you all have that feeling of producing sparks, we are going to perform the wand lighting charm. The motion for it will be a circle starting and ending outside the loop like this. Gabriel drew in the air a silver-colored line that looked like the loop on a roller coaster. The direction doesn't matter for this charm. It can start in any direction. He drew more in the air with the shape in many directions. "Now you all try it. I'll walk around and correct you as you go." It wasn't a very difficult motion, and they all had it perfect in less than 5 minutes. To turn off the light, the motion looks like a wave. He demonstrated the motion in the air again. Again, it doesn't matter what direction the motion is in. They practiced this for a little longer as this movement was slightly more difficult. Before I do the incantations, I want to tell you that a lot of magic will be shaped by your intent. When I say this, I mean that while a spell might naturally appear a certain way, if you intend for it to be a little different, you might be strong enough to change the basics of the spell. While the wand motions and incantations for a spell are needed when you learn the spell, eventually your intent and your feel for the magic will be all that is needed. More experienced spellcasters will be able to perform what is called point casting and non-verbal spells. This means they can do away with the motions or the incantations and just shape a spell with their intent. Gabriel simply pointed his wand in front of him, and a white light appeared at the tip. Since this is the most basic spell we all learn, it tends to be the easiest to perform both point and non-verbal casting. As far as continuing to change the spell, how you see it now is the most basic form. As your magic and willpower get stronger, you'll be able to do other things with the spell itself. Gabriel waved the ball of light on his wand, and it turned into a spotlight, then into a narrow beam of light that he used to point to things on the ceiling. Then he changed it to different colors before extinguishing it. The incantation for the light spell is Lumos Lumas, and the extinguishing spell is Nox. Everyone, try the wand movement with the incantation. The first part of the loop with Lu, the second part with Mose. After about 10 minutes, everyone had a light on the tip of their wands with varying degrees of brightness, though Harry's was the brightest by far. Now for the extinguishing charm. Perform the full wand movement before saying the incantation at the very last bit. This was much easier, and even the students that said the incantation too early managed to at least dim their light before putting it out completely. From there, they all relit their wands and headed out to the dark castle. Night time, nearly all the hallway lights were out, and most of the people in the portraits and paintings on the walls were sleeping soundly. The lights on their wands caused shadows to jump everywhere, while most of the students were startled at the slightest noises, but Harry and Lyra were enjoying it. It reminded both of them of walking through the island at night, with a full moon casting shadows through the canopies of the trees. They looked at each other quite a few times, knowing that this was exactly what the other one was thinking. The staircases luckily didn't move at night and provided them a direct path upwards. At the top of the 5th-floor staircase, Gabriel stopped everyone. Somewhere down a hallway, they heard a gleefully creepy laugh, and all the students froze and clustered together. Gabriel whispered to the children, "Don't worry, it is just Peeves. He's annoying, but you will need to learn to deal with him." The laughing got closer, and they heard a sing-song voice. "Students out of bed, students out of bed." And first years too, so naughty, so naughty. Gabriel stepped forward and held up a brass plate. "Peeves, we have a pass for curfew. What can I offer you for safe passage tonight?" A semi-transparent man in a 3-piece suit floated up to them. Each piece of the suit was from a different outfit with multiple colors, and a jester's cap jingled on his head. His face looked like it was drawn by a drunken carnival artist. He circled the group, staring at all of them with a smile that seemed too big for his face, before returning to Gabriel. "Maybe I just want to say hello to the firsties. What do I want? That's all I want. I want them to get to know Peeves. Say your hellos and be on your way then." Peeves circled down to the students again and said hello over and over again to the cowering first years before getting to Colin, who was staring with amazement. "You remind me of the Cheshire Cat. He also has a big smile like yours." How vulgar this child is, though right you are. My smile is most Cheshire. It comes from enjoying the antics of all the children that continue to inhabit this castle. The more children that come through here, the bigger my smile becomes, and the more fun I get to share with all of you. Colin pulled out his camera and took a picture of Peeves, the flash blinding him. "My eyes!" Peeves screamed as he recoiled from the flash on the camera, as though he were struck by a heavy blow. He bounced off the walls as he fell down the main staircase, disappearing below and crying out from pain all the way down. Gabriel looked at Colin with a sense of pride, but told him, "Congratulations, young man. You just made an enemy for life. I'll tell everyone more tomorrow about Peeves. He probably won't bother us for the rest of the night, though." Colin looked terrified at the thought of making an enemy, absent-mindedly winding up his disposable camera for the next shot. They continued walking up the stairs to the top and went into a small room with red lights on the walls and a ladder in the corner. "Lights off, everyone," Gabriel instructed. Calls of "Narks" were heard from the students. "This is the entrance to the astronomy tower. The light here is red because it allows your eyes to adjust to the darkness before you go outside. Your astronomy class will teach you how to turn your Lumos spell red. Climb the ladder one by one, and we will go up top." They climbed up the long ladder slowly, with Harry going last to make sure everyone got up safely. When he reached the top, he realized they were in the tall tower in the center of the castle, with the 4 spires on the corner of the platform. There were small red lights along the edge of the platform, with no railing to keep them from falling. However, above them were the stars. In the darkness above the tops of the castle, they could see in every direction. He and Lyra found her constellation very quickly. They were all staring at the stars for a few minutes before Gabriel spoke up again. "You may have noticed that it is probably very easy to fall here. You don't need to worry about that." He walked to the edge and leaned like he was going to fall, eliciting frightful noises from the students. Instead, a shimmering barrier appeared as he leaned over the edge, stretching and putting him back firmly onto the platform. "As you can see, there are safeguards, but it still isn't advisable to test them repeatedly." The tower here is used for classes only. If you want a good place to see the stars, there are numerous towers and balconies all over the school. He lit up his wand and turned it into a narrow spotlight pointing out some towers on the lower floors. Also, with permission, you may watch the stars from the grounds outside. We're going to head to bed now. They climbed back down the ladder and ignited their wands to light the way back to their common room. Fortunately, they did not meet up again with Peeves. Breakfast in the morning had teachers missing at the head table, so students were a lot noisier, assuming there wouldn't be an announcement. Most students were talking to each other with rumors and confirmations on who was going to ask to be resorted. A couple of students tried to ask Lyra questions, but despite Harry encouraging her, she didn't want to answer anything. At the end of breakfast, Gemma, Robert, and a Gryffindor prefect passed papers to Gabriel. He said to Lyra, "These are the questions that the other houses wanted to know about you. We can go over them in private later tonight." Lyra felt a bit uncomfortable about it, but was relieved she didn't need to answer anything in public. When breakfast ended, all the first years met at the doors to the front courtyard. Other than the astronomy tower the previous night, they hadn't been outside in the last few days, and luckily it was a sunny day today. Out the main doors were a small courtyard with battlements surrounding it and an open gateway at the end. The path from the door to the gateway was paved in stone bricks with grass lining the sides. A few students had already set up spots to sit in the sun around the grass, and a few were up on the battlements themselves. Outside, the courtyard opened up onto the main grounds. There was a dirt trail that stretched down the hill for close to a mile until it reached a large stone wall with a gate. Beyond that, they could see a small village with the occasional house giving off a bit of smoke from a fire inside. Far to the left of the path, they could see a large stadium with colored flags flying from the tops of many towers along the rim. Far to the right, they could see the edge of the lake that wrapped around the backside of the castle. Past the lake in the distance to the right of the path was a dense forest that stretched as far as they could see in that direction. A lone cottage with smoke coming out of the chimney sat next to several small fields of some kind. Just to the right of the path, next to where the forest began, was an immensely huge willow tree that seemed to be swaying back and forth, independent of the wind's strength or direction. "We will start by heading over to the lake," Gabriel said. The group marched along the castle walls until they reached a stone staircase that led down the cliff face towards the cave where the boats docked on the first night. At one point, there was a small landing with some standing stones with holes at the tops, arranged in a circle. They don't tell us much about the stones here, but groupings like this have been used in the past for measuring astrological events and the times of the year that are important to whoever set them up. The holes at the top of the stones may have allowed light to pass through them at specific dates, used to focus the energy from the sun, moon, or stars for certain magical rituals or ceremonies. I am unaware what this one may have been used for, just that it predates the castle itself. They continued down the stairs until they reached the lake. There was a small cove further into the lake under the cliff up to the castle, but it couldn't be reached by foot. There was a small trail along the lake that the group started to follow. A lot of students will often ask if swimming is allowed in the lake. While there is no rule against it, it is not recommended. Many magical creatures below the surface often do not appreciate students encroaching on their territory and will attack unprovoked. So I'm telling you, do not swim in the lake. It's also really cold. For emphasis, he waved his wand and splashed all of the students who cried out at the freezing temperature of the water. Harry looked at Lyra. "I miss the hot springs. I wish we had one of those here." She nodded and pulled out her staff to cast a warming charm on the whole group. This amazed everyone, especially because they were all glowing orange for the next 30 minutes as they walked along the lakeside. Gabriel told them about all the creatures that live in the lake, the giant squid which seemed to be immortal, grindylows, selkies, and the merpeople. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, they stopped, and Gabriel became more serious. "This is the forbidden forest. Dumbledore may have said it is now the permissible forest, but it is still extremely dangerous. While the edges of the forest may contain creatures that are less likely to harm you, that doesn't make them harmless. The tribe of centaurs keeps everything in line, but they do not like wizards. Do not insult them, do not look down on them. The only proper way to speak to them is with praise and reverence, even if you do not truly mean it. Do not, under any circumstances, ask them for a ride. There are small creatures like bowtruckles and larger creatures like hippogriffs, thistrals, and unicorns. Everyone gasped when they heard about the unicorns. Harry already knew about them, but just hearing again was sufficient enough to get him interested all over again. One more time, just for emphasis. Gabriel was very serious. Do not go into the forbidden forest without a teacher. The children's enthusiasm was deflated, a little. Following the edge of the forest, they reached a cottage. Gabriel knocked on the door and Hagrid answered. "Hello there," the large man greeted them. "It's Truman, right, bringing the first years around." Gabriel nodded, "and giving them a warning about the forest. Anything you would like to add?" The large man smiled. "After last year, I can't send you in alone for detention anymore. I still say most of the creatures in there are just misunderstood, but Dumbledore says they're dangerous, so we've got to follow what he says. Great man, Dumbledore is. But I'll set up some feeding times for the Thistrals, if anyone wants to see them." Gabriel just put a hand over his face and groaned. All the warnings he had just given seemed to have been stripped away in a moment by the extra-large groundskeeper's dismissal of the danger. "What about the unicorns?" the girl named Melly asked hopefully. "Those are very popular. I'll ask the headmaster if I can lead some small groups into the forest for those two." There were cheers from the children as Gabriel just shook his head. "At least that might keep them from going by themselves," he said quietly to himself. On the way to the main path and the gate, there was a large willow tree swaying in the almost non-existent wind. Gabriel stopped them before they got close. "Now this is not a misunderstood creature. Going near this tree will get you seriously hurt." Harry and Lyra immediately took many steps back. They knew from experience how deadly some trees could be. "Harry and Lyra have the right idea. 3 points to Scamander for your wise precaution. Everyone back up to them and watch. Just remember that this is going to be a conjured animal, and it's not real." The students backed up and sat down with Harry and Lyra. Gabriel muttered an incantation and conjured a rabbit. A few of the children cooed and awed over the bunny. Realizing it would be a bad idea, Gabriel vanished the rabbit and conjured a very ugly chicken. No one reacted with any endearing noises this time, and he cast a yellow spell at it, causing it to squawk and run toward the tree. As it got close, the tree leaned away from the chicken and then sprung back as a huge ball of branches and leaves crashed down on the chicken like a giant fist. The ground shook as the chicken was crushed. Everyone was silent. Lyra was holding tight to Harry with a fearful look in her eyes. "That is the Whomping Willow. That is why people don't go anywhere near it. I trust that is also enough of a demonstration for you to not think of it as a mere misunderstood creature," Gabriel said in an all-too-serious voice. Lyra snapped out of her fear and jumped to her feet, with small orange sparks flying out of her hair. "Why is that at a school? With children, why is there no fence around it? Not even a mark on the ground so people know not to get near?" The other children were nodding at what she said. Gabriel just looked confused. "Why would you need a fence if we all know what it is? We just don't go near it. Professor Sprout told me that it was an endangered species, and it was transplanted here around 20 years ago so it wouldn't be cut down." Harry leaned down to Lyra. "We'll come out here later and put markings down. I won't get hurt. No one else will get hurt either." Lyra was still angry and mumbled, "I'm still going to burn that other one down as soon as I can." The group looped back around and passed by the stadium. "That is the Quidditch Stadium. The Gryffindors will show you it tomorrow. We will show you the greenhouses after lunch. Unfortunately, Lyra and Harry will need to go with Mr. Scamander to work on house business. So before we head to the Great Hall, I just want to give you information about the houses from a Hufflepuff perspective." The group all sat down with Gabriel to listen to him. The 4 original founders had their own ideas of who should attend Hogwarts. Godric Gryffindor thought bravery should be the qualification to learn magic. Rowena Ravenclaw wanted the students of the school to be scholars and seekers of new information. And Salazar Slytherin wanted students who were of the proper lineage. In the end, the houses were established to allow for all the students from any walks of life and any mindset to attend Hogwarts. As soon as the first student looked up to ask a question, he continued, "You noticed, of course, that I left out Helga Hufflepuff. She didn't have any qualifications for students to attend. She thought anyone should be able to attend if they wanted to. This leads some people to think of Hufflepuff as the leftovers." This is as far from the truth as possible. We believe that Hufflepuff is the best because we have all the qualities of the other houses. We have cunning, ambition, bravery, chivalry, intelligence, and curiosity. All the ideals of the other houses claim as their own are part of Hufflepuff because we take everyone. In Hufflepuff, you can find a student who is as courageous as the bravest Gryffindor, cunning as the slyest Slytherin, or as clever as the smartest Ravenclaw. We are all the houses at Hogwarts, and we are our own. Newt Scamander was a loyal Puff, and now that he is the founder of his own house, we are certain that the ideals of Helga Hufflepuff will be part of his new house as well. He was silent for a minute while all of that sunk in. Let's go get something to eat now. After lunch, Harry and Lyra met back up at Newt's office. As they walked in, Whispers and Dougal were engaged in a staring contest. Dougal was wearing a hat made out of woven straw with an extra-wide brim. Newt and Tina were watching them from their desk by the board. They've been doing this all morning, Newt remarked. It seems to be some kind of game, but in the last hour, near the end of their matches, Dougal will reach out and slap Whispers on the head or arm. Lyra's eyebrows went up. What? He's actually hitting him? Yes, why? Do you know what's going on? Said Tina. Harry nodded. It took us a while to figure it out, but it's essentially a dominance ritual. It keeps them from actually fighting to see who is the strongest. They're using their future sense to see who will last the longest and who would win in a fight. Sometimes the younger ones do it just to establish a ranking or as a game, but we've never seen one of them actually hit another. Harry turned back to the current staring contest going on. How long have they been going for? Newt pulled out a stopwatch. Just over 7 minutes, and in about another 30 seconds, Dougal will probably poke or slap Whispers. They waited and watched as the two demiguises stood frozen, staring at each other with bright blue eyes. After 30 seconds, without moving any other part of his body, Dougal reached up with one hand and slapped Whispers on the shoulder, breaking him out of his concentration. That was even weirder than I thought, said Lyra. Dougal moved while he was zoned out. Whenever we've seen them use the future sense, they don't move a muscle until they are done and their eyes go back to normal. That's what we thought too, but you both have seen it happen with dozens of others, so we weren't sure if it was a Dougal thing or what. Whispers shook off the staring contest and ran over to Harry and Lyra and pointed to Dougal and made his hands like binoculars. He did that twice more. He had created a sign for Dougal. Then he signed to them, Dougal, strong, Dougal, more strong, Charlie. Both of their eyes widened at that statement. Lyra translated to Newt and Tina. Whispers says that Dougal is stronger than the leader of the hidden village, Charlie. When he took over from the last leader, Chief, they had a staring contest that lasted nearly 20 minutes, though we didn't have a watch to time it, so it's just a guess. Tina smiled. Well, we will definitely need to visit with Dougal then. Harry smiled too. So what are we doing today? I figured we would try to work on the house crest and colors and put together ideas for the common room. Lyra nodded. Arthur in our class said we should put Whispers on the crest. That sounds like a perfect idea. We just need colors then, Newt added. I was thinking either purple and white or green and orange. Purple has sometimes been used at Hogwarts for visiting professors or guests, so it would be available to use. He pulled out a purple and white striped tie. However, I also liked the colors of the snakeskin on Harry's staff and thought it would do well too, though to avoid disputes with Slytherin, we would need to make orange the primary color and make the green lighter than on your staff. Harry pulled his staff out of his pouch to look at it. He had always loved the colors on the usurper's skin, but this was not his choice to make. He held out his staff in his hands to Lyra. It needs to be your decision. She looked at the staff and the tie on the table. Can I decide later? Tina reached over and placed a hand on her shoulder, causing her to tense up for a moment. Of course, dear. And if you think of something different, let us know. Do you have any idea what you would like for your common room? Could it be outside? A student in the library said that there are mountains and beaches at the ends of the library. Could we have a room like the jungle from the island? I'm not sure, said Newt. I certainly haven't heard of something like that before. The other houses don't have anything like that for sure. But we aren't any of the other houses, Harry said. Newt put on a face of strong concentration. There is a possibility. I can check on it. Newt cast a Patronus charm. It was small and spidery, but Harry and Lyra couldn't tell the form inside the glow of the light. Please go to Professor McGonagall and ask her to come to the office here." The creature disappeared. McGonagall arrived a few minutes later. "How can I help you, Mr. Scamander? We are trying to figure out sites for our common room, and I was wondering if the indoor astronomy room was in use at all." McGonagall looked confused. "I'm not sure what you mean. When there's a cloudy sky, the class either studies in a classroom or uses the ceiling in the Great Hall. We can clear up the clouds in there so the stars can be seen. When I was a student here, there was a classroom near the courtyard entrance that contained a small forest and would always have a clear sky overhead. We would use that room on nights when we couldn't see the stars. Can I show you where it was?" McGonagall nodded, and the group, with Dougal and Whispers trailing behind, walked down to the exit to the courtyard. A few students they passed along the way gasped at the Demiguises running through the hallway. When they arrived at the courtyard door, they stopped and turned around. Now it's been a little over 80 years, so it will take a minute for me to remember. Newt started walking in from the door until he passed a tapestry with a dirt road leading into a forest on it. Turning to the woven decoration, he scratched his chin. "I don't remember how to get in." McGonagall looked at the tapestry, pulled on a string next to it, cast a series of charms on it, and tried looking behind it. None of these produced an entrance. With a big sigh, she summoned her patroness and said to the glowing cat, "Fred, George, report immediately to the courtyard entrance hall." The spectral feline dashed upwards into the castle. A few minutes later, the red-headed twins skidded to a halt in front of them. "Whatever it was," the first one started, "we didn't do it." The second one finished. Ignoring the thought that they probably did do something, she asked, "I'm going to allow you the opportunity to cut your weekend detention in half. Just one day instead of two. Do the two of you know how to access the room on the other side of this tapestry?" The twins turned to each other. They raised and wiggled their eyebrows at each other, then engaged in a whispered conversation. Finally, they turned back to the professor. "We can attempt it," said Laurel. "We get to choose the day," said Hardy. "Only if you're successful," said McGonagall. "Done," they both said, sticking out their hands, crossing each other. Reluctantly, McGonagall crossed her own hands to shake both of theirs, and then they ran off. 2 minutes later, they ran back, skidding to a halt in front of the tapestry. Turning to everyone like they were in a show, and with a few other students gathering around, they began to speak. "Greetings, teachers, students, founders, princesses, and the boy who lived. I am the fabulous Gred Weasley, and by his side, as always, the smarter, prettier, and better-dressed partner in crime. Not that you can prove anything," interrupted Gred, "or even implicate us. I am Forge Weasley." Turning to the tapestry, Gred placed his hand on the middle of it and spoke out, "Wanderlust." The tapestry rolled up to reveal a wooden door with vines growing on it that hadn't been there when McGonagall had checked before. Forge turned to McGonagall. "We would like to serve our detention on Sunday. Thank you very much." The two ran off to applause from the students watching their performance. Newt was smiling and laughing. "I can't put into words how much I've missed this school." He turned and opened the door to the room and walked inside with everyone following after. After a brief dark tunnel, the room opened up into a large forest clearing. There was a circle of fallen logs with a campfire in the center. Pine trees lined the sides of the room with a blue sky overhead. Lyra and Harry moved around to explore the room. It turned out to be quite large, around half the size of a football field. Harry and Lyra quickly climbed up 2 pine trees about 40 feet and still had a little room left before the top. They dug in the ground to see that the trees also had roots down into the floor of the room. "This is great," said Lyra. "Could we put any trees in here? Could we make this the same as the island we live on?" asked Harry. Newt scratched his head and looked back at McGonagall, who said, "There were a lot of trees there that were native to the area. We'd probably need samples of everything we want to grow there, and a team of specialized herbologists to grow what we need in such a short time." "We've got the samples," Harry cried out. "We took as much as we could when we left the island. It's back in the room now. We have a team of herbologists back at our sanctuary, and we would need a druid to provide accelerated growth of anything we plant. We have a magical architect already on the way, as we anticipated there would need to be work done on a common room. She should arrive later this evening." Tina smiled at her foresight. "The only other thing you'll need to work on is a way to get into your common room. The tapestry and password are out, as many students have seen it," said McGonagall. Newt thought for a minute before turning to his wife and saying, "Forest maze." She responded, "Daintree rainforest." "Perfect," said Newt. "Let's head back to the office." The others didn't know what had just been discussed, but still gathered up the two demiguises who had started to climb the trees and headed back to the office while McGonagall went back to hers. When they arrived, Tina drew up a large area on the floor with Lyra, while Newt and Harry went to get all their samples. On the floor, Tina sketched the common room, and Lyra showed her where all the trees would need to be planted as well as a place for the fire pit. She explained that fireplaces were nice, but a fire pit was better because people could sit around it, not just in front of it. They would need to put dormitories along the outside of the room and put 14 rooms, 2 for each year. Around the outer walls of the room, they placed areas to sit in, as well as bookshelves. The ceiling would already be charmed to show the sun and clouds during the day and a clear sky of stars at night. When Harry and Newt came back with the bags of samples from the island, Tina started to tell them about the entrance idea they were discussing. The forest maze we were discussing was part of a secret path inside a rainforest in Australia. The path led to a clearing that looked like it used to be a nest of a very large bird that had died out long ago. Wizards had enchanted the forest, so you had to take a very specific route to get there, or you would just end up back where you started over and over. She pulled out a piece of paper and drew a grid with various arrows and symbols on it. She then scribbled 4 very complicated-looking runes at the corners and recited a long incantation. The paper glowed, and the runes vanished. She then placed the paper on the floor away from the map of the common room she had been transfiguring. Tina placed an inkwell on the paper and pushed it forward. You can have 3 paths before you and need to follow a specific route to get to the common room. For now, let's say the route is left, left, right, back, back. She pushed the ink well along that route and nothing happened. However, if you don't do it correctly, you just end up exiting the forest. She did the same movements again with the inkwell, but when she made a mistake, it vanished and reappeared back at the beginning. "That's cool," Harry remarked. Lyra nodded as well. "I like that." Tina added, "We can keep the password on the tapestry out front as a distraction. Everyone will know where the entrance is and what the password is, but if they just walk straight in, they'll end up back at the entrance." Everyone agreed on this plan. The group continued to work on the blueprint of the common room, adding in more tables, chairs, and bits of design too. Newt changed the fire pit to be lower than the floor with seating all around it, reminding him of the Hufflepuff common room. Tina, having been thoroughly indoctrinated into British tea culture, added a small kitchen with plenty of options for tea. Harry made sure there will be hammocks in the trees and a small grove of mango and banana trees. The whole process was starting to make them feel more at home, yet more homesick at the same time, as they started wrapping up for dinner. At dinner, many students asked them about the tapestry room by the courtyard, and they admitted that this would be where the Scamander common room would be. As long as they didn't talk about the forest maze, knowing where it was wouldn't matter. As dinner ended, Hagrid came into the great hall with a young woman carrying a large briefcase. Newt and Tina rose from the staff table and went over to the entrance to meet her. After a minute of speaking, they waved over to Lyra and Harry. "Lyra Black, Harry Potter, we would like to introduce you to Party Flaneur. She does the structural developments for our properties. We have called on her to work building your common room." She shook hands with both of them. "Let's take a look at the room, and I can get started in the morning when the herbalists arrive." Before they could head over, they were stopped by Dumbledore. "Miss Flaneur, it is good to meet you. I have seen your work for Newt before, but we've never had the chance to meet." The two shook hands, and she told him a bit about her schooling at Beauxbatons as they walked to the room. "Minerva told me you were using the old astronomy room. I had nearly forgotten about this place. It hasn't been used since around 1940, during the war. I would bet the castle has many forgotten rooms like this just waiting to be rediscovered." Dumbledore looked around at the walls of the castle, thinking about all the castle's secrets that he did know. Newt approached the tapestry and laid a hand on it, saying, "Wanderlust." It rolled up to reveal the door and allow them entry. Once they were inside, Tina conjured a table for them to place the blueprints on. Party examined them and agreed on the placement of dormitories and the sinking of the fire pit. "Will there be someone from the castle who will be able to assist me in the construction?" she asked. Dumbledore spoke to the air. Tolly. An elf popped into the room. She looked around at the outdoor setting of the room and shook a little bit. "It be dirty here," she said with her fingers twitching like she wanted to do something about it. "Tolly, would you or another elf be able to assist Miss Flaneur with the construction of this new common room?" asked Dumbledore. "It be very dirty here. Elves not wanting to work outside. We be house elves. You be wanting an Urisk." Tolly started to push some of the dirt around with her magic absent-mindedly. "Understood, Tolly. There will be dormitories attached to this room which will need cleaning and laundry done in the future. Please bring some sweet cream, cheese, and milk chocolate bars from Honeyjukes." Tolly popped away. Tina raised her eyebrows. "And Urisk is something like a brownie." Newt nodded to his wife. "They perform the same tasks, but they are not quite alike. They are much hardier creatures and can perform much bigger jobs. They also have a different appearance which oftentimes scares people, though they desire companionship as much as anyone else." Tolly popped back with a plate of the requested foods and then popped away. Dumbledore called out, "Astray." No popping sound occurred, but a small creature stepped out from behind one of the table legs. The head of the creature was just below the table, making it about twice as tall as a house elf. Its torso and arms were very much like a human, though below the waist it had hairy legs. Its face was very slender with a tiny beard, large eyes and ears like an elf, and two horns on its hairy head. It looked around at the assembled group and then at the headmaster. "Yes," it asked simply. "Astray, we are building a new room here in the castle. I would like for you to help with the construction and the maintenance." Astray had turned away from the headmaster as he was speaking and broke off some of the cheese to eat it. He chewed it slowly and looked back at the headmaster. "This can be done. Who will call me?" Dumbledore motioned towards Party. Astray walked over to her and laid a hand on her leg, then walked back towards the table, took a bar of chocolate, dipped it in the cream, and then walked behind the table leg, vanishing from sight. "That was Astray. He is a Urisk. I would guess that no one has seen him at Hogwarts other than myself, Hagrid, and Mr. Filch. He mostly keeps to himself, but he makes sure all the paths are clear outside the castle and occasionally helps Hagrid with the grounds. If he will be doing the cleaning around this common room, you need to always have various dairy products out for him to take. These are not payments, they are gifts. Do not ever offer him anything. He will be offended and might quit. He will take what he wants to take when he wants it. All the students in the house need to be informed of this, and it would be best to assign someone to make sure there is always something fresh left out for him." Newt, Lyra, and Harry all nodded their heads. Newt had a few brownies on his property, but they were less formal in the rules than the Urisk here. With the common room details taken care of, Newt walked with them back to their common room. Harry was getting tired. This was a lot of work, and they still had only learned one spell. The last few days felt like it had already been a whole year, and they still had 2 more days off before class started. Arriving at the first year's common room, Gabriel and the others were still hanging out in the room. He greeted Newt with reverence and asked him to sign his copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, then sat down with him while they waited for the Gryffindor prefect to show up. Around 9 p.m., a tall red-haired boy showed up. Ginny cheered and ran to hug him. He leaned down and gave her a quick hug, but added, "Not now, monkey." Smiling, she went back to sit on the couch. Gabriel greeted him too and handed him a stack of papers, and they spoke quickly before he left with Newt, who wanted to visit the Hufflepuff dorms. "My name is Percy Weasley. I am one of the Gryffindor prefects for my year. Tomorrow, we're going to go to the Quidditch pitch after breakfast, and you're going to get to see a scrimmage put on by our team and their reserves." A few of the first years cheered at that news. "Everyone needs to get a good night's sleep. Lyra, would you please remain here?" Lyra held onto Harry's arm so he wouldn't leave with the other children. Percy gave them a look but said nothing. He held up the papers. "I would like to go over these questions with you. A lot of the students have questions that will help them decide if they want to try to join your new house. I would like to give them back to the other prefects by lunch tomorrow. I've read through the questions, and some of them are pointless, so if there are any you don't want to answer, just say so and we'll skip it." They went through the questions. There were a lot of questions about romance that she didn't understand, so they skipped them. There were some questions about Harry, which she just answered that he was her brother, like whispers. Someone asked about her relation to Arcturus Black, to which she replied that he was her uncle. There were a few questions about how she would respond to different situations and what subjects she was interested in. Her responses were very non-confrontational, except when family was involved. She was interested in charms, herbology, and magical creatures. One of the last questions was what her favorite colors were. She thought about it for a moment before turning away from Percy and pulling a mango out of her pouch. Speaking to Harry, she said, "I want the house colors to be orange and green, like a mango. I like the usurper and your staff, but I like mangoes more." Harry smiled and hugged her. They turned back to Percy and told him her favorite colors. Then Percy used his wand to cut up the mango, which they ate before going to sleep. Chapter 28, Hard Knocks. Chapter text following breakfast. The next morning, Lyra met briefly with Newt to explain to him the house colors. Newt told Lyra that basing her reason on the colors of a mango sounded like the best inspiration he could think of. Purple held no significance to her, so that should have been eliminated right away. Percy led the group of first years to the Quidditch stadium. When they arrived, the Gryffindor team was just warming up with some stretching and running. "Can we join them?" Lyra asked Percy. "We can ask the Captain Wood if he'll allow it." The first years all walked over to the team and were greeted by a tall boy with a golden whistle hanging around his neck. "Good morning, Percy. Good to see you haven't given any of the first year's detentions yet." He ignored the comment. "Miss Black wanted to join in on your warm-up. Would you permit her and the others to join you?" "No brooms, just the warm-up, if any of the kids want to." Lyra, Harry, Ginny, Arthur, and a few others joined in. Harry in particular felt like he needed to burn off some energy. They had been spending way too much time indoors and needed to move around some more. Colin decided to just take pictures. They started with a lot of stretching, followed by running around the pitch. It was much bigger than the football field Harry had run around back in his first and second years of primary school, but he was a lot bigger and stronger than he was back then. Both he and Lyra kept pace with the other players for the warm-up jog, while most of the other first years stopped at the end. Following that, the team ran the stadium seats running to the top of one of the towers, and along the row, then down the next tower. They did 3 sets of ups and downs before taking a break. Arthur lasted through the first up and down before stopping. Ginny lasted too. Harry and Lyra were feeling tired, but energized from the activity when they finished. Wood commented on their stamina. "The two of you would be excellent additions to our team if you were in our house. We're going to start on the brooms now, so go back to Percy to watch from the stands." They rejoined the first years. Ginny was lying flat on the grass, and Arthur had just sat back up. He looked at Harry and Lyra, who had barely broken a sweat. "How are you two not exhausted?" "We used to climb trees all day and hike up a mountain once a week. No cars, no flu, no portkeys. We were feeling weaker after being inside for so long," Harry responded. "I basically live on a farm," Ginny added, "but that was too much for me. I want to do that every day and find some trees to climb." Lyra was bouncing with energy. "Lyra has way more energy than me, though she's more connected to the daytime, while I have more energy at night," said Harry. The others didn't know what to make of that statement, but Percy came up at that moment to interrupt anyways. "Right now, let's head down to the locker room, and I'll teach you a little about Quidditch." They all headed down to the Gryffindor Quidditch lockers. There was a long hallway that led to the team lockers that were lined with old Quidditch gear from the last 900 years. Percy gave a history of the sport as they walked. "Hogwarts is older than the sport itself. I can't imagine what the houses competed over for nearly 100 years before it was invented." The site of the first Quidditch game took place somewhere called Quidditch Marsh. Over the centuries, the location has been lost, and no one knows exactly where it is. We are relatively sure it is somewhere near Puddlemere, as they are the oldest Quidditch club team. It is assumed that it is somewhere in the vicinity of Quidditch in Torridge District, for obvious reasons. Percy continued to talk about the history of Quidditch until they were in the locker rooms. The Gryffindor lockers had 14 lockers around the room with names and numbers on them, and another 7 that had no names on them. Lyra tried to walk through a door on the side, but felt like she hit a wall when trying to go through. "Hold up," Percy said. "That's the boys' bathroom. A lot of the bathrooms and dorms in Hogwarts have wards on them, so you can't enter the wrong one." Lyra nodded and went through the other door to look around. She ran back out a moment later. "Harry, know what we forgot we needed to add to the common room? We need a hot spring. There's something similar in the girls' bathroom here. Harry's face lit up. He especially missed the hot spring on the island, and after bouncing off the girls' entrance, he ran into the boys' bathroom and found a small tub of bubbling water in the corner. Putting his hand into it, it was warm, possibly warmer than the spring on the island. Running back out, he said, "There's one in here too. We should talk to Newt after lunch." Percy looked like he was about to object when one of the first years called out, "There are extra uniforms in the other lockers." Everyone crowded around to see. The 7 lockers without names on them were open to reveal uniforms that weren't in use by any players and had no names printed on the backs of them. Without waiting for Percy to approve, everyone started trying them on. Almost all of them were way too big. Carlin was taking pictures of everyone in the jerseys with Harry, Lyra, Arthur, Ginny, Carlin, Luna, and a girl with frizzy chestnut brown hair named Daria all getting to wear one. Another one of the first years was taking pictures of them with Carlin, asking for a lot of extras to show his parents of him in the jersey. His father had been on his university rugby team and would flip to see his son playing any kind of sport. Without returning the jerseys, Percy decided to take them back up to the stands to watch the scrimmage between the starters and the reserves. When they got to the stands, the game was already underway, with most of the action taking place at the far end of the field. The reserve keeper at their end waved to the group, and they cheered back. After a few minutes, the action started to shift back down to their end of the field. Seeing all the players on broomsticks flying in complicated patterns was amazing. It was incredibly well coordinated and took a huge amount of concentration. As they were watching, one of the Weasley twins whacked a bludger toward the reserve keeper at his posts, forcing him to abandon it. The bludger flew through the post he was guarding, but then started to swerve down towards the first years in the stands. Percy watched it fly towards them, expecting it to swerve back, but it didn't. At the last second, before it was about to crush Luna, he grabbed her and dove out of the way. The bludger smashed through the seats in the stand and bounced back in the air. There was chaos among the first years. Everyone started running towards the exit. The bludger sped towards Ginny, who was the closest to the exit. Someone yelled, "Duck!" and she hit the floor, causing the bludger to crash into the exit, and wooden boards fell across it, blocking their escape. They turned to run for the exit on the other side, with the bludger crashing into random benches as everyone dodged. From the far end of the field, they could see Wood speeding towards them. As they got to the other end, they started pouring through the exit, with the bludger coming around for another attack. It was aiming for Lyra, and just as it was about to hit her, Arthur pushed her aside and through the exit, causing the bludger to crash into his arm with a sickening crunch. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain as the bludger swerved around to finish the job. With just Arthur and Harry left on the platform, Harry pulled out his staff to defend his fallen classmate. Further off, he saw Wood approaching with speed, but right as he was arriving, he dropped the golden whistle he was about to blow and had to dive to pick it up. Harry saw the bludger coming back and raised his staff above his head, almost daring it to attack him. As it came in range, he swung down at it with all the force he could. The lampung horn on the end of his staff hit the bludger with incredible force. The impact echoed over the Quidditch pitch. Gong! The bludger was struck with such force that it was batted down into the ground of the pitch nearly 50 feet below. It sunk about a foot deep into the earth. Finally, they heard a whistle blast, and Harry saw the other bludger that the twins had been keeping under control, and a tiny golden ball falling from the sky nearby. Arthur! A girl with short brown hair dove towards them on her broomstick, hopping off at the last second. "Are you okay?" Arthur was groaning and desperately trying to fight off tears. "We need to get him to the infirmary." Percy came back out with the other first years as Wood hopped down into the stands. "What in the bloody hell, Percy? Why are the first years in our uniforms?" "They wanted to take pictures, Wood. What the hell is wrong with your bludger?" "There's nothing wrong with it. The bludgers attack anyone in a uniform. That's why they don't attack the spectators." He knocked on Percy's head like a door. "That's the kind of thinking that's going to get you a fancy job at the ministry one day." Turning to the rest of the first years, "Everyone, you're looking at the next minister of magic here." Before Percy could respond, Gred or Forge landed holding the dugout bludger. "Both of you cool it. Katie, I need you to take Angelina with you and bring your brother to the infirmary. We'll join you soon." Turning to Harry, that was one hell of a whack. He tossed the bludger to him. It had a huge dent in the side. I didn't know they even could be dented. They're supposed to be made of solid iron. What's your staff even made of? Harry looked at the ball. It was a lot heavier than he thought it should be, but then again, it did use magic to fly. He tossed it back to the redhead. We are totally putting this in the museum downstairs, the second redhead said, landing beside his brother. The boy who bludgeoned, this power is the reason why they couldn't find a trace of the Dork Lord. The two of them hopped on their brooms to fly down to presumably do what they were saying. Wood looked back at Percy. Get these kids out of the uniforms and back to the school. I'm going to inform McGonagall about this. Everyone else put the gear away. Alicia, supervise the cool-down exercises. He hopped on his broom and sped off toward the castle. Percy led them downstairs to return the uniforms, keeping quiet the whole time. When they got back to the castle, McGonagall was waiting for them with Wood. Mr. Weasley, my office now. Mr. Wood, you can take over the first years until lunch. Wood just stood there like he was asked to play with a baby dragon. What do you kids want to do? Lyra asked. Can we go see Arthur? Wood nodded, and they walked to a room with large open doors and an entirely white interior. Beds with privacy screens lined the walls. On a bed near the door, Arthur was laying down while Katie sat next to him. On the other side, a woman in a white robe stood with her wand on Arthur's arm. A blue light was glowing as she moved her wand. There was a sound like a wooden board being slowly broken, and Arthur's face twisted and contorted with pain. Lyra went around to the side that Katie was on and held Arthur's hand. He looked up to see her, and she squeezed his arm while saying, "Thank you." Arthur smiled through the pain a bit. Wood looked down at him. Well, at least we know you'll be joining your sister in Gryffindor now. I might as well give you a talk about the differences in the houses now, since it doesn't seem like Percy is going to be back. Madam Pomfrey, can we use some of the empty beds for a talk? The healer gave him a sour look as she was working on Arthur's arm. Mopsy, an elf, popped in. Please bring chairs for the students here. One by one, chairs appeared in the room for the students to sit near Arthur's bed. Okay, you've already heard from the prefects of the other houses, and I'm sure some of them said things that weren't very flattering about Gryffindor House. The rivalries between the houses go back to the founding of Hogwarts, and nothing about that will change. Personally, I don't feel like there should be any rivalry between the houses, except in Quidditch. Once you leave Hogwarts, the houses won't matter, but they will shape your personality for the rest of your life. It is in that regard that I feel that Gryffindor is the best house. Taking a deep breath, he sat up straight and continued. Gryffindors are known for being tough, headstrong, adventurous, chivalrous, and partiers. They're also known to do things without thinking of the consequences, like Percy and the uniforms. Just so you know for the future, all the team uniforms hold a charm that acts as a potential target for bludgers. That's why it's safe for people to attend Quidditch matches, as these iron balls will only go after the players in the air. Getting back on the subject, the people you become after Hogwarts is the reason I feel Gryffindor is the best house. You learn all your harsh lessons while you are still in school. Percy is probably going to have his prefect status put on probation right now for endangering all of you. He's going to make sure something like that never happens again. We get into situations often that teach us valuable and often painful lessons that steer us onto the correct path for how we lead our lives. We also learn to expect such situations later in our lives. If I poke you with a needle, the first time you'll cry in pain, but after a few times, you'll treat it like it is, just a needle. You'll learn to dodge, parry, and heal from the attack. Hufflepuff tries to keep their students from feeling the first needle, and their students often leave Hogwarts without knowing how to deal with dangerous situations. Ravenclaw will read and study all the different kinds of needles and how dangerous they are, deeming themselves experts in needles, though when faced with the real thing will fail hard. Slytherin, well, they are most often the needles themselves. As I'm sure they told you, the biggest rivalry is between our houses. Most of what goes on inside Slytherin House remains a secret known only to themselves. From what the rest of us know, they have rules and procedures for everything. They exchange favors like currency, act as influence peddlers, and will bolster or undermine people's reputations on a whim. Like Gryffindors, they will also leave Hogwarts stronger, but will also be wary of everyone they encounter, making it exceedingly difficult for them to truly trust anyone. By the time he was done speaking, Arthur was sitting up in his bed and flexing his arm and fingers slowly. He was given a sling and told to keep it on for the next 2 days to make sure everything was healed properly. When they arrived at lunch, they were greeted by Percy outside the great hall with Professor McGonagall. Percy stepped towards the group. "I need to apologize. Even though I wasn't aware of the charm on the robes, I should have asked before allowing you to take them from the lockers. I am sorry that I put all of you at risk." Turning to Arthur, "I owe your minor debt, Arthur. Please let me know how I may repay it when it's convenient for you." McGonagall stepped forward. "For those of you who don't know, a minor debt is not binding. It is just a courtesy to offer in this kind of situation. There are life debts that, when one magical selflessly defends another's life with their own, can lead to a kind of compulsion that may demand a higher amount of recompense before the compulsion is lifted." That sounded a bit weird to Harry. The whole point of a selfless act was that it was selfless. So he asked, "Do life debts ever happen between family members or with auras who save people?" Percy fielded that one. "No, not normally, except with distant relatives or an aura working outside their job." "Is there any magical compulsion for the person who performed the selfless act to relieve the one who was saved of their debt?" "No, maybe." Percy looked to McGonagall, who shook her head no. "Then it just sounds like a life debt is a magical compulsion formed out of a person's guilt for needing to be saved by someone who didn't need to. Families expect each other to protect them, and we expect auras to do the same. That's why there is no guilt. I would assume the compulsion is even stronger if the person who saved the other is an enemy." McGonagall's eyes widened. "That is an interesting theory, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you can do a project on that later in your studies. I'm sure that you could do some fascinating research on the idea. It's a shame you don't have a house yet, or I would give points for the idea. For the rest of you, curiosity is a good thing. If you ever have an idea about the limits of magic, bring it up with a professor. There are always advancements in magical theory going on, and you could be onto the next big idea." The first years weren't sure about the idea of life debts, but chatted about it through lunch. Following lunch, Newt approached their table. "Harry, Lyra, I don't think we will need you today for anything while the common room is being worked on. A lot of it will be completed after dinner, so come by before curfew. I have a druid that I work with who would like to bless the room." Harry and Lyra looked at each other. They had occasionally done blessings on the island. The most basic was the squirrel to ward off the heavy rains. They did have one other they had performed previously, with the giver's help, on the village, but it needed more research. "We also have a blessing we would like to perform," Lyra said, getting wide eyes from Newt. "We needed to do some research on it first, but maybe we can get it done before dinner. We would need to spend some time in the library. I will need the druid to look over your idea before it can be performed, so go ahead to the library. You both told me of many interesting things about how you learned magic, so I am very intrigued to hear what you might come up with for your blessing." Harry and Lyra ran off to the library. The other students might be doing something else, but this was more important. Upon arriving at the library, they ran to the search desk. Harry wrote down basic arithmancy, and Lyra dropped one of her feathers on the card that came up, and it zipped off with them running after it. After the stirring situation at the abbot's tea house, Harry had asked Severus about arithmancy. From what the giver had taught them, Lyra's tea potion should have been sweet and given her a boost of energy. Severus explained to them that due to some mystery of magic, arithmetic meanings in numbers changed based on the location you were. Depending on the region you were in, local meanings for numbers might be different and may affect how your magic turns out, despite your intentions for it to be the same as the region you came from. That meant that the blessing they had been saving for wherever they settled down needed to be completely reworked with local arithmetic properties. They went through all of the materials they had with them and were able to assign materials to all the steps in the blessing except for luck and fortune. While digging through books on bird feathers as potion ingredients, Wood came into the library with the other first years. "Good, you are still here. I took the rest of your year back to the Quidditch field and let them play with some practice bludgers. They're soft, and I figured everyone could use a bit of fun to get over this morning's events. What are the two of you up to?" We need a bird that symbolizes luck and fortune, Lyra said, but we can't find one. Well, lucky for both of you, the answer to all problems is Quidditch, Wood laughed. You need a golden snidget. It was used in Quidditch before the snitch to end the game, but they were getting endangered as a result of their overuse. He walked over to the search desk and scribbled down the name of the bird. A few cards flew down to him and he grabbed one and started to walk off. Harry stopped him, and Lyra performed her magic with the post owl feather, Wood just watched it zip off. Wow, that was pretty cool, he said with some awe. He asked for another feather from Lyra and tapped it with his wand, muttering, Semita Meridim, causing it to glow white. Then he passed it back to Lyra. Do it again. She did, but this time when it zipped off, it left a trail of white light behind it. The children were awed at the sight of the magic while Wood walked off, following the trail of light. A minute later, he came back with the book. Opening it, he showed the first years a golden bird with a narrow body, a needle-like beak, wings at least 3 times as wide as its body, and tail feathers that looked like hair off its back end. After a moment, the picture in the book came alive, and it began to fly around as golden sparks came out of the book. Harry read as quickly as he could through the descriptions of the bird. It's perfect. He yelled and grabbed the book to run out of the library with Lyra running after him. Wood grabbed his arm, stopping him. Wait, you need to check it out first, and walked Harry up to the front desk, where a Ravenclaw girl with dark blonde hair was sitting. She looked up and saw Wood and then down to Harry. Hi, Ollie. The library isn't your normal hangout, is it? What do you have Mr. Potter checking out here? Scanning the title, she gave him a smirk. Of course, a Quidditch book. He's not going to be on your team, you know. Good competition is still needed or else the game would get boring. I still think you would enjoy the game, or at least you should take a ride with me sometime to watch the sunset above the castle. He winked at her as he spoke to her. Still not going to happen, Ollie. But the smirk she had given him earlier was still on her face too. Looking at Harry, do you have your wand? She opened the book to the inside cover. There was a large black dart there. Place your wand on the dart to check it out. Harry pulled his wand out of his robe from where it had been stuck to his right forearm. Whoa, cool wand, Harry, Wood exclaimed. Harry tapped the black dart on the page, and a book next to Penny glowed. She wrote his name down in the book. You're good to go, Mr. Potter. Harry ran off while Wood stayed to talk to the girl. Lyra had been waiting by the door, and the two of them ran together to the tapestry. When they entered, about a dozen people were working inside. They could see some of the ballet trees growing in a circle in the center of the room. They were about 5 feet tall at the moment, but they could see the roots growing as some of the people working cast spells at the tree and shoveled some dragon manure around the base. The floor was all dirt, and the fire pit with the steps around it had already been placed. Dougal was in the half-developed grove of bananas and mangoes, still wearing his straw hat, with a very enthusiastic whispers gesturing at the trees. Newt and Tina were on the far side of the room giving instructions to Party Flaneur about something regarding the walls. They saw the children come in and started to walk over toward them. Newt greeted them. How's the blessing coming? There's one thing we don't have, Lyra started. We need 8 feathers from her. She took the book from Harry and opened it up. Golden Snidget. Newt looked interested. I'm very curious to see what you're trying to do. Is there any particular feather you need? Lyra examined the picture in the book. If we stuck the tail feathers in the ground, would they stand up straight on their own? Newt shook his head. Then the wing feathers, can you get them? Lyra responded. There is a reserve for them in England. I taught one of the keepers there. I'll head over now to see if I can get them. He walked out, leaving Tina there with the children. He's very interested in what you've got going on, especially because it has its roots in animals rather than plants or trees like most other druidic blessings. The one that he was planning on will center around the trees in the room. Harry was interested in that. Plants were his passion, watching them grow and develop. For now, though, he looked back at the book Lyra was holding with the golden snidget and thought about Quidditch. He wasn't sure he liked the game, but flying definitely looked like fun. Then he remembered something else. Tina, would it be possible to put a hot spring in the common room? We had one on the island. It was a bit of a hike to get there, but it was always worth it just to soak in there with the whole tribe and relax. I don't think so. Hogwarts has always been a bit traditional, and having a group bath probably wouldn't be something that would be approved by the Board of Governors. You might need to ask Dumbledore directly about it. Lyra was hoping for one too, so both children were disappointed with that answer. Tina saw their crestfallen faces. This whole house is a new thing for Hogwarts. Try to convince the other students after the sorting, and maybe you can find a way to convince the people in charge. I'm sure that this room will go through many more changes over the years. Newt wasn't back yet when it was time for dinner, so they went to eat before coming back to the room. Newt was there with another man. He wasn't as old as Newt, but had a long grey beard. The man wore white robes that covered his head, with a laurel of leaves holding the hood in place. He wore a brown leather belt around his robes, with a large sickle on the left, and a cutting of some kind of plant on the right attached to it. In this right hand, he carried a scepter which was polished white wood, and had a small space on the top that was like an empty chamber of some kind. On his shoulder sat a small black and white spotted bird with a dab of red on its head. He walked over to the children and knelt before them. "Harry Potter, your legend precedes you." He looked at Lyra, who had stepped a little behind Harry at the man's approach. "But we are here because of you, Miss Lyra Black, for this most unprecedented event in the history of Hogwarts. My name is Glenn Albanor. I work around the British Isles as a druid, helping the earth and the creatures who live in it." Harry wasn't sure how to respond, so he settled with, "That sounds interesting." "Indeed it is, and Mr. Scamander here tells me that you are interested in doing a blessing of your own. Do you have the details written up?" Harry nudged Lyra, who pulled a paper with their notes and placed it on the table in the room. The paper had 9 concentric circles with darts on each of them and notes scribbled on the side. She looked back to Harry and the druid before starting an explanation. "The first magics we learned was using feathers for light and purification, specifically the hoo-hoo feathers." She pulled one of the feathers from her braid to show everyone. "You use hoo-hoo feathers as ornaments in your hair. These are exceedingly rare and expensive," Glenn said with astonishment. Harry stepped in. "There are hoo-hoos where we live. They drop their feathers regularly. We just collect them. Lyra keeps them in her hair to use in different situations. It's just an added benefit that it looks nice." "Incredible. Please continue." "After seeing a few different feathers used with very specific results, we started to test feathers from other birds and got different results from them. From there, we devised a blessing for our home that helped to protect and nurture the land. When we came here, we had brought some materials to repeat it, but we needed to change parts of it to match the arithmetic practices for the region." That shows some incredible foresight. "Many blessings and rituals have failed, with catastrophic results, when migrating them to different parts of the world. Lyra tried to make her tea give her more energy and sweetness using a stirring technique we had learned, and it ended up doing something else. That's when the potions teacher here explained what she did wrong," Harry explained. "It's always good when your mistakes are harmless," Glenn continued. "Most students don't discover mistakes like that until they turn themselves into an artificial chimera or accidentally salt the earth with dark magic." Lyra wasn't sure what those meant, but Newt's face showed it wasn't good, so she continued with the explanation. "So using 8 different birds, we set up the blessing here. It starts with 1 red feather and ends with 9 yellow feathers, both from the hoo-hoo." Then, reading from their notes, some copied straight from the book, she recited, "1 represents the beginning, a leader, a goal. We will place 1 red hoo feather to begin the blessing at the center of the circles, representing the bringing of light and purification. 2 represents balance and cooperation, commitment and fairness. It represents contrasting forces, life and death, day and night, good and evil. There is a type of owl from our home that has black and orange feathers that flies in pairs. We will use their feathers for the second circle. 3 represents completeness, past, present, and future, mind, body, and magic, beginning, middle, and end. It is considered the first complete number in European arithmancy. It represents talent, energy, art, humor, and success. For this circle, we will use a cracked eggshell, the fluffy down from a chick, and an adult feather, all from a type of hawk that lives in our home. 4 represents stability, protection, hard work, and organization. For this circle, we will use the feathers of post owls from Diagon Alley. 5 represents instability, uncertainty, and adventure. It also represents a lot of negative personality traits. For this circle, we will use a bird of many colors from our home with 5 different colors marking each spot on the circle. 6 represents harmony, friendship, family life, loyalty, reliability, and love. For that circle, we will use a green bird that can mimic speaking and lives in large family groups. 7 is associated with magic, mysticism, imagination, perception, and understanding. For this circle, we will use the feathers of a strange bird with a large mouth and feathers that look like moths. It is incredibly hard to spot and blends in with almost anything. 8 represents the possibility of great success in business, finance, and politics. It is tied to ambition and hard work. We ask Newt to bring us 8 wing feathers from a golden snidget for this circle. 9 represents completion and achievement. It is the number of teachers, scientists, and people who do selfless work for others. For this last circle, we will use 9 yellow feathers from a hoo-hoo. Lyra had been staring at the paper, reading off their notes the entire time she had been speaking. Harry, who had written everything down, had been watching Newt and Glenn for their reactions. Newt seemed incredibly interested, but was mostly impressed by their level of interest and dedication to the task. Glenn, on the other hand, seemed to be going over checklists in his head, and even summoned a book from a bag in the corner to look something up as Lyra continued to read. His eyes grew wider at each new ring. So far, I can't find any fault with any part of your blessing. Tell me how you plan on setting it up, and how you plan on activating it. Lyra looked a little worn out from the reading, so Harry took over. I will use the protection magic in my staff to draw the circles, from the largest to the smallest. Then we will place all the feathers and objects in their places. Lyra will use her staff to ignite the first feather. For the second ring, we will stand opposite each other and activate the next 2 feathers, which will make it so no sound will penetrate the room from outside. Then we will both walk around the circle to the right and activate the feathers again, which will silence all noise inside the room as well. In the third ring, we will both stand at the eggshell and activate its magic, then proceed to the chick down and activate that, which will cause it to burn slightly and emit sparks. Then proceed to the adult tail feather, which will catch fire when activated. Then we will return to the egg and use its magic to complete that circle and repair the egg to being uncracked. Harry took a deep breath and continued. In the fourth circle, we will need to run together to the right, while activating each post owl feather, as they should rise from the floor and fly in their circle repeatedly. In the fifth circle, to counterbalance the right movements we've done so far, and to reverse the instability and negative elements of this number, we will walk to the left for 2 rotations, activating the feathers in this circle as we go, which will make them glow brightly in their own colors. The sixth circle, after each activation, we will walk to the third ring before walking back to the next activation point in the 6th ring to the right. We will each only do 3 activations in the 6th ring, only doing half of the circle each. The 7th ring will be the most difficult, as Lyra will need to stand at the anchor point in the center, and I will connect my magic to hers from each point on the ring in a rotation to the right. Harry took another deep breath. The 8th circle will be similar to the 4th, though we will run together and make sure that each feather is activated 1 second after the next. They should also orbit around their ring. From what we've read about the speed of a golden snidget, this should be particularly interesting. Finally, from opposite sides of the 9th ring, we will activate all the feathers once around to the right, then reverse course and activate them again to the left. This will symbolize the completion of the blessing. The yellow feathers should glow and create a golden light that fills the room. Glenn was speechless for a minute before saying, "Extraordinary, and you've done this before. What were the results?" "Well, we can't be sure if it was due to our blessing or just other changes we had made recently," Harry began. "But after the blessing, our crops and trees grew faster, and there was a huge population boom in the village, and those already living, even the adults, seemed to grow larger." "How did you learn all of this?" Newt asked. "The giver taught us about numbers, and we experimented with different feathers until we found some that would work properly. There were a whole lot of feathers that we tried that gave us results that we would not have wanted to be permanent," Lyra told them. Glenn still looked astonished at all of this. "I can't find any fault with this, but from what you've said, it sounds like the last time this was performed it was outside. And even though you are using base numbers, I would consider this to be advanced arithmancy. I would ask that the Druid Council, the headmaster, and your arithmancy master look over everything before it is performed. Is there any reason why it should be done tonight?" Lyra looked a little disappointed that they wouldn't be doing it right away, but after sharing a look with Harry, she realized that there wasn't any reason it couldn't be done later. They had done it in the hidden village after everyone was already living there. They just had to clear everyone out for one night. "No, I guess not," Lyra said a bit despondently. "I just thought we could do both blessings at the same time." "Your blessing sounds incredible. We just need to make sure it will have comparable results on this side of the world when it is also indoors at such an incredible magical nexus like Hogwarts." Harry was also disappointed, but changed the conversation. "What will your blessing do?" he asked Glenn. "Nothing as special as yours. Mine will make the trees and plants grow stronger and faster and give a minor feeling of protection to all who seek shelter here. I perform this one at least a dozen times a year around the country." Tina could see the glumness in the children, so she tried to cheer them up. "I'll go see the arithmancy professor now to pass off your notes, and Newt will go to Dumbledore. Glenn will perform his druidic blessing, and tomorrow afternoon you can come back to see the results of the blessing. How about that?" Both children just kind of shrugged and left the room along with Whispers, Dougal, Tina, and Newt. When they got back to the common room, Gemma had returned to switch off with Percy for the last day. She greeted Harry and Lyra. "Welcome back. I have letters to give both of you." She pulled out 2 envelopes for them. Harry opened his letter. "It's from Miss Greengrass. She is making a request to meet with me tomorrow by the greenhouses before lunch. She wants me to bring Whispers and says she has a surprise for me. Do you know what she wants?" Gemma looked uncertain. "I know she couldn't stop talking about Whispers the past few days, but I don't know what the surprise could be." Lyra hadn't spoken after reading her letter. After Harry glanced at her, she pulled him away from Gemma. "It's another letter from Draco. He says he was offended I didn't respond to him before and would still like to meet with me." "I don't like that," Harry responded. "We've been busy, and he did request to meet with you after the sorting, which hasn't happened." "Do you want to meet him?" "Not really," said Lyra. "I just don't see what we would have to talk about. We aren't family. Would you like me to speak with him? Would you? I don't want any problems. Send a letter back with Gemma asking to set up a meeting on Friday evening, and you will update him with a location. Can you help me with the writing?" "Of course." They sat down to write the response to Draco before going to sleep. Chapter 29. Better Be. Chapter text. When the morning came, Harry and Lyra took Whispers to check on the common room. They skipped breakfast to see the results of the druid's blessing. There was no one there yet, but it was incredible. The Balit trees for their small clearing looked to be about half as old as the ones on the island. The largest one already had enough space on top of the main trunk for around 5 people to sit comfortably. Most of the others hadn't spread enough yet, but they would make good climbing. Lyra was all ready to scramble up to the top, but Harry stopped her because he wanted to make sure it would be safe for them to climb due to the magical growth. They also avoided eating the bunches of bananas that had just barely sprouted for the same reason. There were blossoms all over the other banana and mango trees, promising a large amount of fruit. The walls of the room had changed to appear like it was a landscape that stretched to the horizon. One wall had an appearance that overlooked a bay of water. Lyra let out a small gasp when she saw a pair of dolphins playing in the waves in the distance. At regular intervals along the wall, there were small red circles. Harry approached one and a round door shimmered into existence, with the circle becoming a brass knob in the center of it. The 2 children walked into the interior to find a single bed in the middle of a large room that had the appearance of being underground. The ceiling was low, but had a bit of vaulting to it. There was polished wood paneling along the walls and some circular windows along the wall with light streaming in. One window had a writing desk next to it. Next to the bed was a small nightstand, a wardrobe, and a bookcase. All of the furniture was made of dark polished wood that matched the walls. There was a lot of empty space, and on one wall there was another round door that matched the front door. Harry and Lyra both had a look of familiarity on their faces and saw it. "This seems familiar," Lyra remarked, "but I can't figure out from where." "I know what you mean, and it's scratching at my mind, but I can't figure out what it means." The 2 of them turned around and exited the room. When they got out, they found Newt, Tina, Glenn, and Dumbledore standing outside speaking with each other. "Good morning," Harry said merrily. Dumbledore faced the children and his look turned serious. What do you mean? Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it is a good morning whether I want it or not, or that you feel good this morning, or that it is a morning to be good on? As Dumbledore was speaking, a look of realization crossed both children's faces. Lyra looked back at the room they just came from and looked back to the headmaster as her smile grew wider. When he finished speaking, Harry had a wide grin on his face and yelled, all of them at once. At the same time, Lyra cried out, "It's a hobbit hole." A kind smile appeared on Dumbledore's face, not unlike the one that Gandalf would have when thinking pleasant thoughts. It is indeed. After meeting with Harry in Diagon Alley, I realized it has been nearly 30 years since the last time I read The Hobbit, so I created some time at the end of each day to read it again. When looking around your common room, I realized that what you wanted to achieve here was in the first line of the book, and that means comfort. Both children thanked Dumbledore over and over. Glenn confirmed for them that the trees were indeed safe to climb on, though they would grow some more over the next day or two, and they could see Dougal and Whispers climbing above them. The two children jumped into the trees and began to leap from the branches with the same ease that Whispers was having. Dougal moved a bit slower in his climbing and swinging, but having Whispers, Harry, and Lyra jumping around seemed to motivate him to move quicker than he normally would. They also found out it would be safe to eat the fruit as soon as it was ripe. With nothing else to do, they went back to the common room. Some of the other first years were there. Gemma was relaxing on the couch with a book, but turned to address them. "You two missed breakfast." "We were checking on our new common room," said Harry. Gemma gave them an indecipherable look before remarking, "You realize, only Lyra is guaranteed to be in Scamander House. Harry, you're going to have to sit under the sorting hat like everyone else." Both Harry and Lyra panicked. "Harry has to be with me. I need him." Harry looked down to reassure his little sister, and even though he was terrified of them being separated, and said, "I will be with you. We worked hard on this together. I will make sure that Hat knows where I belong." That seemed to reassure Lyra a bit, but she still seemed worried. Gemma just gave them a shrug. Checking the clock, they realized they were almost late to meet Miss Greengrass. When they got down to the greenhouses, Miss Greengrass was waiting there with a bowl of grapes by her side. "I wanted to formally introduce myself. My name is Daphne Greengrass. Mr. Bell told me that Whispers like grapes, so I thought to bring him some." Whispers climbed down from Lyra's shoulders and approached Daphne and took a bushel of grapes from her. He sat down on the ground and began to eat them. "Thank you. He does love grapes ever since he discovered them a few days ago." Remembering introductions from other times, he continued, "To formally introduce myself, I am Harry Potter, and this is my sister Lyra Black." Daphne quirked an eyebrow a bit at Lyra's introduction, but instead said, "I mostly wanted to meet you because a friend of mine said she knows you." Turning to the greenhouse, "You can come out now." The door opened, and a shorter girl in Slytherin robes came out. She had wavy brown hair and round glasses over her hazel-colored eyes. She smiled a bit as she walked over towards them. The list of people Harry knew was pretty short, so he quickly realized who it was. Tracy. He yelled and ran over and picked her up in a big hug. She hugged him back, and Harry put her back down and looked at her. "You got shorter." He remembered the two of them being the same size in kindergarten. She giggled a bit. "You got taller, Harry. I'm happy to see you're all right. We never knew what happened to you, and your relatives told people you were sent to a children's jail." Harry's eyes darkened at the thought of his aunt and uncle, but he shook it off as Tracy gave an involuntary shiver. "That's not what happened, but I don't want to talk about what did. I was happy where I ended up, and I got to meet my sister." He pulled her over to Lyra. "Tracy, this is my sister Lyra Black. Lyra, this is Tracy Davis. We were in kindergarten together, and her mother was my teacher." The two girls shook hands. Whispers looked up at Daphne saying Daff, then looked at Tracy saying Truss. He held out his hand to Tracy. Tracy was shocked, having not heard him before. Harry nudged her in the side, and she reached down to shake his tiny hand. Again he said, "Truss." "How does he talk?" asked Tracy. "He learned, I guess. We've known him since he was a few months old, and he started by mimicking the movements of our mouths. Then he started making noises that sounded like whispers, which is when he got his name. And after a year, he started saying simple words," Lyra explained. "We're teaching him to read now. He seems to recognize words, but can't seem to connect the words to speaking very well. Both Slytherin girls were very impressed. Daphne told them they should talk to Professor Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures. They said he would love to know about whispers and probably be very interested in spending time with an animal that he doesn't have to worry about losing a limb to. Daphne and Tracy told them about many of the other teachers, and in the end, started giving them all sorts of warnings about Professor Snape. Both Harry and Lyra said they had met him, but couldn't understand why anyone wouldn't like him as a teacher. He had already taught them a lot, and they were looking forward to potions. The girls were very confused. No one liked Snape. Even the Slytherins were on edge around him, despite the strong defense of his own house. They started to head back for lunch and talked about all the weird things in the school along the way. Lyra wanted to know why something as dangerous as the Whomping Willow was allowed to be there, but neither of the Slytherin girls had an answer for her. Harry asked about any secret rooms they knew about. They sat down at the end of the Slytherin table to eat lunch together, talking as they ate about all things Hogwarts. Draco walked by and gave a small nod to Lyra before continuing to the far end. Marcus Flint did approach them. Potter, Black, the two of you don't have a house now, but when you do, Slytherin doesn't allow others to sit at our table. Lyra seemed to shrink away from the large boy. Harry wanted to do so as well, but he also wanted to stand up for Lyra, who was clearly scared. He stared at the larger boy and said, "We were told that to survive in Slytherin you had to be cunning and make connections. This seems like the opposite of that." Daphne backed him up. "Exactly what Potter said. When I'm finished with Hogwarts, I want to be able to ally with others who weren't Slytherins at Hogwarts, so I might just sit at the Ravenclaw table tomorrow." The larger boy curled his upper lip, showing his crooked teeth. "Every action has consequences," he muttered, and he walked off. "That boy needs another bludger to the face to fix his teeth," Tracy whispered after he had gone. Their conversations turned to Quidditch, and Lyra brought up the accident yesterday and the bludger that the Weasley twins took to the museum. "No way, you can't dent a bludger," said Daphne with disbelief. "Those redheads took it to the museum by the locker rooms," Lyra said, "though we haven't checked if they actually did anything." What they didn't know is that earlier that morning, an owl had arrived at the home of one Nymphadora. Don't call me that, Tonks. The owl delivered a letter and a small vial filled with what looked like white smoke. At the moment, the young woman had an athletic build, short purple hair, and orange eyes. She was shoveling eggs and toast into her mouth as the letter got dropped off next to her. She used one hand to continue eating while the other opened the letter and began reading. Halfway through, she choked on her food, causing her hair to grow and turn green and curly before she coughed and expelled the food from her throat. Her mother and father had been sitting at the same table the entire time, watching her display of table manners. While she was choking, her father, Edward Tonks, reached over and snagged the letter, the vial rolling onto the table. As his daughter was recovering, he started to read. It looked like it was written by two different people at the same time. "Good morning, Miss Nymphadora Tonks. This letter is from George and your favorite Fred Weasley. We are writing to you as we would like a favor. We are prepared to repay you with a minor favor of your choice. We are in possession of a memory, one of ours, that we would like a pensive sketch of. As the greatest, bestest, and most gorgeous aura that we know, we would hope you could use your connections in law enforcement to obtain it. If it could be animated, that would be even better. We are trying to set up an exhibit in the Hogwarts Quidditch Museum. It would feature the illustrious boy who lived. In his latest feat of awesomeness, outside of children's books, he managed to dent a bludger. You read that correctly. He dented a bludger. We are going to put the ball in the museum and wanted the sketch to help authenticate it. We could always go through a more costly source to obtain the sketch, but we know about the dragon with the purple eyes and hoped you wanted no one else to know about it. Please update us as soon as possible with the date we can expect it back. Yours in chaos and surprise, Fred and George. The better-looking one, Weasley Edward, passed the letter to his wife, Andromeda, as his daughter had recovered from the choking and was drinking a large orange juice to wash everything down. "These are Charlie's little brothers, right?" Andromeda asked. "They are a dead man's little brothers," mumbled the again purple-haired girl, who did not wish to be called Nymphadora. "Well, you've got a big day ahead," her mother reminded her. "You've got the Aura trainee draft to prepare for. Funnel your anger into your training and you'll do fine." She grumbled a bit more. then grabbed the letter and the vial before heading out the door. Back at Hogwarts, the children finished lunch and weren't sure what to do, so they returned to the first-year common rooms. Gemma was with them again, and it seemed like their whole year had decided to come back, not knowing what to do with their free time. Everyone looked to Gemma for some direction. She looked at all the young, expectant faces, looking to her for something, anything. With a big sigh, she said, "Let's go to the library. You could all use some more time there studying for your classes. Take with you your books for defense against the dark arts, all those Lockhart books. You can start reading them now. Professor Lockhart hasn't released a syllabus on what order he will teach his material in, so start with Magical Me. And go from there in any order you wish." Harry and Lyra sat in the library and went through Magical Me. Lyra couldn't read as fast as Harry, so he helped her through it. He also told her to send a letter to Jameson to see when he would be coming to help her with her reading. Magical Me. Read like an autobiography of a fictional character. Harry didn't know what to make of it. It seemed like most of it was an exaggerated tale of the man who was going to be their professor, but it hid a few hints of wisdom smuggled in. There were many mentions of magical creatures that Harry wasn't familiar with. Werewolves, ghouls, banshees, and many more. Werewolves sounded interesting, so he retrieved a different book on them. From the introduction, they sounded like evil creatures who masqueraded as ordinary wizards until the full moon when they would attack and kill whomever they would come across. He certainly did not want to meet up with one of them. Professor Lockhart must be an incredible wizard if he managed to defeat such a beast. Soon enough it was getting close to dinner, so Gemma brought them back to the common room to get their dress robes and cloaks with the silver fastenings. They were finally going to get sorted. They were all met by Professor McGonagall outside the Great Hall. She thanked Gemma for looking after all of them and let her join her classmates. Once McGonagall confirmed that everyone was inside, she turned to the first-year students. "I gave you this speech before, and I'll do it again. You are about to walk through these doors and be sorted into your houses. Your house will be like your family. You will be with them for the next 7 years. Hogwarts has been around for more than 900 years, so it is unlikely you will get the chance of a resort due to another house being established in the next 4 years. Trust the hat, trust your instincts, trust Hogwarts. Let's head in." The doors to the Great Hall opened, and they walked in. Standing at the front next to the wooden stool was Newt Scamander, with Hogwarts robes colored orange and pale green. On the stage behind him were 5 large banners with all the houses of Hogwarts on them. In the center was a large orange banner with a shield on it that had a demiguise on it looking outwards with bright blue eyes that seemed to sparkle. The shield had vines of green twisting around the outline, and in a large scroll underneath was written, "Scamander." The students lined up in front of the stage, and McGonagall walked up to the top. "Due to the incredible nature of this event, I will be passing off my regular duties to Founder Newton Scamander. He will read the students off for the sorting and the resorting." She passed the sorting hat and the scroll to Newt. Newt took the hat and placed it down on the stool. It straightened itself out and then slumped to create the features of its face. The brim ripped open and opened for it to say, "I bet you all were thinking I was going to sing again, weren't you? Well, for the first 100 years after I was created, I didn't have much trouble making a new song every year. After that, it took longer and longer to make an original song every single year. Now, it takes the entire school year for me to think up something new." Most students had only heard the hat sing and yell out house names, so there was silence across the room as it spoke to them. Even then, I have students and professors coming to me each year to tell me I messed up the iambic pentameter of a verse or that the rhymes didn't match. You're all lucky you all even get a song at all instead of just a lecture. With a new house that I know nothing about, I'm not going to have something for you after less than a week. The hat paused as it looked around the room at all the students. "I will write a new song for next year, but if anyone wants to write a song themselves, send it to the headmaster, and I will award 100 points to the house with the best submission, awarded either at the end of this year or the beginning of next." "Good. Put me on a firstie's head, and let's get started." Everyone was a bit stunned, but Newt took it in stride. "I'm sure that even those who have been here for a few days have realized that this is a very peculiar castle. Imagine how boring school must be in other places that don't have a talking hat or a giant squid. Let's get you all in some houses so we can eat. First things first, Lyra Black. Lyra hesitantly walked up to the stage and sat on the stool. The hat was lowered onto her head. Voice echoed into her mind. Well now, Miss Black, we found a place for you after all. You're going to Scamander, of course, but is there anything you would like to say while we're here? Please put Harry in my house. I can't do this without him. You'll still have Whispers, and Harry will visit you whenever he can, wherever he ends up. Dumbledore told us this morning that he understood that our common room was about comfort. Harry taught me about comfort. He is my comfort. I can't do this without him. From what I can see in your head, he would also do well in all of the houses. Maybe we can create a new one just for him. Lyra was starting to get angry. This isn't funny. Don't take my brother from me. The creeping death almost took him from me, and I am going to burn it to the ground one day. Don't you dare do the same thing. That's what I was looking for. Newton said that one of your qualities was the fierce protection of your family. I wanted to see it for myself. May Merlin have mercy on that tree, because I know you won't. Scamander! Lyra jumped up to the cheers and applause of the whole room and smiled as she walked towards the empty Scamander table. She gave a fearful look towards Harry as she passed by the group of first years. Newt called out, "Ryan Adamson." The boy who had gone to Ravenclaw the first time came up and sat down on the bench. After half a minute, the hat called out, "Hufflepuff." This drew some quiet conversation from everyone around about how he could have switched so quickly to another house. Shirley Baker. The hat had barely touched her head as it called out, "Gryffindor." She hopped up and ran to the table as her robes gained the red and gold patterns for the House of the Brave. Arthur Bell. He had gone to Hufflepuff the first time around. The hat didn't immediately call it out this time. After 2 minutes, the witch at the staff table in the red hat held up 2 fingers. 10 seconds later, the hat called out, "Scamander." Harry cheered as Arthur went over to join Lyra at the table. Flora Caro. The hat deliberated for half a minute, then called out, "Slytherin." Hestia Caro. Flora's twin sat on the stool, and the hat called out, "Slytherin," nearly immediately. Carlin Creevy. For Carlin, the hat was on his head for a minute before it called out, "Scamander." The sorting continued with a few more heading to Scamander, including the Lunar girl Harry had met on the first night, the girl Daria, who had tried on the Quidditch uniform with them, and another named Meliandra. Finally, Newt called out, "Harry Potter." Everyone grew silent as Harry walked up the steps and sat in the chair. The hat was lowered onto his head, and he heard a voice in his head, "Well, hello there, Mr. Potter." The sensation of hearing someone else's voice inside your own mind was a chilling experience that was unfortunately all too familiar to Harry. So he immediately reached up to throw the hat off his head, but found that his hands wouldn't move. His body was frozen in place. He started to panic. He could feel his magic fluctuating and the stool underneath him beginning to rattle. Students in front of him started to show signs of fear too, and all the first years took a few steps back. "Calm down, Mr. Potter. I am on your head, not in it. Please let me move my hands. I don't like this. I really don't like this." Harry felt a pulse of his magic go off, and Newt was pushed back a few steps. "Don't go throwing me off. I'm releasing your hands now." Harry shook his arms as he could move them and wiggled his toes as well. He started to calm down, and the stool he was sitting on stopped wobbling. "Let's get back to your sorting, all right. You don't have to worry about possession in your life. There is a great deal of protection on your mind. You just need to think about the people important in your life, those you love, for it to be the strongest. Like your sister, you have great potential in your mind for all the houses. Slytherin would do well for you as it would teach you cunning and give you greater ambition than what you have now. You have the potential for greatness, greater than even you think could be possible. You would step in the way of a charging beast without thinking to protect those that are important to you and even someone you've just met. This is an admirable Gryffindor quality. You seek knowledge. You won't stand to be ignorant, and you don't even need books to learn. Every day just digging in the dirt teaches you new things. You could teach the other Ravenclaws that knowledge does not come just from books and teachers. It comes from experience and experimentation. That house is currently lacking this kind of drive for knowledge. And Hufflepuff, you would be a natural leader in that house. The kind of loyalty you inspired in the Hidden, the changes you made within Severus Snape, you would be an ideal student in the House of Helga. You will use everything I mentioned so far to survive. I feel that you could make it out of nearly any situation you were put in using only your mind and your magic. This is a quality I am finding so far in the other students. I have put into Scamander House. I am going to ask you where you would like to be placed, already knowing the answer. Then put me with my sister, Harry told the hat with determination. And what if I decide to put you in Slytherin instead? I feel like your greatness would be wasted anywhere else. Then, when Lyra gets enough magic to destroy the creeping death, I will take you along with her and show your face to it before she kills it. And that's what makes my decision, just like it made my decision for your sister. Scamander, the hat yelled out loudly into the hall. Harry jumped up and ran down the steps to Lyra, giving her a huge hug as he arrived at the table. Everyone was cheering, even at the Slytherin table, mostly because they were happy he didn't go to Gryffindor. As he sat down, Lyra whispered to him, "What happened at the beginning?" The hat spoke to me inside my head and had my body frozen so I couldn't move. "You remember the last time I had a voice in my head?" he whispered. A look of anger took over Lyra's face. She jumped up as the next student got sent to Slytherin. She marched up the steps, snatched the hat from Newt's hands, and placed it on her head. She stood there with a determined look on her face before her hair glowed and burst into flame as it had done at the Dursley house. Panic spread across the room as Newt snatched the hat off her head, but no damage was done. The face of the hat turned to Lyra, and the brim opened to say, "Point taken. I will not do something like that again, though as far as I am aware, I am indestructible." The fire on Lyra's head went out, and she went back to sit at the table. A Ravenclaw girl from the table next to them leaned over and asked, "What was that?" Arthur turned to face the girl. "I don't think Lyra wants to talk about it. While the hat might be indestructible, you aren't, so don't push it." The girl quickly turned back around. Harry gave Arthur a soft punch on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks." The sorting continued until they got to the last student, Ginevra Weasley. She walked up confidently, and Ginny seemed to freeze as the hat was put on her head. The hat seemed to turn and glare at Harry, who focused on Ginny and could see her fingers moving. Harry nodded his head, and the hat turned back to face forward. The professor in the red hat raised her fingers every minute starting at 2 minutes. When she reached 5 minutes, people started whispering "Hatstall" again like they had done with Lyra the first time. Harry could see the girl's eyes start to water a bit. When 7 minutes rolled around, the hat bellowed out, "Better be Gryffindor." She jumped up as the hat was taken off her head and ran over to the table of red and gold. All 4 of her brothers were there waiting for her and gave her big hugs before sitting back down. There were 8 students in Scamander House, 4 boys and 4 girls. 9 students went to Gryffindor, 8 to Slytherin, 7 to Ravenclaw, and 10 to Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall stood up with another scroll and passed it to Newt. He opened it and placed it on the lectern in front of him. "Now we will do the resorting for all the students that requested it. If you requested a resort, please stand up at the front of your house table, and I will call your name." After everyone was lined up at the front of their tables, Newt looked at the scroll in front of him and called out, "Hermione Granger." There were only 3 students from Gryffindor who had asked to be resorted. A girl with bushy hair and her cloak wrapped tight around her ran up to the stage. A clicking noise followed her as she ran. As she sat down on the chair, she reached her right hand out of the cloak to secure the sorting hat on her head. After 10 seconds, the hat cried out, "Ravenclaw." Thunderous cheers rang out through the room from the table of blue and bronze. With a look of glee on her face, she ran over to the table, passing between the students waiting to be resorted from Ravenclaw and Slytherin. As she passed through the group, Vincent Crabbe, who was waiting with the other Slytherins, grabbed onto her cloak and yanked it hard. The silver clasps on the front broke as he pulled it away, and she fell on the floor by the stage. The girl scrambled to her feet to try to snatch her cloak back, but everyone saw that where her left arm should have been was some kind of prosthetic. From about 6 inches down from her shoulder was the stump of her arm inside a silver cage. Harry could see tiny runes etched into the metal. Below the cage was a wooden arm with a spool of silvery thread attached to it. The threads ran in patterns along the arm and across the back of the hand and into the joints of the fingers. The girl was crying as she tried to take her cloak back from the taller Slytherin boy. Harry could see a few people at the Slytherin table laughing at the sight of it, including Draco Malfoy. Just as Harry was pulling out his staff to intervene, heavy pressure fell on the entire room. It felt like a monsoon, if each drop of water weighed 100 pounds, pinning everyone to their seats or the floor. Dumbledore stood and casually walked down the steps of the stage towards the boy with the cloak who was flat on the floor. As he got there, he laid a hand on the girl with the prosthetic arm, and she seemed to be able to sit back up, though she was still crying. Dumbledore picked up Vincent, like he weighed nothing, and pulled the cloak from his grip. Dumbledore carried him by the robes on the back of his neck out the entrance to the great hall. The moment Dumbledore exited the hall, the pressure disappeared, and everyone got back up. Professor Flitwick, who had reprimanded Harry after the first sorting ceremony, and Professor McGonagall were attending to the girl on the floor. They gave her back her cloak, and Flitwick escorted her out of the room. There were a few whispers around the room. A Hufflepuff behind Harry was heard speaking to one of the first years that had been sorted there. It happened last year. A troll got into the school and it found her in the bathroom. She survived, but not before it crushed her arm. It couldn't be repaired, the older student was explaining. Lyra pulled on Harry's sleeve. I met her in the library. She was really nice. I helped her with a project. People continued to whisper. After another 5 minutes, Dumbledore came back into the room and went back to the front, making no comment on what had happened. He gave a nod to Newt, who looked back at the scroll and called out Lee Jordan. A dark-skinned boy with short dreadlocks strolled up on the stage as if he owned it. The hat was put on his head, and after half a minute called out, Scamander. The students at Harry's table cheered, while the red-headed twins ran over to the boy with the dreadlocks and started sobbing exaggeratedly, crying and yelling. No, Lee, don't leave us. We can be better. You're breaking our hearts. Then they collapsed on the floor. After a few moments, they stood back up and took bows to applause from the Gryffindor table. Lee sat down at the Scamander table with a huge smile on his face and introduced himself around. Neville Longbottom, Newt called out. A chubby boy with a frightened look on his face walked onto the stage, looking around nervously. The hat was put on his head, and within seconds it cried out, Scamander. He let out a breath he had been holding and walked cautiously down the steps to the table. Harry saw in his eyes the same fear Lyra had around new people, so he immediately introduced himself. Hi, Neville, I'm Harry. The boy murmured back a greeting, and Harry took it upon himself to introduce Neville to everyone else at the table. The sooner he was comfortable around everyone, the sooner he could become the person he was to those he cared about, like how Lyra was with him. Newt, meanwhile, called out, Millicent Bulstrode. A girl who seemed to act exactly like Neville had when he was introduced walked up on the stage. She also was sent to be with them in Scamander House. When she got to the table, Lyra took it upon herself to introduce her to the whole table to make her comfortable. Vincent Crabbe. There was silence. Draco called out from the Slytherin table. The headmaster dragged him off. Newt called out. Then he forfeited his opportunity and will stay in his current house. He looked down the list again. Tracy Davis. Harry perked up as Tracy walked up the stage. The hat was put on her head, and after a minute it called out, Slytherin. She gave a small smile to Harry before going back down to the Slytherin table. Gregory Goyle, the boy who had delivered Lyra's letter on the train, walked up to the stage and sat on the stool. After just 10 seconds, the hat called out, Scamander. The boy trudged down the steps and sat opposite Harry, giving him a nod. Yuri Moon, an Asian girl, took the stage and was sorted into Scamander House. She sat down with them and introduced herself. Please call me Lily. Theodore Nart, a very skinny boy, sat on the stool. The hat stayed on his head for 3 minutes before calling out, Hufflepuff. He looked a bit fearful as his robes changed color to yellow and black as he walked down to his new table. Next were the Hufflepuffs, garnering Harry and Lyra's attention. Newt called out, Hannah Abbott. Hannah ran up on the stage and put on the hat. After close to a minute it called out, Hufflepuff. She looked a bit disappointed, but returned to her table and received hugs from everyone there. Harry smiled at her and nodded. Susan Bones was called next and was returned to her table at Hufflepuff as well. Cedric Diggory, a tall boy, walked up to the stage. He was the oldest student yet who had requested a resorting. Like with Neville, the hat was on his head for a matter of seconds before the hat called out, Scamander. He stood up to cheers from nearly every member of every house. The boy was certainly very popular. He smiled and waved to everyone before joining the table with Harry and the rest of the house. He was all smiles as he sat down and introduced himself. Megan Jones rounded out the Hufflepuffs and also joined Scamander House. Finally were the Ravenclaws. A girl named Cho Chang was called first. She gave a wink towards the Scamander table. but after nearly 5 minutes was sent to Slytherin. 2 girls afterward, Sue Lee and Patricia Stimpson, joined them at Scamander House. Newt rolled up the scroll and passed it to McGonagall. He turned back to the students. "Thank you for allowing me to be part of this momentous event. Dumbledore has yet again allowed me to recite the words of power to start this feast. Unfortunately, you won't get another feast until you come back after the winter break. Here they come, Nitwit, Blubber, Ardment, Tweak, and Errant." As he spoke the words, food appeared on the tables and the sorting feast began. Everyone at Scamander House talked, introduced themselves, and asked Harry and Lyra about the common room, but they wouldn't say anything about it just yet. There were plenty of new people to get to know too. Harry and Lyra were the center of attention, but didn't end up speaking very much, just listening to everyone else's stories. Carlin, they had met in Diagon Alley, and seemed incredibly enthusiastic about all things magic. Arthur Bell, who had broken his arm protecting Lyra, had an older sister in Gryffindor, and already knew a great deal about Hogwarts and the things they would be doing every day. Luna Lovegood, who whispers had actually engaged in a staring contest, just entertained the group by telling them about fantastical adventures she went on with her family to find different magical creatures. Her face seemed to alternate between great joy in her memories to sparks of sadness when thinking about them. Then there was Meliandra Dragisai, who had been asked to be called Melly. Her parents were Muggles and had immigrated from Romania shortly before she had been born. They were both thrilled for her to be a witch. Both of her parents' families believed in a lot of mysticism. Her mother had even taught her how to interpret tarot cards and perform palm readings as she was growing up. Daria Delacroix was a curly-haired brunette. She had shown Harry her note-taking binder the day before. It was incredibly organized, and she seemed like she wanted to stay very focused on her schoolwork. She mentioned her parents were Muggles as well, but didn't want to elaborate on the subject. She just made sure everyone knew that she was planning to be in the top spot for the class. Last in their year was William Summerford. He was fun to get to know because every handshake with him included a small shock. When he would pick up any of his silverware, you could see tiny bits of electricity for a second as he gripped them. He seemed to like occasionally zapping people while they weren't paying attention to him. This led to one of the Ravenclaws behind him giving him a swat on the ear. When dessert had finished, the first 4 houses left, while Newt and Tina came down to the Scamander table and told them to wait for everyone to leave. For those who haven't been introduced to me yet, I am Newt Scamander, and this is my wife Tina. We will be with you for at least the first term, and almost certainly the second. We will now lead you to the common room and show you the passwords to enter. With everyone else having left for their dormitories, the walk to the tapestry in the courtyard hall was silent. When they arrived, Tina put her hand on the tapestry and spoke, "Wanderlust." It rolled up to reveal the doorway. The group entered and closed the door behind them. They walked out into a small square clearing with tall bamboo all around them. When Lyra and Harry had been there before, it opened directly into the common room. The clearing had 4 paths: left, right, straight, and back the way they came. Above them they could see the stars. There was the sound of crickets around them, and a slight wind blew through the clearing. "We are not outside. This is the entrance to the common room," Tina told them. Everyone by now knows the password for the tapestry, so we needed another way to secure your common room. You will need to follow a specific path to reach your dormitories. If you don't follow the correct path, it will return you to the exit. "Like this," Newt said as he walked off the path to the right. Moments later he came from behind them, the way they had come from. He had a purple dot on his forehead. If you make the wrong choice, you will get a purple dot like this one. Only I or Tina can remove it. If you see any students from another house with this mark, alert us immediately. Tina took over again. The correct path is left, left, straight, backwards. That means when you get to the last turn, you need to enter the clearing and turn back the way you came. Let's try it. They turned left from the first clearing. The second clearing looked exactly like the first one, but they turned left out of that one as well. From the third clearing, they walked straight through to the fourth clearing. Once everyone was in the fourth clearing, Newt turned them all around and they walked back the way they came. Instead of arriving at another clearing after, there was a large door with vines growing on it, similar to the one behind the tapestry. Opening the door, they walked into the common room that Harry and Lyra knew. It was dark now, but they could see that the ballet trees were even bigger than they were earlier in the day. A few more bananas had grown, and they could see a few small mangoes in the dark. The stars above were twinkling, and they could hear crickets chirping every so often. Newt looked towards Lyra. "Lyra, would you like to give us some light and tell us about the common room?" She smiled and pulled a large feather and her staff from the pouch on her belt. Walking down the steps to the fire pit, she planted the hoo-hoo feather in the middle and stepped to the side. Tapping her staff on the ground, the feather lit up and let off an orange glow that illuminated the entire room. The assembled students oohed and awed. "This is our common room. It was made from an older room in the castle they used to use for astronomy on cloudy nights. The trees here are good for climbing and sitting in. They are very sturdy. There are bookcases around the room and places to relax. In the corner to the left of the entrance are mango and banana trees. The bananas are ready to eat, but we need to wait for the mangoes to turn orange to be ripe. That is why I chose the colors for the house. The demiguise on the shield is because both Newt and I have brothers who are demiguises." She looked up and called, "Whispers, you can come down." Whispers turned visible as he dropped from the tree above. He landed on the ground and looked at the assembled group of students. The older students gasped while the first years waved. Whispers looked up at the students and growled out, "Welcome." More gasps were heard from the students. Whispers will often be around the common room. If he's hungry or if you are relaxed, he might show himself to you and say hello. "Hello," said Whispers in his growl of a voice, getting another reaction of surprise from the students. Newt took over. "Along the back wall, you will find small glowing circles. As you get close to them, doors will appear. Since we don't have many students now, we will combine dorms for the higher years. The blue circle will be for first-year boys and the red circle for first-year girls. The yellow circle will be for the other boys. The green circle will be for the other girls. Tomorrow we can discuss if the older students want dorms just for their year. Go back and look around." Harry spoke up. "I highly suggest that after you explore the dorms, come back and sit by the fire, and you will feel better just looking into the flame. The feather comes from a hoo-hoo, and the light of the fire will make bad thoughts fade away and good memories fill your head." All the students went to their dorms, and later they all made it back to the fire. No one said anything as they all sat around the fire and let all the negativity and anxiety they had been feeling for any reason just fade away. Everyone went to sleep that night with a smile on their faces. Final count of students in Scamander House. First year: Lyra Black, Arthur Bell, Colin Creevy, Daria Delacroix, Meliandra Melly, Draghisi, Luna Lovegood, Harry Potter, William Summerford. Second year: Neville Longbottom, Millicent Bulstrode, Gregory Goyle, Yuri Lily Moon, Megan Jones, Sue Lee. Third year: Lee Jordan, Patricia Stimpson. Fourth year: Cedric Diggory. Chapter 30. The Torn Book. Chapter text. Lyra woke up early in the morning. The window of her hobbit hole looked like it was minutes before dawn. The sky was getting brighter, but the sun had not yet breached the horizon. The other three girls in her room were still fast asleep as she got up and headed out to the common room. The dirt floor felt warm and familiar, and as she walked past the fire pit, she let the dying light from the feather dance in her eyes a little bit before turning around and gazing at the wall where her room was. There, past the ocean that could be seen in the wall, the sun was peeking above the horizon inside their new common room. Whispers swung down from a tree with two bananas and passed one to her as they watched the sunrise. Both of them missed the island, but this was a good approximation. It wasn't hot like the island, but it was pleasantly warm. There was a light breeze somehow blowing through the room, not enough to cause chills, but enough to make them feel as if they were outside. When the sun had fully risen, Colin Creevy came out of his room and yawned as he walked over to Lyra. "What are you doing up so early?" "I just woke up and came to watch the sunrise." Colin stared at the sun on the wall for a minute before exclaiming, "Wow, it's really rising, and there will be a sunset tonight." He looked at the opposite wall where the last darkness was fading away by the mountains on that side. "This room is so cool, I'm going to need more cameras." The third year, Patricia had come out. "You should get a magical camera. It will hold a lot more film, though it is a bit bigger than those tiny ones you've got." "That's so cool, a magical camera. Do you know where I can learn about the developing potion?" "There is a potions club run by some of the older Slytherins, though if you want them to teach you anything specific, you'll need something to buy them off." Carlin looked a bit put off by that, but nodded, trying to think of something he could offer. The other students started to slowly come out. No one wanted to leave just yet. The older boy, Cedric, saw that everyone was waiting for someone to say something, so he took charge. Let's head to breakfast for all the first years. You'll get your class schedule from our head of house when we get there. Since our common room is close to the Great Hall, we'll have plenty of time to come back and take our books before class, so don't worry about bringing any right now. Everyone nodded, and the group of Scamanders headed to breakfast. As the group entered the Great Hall, everyone already there turned to watch them. The Hufflepuffs stood up and gave them a round of applause. A few people from the other tables joined in on the clapping. Lee Jordan waved to everyone and gave dramatic bows to the different tables as they walked to theirs. When they were all seated, Tina came down from the staff table with a stack of parchment. These are all your schedules. She tapped the stack with her wand, and they all floated out to the designated recipient. Before this year, most classes would have 2 houses in each. So because of short notice, we're putting you in to share the same schedule as Hufflepuff. In the spring term, that will change. Also, please be in the common room at 5 p.m. tonight. We're going to have a short meeting. Harry and Lyra looked down at their schedules. Today they had charms, herbology, double transfiguration, and double defense against the dark arts. Professor McGonagall had shown them quite a bit of magic on the island, but wasn't able to properly teach any without their wands. They were both very excited to start learning magic officially. As they were heading back to the common room to get their books, Harry quickly found Hannah as she was heading out as well. "Hey, Hannah," he called to get her attention. "Good morning, Harry." She smiled back at him, though kind of shifted a bit with nervous energy. "I remembered what Cynthia said about showing me the castle, and I was hoping you could help me with something." "Cynthia, sorry, I just always think of her as Mum. What do you need?" "I need somewhere to have a private meeting with one other person." "That sounds ominous." "What does ominous mean?" Harry asked. "Oh, it means that you're giving the impression of something bad or unpleasant." "Yeah, I guess that's exactly what the meeting is going to be like. Can I get back to you at lunch?" There are a lot of empty or secret rooms in the castle, and quite a few that might be good for whatever covert meeting you have planned on the very first day of school. She smiled a bit at that. "Sure, I'll see you at lunch." Harry turned around to see Lyra speaking with the girl from last night who had the prosthetic arm, though it was covered under her cloak again. Just as he started to walk over, they finished their conversation, and the other girl ran off. Lyra turned around and saw Harry. "Can we go to the Ravenclaw common room tomorrow evening?" "Why, what's going on?" "That girl, Hermione. I helped her with a library project by using owl feathers to guide students to their books. She's going to have a friend help analyze my magic to figure out how to do it without a staff. She asked me to come tonight, but we have the house meeting. I wanted you to come with me." "Sounds like fun. I've heard that the Ravenclaws have a lot of books in their common room." "That's the thing, though. Hermione said she can't let us in, that we have to get in on our own. She wouldn't tell me anything else, just that I'd understand when I got there." "That sounds ominous." Seeing Lyra's confused look, "Hannah just told me that word. It means something bad or unpleasant." "I hope not," Lyra said fearfully. When they arrived in Charms, they had a small celebration. Over half of the other children from their year were there. After a couple of minutes, Professor Flitwick, who had been sitting quietly at a small desk in the corner, walked out to the center of the room. There was a podium at the front that looked like a mountain of books that the professor stood on the floor in front of it before he walked up and down the room, waiting for everyone to quiet down. He was a little shorter than Lyra and had very sharp features. His nose came to a point like a beak, and his ears looked like miniature wings, not capable of flapping, but triangular and flat on the top. The underside of one of them was cut in a few places and had a small gold ring on the lobe. His eyes looked normal, but they moved very quickly like a predator. The only other difference they could see is that his fingers looked slightly too long for his hands. When he reached the front of the room again, as the students hushed themselves, he climbed to the top of the mountain of books, so he was standing above the assembled students. "Thank you for your silence. Sometimes it takes much longer for students to calm down on the first day. I also wanted to give you some time to catch up as you were split up at the sorting last night. My name is Professor Phileas Flitwick, the Charms Professor at Hogwarts. I have been teaching as a Charms Master for 33 years. Prior to that, I worked as a competitive duelist and bodyguard in the off-season. I was in Ravenclaw when I attended Hogwarts and have been the head of house for 12 years. Someone started whispering about his dueling record, but was shushed by their neighbor. For your first year, you will learn the following basic spells: wand lighting and extinguishing, color changing, basic levitation, locking and unlocking, fire and freezing, severing and mending, the knockback jinx, the tickling jinx, and basic animation charms. You will also learn basic casting movements and magical theory relating to charms and other spells. Now, who can tell me what a charm is? He asked the class. Several hands went up, and Flitwick called on Luna, Miss Lovegood. Charm is a type of spell that affects the qualities of an object. Also included are spells that affect the position of objects. Excellent summation, Miss Lovegood. Take 3 points to Scamander House. Does anyone have any questions about that? A girl from Hufflepuff raised her hand and was called on. I can kind of understand how a knockback jinx would be a charm in that it pushes an object, but how is a tickling spell considered a charm? 2 points to Hufflepuff for your excellent question, exclaimed Flitwick. Can anyone think of a good answer to this? No one raised their hand, so he continued. The tickling charm wasn't designed to tickle, nor was it called a tickling charm, though that is its primary application these days. It was originally constructed to play the harp by creating tiny amounts of pressure to pluck the strings and create music. With enough practice and study, it can be used to play other instruments as well. When cast without focus, it creates random pressures that feel like tickling a person. It is occasionally used in duels, but when used with too much power or in anger, it just feels like a punch and does not cause a person to laugh. He waited for a moment for people to scribble that down in their notes before continuing. There are 2 other spells that are not actually charms in the ones you will be learning this year: the fire and wand lighting spells. There are several spells to conjure elements, and through your studies, you will learn them in the following order: light, fire, air, water, earth, and darkness. Light is the easiest to conjure and is not normally dangerous. Fire is also incredibly easy to conjure but can be incredibly dangerous, so it is taught in your first year to make sure you learn to control it early. The focus you will gain from learning to control fire will be beneficial in your other studies as well. Hogwarts does not teach the conjuring of lightning. You will learn magical lightning spells, but not true conjuring. He let everyone finish copying this information to their notes. I have heard that Mr. Gabriel Truman has taken my job and taught all of you the wand lighting and extinguishing charm, correct? All the students nodded their heads. I would like to see your progress. Wands out. A few students had their wands in their bags, so it took them a minute to have them ready. On 3, cast your charm. 1, 2, 3, there were shouts of lumos, and nearly everyone in the class had a lit wand, though a few students had dim or flickering lights. Harry's was still the brightest. Remember, you need to put your intent into your spells. Try to cast it again now. Flitwick waved his hands at the windows behind his desk and plunged the room into darkness. Harry understood what the professor was trying to do, so he held off on lighting his wand, as even the students with dim or flickering wands were able to cast the charm correctly. Once Flitwick praised them, Harry cast his own charm, which made the room nearly as bright as it was before. Impressive, Mr. Potter, but try to tone it down a bit. You seem to be relaxed already, so imagine your wand is falling asleep and slowly pull back on the power you are using. Harry really wasn't trying at all, so he took a deep breath and imagined tucking his wand into bed, and as the wand rolled over to get comfortable, the light dimmed to the level of the other students. Good, good. Flitwick waved his wand, and the windows brightened again, causing many students to shield their eyes. Excellent work, everyone. Now extinguish your wands. Everyone was successful with the Nox incantation. Flitwick returned the natural light to the room. Everyone takes 2 points for their house. That's 16 points for Scamander, 20 for Hufflepuff, and 14 for Ravenclaw. Also, an extra point per student to Mr. Truman for his excellent teaching, and 25 points to Hufflepuff. I'll see how the Slytherins and Gryffindors do later on with their charm. Flitwick assigned them reading on modifications to the Lumos charm for the next class and let them go at the bell. The Scamanders and Hufflepuffs headed to the greenhouses for herbology and were joined there by the Slytherins. There was a small cabin next to the greenhouses that acted as a classroom. Their first class was not at all hands-on. They went over their syllabus, which involved learning about soil types, fertilizer, and both magical and mundane plants. All of the mundane aspects of the subject Harry knew and had taught to Lyra. They were happy to learn the magical parts. The major lesson they learned in the first class was that having a magical person tending to mundane plants helped them grow just from having magic in the area. That explained why Harry always got good results when tending to different gardens. Additionally, having decomposing magical material in the soil would help other plants grow faster. The more magical, the better, which was why dragon manure was so highly sought after as fertilizer. Harry made sure to ask if wizard manure could be used as fertilizer, which got some disgusted looks from many students. But Professor Sprout answered that because of the diversity in the diets and the many types of magic wizards used, their manure was unreliable and could produce strange results. However, when combining it with other decomposing matter, it could act as part of a larger batch. Lyra also asked about Demiguise manure, to which Professor Sprout told them that she assumed it would work well, but had never heard of it being used previously. They were given reading for homework and sent to a short break before needing to head to Transfiguration, which was with the Gryffindors. When they entered the room, Harry and Lyra saw McGonagall sitting on the desk in her cat form. They started to head to the desk to say hi, but the cat glared at them and gave a small shake of the head, so they backed off and sat down. 2 minutes after the bell rang, a trio of Gryffindors ran in and took their seats at the back, looking around for the teacher. The cat hopped up off the table and walked over to the students and sat next to their chairs in the aisle. One of the children pulled a sausage out of his bag and broke off a piece. "Hey, Pud Pud, would you like some sausage?" At that moment, Professor McGonagall resumed her human form, shooting up to tower over the boys and making them scream with fright. She took the larger piece of sausage from them. "The Pud Pud would like some sausage, thank you." Changing her tone, 2 points each from Gryffindor for tardiness, make sure it doesn't happen again. As she walked back to the front desk, she took a bite of the meat. "Welcome everyone to Transfiguration. I am of the opinion that this is the most dangerous field of magic that you can get into. If you do not follow the rules in my classroom, you will be sent out and will not be coming back." She let that sink while she took another bite of sausage. The reason for the danger in Transfiguration is that transfigurations are not permanent. Near the front, Ginny Weasley raised her hand and was called on. "What about permanent transfigurations? I've heard my brothers talking about them." First of all, don't always listen to your brothers. They each have their failings. Each is incredibly intelligent in their way, but they are not infallible. Some transfigurations are called permanent. However, a better description for them would be long-term. Depending on the difference between the original and ending forms, a transfiguration may naturally hold longer. Additionally, the amount of magic you infuse into your spells will help hold their form. There is also a spell you will not learn this year that helps to hold another transfiguration in its form longer than it was originally intended to be. There was a great amount of scribbling to be heard, as all of this was noted down. There are two basic types of transfiguration, free and controlled. Free transfiguration allows you to use your willpower to change one object into another. By focusing your mind on the process, you can change one object to another without an incantation. Controlled uses a specific spell to transfigure a particular object into another particular object with an incantation. These tend to be quicker and often more powerful than free transfigurations. She paused to see if the information was understood. Conjurations without an incantation will create objects based on your knowledge of the object or animal. Unless you are an expert on what you are trying to conjure, use the correct incantation. Conjurations will slowly fade until they disappear, as they are also not permanent. Vanishing an object reverses a conjuration or sends a non-living object to the void. This is just as scary as it sounds. I'm sure all of you flushed something down the toilet when you were younger. The wand you hold in your hands has the potential to take something and remove it from existence forever. You will not learn how to do that until much later in your schooling, and only if I feel you are able to learn such dangerous magic. Harry and Lyra had seen her serious face before, but this was even more intense. The last type of transfiguration you will learn here is human transfiguration, which will allow you to change parts of your own body or another's. You will not learn this until your 6th and 7th year at Hogwarts. I am allowing students to start the process of learning to become an animagus in their 4th year. This is new this year and will involve a lot of studying and research. It's not as difficult as Newt-level human transfiguration because it is done through a ritual rather than a single spell. If that is something that interests you, I suggest you study hard, as I will not allow any but the most qualified students to undertake the ritual. A lot of students became very interested in the idea of becoming an animal and doubled their efforts in their note-taking. For the rest of the class, they read through all the rules for the class and on transfiguration in general. For homework, they were assigned the first chapter of their transfiguration book. They were told to read it 3 times, as it contained all the warnings, along with pictures of how transfiguration could seriously harm you or another if done improperly. In the second half of the class, they were allowed to start attempting a free transfiguration. They were given matchsticks and told they needed to turn them into needles. Each student was given 1 match and 1 needle. Having the needle was supposed to help with the visualization of changing the match into a silvery and pointy object. Harry focused all he could on the transformation, but nothing happened. Lyra, on the other hand, had her match burst into flame and burn up. She was given another. It too caught fire. Professor McGonagall told her she needed to pull her magic back in and try to use as little as possible, but nothing she tried kept the match from catching fire. "Sweet Merlin, I've got another Finnegan," mumbled Professor McGonagall and sighed loudly. "Lyra, I'm going to ask one of my Gryffindors to meet with you to help you. He also has a proclivity for fire and making things explode. He's been able to tone it down a bit, but you both seem to have the same issue. In the meantime, please just practice with a toothpick." She passed several to Lyra. By the end of class, Luna had made a toothpick with a hole in the end, and Harry had made a silver match. A few others had done similarly, but most just had the exact same match. Lyra had turned all her toothpicks to ash. Lyra approached McGonagall at the end with Harry hanging back. "The animagus ritual you spoke about, the giver was going to help us perform it the summer after next year. He said Harry could do it this summer, but he decided to wait for me to be old enough to do it together. We will need to talk about that later. I'm not sure who is allowed to make decisions for you because of your unique home situation." She did not know what to say to these children in that regard due to their lack of human guardians. Lunch went well, but they overheard Ginny's brother, Ron, speaking to some friends as they were going into the Great Hall. "What the bloody hell was going on with Snape?" said the red-haired boy. "Maybe someone's impersonating him with polyjuice," said another boy with a thick Irish accent. "Must not be a bad batch," said a third. "He's not as pasty and pale as he was last year." An Indian girl joined them. "I kind of liked it. Who cares if he's under polyjuice or not? He actually gave points to Gryffindor. I nearly died when he did that." "I still don't like it. He's a snake. They're always up to something," Ron concluded. "This has to be some kind of plot." Any further conversation got drowned out by other people talking. Their defense against the dark arts went strangely. Their teacher didn't look like he had ever been in a fight or had to defend against anything. Like Professor Flitwick, he did start by introducing himself and giving his qualifications. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I won't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Wagga Wagga werewolf by smiling at him. He gave a charming smile, and Lyra raised her hand. "Yes, miss. You didn't smile at the Wagga Wagga werewolf." "No, why would I? I was in a fight." "Showing your teeth while fighting can scare an animal off." "I'm sure the werewolf did it to you. I've scared off smaller animals by showing my teeth." He gave what he must have thought was a charming laugh as he responded. "Well, they must have been pretty small then, I guess. I'll try to remember to do that the next time I'm fighting a werewolf." Now, he gave a weak smile. "On to other things, a pop quiz. I'm going to hand out general questions to see if you've read and retained the information in any of my books." They finished the quiz, and Professor Lockhart went over all the questions, giving long stories about every question. A lot of the students looked confused. They were supposed to be learning about defending themselves, but all of the questions were about his personal habits and other more inane details of Lockhart's life. By the end of the class, The closest thing to teaching them how to defend themselves had been Lyra's question. Harry and Lyra went back to the common room after class, wondering what they were going to be doing the whole year in that class. They had an hour to kill before the house meeting, so Harry pulled out his new copy of The Hobbit and climbed into one of the trees with Lyra and Whispers and asked her to read it to him. She opened it and started reading. When she got through the first paragraph about the Hobbit hole, she leaned over and hugged Harry. Then she continued to read until they saw Newt and Tina enter the room. They gathered up all the students to start the meeting. "We hope you are all enjoying your first day of classes," Tina began. "It's going to take a lot of work to get this house moving with as much forward momentum as the original 4 houses already have. The common room is still under development, so if there's anything you want to have added, let us know." Colin raised his hand. "Can we have a dark room for developing photos?" "I'll put a table and paper by the door." Newt conjured a table near the door and took a paper and a quill from his bag to put on it. "Write any requests you have here, and we will figure out if we can add them." "What about a tire swing on the trees?" Megan Jones spoke up. "Add it to the list, and we will look into it, but that sounds very reasonable," Newt responded. "The next thing we wanted to address is cleaning the common room. We weren't able to get a house elf due to the outdoor motif and dirt everywhere. We do, however, have an Urisk. I will ask him to come out now. Astray, like before, no popping was heard, but stepping out from behind one of the mango trees came the Urisk. A couple of the younger students jumped away from him. The older ones just looked inquisitive. "Yes, Mr. Scamander," Astray responded in a dull voice. "Astray, these are the students of this house. We wanted them to see you in case they ran into you during your duties," Newt informed the small creature. Astray surveyed the students with an exceptionally slow turn of his head. "I don't believe they will see me." Then he walked back to the tree he came from and vanished behind it. "That was Astray. He is an Urisk," Newt explained. "He is not a house elf. He will not follow your commands if he doesn't want to. Other elves will work gathering your laundry and cleaning your dormitories. Over by the tea station in the corner, there is a yellow tray," he pointed to the corner. "Urisks like dairy products, similar to brownies. Please make sure there is always a piece of cheese, a teacup of milk or cream, and chocolate or some other kind of milk-based sweet on the plate. This is what we provide Astray for his service. Do not ever give him anything directly. He will take it as an insult and possibly quit. Again, he is not a house elf, so he can just quit." Tina saw that one of the students was eyeing the plate of chocolate and decided to intervene. "Mr. Goyle, do not eat from that plate there. If you see it empty, add to it, but do not take the food from that plate. Do you understand?" It looked like Gregory was processing what he heard and then nodded as he understood it. "Does anyone have any other questions?" asked Newt. "I do," said Cedric. "Can we find out the syllabus for the Dada course?" Lockhart was the only teacher not to inform us on what our classes were going to include this year. "We will find out. He should have made a lesson plan before starting the position," said Newt. Some of the students went to write their suggestions on the request sheet, and Cedric also requested a private room. Before they went to dinner, Tina brought up one final point. "One of the things that I know will become an issue later in the year is the lack of a large house. We want you all to make friends from other houses, so on Saturday night, please invite anyone you would like to have an evening with us in our common room. The dormitories will be locked to guests, and the forest maze will be disabled so people can come straight in on Saturday evening. After this weekend, we will see how well it goes and if we will do it again." This sounded like a great idea to all of the students. As long as their dormitory was locked, there shouldn't be any problem having people over to join in on the campfire and have some food with friends. At dinner that evening, most of Scamander House moved around to other tables to tell them about the party on Saturday night, and everyone was buzzing about it. A lot of people were very curious to see the new Scamander House common room. Most people knew or had heard rumors about what the other common rooms were like, but for there to be an open invitation to one was unheard of. Occasionally, Hufflepuff would invite people, but not many would end up showing. Not that this would stop them from having a good time on their own. Gryffindor would have parties after Quidditch wins, but they were much more selective about invitations, plus their common room was on the 7th floor, which was a trek to get to. No one even thought that Ravenclaw or Slytherin would ever have a party. This was due to the introverted nature of most of the former's members and house secrecy in the case of the latter. Harry made sure to talk to Hannah, Daphne, and Tracy. Lyra, with Harry backing her up, went to Ravenclaw to talk to Hermione, though she wasn't sure if she would come. Lee was speaking with Fred and George, Arthur with his sister, and Cedric with all of Hufflepuff. Luna was speaking to several ghosts. When Harry got back to eating, he saw Greg speaking with Lyra's brother, Draco. Hannah hadn't found a good room for the meeting yet. When everyone got back to the common room, Harry took out the gramophone to put on some Mozart, which he found good for reading, and started going through his transfiguration assignment. He was only a few pages in when Lee came over. "Oh, nice. You've got a record player. We are definitely going to have music at the party then." Harry remembered the music from his birthday party and nodded. "I'll bring out my collection. Do you have any?" "No, but I know a few people who do. There are a few Ravens that have a music club as well. I have only heard about it and don't know them, but you can ask around." "I'll do that." Music was amazing. It could always stir your emotions in ways that Harry couldn't put into words. Lyra always said that, when she first held a hoo-hoo feather, and when she saw the hoo-hoo patriarch for the first time, she could hear music and birds' song in her head. More music could only lead to good things. He continued listening to Mozart as he read the first chapter of the Transfiguration book. There were some animated pictures of people who had eaten transfigured food or breathed in transfigured gases. They were disturbing in many ways. This was not something he wanted to try to do. It's a good thing they put the warnings at the beginning of the book. Who knows what would have happened otherwise? The next morning at breakfast, Lyra received 2 letters. The first was from Jameson, who wanted to know when the best time this weekend would be to visit so they could practice reading and writing. The second was from Brant, who wrote that he was going to be visiting Hogwarts on Sunday to start Harry and Lyra on their education of wizarding heritage. Harry pulled out a piece of paper, and Lyra scribbled a note to Jameson that Saturday morning would be great, and their new house was having a party in the evening if he wanted to attend that. They attached the note to the owl that had been eating their sausage as he waited and flew back to his home. Brant's note seemed to just be a notification, as the owl had left as soon as the message had been delivered. "Lyra, as soon as we get free time, we need to send a long letter to Nestor. Want to write to Charlie and teacher too, but how can we tell them we are okay?" Lyra frowned. "Can we send them food?" Harry pondered. "Maybe a mango along with some of the other things we have here. Apples, grapes, and oranges. Whispers loves grapes. I bet everyone else will too." From breakfast, they proceeded down to the dungeons, looking for their first potions class with Saver Professor Snape. As they neared the classroom, Harry could hear the snakes off in the Slytherin common room talking to each other. He wondered whether the snakes could hear him if he spoke loud enough, but didn't attempt it now. They arrived at the classroom and found a few other students from Hufflepuff and Slytherin waiting outside. They all chatted a bit as the door was locked. Harry saw Greg waiting there, who grumbled about needing to retake first-year potions and transfiguration. As soon as the bell rang, the door clicked and swung open of its own accord, allowing the students in trance. Everyone filtered in slowly, and some students immediately chose the back row. Harry and Lyra got desks in the front. Once everyone was seated, the door at the back of the classroom opened, and Professor Snape entered the classroom. His robes were dramatically billowing behind him, though his hair didn't move with the same wind that moved his robes. Stopping at the front of the room, he gave a deathly glare at the students. A few in the back even whimpered slightly. Lyra put her hand over her mouth to suppress a giggle. The professor began what must have been a prepared speech for dramatic purposes. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, I am prepared to educate even those without the predisposition to find the poetry inherent in potion-making. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." A few students gasped when he spoke of death. The other students might not be able to see it, but Harry could see that he was enjoying their reactions to his performance. He surveyed the room before continuing. "Mr. Potter." Harry sat up straight in his chair. "Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood?" Harry knew this one. It is one of the steps to making the sleeping potion known as the draught of living death. Depending on the concentration of wormhood, the person drinking it may or may not have dreams while asleep, Professor. And where would you look if I asked you to find a bezoar? Harry didn't know this one. Crestfallen, he responded, I don't know, Professor. Raising his head to look at the rest of the room. Clearly, fame isn't everything. Does anyone else know the answer? A few hands were raised. Mr. Adamson, Ryan said with hesitation. I would look for it in a first aid kit, but I think it comes from the stomach of a sheep. A goat, Mr. Adamson, a goat. Finally, who knows the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Even fewer hands were raised now. He called on a slithering girl. They are the same plant, which also goes by the names mousebane, women's bane, and devil's helmet. It contains the poison known as aconite. It can be used to ward off werewolves. Half correct, Snape growled. It cannot be used to ward off werewolves. I suppose if you fashioned yourself an amulet with enough aconite, a werewolf might die from it after it ate you. Many students shuddered at the thought. 2 points to each house for your answers. Also, if you look around the classroom, you will see boxes with various goat carvings on them. They contain bezoars if you think you have been poisoned. Shove one down your throat. If you think another student has been poisoned and can't do it themselves, shove one down their throat. Safety comes first. You can always be tasked with procuring more for me if it turns out that you weren't being poisoned. A few children were a little disgusted at the idea of having to remove a stone from the stomach of a goat, but everyone nodded their heads. Professor Snape continued, How many of you have older siblings or friends at Hogwarts? A few students raised their hands. I assume all of them warned you about me. Pretty much all of the students who had raised their hands adopted a guilty look on their faces. I can assure you now that I am not a vampire. I will not creep into your dorms at night and harvest your spleens for potion ingredients. I do not care in the least bit about your pets and will not cut off your rat's tail for a ritualistic sacrifice. There are dozens of rumors I hear every year, and almost all of them aren't true or even remotely realistic. I am strict, and I will send you to detention for the smallest infractions. Potions are dangerous. The first Gryffindor class last year had 2 students end up in the infirmary. Harry was enjoying the speech, especially when he said almost all of the rumors weren't true. I recently had an experience that has made me examine my teaching methods, and I am attempting to modify them to make sure fewer of you end up in the infirmary this year. Here is today's assignment, a boil-curing potion. He tapped the board behind him with his wand, and a detailed list of ingredients showed up. We are going to go over every step to make sure any dunderheads in the room fully understand the process before we start. The entire potion should take less than 10 minutes to brew, so we will have plenty of time. On the board, the ingredients were listed as 6 snake fangs, 4 horned slugs, 2 porcupine quills. These are the primary ingredients for the potion. Can anyone tell me what all of these ingredients have in common? Colin raised his hand and was called on. They all sound sharp, though a slug's horn isn't. 2 points for Scamander. This is exactly right, including what you said about the slug. Boils need to be drained, and in potions, there is often more to an ingredient than its biological properties. You have to look at the symbolism in the potion and what ingredients symbolize the process. The slug is the middle ingredient as the texture of the slugs, and the horn symbolize the boil and the puncturing. Does anyone have anything else they want to add? Harry raised his hand and was called on, Do the type of snakes matter? Professor Snape almost smiled. They do. What kind of snakes do you think would work best? Harry thought for a moment before responding, Non-venomous snakes. Why would that be? Any residual venom in the fangs and the, symbolism of the teeth themselves would be for poisoning, not puncturing. There was a half-second where Snape might have had a tiny smile on one side of his face. Correct, Mr. Potter. Take 5 points for Scamander. There was a gasp from a student at the back of the room, but Snape continued as if he hadn't heard it. More often than not, it will be the non-magical ingredients in a potion that their symbolism will be part of the effect, while the magical ingredients will be used for their physical properties. I won't get into why at the moment. He pointed towards the different instructions on the board. Who can guess why we need to crush the snake fangs? Harry was about to answer, but he saw a glare from Snape that said, Wait. Another student answered incorrectly, so Snape explained. Snakes are hostile to people. The act of crushing them asserts your dominance over them. Again, this is mostly symbolism, but experienced potioneers will tell you that if your actions of crushing the fangs are powerful, you will get a better potion in the end. The assembled students were frantically scribbling down everything as Professor Snape paused for 3 seconds before jumping back in. Now, before you add the porcupine quills, you will need to dismiss the flame from the cauldron. There was a big red warning written on this line of the instructions to do just that. A mistake at this step is what caused the Gryffindors last year to need to go to the infirmary. The same warning you see here was there then, so it was their own foolish mistake that ended with their cauldron exploding and having them covered with boils. Everyone in the room grimaced at the thought. Who knows what a porcupine is? There were a few hesitant hands around the room. Snape called on a Hufflepuff girl. It's like a badger, but it's covered with spikes. Close enough. 1 point to Hufflepuff. Porcupines do not attack if not provoked, and when they do, they will cover their attacker in sharp quills which are difficult and painful to remove. In the field of potions, a property of porcupine quills is that if they are added to a hostile potion, acids, venoms, or even those that are over an open flame, they will react violently. In this case, the contents will explode. The nature of the quills will have the nearest people magically targeted by the potion, so even hiding under a desk will not necessarily prevent you from being injured. Make sure to turn off the flame before adding the quills. He paused to make sure everyone understood the seriousness of the situation. Now the stirring, temperature, and number of ingredients in each step could be explained using arithmancy. Your homework for next week will be to look up the process for this potion and write an essay on all steps as well as how you interpret the numerology in the potion. No minimum length to this assignment, but I do not want more than 2 sheets of parchment. Now, let's get started on your potion. Wash your hands, set up your tables, gather your ingredients, and prepare the snake fangs. I have marked the drawers in the cabinet for today's lesson. Students started moving to prepare for the potion. Some students divided their responsibilities. However, Harry and Lyra did everything together. They didn't want to split up the duties because they wanted to learn everything and not miss a single detail. Crushing the snake fangs turned out to be slightly difficult, but they found grinding with vigor created a finer powder. Harry made some notes about alternative ingredients and methods to ask Professor Snape later. Harry saw in Lyra's notes questions about using hoo-hoo flames as well. Lyra did the wand waving for their potion, and then let the potion stew. Following the slugs being added to the potion, they dismissed the flame underneath and waited for the bubbles to stop before adding the porcupine quills, leaning back just in case there was a reaction. They stirred the potion 5 times clockwise, which seemed odd because 5 was a number relating to instability. Lyra waved her wand again. The potion changed from a pink color to deep violet, and Lyra raised her hand to show they were done. Professor Snape came by and examined the color and the smell, then dipped a rat tail in for some reason before nodding and giving them 5 blue vials to fill with their potion. He moved on as they filled the vials and put stoppers in them. 5 minutes later, the rest of their class had finished. All of your work was very good. For those of you I gave 5 vials to, you will get 5 points for your house. They were of the quality necessary to be used in the infirmary. Everyone who had a high-quality potion, please pair up with someone who didn't and redo the potion. Harry and Lyra reluctantly split up. Lyra went to work with a Slytherin girl, and Harry partnered up with Gregory Goyle. Greg started by casually grinding up the fangs, and Harry stopped him. You need to want to hurt them as if they insulted you, Harry told the boy. They're just snake fangs. They can't talk, Greg grunted. Yes, but it's your attitude that makes the better potion. Get angry while you grind them. Greg started grinding again, but Harry didn't think he was following the advice, so he punched the boy in the shoulder. Greg turned to him and was about to punch Harry back, but he stopped Greg and pointed at the fangs. Understanding what Harry did, he focused on pulverizing the fangs until they were a fine powder. Greg followed the rest of the recipe with nudges from Harry to modify the way he was working until they finished. The potion was nearly the same color as it was with Lyra, and Snape handed them 5 blue vials. Good job, Greg, Harry said with encouragement. The stocky boy gave Harry a calculated look and nodded his head. Nearly all of the new groups achieved the medical-grade potions and received 5 points for the brewer and 2 points to the student who had assisted. Snape ended the class with a reminder. Remember, homework is on the arithmancy of this potion as well as any symbolism you think is relevant. We will review your assignments in Thursday's class. Mr. Potter, Miss Black, please remain here after class. Everyone filed out as Harry and Lyra remained behind. When they were alone, Lyra smiled and said, "That was fun. I like potions." Snape chuckled. "I wanted to see how both of you were doing, and to have Harry yell at my snake a bit more to keep him in line. Things are great." "Though I miss the hidden," Lyra said. "We were going to write a letter to Nestor and try to include fruit from here as a present for them, since they can't read. Take your letter to Professor McGonagall when you finish it," Snape advised. "Owls won't fly that far, so letters need to go by portkey to a local post office in the Philippines first. Also, ask her to put a preservation charm on the fruit before you send it." "Have you milked your snake yet today?" Harry asked. "Not yet. I wanted you to speak to him first." They walked into Snape's office, and the snake in his terrarium perked up. "Section speaker, you have returned." Section Harry picked up a stirring rod on Snape's desk and walked over to the tank. "Section, the man here is going to take your venom. He will reward you with a snack when he is done." Section, do you understand?" Section, the snake just hissed indignantly. Harry repeated himself. "Section, do you understand?" Section, the snake responded. Section, yes. Section, Harry smacked the snake on the head with the stirring rod. Section, I am a commander. You will address me as such. Section, the snake peered back at him, but responded. Section, yes. Commander. Section, Harry dug out a bit of snake skin from his bag and turned to Snape. "This one is going to take a while to break out of his habits. When you go to milk him, keep this skin in your pocket, but put it somewhere safe the rest of the time. It belongs to the usurper, and he won't dare to attack or show attitude when it is near. Try it now." Snape took the skin and used a sticking charm to put it on the back of his hand. As he reached into the tank to pick up the snake, it recoiled from his hand and backed into the corner. It was screaming. Section, he is the Kingsbane. He will kill me. Keep him away. Section, as Snape grabbed the snake, Harry said to him, "Section, he is not the Kingsbane. I am an emissary of the Kingsbane. But you do not need to fear us because you are a lesser snake. You are not a king." Section, the snake couldn't respond, as his mouth was on a milking jar pouring venom into the cup. Snape put the snake back in the tank when he was done, and dropped a couple of small mice in as well. The snake immediately grabbed one, and the other went to hide ineffectually in the corner of the terrarium. "That was much easier than usual," Snape commented. He peeled off the skin and placed it in a small ingredient drawer on the wall. "Can I try something else while I'm here?" asked Harry. "I want to see if the snakes in the Slytherin common room can hear me when I yell." Snape nodded, and Harry spoke in a more resonating tone of Parseltongue. "Section, snakes of Slytherin, can you hear me?" Section, it took a moment before he heard a few muffled responses. Section, a speaker. Section, where? Section, we can hear you. Section, Harry smiled. Section, I am nearby. I am a lordling, an emissary of the usurper. The Kingsbane. Section, Harry heard the snake panicking. Section, he comes to kill us. We must flee. Section, Harry called back. Section, you do not need to flee, lesser snakes. Section, the Kingsbane has not ordered your death. Section, I may have uses for you in the future. Remember my voice. Section, I may send others to you bearing the scent of the Kingsbane. Section, they will not speak, but you are to submit to them. Section, turning back to Snape. Yes, they can hear me. I just wanted to let them know I was here. He was still cautious around the Parselmouth child, but he had done nothing yet to warrant suspicion of his actions or his magic. They said goodbye and headed to lunch. They had double herbology after lunch. Lyra looked at her timetable. She didn't know why they were called doubles. All of their potions classes were doubles, and they had more like that each week than weren't. If anything, their morning classes were just half periods. For herbology, they went to a warehouse near the greenhouses, which had many large bins the size of dumpsters filled with dirt. Every so often they could see a worm about 6 inches long and an inch thick breach the surface of the soil before going back under. "This warehouse is where we process our fertilizer," Professor Sprout began. "All organic waste from the school's kitchens and the animals that Hagrid looks after end up here. Different soil compositions are good for different plants, so we keep many mixes here. Some soils and fertilizers will kill a plant if used, while others might make the plant overly aggressive or too passive. Your homework for tonight will be reading about different fertilizers and soil types that work best with different plants. Right now, you're going to learn about the most important thing in this room, flabberworms. She then reached into one of the giant bins up to her elbow and pulled out a long worm. Both ends looked identical, and it flailed around like a lazy snake in her hand. Flabberworms are a Class X magical creature. Some might call it boring, but it just means they are not dangerous. They have no teeth or any way to harm you. They can even be cooked into fritters, and they will occasionally be served in the Great Hall. There was some retching from the students, though Harry, Lyra, and Luna looked interested at the prospect of eating one. Lyra even asked, "Do they need to be cooked, or can they be eaten raw?" Another round of retching came from the other students, as Sprout replied, "I can't imagine anyone who would want to eat one raw, but I know some magical creatures do." Luna asked, "Can we try one?" Sprout looked very confused, but was also intrigued. "I have never seen students interested in them, but I do not think it would be dangerous. If you would like to try one, only take one from the two bins closest to the entrance and hold it out of the dirt until it stops expelling dirt from its back end before eating it." She passed the one in her hand to Luna. Harry was very curious about this girl who had engaged in a staring contest with Whispers and was also interested in eating a bug. He watched closely as she stared at the bug in her hand before biting into it without hesitation. Most of the class made noises of disgust as she chewed and swallowed it. "It's not very tasty, but I wouldn't say no to eating one if I had to," Luna remarked casually. Harry gave a boost to Lyra by another bin, and she snagged two out of the dirt, passing one to Harry. They held theirs vertically as it processed all of the soil it had in itself out, and then bit into them. Harry thought it tasted about the same as the bugs on the island, but with something else he couldn't put his finger or tongue on. With a look towards Lyra, he was pretty sure she was thinking the same thing. He shrugged and took another bite. Now some of the other students were curious, but when the first Hufflepuff took a bite, they threw up on the floor. No one else tried it. After an impromptu lesson on cleaning up vomit, Professor Sprout continued the lesson. Flabberworms are very important for processing magical and non-magical organic materials and mixing them together. Each flabberworm keeps some of the material it has consumed in its body, making it usable in specific potions, depending on its diet. A flabberworm that has a diet of non-magical material or very basic magical material will often be used as part of a thickening solution or directly in a potion to make it more viscous. That being said, you will need to get used to extracting the mucus from them. Another round of retching and disgusted noises came from most of the class. Professor Sprout pulled a table and rolling pin out from behind one of the dumpsters. The class fearfully looked on, knowing what was coming next. She took a flabberworm from a bin and placed it on the table. "Everyone watch. You will lose house points for looking away." Everyone stared. Some of them threw their fingers as their professor used the rolling pin to squeeze green mucus from the worm, even going back over it a second time to get every last drop out. Professor Sprout then made each of them squish a flabber worm with a rolling pin and squeeze every last drop of mucus out of them. Most of the class was thoroughly disgusted by the end. Harry thought it was kind of fun. As they were leaving, he saw Professor Sprout throwing the skins back into the bins, and he had an idea. "Professor Sprout, can I take a few of the skins? I want to try something with them." She looked at the boy who killed a Dark Lord Funny as he took a second bite of a live flabberworm. She handed him 5 skins of the worms. "Let me know how it turns out." Before he headed to lunch, he went back to the common room and climbed the tree that Whispers was hanging out in. He tossed one of the skins to the little hidden. He ate it quickly and reached to take another. "No, I want to try something with these," he told Whispers. Taking some string from his pocket, he hung them from the top branches to dry out. "Don't touch these. I'll bring you some juicy ones later." Whispers licked his lips but turned back to Harry and brushed off his hair. Tilting his head, he growled to Harry, "Need hot." Then he signed, "Hot water, clean." Harry led him to the bathroom and showed him the taps on the bathroom and filled him up a warm tub, leaving him to soak. He thought, maybe if we can't get a hot spring for us, we can get it for Whispers. Dougal might also like it. After lunch, all of the first years from every house ran down to the Quidditch pitch for their first flying lesson. They were all excited about a chance to fly. Lyra even seemed to glide down the hill towards the stadium as she bounded between steps. They were met by a woman who looked like she could be Ollivander's younger sister. She had the same wiry hair as he did before the hair potion and the same yellow eyes that seemed to glow. She was surrounded by brooms, which everyone immediately lined up next to. Harry stared around at the seating above them. In one of the middle sections, 5 students were sitting and watching. Harry recognized Oliver Wood, Marcus Flint, and Cedric. There were also 2 students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well. He waved to them, and Cedric and Oliver waved back. The teacher addressed them. "Today all of you will start your flying lessons. We're holding your classes in the Quidditch Stadium after an accident last year that injured a student. We can enchant the ground here to be softer to lessen any injuries from students that fall from the sky when they don't follow instructions." All of the assembled first years paid frightful attention to the teacher. "My name is Madame Rolanda Hooch. I am not a professor at Hogwarts. I was hired by the Department of Magical Games and Sports at the Ministry to instruct new students on how to fly broomsticks. With everyone at their brooms, I want you to pick them up and space yourselves out so you cannot touch another student or their broomsticks with yours. If you wave your broom around and hit another student, you will sit on the bench for the rest of the lesson." Despite that warning, 2 students from Gryffindor were placed on the bench when their brooms touched, and they started sword fighting with them. "Now that we have enough space, place your brooms back on the ground. All brooms have a standard enchantment on them to come to your hand when called. Like all magic, your intent is a big part of how it works. You will need to stand to the side of your broom, place your wand hand above it, and command the broom with the word, 'Up.' Once you do so, it should come to your hand. When it does, swing your leg over and sit. Do not move or fly up when that happens. Ready, go." A chorus of "up" was heard as brooms jumped up or didn't. About half the class had to repeat their command a few times. Lyra's broom flew straight into her hand, as did Ginny's. Harry came to his hand as well, but moved slightly slower than his sister's. As Harry sat down on his broom, he felt a magical cushion on the broom supporting him, so he wasn't sitting directly on the wood. Once everyone had mounted their brooms, Madame Hooch told them to put the brooms back down by simply dismounting and dropping the broom from their hand. Everyone repeated the process 4 more times until they could all mount their brooms with ease. Next, they were told to push off the ground, but keep the nose of their broom flat and their arms straight. Some people moved back and forth, and one person shot forward uncontrollably to be stopped by a spell from the teacher till he could stay still on his own. Eventually, everyone hovered in one place. Harry was able to stay perfectly still and could see the desire on Lyra's face to speed off like the boy who had to be stopped. Ginny, on the other hand, looked bored. Slowly, they were allowed to take 1 lap around the stadium about 5 feet off the ground. 3 more students got benched for flying higher or faster than the teacher leading the group. All the bench students were given Saturday detention to practice more. Flying was a half period, so it was over quickly, though everyone was filled with energy. Following flying, all of the students from the class had to report to History of Magic. Harry and Lyra were excited to learn about all the things that had been done and all the great witches and wizards of the past. They didn't get that. After 10 minutes of listening to their ghostly teacher, Professor Binns, talk about their class and summarizing the history of Goblin Wars they would be covering in the class, Arthur remarked that maybe they just put this class after flying to calm everyone down. 2 students seemed to have already fallen asleep. Luckily, it was another half period, so it was over just as Lyra's eyelids started to get heavy. Before dinner, Harry and Lyra made the trek to find the Ravenclaw common room. There weren't many things on the 5th floor, and they eventually found a corridor with a door at the end that had a door knocker in the shape of an eagle. Harry reached but jumped back as the head of the eagle turned to look at him. It spoke. "I have lakes with no water, mountains with no stone, and cities with no buildings. What am I?" "It's a riddle," Harry said, "like when Bilbo and Gollum exchanged in the cave." They thought for a few minutes before Lyra called out, "It's a map." Harry smiled and gave her a piece of candy as the eagle said, "It is indeed," and the door opened. They walked into the room cautiously. The common room was 4 stories tall with one large window that stretched to the ceiling and looked out over the grounds. There was a small balcony that curved around the room and ended at the tall window at each level above them. The ceiling at the very top showed a starlit sky like their room, but this one had stars in the daytime. The room was adorned in deep royal blue, bronze finishing, and deep brown wood. There wasn't a speck of bare wall anywhere. Every wall had a bookcase, a map, a globe, a tapestry, or something else providing information on it, though it was mostly bookshelves. A couple of people stared at them as they walked in, but they saw a couple of Slytherin students in there as well, and a solitary Hufflepuff, so others must be welcome here. Harry and Lyra walked across the room and looked out the window at the grounds below. "Hi there, Harry." Harry turned around to see Robert Hillard speaking to him. "I see you got through the door. Are you and Lyra just exploring the castle?" Lyra spoke up quietly. "We came to see Hermione. Thank you for giving us the chance to snag her from Gryffindor. She put us to shame last year by snagging the top spot for her class. Ravenclaw has always held that for every class year, so now she won't interrupt our streak again. I'll go get her for you." After Robert left, they turned to look at the bookshelves near the window. Each shelf had a brass plate on it with a student's name. Soon, they found a shelf for Hermione Granger. Harry looked through the titles and found several books that looked like Muggle fantasy books. Towards one end, Lyra found The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. Harry walked past the Tolkien books and found Redwall, but he didn't just find that book. He found Mossflower, Matamio, Mariel of Redwall, and Salamander Strawn. Harry's eyes went wide as he picked up Mossflower. "They made more," he exclaimed, showing it to Lyra, who looked a bit confused. "Remember on the ship," he started, and then shook the bad memory off. "Remember when I finished The Hobbit and started trying to recite the other book from memory?" Lyra tried to recall it, but had trouble remembering the details. "I remember you spoke about some animals and a sword." "That was it." Harry picked up the copy of Redwall to show Lyra. This book looked a bit fragile. The front cover was torn and seemed to be sewn back together and had a few band-aids on the spine. Harry looked at it funny, like something was tickling his brain. "Be careful with that," came a voice from behind him. He turned around to see Hermione there, and it all clicked into place. The holiday party at Grunnings, the girl with bushy hair reading Redwall, the ripped book, and Dudley getting wrapped up in the chair. Harry's eyes widened. "It was you." He approached Hermione with his eyes wide, and she jumped back. "You were the girl with the book." Hermione looked at him strangely. Harry held up the copy of Redwall. "I was at the party before my cousin tore your book." Recognition crossed Hermione's face, and her eyes went wide. "That was you. Your cousin is that horrible Dursley boy." "Why weren't you at any of the other parties?" She was quiet for a moment. "Oh my God, I met Harry Potter when I was a little kid." Her eyes grew even wider as she exclaimed in a loud whisper, "Harry Potter likes Redwall." Harry tried to figure out what was going on. "Yes, my cousin is Dudley Dursley." "What other parties?" "My relatives, sent me away later that year and I wasn't around. I didn't know they made any other books. Can I read them?" Lyra had snuck up behind Harry and was watching them talk. Hermione looked down and saw her. "Lyra, thanks for coming. I'm just incredibly confused right now. I met your brother a long time ago. Remember when I told you about when my cousin got wrapped up in the chair?" Harry asked Lyra. "That girl was Hermione." "You hurt Harry's cousin?" Lyra asked. "I guess so. I'm sorry." "Don't be. I'm sure he deserved it." Lyra's hair let off a few sparks, causing Hermione to jump back a bit. "He did. I have to see him every year at that party. My parents still do business with Grunnings through Uncle Joey, so we still go. Last year, when I found out I had magic, I threatened to tie him up in a chair again, and he left me alone for the first time so I could just read in peace. Every year before that, he would always bother me at some point in the evening." Harry was getting a bit angry that his cousin had been celebrating and enjoying himself the entire time when he had been shipped away. He hadn't changed a bit after Harry had gone. Lyra felt him tensing up and tugged on his robes to snap him out of it. He shook his head to clear himself up. "So the Redwall books, there have been 4 more, he said to clear his head, more than to continue the conversation. "Yes," Hermione exclaimed happily, "and Jack says that next year he's finally going to release the full story of Martin the Warrior." That had been Harry's biggest wish after reading the book. Now he just needed to catch up. "May I borrow your books? I need to catch up." "Of course," she said, but in a more subdued tone added, "though you can't take them out of the Ravenclaw Tower." I always had trouble in Gryffindor with people taking my books, so I had a prefect here put anti-theft spells on all of them. That's cool. I hope I don't have a problem with that. I can just come back here, though, and answer a riddle. Definitely, but back to why you're here. I need to have another student look at how Lyra does the tracking spell with the feathers. I'll be right back. And Hermione ran off. Looking down to Lyra, when you're done with the Hobbit, you need to come up here and read the Redwall books. Or wait, if you want, you could probably read Hermione's copy of the Hobbit up here. Lyra smiled and quietly said, I'll keep reading in the tree with you, and whispers. Hermione came back quickly with the tall girl that had helped them check out their book about the Golden Snidget. My name is Penelope Clearwater. I am assisting the librarian on her catalogue project. From what Hermione has told me, you have a very innovative solution to the project. Harry nudged Lyra forward a bit. I guess. It wasn't very hard. Sometimes the simplest solution is the one that works best, Penelope said. Let's move to the project room and see how this works. With that, she walked away towards a staircase, and the others followed. They reached the second floor of the common room and approached a large metal door. On the side of the door was a large sliding handle that pointed to 5 brass plaques. The plaques read, Dueling Practice, Potions Lab, Stephen's Project, Library Catalogue, and Boggart. Penelope reached up and slid the handle down until it was pointing at the plaque that said Library Catalogue. Once it was in place, she opened the metal door. Inside, there was a small model library with one of the card desks in the middle. There were bookcases on all the walls, but the ceiling was standard height. Hermione ran over to the center of the room and tapped the desk with her wand, and it glowed slightly. She scribbled on the desk, Harry Potter, and a card came out. There's a book about me, Harry asked. Penelope gave him a strange look. Of course there are. Aside from historical books on the fall of you-know-who, there's a whole adventure series about your childhood. What? Who wrote them? Asked Harry. I don't remember the name right now, but there's a set in the school library. The first in the series is called Harry Potter and the Immortal Warlocks. You can look them up if you like. Harry wasn't sure what to say. He surely hadn't had any experiences with immortal warlocks as a child, so he just nodded to Penelope. Harry picked up the card on the table, which was titled The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. He passed the card to Lyra, who pulled out her staff and a feather from her pouch. Pressing the feather to the card, she tapped it with the top of her staff, making it glow for a second before it zipped off to a stick into a book on the shelves. Penelope walked over to it and checked that it had gone to the correct book. Pulling it out, she remarked, Impressive. Percy cast a spell on it to leave a trail as it flew, Lyra mentioned. Hermione started digging in her bag as Penelope responded with a dreamy look in her eyes. Yeah, he's pretty smart. No, it was Wood who cast the feather trail spell, not Percy, Harry corrected. It was Ollie, Penelope asked with surprise. Okay, she smiled a bit. Hermione pulled out a metal box and put it on the table. I had this made by Fred and George after I met you, Lyra. They probably had the same idea. She opened the box to show 10 inkwells, all in different colors. They made these potions that they said would do the same thing as the spell Oliver did. Let's try it again. Penelope cast the same golden dome spell that Madame Pince had done in the library. 3 girls went to work with Penelope monitoring the diagnostic spell, while Lyra would dip feathers in the ink and send them to different books. Each color ink would create a different color trail for the feather. Hermione furiously scribbled down notes as she watched. Harry watched the first 2, but then sat down to read the rise and fall of the dark arts to look for where it mentioned him. He found it in the section about you-know-who. Luckily, they also explained why people called him by that name too. There was a taboo spell placed on the country that alerted his followers to anyone who said his name aloud. Then they would kill that person. Harry remembered some kids in primary school used to tell him if he said the name of a ghost 3 times in a mirror, she would reveal herself and kill him. It sounded stupid, but he still didn't dare to say the name, though it didn't explain why people were afraid of writing it too. Harry found himself in the section about the fall of the Dark Lord that attacked his home, and he used some unknown power to reflect the killing curse and destroy that wizard, blowing him up, and the entire roof of the house they were in as well. The author of the book speculated that he was able to do this because of some hidden magical power in his blood, and that the Potter family had always been powerful wizards. The only mention of his mother referred to her as James Potter's muggle-born wife. When it was almost dinner, Penelope announced, "I think I've got it." She placed a feather on the card and wove her wand in an intricate pattern over the top while muttering, "Invenia venari oxiditis." The feather jumped up off the card and sped into the book at a greater speed than Lyra's attempts, causing the feather to catch fire as it flew, and it exploded on contact. Hermione quickly cast a spell that extinguished the fire and then pulled the burnt books from the shelves. That was amazing. Harry exclaimed excitedly, but then added in a quieter tone, "But probably not what you were trying to do." Penelope nodded. "That might make a good dueling spell, but not a library spell. It's getting close to dinner now. I think Penelope can finish the spell on her own now, right?" Hermione mentioned. Penelope nodded, and Harry, Hermione, and Lyra headed down to the Great Hall. Hermione pondered out loud, "I can't believe you're Dudley's cousin. He's a horrible boy. How could Harry Potter be related to him?" "I wish I wasn't," Harry said grimly. "I really don't want to talk about him. I'm sorry, it's just so weird." They continued walking in silence until they got to the Great Hall. Hannah saw them enter and ran up to him. "I found a room for your meeting," she exclaimed. Chapter 31, Ruthless Eyes. Chapter text. After Transfiguration the next day, Professor McGonagall introduced Lyra to a second-year boy named Seamus Finnegan. According to the professor, he also had the proclivity to make things explode while transfiguring, charming, stirring, and sometimes just being near something that wasn't stone or metal. He had gotten his own issue almost completely under control, and he was asked to help Lyra with her transfiguration. She was a bit unsure, but Harry told her he'd be there for their first meeting. That day's potion class wasn't as eventful as the previous, and the students just spent time going through common ingredients and talking about their different properties. Having studied a bit about the local arithmancy rules, Harry and Lyra were able to ask more questions about the potential uses of different ingredients. Harry inquired about some of the notes he had made the previous day on the boil-curing potion, suggesting the possible substitution of fruit bat fangs in place of the snake fangs, as they were designed to puncture juicy objects. Snape said he would add that experiment to the Potions Club when it started up next week. History was boring, but Harry had overheard other students saying it is best to treat it like a study hall and just read class material outside of class on their own. He used it to write more of his essay for potions, which was due the next day. Before dinner, he and Lyra went to go check on the classroom Hannah had found for his meeting with Draco. The entrance was located on the 4th floor, down a wing with no rooms being used for classes. The door was located between two suits of armor, but only one of them had a sword. To open the door, you needed to move the sword from the scabbard of one to the other. Behind the door, a set of stairs led down to a narrow room that was actually on the 3rd floor and looked out over the courtyard near their common room. There was a small table next to the window with a few chairs around it. The room seemed to be designed to be perfect for private meetings. At dinner, Lyra passed a note to Greg to hand off to Draco. The next few days were nice. Thursday night, they had astronomy and got to sit out under the stars for an hour learning the names of all the constellations they had been looking at for years. The constellation they imagined was a demiguise turned out to be one called Orion. They learned about other planets, and at the end of the night, they learned the spell to change their Lumos spell to a red light. Friday was not fun. While they got to sleep in a little bit, they had a triple Dada course. Tina still hadn't been able to get a syllabus for the class, so they just read through Lockhart's books and focused mostly on the parts of him performing heroic actions. His exploits were strangely abundant and varied, and most had little explanation of how they were achieved, like how he defeated a ghoul with a tea strainer. Harry wasn't sure why it needed to be defeated or how a tea strainer helped. Ghouls were classified as Roman 20 by the Ministry, which meant they were harmless and could even be domesticated in some situations. They were often annoying, but hardly the threat that Lockhart portrayed this one as. Even with a dramatic reenactment involving waving a tea strainer at Colin, he wasn't able to give them a proper explanation of why he did this. Lee had managed to gather a lot more vinyl records for the party tomorrow evening. They had more than enough to play for the whole night, and it would be difficult to switch records constantly. There had to be a better way to do it. Harry left dinner early to prepare for his meeting with Draco. When he arrived in the room, he positioned 2 chairs, one by the window and the other on the opposite side of the table. He took a black and orange feather and planted it under the table between the cracks in the floor. Not knowing what else to do to prepare, he took out his staff and made sure his wand was stuck to his right forearm for easy access, and then sat down by the window and waited. When Harry heard movement, he sat up straight and took hold of his staff. Draco came down the stairs with his wand lit, and as he got closer he saw that it was Harry sitting in his chair. "Potter, what are you doing here? Lyra asked me to come to meet with you. I need to speak to my sister, not you. I'm leaving." Draco turned to leave. "Your uncle has forbidden you to speak with her without her consent. The only way to do that is to speak with me first." Draco stopped before turning back. "Fine, what do you want so I can speak with my sister?" "First of all," Harry began, "she's not your sister, she's mine. You gave her up along with your father years ago. She's my blood. She's a Malfoy. You're just some half-blood." Harry slammed his staff into the ground, releasing a small magical pulse and creating light in the room. "You abandoned her. You let your father hurt her. I bet you didn't spend a single moment thinking about her after she was thrown away by your father. You have no right to call her family." Draco was a bit stunned by the magic performed by a first year, but took a step forward. "How do you even know her? Did you meet her at the orphanage?" Harry was taken aback. Draco really believed she had gone to the orphanage. He didn't know what had happened to Lyra and just believed his father's lies. "If you want to know our story, you will have to swear a blood oath to keep the secret. Your mother knows, and she has sworn an oath of secrecy as well." "A blood oath?" Draco asked incredulously. "That's archaic. If you want an oath, I will make a magical one. You would risk losing your magic instead of just taking away your ability to break the oath." "Fine by me. You will swear not to reveal to anyone in any form, directly or indirectly, what happens or what is spoken of in this room, unless I allow you to do so in part or in full." While they had been on the island, Alistair had taught them the basics of oaths, like the one he had the adults make, and warned them never to make a magical one, saying that there was no reason to risk your magic for anyone. Draco hesitated for a moment and looked back at the stairs behind him. Then he drew his wand and made the oath. "Sit down, and I'll tell you how I know my sister." He sat down at the table, and Harry tapped his staff to activate the feather under the table. "What was that?" asked Draco. He looked around when he heard no echo. "Privacy, no one else can hear us now." "How? That's a third-year spell." "Doesn't matter. Did you hear about what happened at your father's trial, what he was accused of and the evidence that was presented?" "Of course, it was in the newspapers. Uncle Arcturus brought in a false witness and cheated in an honor duel. The witness wasn't a false witness. That man was my uncle." Harry watched as the wheels seemed to turn in Draco's head as he connected the pieces. When he saw that the blonde boy understood, he continued, "That's how I know my sister." Draco wasn't ready to give up just yet. "Then the orphanage must have sold her to those people. My father wouldn't have done such a thing. Your uncle should be killed like the filthy muggle he is." "Sure, the Auras are investigating the orphanage. We will find out if he was lying or not soon. He could have just taken Veritasrum instead of instigating an honor duel. He was insulted, which requires a forceful response, but Uncle Arcturus brought out a proxy instead of backing up his own words. It's clear to me that you won't change your mind on this. Even outside of this issue, you're not the kind of person I think Lyra needs in her life." "What do you mean? You don't even know me." "Lyra told me about what you were like when you were younger, that your father would hurt both of you to try to make you do magic, that she would always try to stop him from hurting you, but you would do nothing when he would hurt her. How could you let anyone hurt your sister?" Draco looked at him like he was crazy. "That's how you get children to perform magic. They need to be angry or afraid. They need to be fighting to survive. How did you perform your first magic? Were you happy and relaxing in the sun when it happened?" Seeing the reaction on Harry's face, he smugly responded, "I didn't think so. Lyra couldn't perform magic, and she was tested as a squib, so she was sent to the orphanage where all the squibs from the old families go." Harry wasn't sure what to say. Every bit of magic he performed when he was younger was done as a result of being chased, hurt, scared, and furious with others. "I still don't think that this is the right way of doing things," Harry said with certainty. "Lyra was taken care of and protected before she performed any magic around me. Your father was obviously wrong in the way he did things, because Lyra is capable of beautiful and amazing magic. She has performed incredible blessings of the land and formed bonds with amazing creatures. Then my father needs to apologize to her for his mistake, welcome her back into the family, and provide her with everything she missed these past years with penance on top of it. Harry looked at the boy like he was crazy. How do you not understand that she doesn't want to go back? Even if being hurt was to draw out her magic, you still should have tried to help her. What kind of person sees a child being hurt and just accepts it? I saw you at the sorting when Hermione was knocked over. You just laughed as she cried on the floor. Draco looked confused. You mean the mudblood? Of course, it was funny. Vincent snatched off her cloak to show everyone her deformity. Mudbloods shouldn't be at Hogwarts to begin with. Mudbloods? Harry asked, though he knew the word sounded like an insult. Muggleborns, spawn of muggles like your uncle. How could people who come from filth like that be allowed to learn magic? That's why they are mudbloods. She has magic just like you. She also gets better grades than you, top of the class. Anyone can study hard, Draco sneered. Do you know Brant, Uncle Arcturus's steward? Harry asked. Draco nodded. He's a muggle-born, but he's part of the family. He's an awakened squib line, Draco responded. And not just any line, he's a black. How do you know Hermione isn't from a squib line? Does everyone use the orphanage that the blacks do? Anyways, it doesn't matter. You see the pain of others and either look away or laugh. That isn't the kind of person I want around my sister. She's not your sister, Draco yelled at him. We take care of each other. We have relied on each other to survive for years. We are family in every way that matters. I am her brother more than you are. If you want to be part of her life, try showing compassion for others. Until then, stay away from her. You can't tell me what to do, Draco sneered and drew his wand. I can keep your secrets after I teach you a lesson. He waved his wand in a squiggly motion and called out, Defindo. Harry tapped his staff into the ground, and a white bubble surrounded him. It was just in time for the pink spell to impact it, melting like ink in water before fading into nothingness. Draco was shocked for a second before he waved his wand more and cried out, Defindo, Expelliarmus, Incendio. Pink and scarlet spells splashed into Harry's shield, followed by a gout of fire that seemed to cause the shield to shrink as the inferno was held on him. Harry had moved his staff, so the antler on top was pointed forward as he focused on his own spell. When the shield had almost collapsed, and he could feel the heat from Draco's spell almost touching him, he released the magical pulse he was building up, just like he did to Aura Kirkland in the leaky cauldron. The concentrated pulse hit Draco straight in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and launching him backward into the stairs leading to the entrance. He crashed into them and dropped his wand, groaning in pain. Harry marched over to him with a furious look on his face. When he was right on top of him, Harry kicked away the wand and put his foot on Draco's chest and pressed the antler of his staff on the boy's throat. Just like a snake, Harry growled. You think you're some kind of king, but you don't know your place. You will stay away from my sister, and you will stay away from me. With that, he took his staff away from the boy's neck and pushed the antler into Draco's shoulder, penetrating the skin down at least a couple of inches as he screamed in pain. Draco was no stranger to pain. His father had made sure of it. He was taught that if he was hurt, not shut down, regain control, and continue fighting. So after the initial sting changed to constant pain, he tried to get away, but Harry's foot on his chest kept him from wiggling away. He looked up at Harry expecting to see shock at what he had just done. A 12-year-old should be overcome with alarm after stabbing someone. He should be panicking about what he should do next. But his eyes showed none of these things and looked like he had done this before, more than just once. Draco's father kept in contact with the people who had fought in the war. While all of them had found different ways to avoid going to prison, he could read between the lines. Some of them were pretenders and had never really gotten their hands dirty. He could see the innocence in their eyes. One of these men, Walden McNair, had cold and ruthless eyes that he could tell had seen his share of violence. That same feeling radiated from Potter's eyes. Remember, if you tell anyone about this, you'll lose your magic. Get to the infirmary now. I'll leave your wand in the great hall for someone to find. Harry yanked his staff out of Draco's shoulder, making him cry out in pain again as blood started to pool in his robes. Go now. Harry took his foot off Draco's chest, and he scampered up the stairs and out the door. Harry pulled a towel out of his pouch and cleaned up the blood on the stairs up to the door. When he got outside, he checked in both directions before mopping up the remaining blood drops he found all the way to the main staircase. He backtracked again just to be sure he got everything, then folded the towel so there was no blood on the outside, and made his way quickly back to the common room, tossing Draco's wand towards the great hall as he went by. He quickly scaled his favorite tree to find Lyra sitting there with Whispers reading their herbology book. She saw the look on his face and demanded to know what happened. He went through the whole conversation and finished with their impromptu duel. "You need to tell Uncle Arcturus about this. He will know what to do," Lyra told him. "I'm also making you an amulet, the same as we did with that pig with horns on the island," Harry responded. Lyra pulled a bowl, 2 hoo-hoo feathers, a lump of clay, and some string from her pouch. Harry pulled out the bloody towel. Lyra started rolling the clay into a ball as she hummed "Black Dog" by Led Zeppelin. Harry took the feathers and pressed them inside the towel until they were soaked in blood. Placing the feathers on the clay ball, he used the tip of his staff to push them inside. A few edges of the feathers stuck out, but that was fine. Lyra ran the string through the soft clay so it was enough to hang around her neck. With the last feather, Harry stuck it into the tree they were sitting on, and Lyra tapped her staff to ignite it. Harry held the necklace over the fire until the clay hardened, and then passed it back to Lyra, who put it around her neck. "Keep it on," he told her. "I'm going to write a note and head up to the owlery to send it. I'll take Cedric with me, just to be safe. Draco almost broke my shield with that fire spell. We need to learn how to defend ourselves if that's what a second-year student can do." After writing a short note, he found Cedric in his dorm and asked if he would accompany him to the owlery. As they were walking, the older boy looked at him funny and asked, "Is everything all right?" Harry thought for a moment before remembering that his housemates were supposed to be like his family. "I may have just had a fight with another student. I nearly lost, which would have been bad for many reasons other than just being hit with a fire spell. Lyra and I need to learn to fight with magic." "What spells did you, hypothetically, use tonight?" Cedric was curious. Harry pulled his staff from his pouch and showed it to Cedric. "My staff allows me to shield some spells and push people away. Lyra's staff allows her to do other things as well." Cedric was impressed. "I did put on the suggestion list to add a dueling room as part of the common room. I know the Ravenclaws have one, and it's rumored the Slytherins do as well. Strangely, the Gryffindors don't, though I suspect they just settle problems, throwing rocks at one another in their own rooms. I was hoping to have a place to make my own fertilizer. Professor Sprout told us that you can make good fertilizers with magical animal manure and organic waste with flabberworms mixing it all up. We've taught Whispers to use the toilet, but we could just as easily tell him to use a bin to make Demiguise fertilizer." The very notion caused Cedric to freeze on the spot before giving Harry an odd glance. "You're an interesting kid, Harry," he commented with a smirk. They reached the owlery, and Harry sent off his letter. On the way back down, Cedric showed him a few tricks of the castle, which portraits would tell him interesting gossip, and which suits of armor sometimes had things hidden inside. As they were getting close to the first floor again, Cedric asked, "Have you thought about playing Quidditch at all? We're going to need a team next year, even if it's horrible. The Weasley twins say you'd be an incredible beater. The only time I've seen it was when I hit the bludger. I also don't think I'd like hurting people in a game. If I need to, I'll hurt someone in defense, but as a sport, I don't like that." They arrived back at the common room. "Well, we've got plenty of time to think about it. You've still got a lot of time before Madam Hooch even lets you touch a quaffle during your flying class. And let me know if you have any more problems with whoever you may have fought with tonight. I looked after all the younger students in Hufflepuff, even in my first year, and I plan on doing the same in Scamander House too." Harry thanked him and went to listen to some music and work on a transfiguration essay. Draco wasn't at breakfast Saturday morning. Harry assumed he was still in the infirmary. Most of the teachers had serious looks on their faces, so he assumed they knew a student had been attacked. Draco's wand must have been recovered, as he didn't see it where he threw it as he arrived to eat. Toward the end of breakfast, Aura Jameson entered the great hall, out of uniform. Lyra jumped up and greeted him with Harry following behind. She started telling him everything that had happened so far as Harry led them back to the common room. When they arrived, Harry showed Jameson how to enter the common room through the maze, and he remarked on the innovative puzzle. He also liked their common room, but said he liked the Gryffindor one more. Harry thought to ask some of the other first years what they liked about their common rooms and see if they could add more details here. While Lyra was practicing her reading and writing, Harry decided to finish his transfiguration essay, so he climbed his favorite tree and started writing. After a few minutes, he saw Neville Longbottom walk by and look up at him through the branches. "How'd you get up there?" the slightly chubby kid asked. Harry stowed his essay and quill in his pouch and swung down to the ground. "I climbed up the knots in the tree." He repeated his climbing, but slower, and jumped back down. Neville stared at Harry's climbing and frowned. "I don't know if I could do that. I think I'll just stay on the ground." "I couldn't do it at first either, and Lyra has always been a better climber than me." Harry looked around them and then ran off around the other trees before coming back to Neville. "Come on over to this one." He dragged a reluctant Neville over to a smaller tree. The trunk had more of a curve to it. "Try this one," Harry told him. "What if I fall?" Neville asked fearfully. "Then you can get back up and try again," Harry said with encouragement. It didn't work, and the fear in Neville's eyes grew, so Harry tried a different tactic. "Do you know the softening charm? You could use it to keep yourself from getting hurt." Nodding, he took out his wand and cast the spell at his feet. A small area the size of a football glowed. Fixing his face in a grimace, he cast the spell nearly 20 times before a large area below the tree had been affected. Harry showed him the hand and footholds to use, and he tried to pull himself up. When he got both feet off the ground, he turned to smile at Harry before losing his grip and falling. Even though it was just 1 foot, he still did not land on his feet. Luckily, the cushioned ground softened the fall. As he groaned, Harry congratulated him. "That was a good first try. You just need to keep working on it. Do it again now." He tried a few more times before he was able to get to the next set of hand and footholds. Though this time when he fell, he managed to keep his feet under him. He wobbled a bit on the cushioned ground but didn't fall. Remembering how Teacher and Digger had taught him to climb, he stopped Neville there. "That was good, but you should stop for today. Keep trying each day and you'll get a little higher until you can sit in the trees with us." Neville smiled and walked off. Wandering around some more, he came across Lily and Sue, who were hanging lights around the edges of the room. They said it was for the party, so he helped to hang them up. The lights were charmed to glow and twinkle randomly to give the appearance of fireflies or fairies. Harry hadn't seen a fairy before, so he added it to his list of magical things he wanted to experience. After checking in on Lyra and finding her reading with Jameson, while Whispers tried using a quill to draw on a paper, he decided to do a bit of exploring. Just exploring the common room entrance, he found that 2 portraits would speak back to him. The older-looking portraits seemed unable to speak, but would mime to him. He could do this. He had created signs for the hidden, and he could do it with a human portrait. It took an hour, but he was able to create signs to communicate with the portrait across from their entrance. Other than basic descriptors, they were able to sign back and forth secret, "Look, house, castle, Harry." The man pulled on his overly large ears to make a sign for himself and signed various colors by pointing around his portrait to the colors used in the paint. The portrait explained that he had been in Hufflepuff. Harry thought he had explained back that he was in a 5th house, but wasn't sure the portrait understood. When other students started coming out of the common room, the man retreated to a tree in the background of his portrait and sat down, leaning against the trunk. Jameson came out with Harry and told them he had to return home, but would try to be back next weekend. They both thanked him, and he headed out. At lunch, Harry sat with a boy from his dorm named William Summerford. He was a Muggle-born and had red hair that looked as if he had spent all day rubbing a balloon against it. It just seemed to stand on end all the time. He was very proud of the fact that he could give people small shocks from static electricity with every touch, though he was working on keeping it from happening when he didn't want it to. Harry made sure to look around and still didn't see Draco at his table. He was a little worried now. He hadn't stabbed a person before with his staff, but that pig with horns on the island was still able to move around after its injury just fine. After lunch, Harry introduced Lyra to the portrait he had been signing with, and then the 2 of them explored the entrance hallway some more. Harry found a cupboard big enough for a few books by tapping his wand on a darker stone than the ones surrounding it. Lyra found a suit of armor that if you opened the breastplate, there was an unfinished sculpture inside of a mouse drinking tea. He doubted that this was the first time any of these had been discovered, but just from the sheer amount of randomness to the castle, there must be a few things that he might come across for the first time in this generation at least. From that thought, he entered the common room again and wrote down a request for a map room where they could record all the secrets of the castle they came across. He looked at the other requests on the list: a gym, a dueling room, Harry's fertilizer room, a separate study room, a potions lab, tire swings, hammocks, a swimming pool, and other minor things. He spent the rest of the day relaxing, and when dinner came around, elves started appearing in their room to set up for the party. They were just setting up, but they seemed to be having great difficulty resisting the urge to clean the dirt floor. Everyone left the common room to let them do their work. After everyone started dinner, Draco came in with a few other Slytherins. He was moving a bit slow in the center of the group. He was staring daggers at Harry, hoping he could kill him with a thought. He started to move towards the middle of the Slytherin table when he grabbed his shoulder and grimaced in pain. He took an experimental step in the direction he had been going only to wince again. A girl that he had been walking with whispered to him and kept him from leaning to the side with the pain. He walked back towards the end of the table closer to the door and sat down there with the other students he had come in with. They whispered among themselves, but no one looked toward Harry or Lyra. When dessert was set out, Newt got up from the teacher's table and approached the lectern. Most students quieted down. Newt didn't bother to wait for the rest of the noise to die down before speaking. The gathering in the new Scamander common room will open its doors at 7:45. It will last until 11:00 p.m. I will need all of the Scamander students in the house at 7:30. Thank you. Harry leaned over to Lyra. The amulet is working. Let's walk around the front of the room by the Gryffindor table to leave. We can say hi to Ginny on the way. They got up and walked up around the front of the room by the House of the Brave and found Ginny finishing up her meal. Will you be at the party, Ginny? Lyra asked. My brothers will want to chaperone me, but yes, I will, Ginny responded with a touch of annoyance. Why would you need a chaperone? Asked Harry. You didn't hear. Someone attacked Malfoy. Professor McGonagall grilled everyone in Gryffindor because it had to be one of us. Now everyone thinks that the Slytherins are going to attack one of us as a reprisal, and poor little Ginny here could be an easy target for one of them. Well, we hope to see you there, Harry told her nervously, then nearly ran off with Lyra. When they had gotten out of the great hall, he turned to Lyra. We need to speak to Brant about this tomorrow. If anyone else gets hurt, I'll just admit to attacking him. I don't want a war because of me. Lyra just nodded, and they returned to the common room. When they arrived, many tables had been set up along the walls of the room. A fire was blazing in the fire pit, and some of the enchanted lights were already twinkling and glowing in the trees as the sun was getting low in the sky along the wall. Harry could see doors for the two of the unused dorm rooms in the back of the room were visible and open with signs for witches or wizards over each one. While invisible, Whispers jumped out of a nearby tree, and Lyra caught him as he reappeared. How do you do that? Millicent asked. She had just walked in behind them. He jumps on you all the time when he's invisible, but you catch him like you can see him the whole time. Lyra didn't want to reveal just yet that she could see him, but answered, He's been doing this for years now. I expect it and look for the footprints or the movement in the trees, so he doesn't surprise me anymore. One thing that demiguises do a lot to scare others into turning invisible, Harry added. It's a game and also a way to establish dominance between them. So he's playing with Lyra, but also trying to spook her at the same time. That's way smarter than a Kneasel. I can't get over his talking, though. That's the craziest thing ever. Some birds can mimic speech, but Whispers actually talks, the second-year girl mused. Lyra spoke quietly into Whispers' ear, and he turned to look at Millicent to say, Whisper Esmat. She let out a nervous giggle and shook her head vigorously. By this time, all of the Scamanders were waiting around the common room. Newt and Tina entered last. Newt turned around and went back out while Tina addressed the group. My husband is going to disable the maze right now. After 11 p.m., when the party's over, it will be reactivated. The two open dorms at the back of the common room will be for bathrooms. Your dorms will be locked, except for the students that sleep there. There will be teachers coming in and out if you need them for any reason. I will be taking away the suggestion sheet and going over it with the headmaster. Also, I hope to have a syllabus for the defense class by tomorrow. Does anyone have any questions or would like to add something? Harry raised his hand. Whispers is going to be in the trees. Please keep an eye out for him, though he may just stay invisible. He has very good senses, but he will still be in a room full of wizards. Also, I'm guessing people will want to know details about our password to get in. I learned something fun from Aura Alistair Moody over the summer called a Class 1 fish tale. If someone asks about the password or the entrance, tell them anything you want except the correct answer. Maybe say that you need to find a shovel and dig through the floor to reach the common room, that you need to perform 10 push-ups, or sing the lyrics to Yesterday by the Beatles. Anything except the truth. Eventually, people will just get tired of asking. Tina nodded. That's a fun idea. That sounds just like Alistair to make up something like that. So everyone needs to start thinking of the craziest ideas to tell people. We don't have to do that just for tonight, but make it a tradition. I'll put a book in our common room library for you to write your funny ideas in. The top 5 at the end of the year win a prize. I'll also put a shovel just inside the entrance after the party just for fun to see if anyone ever tries to dig their way in. Everyone started whispering their ideas to each other and moving about the room. Lyra scaled a tree to speak with whispers, while Harry and Lee moved to put on some music, starting with an album from Little Richard. Both boys smiled as the upbeat music came on and they turned up the volume. Lee closed the plastic lid over the spinning record and waved his wand in a rectangular motion while incanting Colloportus. Turning to Harry, who looked a little confused, "It's a locking charm. It can be unlocked, of course, but it will keep random people from messing with it." A couple of people had started to trickle in. They looked around in amazement at the dirt floor and trees growing in the center and corner of the room. One girl saw the setting sun and ran over to watch it, smacking straight into the wall. Some of her friends laughed but came over to join her and inspect the wall where the sun was setting. Harry saw one person saying hi to William and getting a nasty shock as he shook hands with the static-charged boy. Lyra was still up in the tree, so Harry started just to walk around and he'd check on her later. As he walked by the fire, an Asian girl Harry recognized from the sorting came up to him. "It's Harry, right?" He nodded, and she continued. "I'm Cho Chang. I was hoping you could tell me about your house. I was trying to get sorted here, but I guess the hat had other ideas." "I'm not sure what to tell you," began Harry. "We sat and talked about all the house ideals, and we wanted to make them different from the other houses, but it was Lyra who decided on them. We went with survival, ingenuity, caring for living things, and fierce defense of those we care about. Why did you want to be in this house without knowing about it?" "I wanted to be part of the next big thing," she said with a perky tone. "A new Hogwarts house. Everyone who will be in it for the next few years is going to shape the generation. How amazing will that be?" Harry smiled back at her. "That ambition is probably what got you into Slytherin." She frowned, but looked back to Harry, who was smiling, and tilted her head. "You mean that like a compliment, don't you?" Harry nodded. "Most people will say cunning and ambition are negative. They say Slytherin with a sneer. Everyone needs ambition. It's what helps us achieve greatness. Any quality can be negative. Look at Lyra. She nearly burned the sorting hat because of something that happened in my sorting." Cho started to ask, but Harry cut her off. "No, I won't tell you what it was. Gotta keep some secrets. Maybe there's some Slytherin cunning in you too." The girl winked at him and walked off. Harry wandered around a bit and was introduced to many people he didn't know. He didn't see Lyra around, so he climbed up her favorite tree to find her invisible and stared down at the party with whispers. Sitting down next to her, he said, "You need to come down, I'll be with you." She faded back to being visible. "Promise. There's a lot of people down there." He nodded, and they climbed down with whispers hanging on to Harry's back. He leaned down to Lyra. "If it makes you feel better, take out your staff, but don't light anyone on fire unless it's an emergency." Harry said that last part a little bit louder so a couple of people near them heard it. Lyra smiled a bit and pulled the staff out of her pouch. It attracted a little bit of attention, and a few people came over to ask her about it. She was incredibly nervous, but Harry made sure she felt safe by occasionally slipping her small candies. A lot of people asked her about the feathers in her hair, which she said were from hoo-hoos that she knew and that they were good for potion ingredients. and setting things on fire. A couple of people asked for a demonstration, and she was able to light small feathers by activating them with her staff. There were always oohs and ahs at the display. At around 9, the Weasleys arrived. Ginny came in first, followed by Beavis and Butthead, Ron and Percy. Ron immediately went to the food, while the twins moved to the trees. Percy stared at the ceiling which you could see the stars on, and Ginny ran off like she was looking for someone. Harry ended up wandering with Lyra towards a group of older students who were talking about the new Animagi classes. They stopped when Harry and Lyra showed up. "We're interested in it too. Please continue," Harry prompted them. "Aren't you a bit young?" a girl in Gryffindor asked. "Yeah, we are," Lyra said with a pout. "The Giver says we can't do it until next summer." At their looks of confusion, Harry amended, "Our tutor from before we came here. He was called the Giver. He said I could do it this summer, but I want to wait and do it with Lyra because she's a year younger." Harry recognized the Ravenclaw girl as Penelope, who said, "Yeah, we all heard you had some special training, Harry. I guess Lyra had it too. What kinds of stuff did you learn?" Lyra was feeling a bit overwhelmed and started to stand behind Harry. As he felt her moving to hide, he stepped to the side a bit to keep her next to him. "We each got different things. Mine was more potions and defensive magic, while Lyra's was—" Harry tried to think of the right word and remembered what Draco called the blood oath. "Hers was more archaic, but in a good way." "Oh, like the feathers?" Penelope asked, and Lyra nodded. She started to feel a bit energized at being part of the conversation. "I'm still trying to get the speed right. We've opened a new testing room for it and filled it with fake books so I don't destroy any more of them." The others looked confused, so she explained to them about Hermione's project and Lyra's feathers to find books. Everyone was suitably impressed. A Slytherin boy in the group steered the conversation back to the original topic. "When you came up, we were talking about the first step in the ritual with the mandrake leaves. My father tried the ritual, but had to start over a few times and couldn't make himself do it a fourth time. They taste horrible and give you hallucinations for the first day. If that doesn't make you spit it out, keeping them in your mouth for a full month is ridiculously hard, especially when you have to eat and drink other things too." "Why not use a sticking charm?" Lyra asked. The older students looked at her like she grew a second head. Penelope responded, "I really don't know, but I'd guess it's because an additional spell could cause a problem with the ritual." "Not if you did it yourself," Lyra responded. "The reason you have to keep it in your mouth is to absorb your magic into the leaf, so if you stick it with your own spell, it shouldn't be a problem." The Gryffindor girl said, "Well, we'd need to ask Professor McGonagall about it, but that would help a lot. Is there anything you think we can do about the hallucinations?" Harry groaned, but Lyra giggled and said, "That should be the fun part. Our tutor said that when we do it, he will make us walk through the jungle for a week and eat some mushrooms to have more dreams each day. You're supposed to open your mind to endless possibilities, and eventually your inner animal will manifest itself through your dreams. Then your animal magic will be absorbed into the leaves." None of the older students knew what to say, so Harry picked up the conversation. "What do you think your animals will be?" The Gryffindor was hoping for something that could swim, the Slytherin wanted something to see in the dark, and Penelope wanted something cuddly. They asked the same of Harry and Lyra. Lyra jumped back in. "I want to fly. If the others hadn't gotten in trouble for racing ahead in the flying lesson, I probably would have done it. I've seen a who fly, and I really want to be able to fly like that. It's total freedom." "What about you, Harry?" asked Penelope. "He doesn't like talking about it," Lyra said with a grin. "He accidentally ate some mushrooms that gave him dreams a while back, and he dreamt he was a turtle. Now he's dreading what will happen." The others kind of chuckled at that. Lyra wrapped her arms around Harry and said, "Whatever my brother will be, it will be something big, strong, and able to protect people, even if he ends up being a giant turtle." Everyone chuckled, and the girls made all noises at Lyra's statement while hugging Harry. They eventually moved on to other topics and turned to the door to see a large contingent of Slytherins come in. They were all a bit on edge, and a lot of the Gryffindors became anxious as well. Harry saw a few Gryffindors gripping their wands in their sleeves. Harry saw Daphne and Tracy in the group and went over to say hi. As he got closer, Whispers, who had been sitting invisibly on his back the whole time, turned visible and jumped at Daphne. She screamed, causing many to draw their wands and point them at the creature holding tight to her body. She tried to calm everyone down. "Stop. It's just Lyra's demiguise. Put your wands down." Not many people did, as a lot of the wands were pointed back and forth between the Slytherins and Gryffindors, and not even in the direction of Whispers. Newt stepped in and raised his wand with a bright red light on the end. "Wands down now. Every wand I see out in 5 seconds loses 10 points." Everyone stashed their wands, though Harry bet some were just hidden in sleeves. "The next wand I see out will be sent back to their dorm and have detention." Daphne had been covering Whispers with her arms. Lyra ran up and took him back while muttering her thanks for protecting him. Harry, on the other hand, poked Whispers in the shoulder and motioned to all the people in the room, "Don't do that around many people, just with family." He signed it for the little guy just so he got the message. "Sorry for that," Lyra said. "He was just trying to play." Daphne nodded. Tracy ran off for a moment and came back with a boy with a dark olive skin tone. "Harry, Lyra, I want you to meet the most cunning and annoying of the Slytherins, Blaise Zabini." Blaise stepped forward. "Thank you for that introduction, Tracy. I just wanted to meet the girl whose only brother is Harry Potter and the boy who lived himself." Harry extended his hand, shaking Blaise's. "Thanks, but you're wrong. Whispers is also our brother. He's as much family as the two of us are." Whispers turned around in Lyra's arms and growled, "Family." The boy jumped back, but then just smiled. "Impressive. Does he need any help learning to speak?" Harry shrugged, unsure if they wanted him to help. "I know I can't come to your common room, but my mother has a professional speech coach as a portrait. She always hated how most house elves speak, so any she acquires has to spend a month or two learning to speak properly with the portrait. I could have her send it to help Whispers here." Harry and Lyra turned to each other and had a quick signing debate. "You think?" Harry signed. "Don't know you, trust." Lyra responded. "He, snake, wants." Harry signed again. They turned to Blaise, who seemed to almost be following their conversation, and he proved them right by responding, "All I want is to get to know some fellow students. Lyra seems to know some very interesting knowledge, and you seem like a formidable wizard even if half the legends are true. Both of you have a staff of power, and Harry's has a very particular shape to it." He reached up casually and scratched at his left shoulder, exactly where Draco had been stabbed. Harry tensed up and went to reach for his pouch. Blaise just held up his hands while Tracy and Daphne looked on in confusion. Lyra suddenly realized what was going on, and she actually did pull out her staff, drawing looks from some other students. Blaise kept his hands raised, saying very quietly, "Don't worry, I figured it out myself. You can do it again if you want. I don't mind. I'm just trying to say that I'd like to help you. People are starting to stare, so I'm going to put down my hands. Let me know if you'd like to take me up on my offer." He turned around and walked away. "What was that?" Tracy asked. Harry grimaced a little bit. "You were right. He's the most cunning and annoying of the Slytherins." The four of them chatted some more, with Hannah joining them and getting to hold Whispers while feeding him an apple. The sky had got extra dark, and the room lights were dimmed so everyone could see the stars. Their astronomy teacher, Professor Sinistra, cast a spell at the ceiling, causing the stars to all glow brighter to the delight of everyone watching. Colin suddenly called out, "We've got s'mores." There were a few cheers that went off. Lee ran up. "Where did you get marshmallows?" "I saw the dying fire and I just expressed out loud, we could really use some s'mores." And then Astray stepped out right next to me with a bag of the materials. Older Gryffindor boy called out, "We could really use a Playwizard centerfold model." There was silence as he looked around, and then a ton of people laughed, while the girl next to him punched him hard in the chest. Harry and Lyra didn't understand what just happened. Colin looked confused for a second, and then had a moment of realization, and then looked incredibly embarrassed. Lee told Colin, "I'm going to put on more music. Set everyone up, Colin." He ran off towards the gramophone. Colin started passing out the graham crackers, chocolate bars, and marshmallows. An older Hufflepuff boy transfigured blades of grass into long sticks and passed them out to everyone. Meanwhile, a beautiful melody on the trumpet began to play. Tina made a noise of contentment, almost like a purring noise made through her open mouth. "Whose album is this?" A Hufflepuff boy raised his hand. 10 points to your house for your taste in music. For everyone who doesn't know, this is Miles Davis. I got to see him perform live twice. She conjured herself a beanbag chair and flopped into it to listen. Everyone who wanted to ate s'mores, with detailed instructions from Carlin. Toward the end of the evening, Harry found himself talking with Luna about some creatures called Nargles. Luna explained that they were something called non-beings that were manifested by confusion and perpetuated more around them. The best way to rid yourself of them was to either do something that cleared your mind of every thought, or to be more confusing than what the Nargles could create themselves. Luna said she always preferred the latter method. That did seem a lot like her. Ginny and her brother Ron approached them. Ginny went straight to Luna and Ron to Harry. "So I see you found Loony," the ginger boy said. Harry was confused for a moment before making the connection that Loony was Luna. He smiled at Ron. "And you were right, too. Lyra and I really do get along well with Loony, though she hasn't asked me to call her that, so I'm going to stick with Luna." Ron looked befuddled, so he switched to something he could talk about. "My brothers say you managed to dent a bludger. How do you manage that?" "A bludger was going to hurt Arthur, so I hit it with my staff. The antler on it is pretty much unbreakable, so I guess it dented the bludger," Harry explained. "Wicked," remarked Ron. "Could I see it?" Harry started to pull it out, but pulled it back as Ron grabbed at it. "Please don't touch it. Do you still want to see it?" "Whatever, so are you going to play Quidditch? You'd make a good beater." "Cedric said that. I don't want to hurt anyone. The keepers wear pads, you won't hurt them." "What about everyone else?" "No, they need full visibility for the other positions." "Then I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt someone." "People get hurt all the time in Quidditch. It's not a big deal." "What if it was your sister?" "Ginny can't play Quidditch." Overhearing her brother, she marched over. "I can't do what?" "You can't play Quidditch. You're too young and Mom won't let you." A shouting match began between the two of them as Harry and Luna backed away. Around 10:30, they were getting exhausted, so Newt called in some elves to deal with the trash. Astray would deal with the rest in the morning. Lyra tapped her staff, and the fire went out completely. In the ashes, she placed a cluster of 3 small red who feathers from her hair and activated them. The light glowed to the corners of the room, drawing in those who were standing near the edges. Like the first night, everyone who was left at the party stared into the fire, letting their worries fall away. As 11 p.m. approached, Newt began to scout out everyone at the fire who wasn't a Scamander and tapped them on the shoulder to return to their common room. Each one took a deep breath and sighed as they left the room with small smiles on their faces. Finally, after they were all gone, Lyra tapped her staff twice, causing the feathers to glow even brighter for another 5 minutes before they all went out simultaneously. The last song on the album ended at that precise moment as well. Tina took Newt by the hand and kissed him on the cheek as they watched the students go to their dorms. Newt reactivated the maze and took Tina back to their quarters. Chapter 32. The Steward of House Black. Chapter text. The next day was slow in the morning. Everyone was tired from the party the night before. Whispers had fallen asleep in his room, so Harry took the little guy with him for a nice hot bath before meeting with Lyra for breakfast. Many people from other houses came over to their table to thank them for a fun night. When they got back to their common room, Brant was leaning against the wall out front. His dark hair was perfectly groomed, but this time he had a thin goatee framing his mouth. The last 2 times Harry had seen the man, he had knocked him into a wall and then seen Alistair knock him into another wall. They hadn't actually spoken with him before, so Harry thought there wouldn't be a better time than now to start. "I wanted to introduce myself properly." Harry stood up straight and extended his hand. "Harry James Potter. Brant, Steward of House Black," he responded simply. "No last name." Turning to Lyra to continue the game, "And who do I have the pleasure of meeting here?" Lyra hesitated for a moment before responding. "Lyra Cassiopeia Black." She extended her hand as Harry had done to shake Brant's. He shook it. "Later in your lessons, you will both be taught formal introductions. Neither of yours has the proper form, but at least we're not starting with nothing. Can you lead me to your room or somewhere we could have a private discussion?" Lyra opened the door and showed Brant how to get through the maze. Brant commented on the ingenuity of it, and they went to one of the unused dormitories to sit. "Your uncle received your letter late last night. I need you to tell me every detail that happened so I can decide on a course of action." Lyra began. "On the train ride over, Greg Goyle delivered a letter to me that stated how Draco wanted to meet with me after the sorting, but then I stopped the sorting. Before the second sorting, he sent another letter. I didn't want to meet him, so Harry told me he would meet him for me. Harry took over. I didn't like him already, for the reasons Lyra had told me, and then he also laughed at a girl with a fake arm who was pushed over by one of his friends. I had a friend help me find a room for the meeting, and Lyra told him to meet there. I arrived early and waited for him. When he arrived, he was angry that Lyra wasn't coming, but I told him if he wanted any chance at lifting the prohibition from his uncle, he'd have to speak with me first. He didn't like it, but stayed. He was rude and annoying from the beginning. He wanted to know how I knew Lyra, and I asked him to make a blood oath for secrecy. He refused and took a magical oath instead. Brant shook his head ruefully. So I told him the basics of how we met, but nothing more. He's convinced that his father gave Lyra to the orphanage, and they sold her away. Also that the trial was a sham in some way or another. I told him why Lyra doesn't want to meet him, and why I don't like him either. He always had some reason why everything he's ever done was justified, so I told him that I didn't want him spending any time near my sister. Harry took a breath before continuing. He got angry and tried to cast spells at me. I didn't know what the first few did, but the last one was the fire-making spell. My shield held, but it started shrinking, so I blasted him across the room and knocked away his wand. Then I stood on his chest and told him to keep away from us, and for good measure, I stabbed him in the shoulder with my staff. Brant looked impressed. I sent Draco to the infirmary, cleaned up all the blood with a towel, came back to the common room, and tossed Draco's wand towards the great hall on the way. When I got back, we used a protection spell that we were taught, and enchanted an amulet that makes Draco feel the same pain as when I stabbed him if he gets too close to her. That sounds like blood magic, Brant said with a grave tone to his voice. Tell me how you made it. When we were on the island, a pig with horns tried to attack Lyra one day while she was at the hot spring. I managed to stab it with my staff, but it came back the next day to try to attack her again. Our tutor on the island taught Lyra how to make an amulet using the blood that was still on the staff to make it feel pain if it got close to her, Harry explained. Harry soaked feathers in Draco's blood from the towel. Then he activated them by pushing them with his staff into a bowl of clay. Then I ran a string through the clay and heated the clay with another feather, and then activated the ones in the amulet with my magic. Lyra pulled the amulet from under her robes to show him. It wasn't fancy, just a brownish-red lump with some stray feather pieces sticking out and a string running through it. You need to be careful in the future. I need you to tell me exactly where is the room you had your meeting. I can't fault you for anything you did, but part of what you need to be taught is how to deal with situations like these with minimum risk. Harry told him where the room was and how to enter it. Brant disillusioned himself and left. 30 minutes later, he returned. He handed Harry a small orange and black feather. I'm assuming you left this under the table. Harry had forgotten all about it. He looked ashamed. Do not worry, just don't do it again. The next thing is the blood. You did a good job wiping it up. But if you get into an altercation like this again, you need to remove all traces of it. This goes double for your own blood because it can be traced and used against you, like the amulet you made. With that said, Brand plucked his finger with his wand. As he shook a drop of blood off the tip of his wand, he incanted, Gemino. The single drop multiplied into a pool of blood which splashed on the floor in a big puddle. I'm going to teach you a spell now to vanish blood. I hope you don't need to use it often. The incantation is sanguinesco. The wand movement is to create spirals with your wand as you pull it back towards yourself. Pointing to a corner of the blood puddle, he twisted his wand with a pull and said, Sanguinesque. A patch of the puddle vanished. They worked for the next hour until the crimson ichor fully vanished. Harry also retrieved the towel, and they vanished the blood from it too. That was harder. Brant said it was because the blood had been absorbed and dried out, so it was always better to clean blood sooner rather than later. The next part you're not going to like. Lyra, you can't wear the amulet. Blood magic does not go over well in this country. Keep it in your dorm if you want, but you cannot wear it. Your father accused you of performing dark rituals to get your magic. If it comes out that you have performed blood magic, then he might be able to re-establish the case. Finally, Harry, you will need to release Draco from his oath. We can't risk him losing his magic. Harry and Lyra both tried to object, but Lyra relented first, as she didn't want to hand a case to her father. Harry demanded to only release him from telling about the attack, that he wanted to keep the information about his uncle private. He also wanted to face Draco when he did release him, to which Brant agreed. Lyra stayed in the common room while Brant and Harry went to see Professor Snape. They found Snape in his office. He nodded as they entered. "I figured I'd be seeing you or Arcturus soon." Snape knew Harry's staff had hurt Draco, but didn't want to push the issue because of the oath Draco had implied that he took. That reminded Harry of the issue with Blaise, but this wasn't the time. Brant told Snape that Harry wanted to speak with Draco before he released him from the oath. Snape agreed and went to fetch Draco from the Slytherin dorms. When they re-entered the office, Draco saw Harry standing there with his staff and let off a small scream before drawing his wand. Snape simply reached over and plucked it from his fingertips. "You seem to be looking to get stabbed again," he told his godson. "You don't understand," yelled Draco. "Shut up, Draco," Snape interrupted. "You don't understand," Snape hit him with a non-verbal silencing charm. "No, you are the one who doesn't understand," he yelled at the silenced blonde child. "You were about to break your oath by speaking to us without Harry's permission." Draco panicked and placed his hands over his already silenced mouth. Brant approached Draco. "Harry is prepared to release you from your oath, though he wants to speak with you first. However, before he does so, you're going to agree to make a full statement under Veritaserum that you attacked Harry unprovoked. It won't be shared unless it needs to be. Do you understand?" Brant cancelled the silencing charm. "You just wait till my father hears about this," Draco yelled at Brant close to his face. "Do you want to tell him? Your uncle can send a post to Azkaban. We can tell your father that you went to a meeting alone with no backup, at a location you hadn't investigated first, swore a magical oath without a lawyer present, and got stabbed in the shoulder like a muggle." Brant pulled out a fountain pen. "Use my pen." Draco tried to stare down Brant, but he didn't succeed at the weak intimidation attempt, so he just opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Brant pulled out a small crystal ball and tapped it, making it glow blue, and placed it in front of Draco. Then he pulled out a small crystal vial and used the dropper to put 3 drops on Draco's tongue. As Draco appeared to relax and his eyes went unfocused, Brant turned to Harry. "You can release him from his oath now." Harry didn't look happy but said, "Draco, I permit you to tell people you met with me about an issue with my family and to speak about everything in our meeting from the moment you cast the first spell. Everything else remains private." He saw Draco's face shiver as the magic of the oath released him. Draco gave a full account of his attack on Harry and how his injuries were a result of Harry defending himself. When he was finished and the antidote given, Draco backed himself into a wall as Harry approached him, his staff out in his hands. "Let's start where we left off." Harry leaned the tip of the antler on Draco's throat. "You stay away from me, and you stay away from my sister. Do you understand?" He moved the point to where he had pierced the boy's shoulder, his eyes showing that he would not hesitate to stab him again. Draco seethed. "Yes." "I did mean it, though," Harry added, as he lifted the tip of the staff. "If you can learn to show compassion for others, you may have a chance to speak with her." Brant and Harry left the office. "Do you understand why that was necessary?" Brant asked as they were walking. Harry nodded. "I think so. He would have slipped up and lost his magic. I really wouldn't have had a problem with that, but I'm guessing other people would. I will stab him again if necessary, though. You need to learn to fight like a wizard. I will arrange for a tutor to come here. You and Lyra can assume that most of your Sundays will be taken up by lessons in history, etiquette, and self-defense." Harry didn't like that his free time was being eaten up, but he did need to learn to fight properly, especially against someone like Draco, who was just a year ahead of him in education. Thinking about other Slytherin threats brought him back to Blaise. "There's one other problem," began Harry. "A boy in Slytherin approached us at the party last night and offered us a way to teach Whispers how to speak properly. He had figured out that I attacked Draco and said he thought Lyra and I were interesting people to know." Brant nodded. "I'll speak to both of you about this when we get back to the room. I have to ask, though, we've been walking for 5 minutes and it's a weekend. Where are all the students?" "It's only my second weekend here, but it seems that everyone just hangs out in their common rooms or goes to play Quidditch when they have nothing to do." Harry looked around to admire the lack of people. "It doesn't bother me. Places with too many people make me nervous, and double that for Lyra." Back in the common room, Brant sat down with them again. "Harry told me about the boy, Blaise. Brant said to Lyra. His offer, in a strange way, is an attempt to make friends. At their confusion, he continued, I understand, as the school I went to was made up entirely of Slytherins. If he didn't directly threaten you, then he was just trying to justify making friends by adding a bit of blackmail. He probably wants more friends, but he lives around people that will take advantage of any vulnerabilities. So for him, he feels he needs to have something to hold over you so he has some power in your alliance or friendship. That's dumb, Lyra replied. For you, maybe. Not for him. How do you think we should handle it? Harry asked. You should appeal to him in the form of a meeting or request information. I think it would be good to know what Draco is saying about you right now in his common room. Have one of the girls who introduced you pass on the message, even invite them along, as Draco will probably be telling the whole house right now to avoid meeting you alone in a dark room somewhere. He doesn't have the attack to hold over you now, so think of something you can offer him in exchange for friendship or an alliance. I won't help you there. You need to figure it out for yourself. The kids seem to think hard about what they could offer. The last thing I need to do before I leave for today is to see what you can do in a fight. Do you know where the dueling hall is in this school? We are going to try to get one here in the room. Cedric told me that there is one in the Ravenclaw and Slytherin dorms, Harry informed Brant. Well, the Slytherin dorms are out. Do you have any friends in Ravenclaw? I do, Lyra called out with pride. I wanted to see her today too since she didn't come to the party. Lyra led them up to Ravenclaw Tower. Brant complained a couple of times about the ridiculous staircases. When they got to the door, Lyra used the eagle knocker. The eagle turned its head to look at Brant and intoned, the person who makes it has no need of it. The person who buys it has no use for it. The person who uses it can neither see nor feel it. What is it? After a moment he replied, a coffin. As the door opened, he remarked, that's the worst security I've ever seen. Professor Flitwick was standing on the other side of the door with his arms crossed. It's not designed to keep people out. It's designed to keep the less intelligent from trying to get in. He showed his teeth a bit, which were not quite jagged, but not straight either. I do not know you, even if you come here with Mr. Potter and Miss Black. What is your purpose in my tower? Brant gave him an irritated look, but responded with courtesy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as Brant, steward of House Black. I am tutoring the children here and need a dueling room. I was informed that you had one in your tower. Lyra also wanted to visit a friend. I am Phileas Flitwick. A spark of recognition appeared in Brant's eyes. Yes, that one. I am the head of Ravenclaw House and Charms Professor. The first-year children here have not yet learned any spells for duels. I am aware, though Harry and Lyra had a different pre-education than other Hogwarts students, and I need to evaluate it. Flitwick stared at Brant to consider the request. A few students sitting in the common room had started to stare at the confrontation. He nodded to the group and walked them up to the room with the brass plates. The lever was higher than his head, so he used his wand to adjust it to the dueling room position and opened the door. Inside was a large square platform made from stone. On one side was a small set of elevated seats. Brant walked up onto the platform and drew his wand. Harry, let's start with you. Harry walked up to the platform, while Flitwick and Lyra sat in the seats to one side. I want to see the shield you were talking about first. Harry pulled out his staff. Flitwick gazed at it, as if discerning what it was made of. Harry concentrated hard and slammed the base of the staff into the stone floor. A bubble with a white tinge burst forth to cover himself about 10 feet in every direction. Hold the shield as long as you can. I am going to toss some spells at it. Without any incantations, he threw almost a dozen small spells with lighter and translucent tones to them at Harry. Each one seemed to dissolve into the shield, like ink into water, as the color of the spells faded away. I'm going to take it up a notch now, Brant told Harry, who still was focusing on the shield, but with a bit more effort. The spells he threw next had darker and more opaque colors. Each time they impacted the shield, they behaved the same, but the shield shrunk on impact. Harry was focusing very hard on the spell now, with sweat coming down his face. When the shield had been reduced to a mere 3 feet from him, Brant stopped. Harry dropped his shield and sank to his knees. That is an interesting shield, Mr. Potter, commented Flitwick. It doesn't seem to be particularly affected by different spell types, though they weren't terribly powerful. It started to collapse around third-year spells. Second year for Durmstrang. Brant commented. While Harry rests, let's see what Lyra can do. Harry went to Lyra and walked her to the platform. He stood with her while Brant asked, "Can you do anything defensive like Harry?" "Not really, no," she said with a frown, though Harry whispered in her ear something and her face brightened. Lyra pulled out her staff and held it with two hands slightly diagonal in front of her body. Harry took a few steps off the platform. Lyra focused, and the black hair wrapping her staff began to shift with an invisible wind. He looked to Brant. "You can start now." Not seeing a shield, he cast a light yellow spell at her. It missed her by a few feet to the side. Brant looked befuddled and cast the spell again, this time striking a few feet to the other side. He braced his wand arm with his other hand and pointed it directly at Lyra's chest. The spell he cast went a few inches above her head. Flitwick was spinning his wand in his fingers and muttering. "Your turn, Lyra," Harry shouted happily. Brant was standing around 30 feet from Lyra. When she started running towards him, he moved into a defensive posture, but he barely had any time as somehow Lyra took 2 steps and was right next to him with the bottom of her staff pointing at his chest. Brant stared at Lyra in confusion. "I have no idea what just happened," he commented while looking at the blonde girl in front of him. Flitwick spoke up. "I can't tell how it was done, but she cast something similar to a Muggle aversion ward. It made you unable to target her with your magic or focus on her position. It also gave her time to move without you noticing. I would assume that a Clumency would be able to counter the technique to some degree." Brant still looked a bit confused, but nodded along. Turning to Harry, "Time to see what you can do offensively." He and Lyra switched positions as Flitwick called an elf for snacks and tea. As Harry stepped up on the platform, "I've already seen how you can push everything around you like with your shield. Show me what you told me you did earlier." He conjured a large stone pillar where he was standing and stepped off the platform. Harry concentrated on his magic and the tip of the antler, and after nearly 30 seconds he launched a pulse at the pillar. The pulse cracked the pillar and pushed it back a little before the whole column leaned backward and fell over. Harry was breathing heavily and leaning on his staff so he didn't fall over. Brant stepped back up and vanished the rock, conjuring a large wooden wall. "Can you do it again? This time, don't build it up for very long. Take as little time as you need and fire a few at the board." Harry focused again. It took him about 3 seconds to feel the pulse building before he let it go. A small impact mark appeared on the wood. He did that 5 more times before his body began to feel immense exertion and his knees became a bit wobbly again. "Good," Brant told him. "Try to work on getting more power in shorter amounts of time. Now let's see Lyra." They switched out, and Harry sat down to eat a sandwich. Lyra got up on the platform, and Brant conjured another stone pillar. After he got out of the way, Lyra pointed the bottom of her staff at her target and concentrated. After about 20 seconds, heat waves started to rise off her hair as she twisted and pushed the staff forward, creating a vortex of orange flame that shot out towards the pillar. It almost completely missed, but blackened the side of it. She had nearly fallen over after her spell, but caught herself with her staff first. Flitwick nodded. "This is one of the reasons why we teach the fire spell in the first year. It takes a lot of practice to channel and control fire. Starting early is key to the development process. The amount you can channel is impressive, but you need to focus on the time and the amount. I'm guessing you haven't figured out how to cast with less power than that full burst either. You should first learn to light a candle before burning down a forest." Lyra nodded, agreeing with the analysis. She picked up her staff and tried focusing on casting a small flame, but instead, a large burst popped out and almost burned her feet. Put her staff away after that. As they exited the dueling room, Lyra saw Hermione sitting at the window balcony on the floor above them and went up to her. She was sitting and reading a course book with the sun coming through the window and making her hair glow in the light. Brant stayed back a bit as the children spoke. "You weren't at the party," Lyra said with big eyes staring at her. "I prefer to stay by myself and read, I'm sorry," Hermione replied, though it seemed like she felt remorse for not attending. "You should come another time by yourself. There are plenty of nice places to read." Lyra was almost pleading with her. "Could I?" asked Hermione. "I heard about the sunset and the trees from other students." Harry approached. "Of course, though we will still come here to read too. I was hoping to read Redwall with Lyra today." Brant watched the 3 children speak from a distance. This girl seemed to be important to them. Arcturus had told him to do everything and anything he could to improve their standing with the two children. So, as he watched their interaction, he noticed the girl was hiding one of her arms, and when she moved it made the clicking noise of a low-end prosthetic. Harry had told him about Draco laughing at such a girl. After a few more minutes of them talking, Lyra waved Brant over to them. "Brant, this is Hermione Granger, the top student of her year," Lyra introduced them. "Hermione, this is Brant. He works for my uncle." Brant shook her hand. "I am the current steward for House Black. May I ask you a very personal question, Hermione?" She looked very hesitant but nodded. "I would like to know what happened to your arm." Hermione stepped back, holding the prosthetic under the cloak. Harry looked at Brant with a little anger at such a question. "I mean no offense. I just hope to find out if there is anything House Black could do to help." Hermione looked very cautious, but took the cloak off to show the arm prosthesis. "Last year, a troll broke into the school. I had been in the bathroom during dinner and didn't hear the warning. The troll found me in the bathroom. I tried to get away, but with one swing of its club, my arm was completely crushed." Lyra leaned over to give Hermione a big hug, as Harry would do for her when she was speaking about upsetting things. "I don't remember anything after that, but apparently the teachers arrived immediately after and subdued it. They couldn't reconstruct my arm and they sent me to get this thing." "Which shop did you get sent to?" he asked. "Sticks and Stones. It's located near St. Mungo's outside of Diagon," Hermione told Brant. "You're a Muggle-born, correct?" Hermione nodded. "Who gave you the recommendation for that shop?" "My parents told me that the Board of Governors sent us there." Brant nodded and elaborated. "I think you were guided to a lower-end prosthetics company, so the school would not need to pay much for your new arm. Definitely better than anything a Muggle could make, but there are much better magical alternatives. There are simple things that could improve it right now." Brant pulled out his wand and asked, "May I?" Hermione looked a bit angry and afraid, but nodded to Brant. A silver light glowed on the tip of his wand, and he scratched a few sets of the same rune groups into different parts of her prosthetic arm. When he was done, he nodded to her and told her to move her arm. She waved her arm and exclaimed, "There's no clicking. How did you do that?" "I tried to put a silencing charm on it, but that didn't work. The clicking is part of how the arm works. I know it sounds the same, but instead of silencing the clicking, I made it inaudible instead. So the noise is still created, you just can't hear it. Silencing stops noise from being made." Hermione waved her arm around more with no noise coming out. "I'm guessing your parents also signed something saying they considered the matter settled." Hermione just shrugged. "They probably did, though, with your permission, I can start investigations to see if Lyra's house can assist you in any way or provide you with an alternative." Hermione nodded, with a few tears in her eyes. Brant turned to Harry and Lyra. "I do need to leave now. I am leaving you with books on techniques to focus your magic and wizard history books. Please read them when you can." He pulled 3 books out of his belt pouch. He noticed Hermione staring at the pouch with envy in her eyes. He gave a nod to Hermione and said goodbye to Harry and Lyra. After he had gone, Hermione hugged Lyra. "Thank you. I need to go write a letter to my parents, but stay here as long as you would like." She walked away down a hallway, the fingers on the prosthetic arm wiggling as if she were playing an invisible piano, until they couldn't see her anymore. Harry and Lyra went down to the main part of the Ravenclaw common room to retrieve Hermione's copy of Redwall and read the first chapter together. Dinner that evening was interesting, as most of the Slytherin house was staring at Harry the whole time. At the end of the dinner, Lyra was able to slip a note to Tracy about meeting with Blaise. Back in the common room, Newt approached Harry with a sense of urgency. "We need to talk," he began. "There's a pretty solid rumor going around that you stabbed Draco Malfoy with your staff. I wanted to hear your side of the situation before I take further action." Harry explained the situation and how the meeting went along with that Draco cast the first spells. "I understand," Newt told him, "but couldn't you have let him go after knocking him over? You could have kept his wand for proof of his actions." "No, that wouldn't have been enough," Harry explained. "He is like a snake. He needs someone to knock him around to remind him he isn't in charge. There is a recording of him admitting to starting the fight, and he's already spreading it around that he is the victim. He will need to be put in his place again sometime soon. I don't want to have to do it, but I will." "If you do it again, there will be a punishment for your actions," Newt said sternly. If Lyra or I have a chance of getting hurt otherwise, I'll accept the repercussions. I hope Draco will also face some kind of judgment whenever he decides to come after me again. I suggest you focus on strengthening your shielding spells. If your shield never falls, you never need to attack. I'm planning to do at least that much, but to do so, I hope we're able to get the dueling room from the request sheet, and personal project rooms as well. I am reviewing all the suggestions, and many of them will be added. As far as the current situation, even though you weren't the aggressor in the situation, you still did the most amount of harm. I will wait to see if Professor Snape assigns any punishment for his student, and then determine if I want to do something similar for you. If he receives no punishment, neither will you. Harry was shocked. He remembered the times he got blamed for Dudley's actions, and how nothing he could say would change how people looked at him. Now he had someone who not only believed him, but wouldn't unjustly punish him either. It would take some getting used to. In the morning, there was a new message board on the wall by the common room exit with a single announcement on it. House meeting, tonight at 7:45 p.m. at breakfast. Lyra received an owl from Tracy. It said that no one in Slytherin could be seen talking to them right now, but she, Daphne, and Blaise would be in the library during the hour before dinner. Harry and Lyra were still trying to figure out what they could give to Blaise to balance the scale, so to speak. In discussing that particular phrase, they figured out they could give him a bit of the shed from the usurper. If it helped Professor Snape keep the snakes in his office in line, Blaise could do the same thing with the ones in the Slytherin common room. The day progressed as a school day should. In charms, they had a half-period so Flitwick introduced them to the 10 standard wand movements and assigned that night's homework to practice said movements. Herbology introduced them to a magical plant called Dittany that could perform basic healing through consumption or inhaling burnt vapors. Students were advised to grow some in any home they lived in. For transfiguration, they continued with their attempts to turn matches into needles. Almost all of the class was able to perform it now, except for Lyra and Greg. Greg just seemed like he wasn't focusing, so Harry punched him in the shoulder as he did with potions. When he channeled his annoyance onto the match, he was able to transform it into a needle. Lyra still caused hers to burst into flame. She would have her first meeting with Seamus Finnegan after their defense class. She was given toothpicks instead of matches, but they would start smoking for a few seconds before Lyra completed their transformation into needles. For defense against the dark arts, Professor Lockhart seemed to start taking his job seriously and told them they were going to learn how to defend themselves from household pests for the next couple of months by going through his book on how to do such. "May never have a life of defeating banshees and werewolves," he said with a swirl of his yellow cape, "but you will need to learn how to deal with the monsters that live in the nooks and crannies of your own houses, behind curtains, inside fireplaces, and that old chest in the attic. Dark creatures will await you at every turn. Magic begets more magic, and many creatures will come to feed on that, as well as on you and your families. With my expert tutelage, you will keep the people you love safe and sound." They spent the next 20 minutes discussing ashwanders, which were a type of snake that manifested themselves if a magical fire was left to burn too long. He read from his book, "When lighting fires for your kitchen or potions, it is advised by yours truly that it should be done without magic and with matches or oil. A fire-making spell has the potential of spawning an ashwander even after it starts burning wood. Using a non-magical flame does not have these risks unless you are burning magical wood or other magical fuel. Keep day-to-day life simple, and you lower your risks of spawning this dreadful creature." He continued reading from his book while the students in their class took notes. Harry was very curious about the ashwanders. They and their eggs were very dangerous, but also tremendously useful as potion ingredients. He also thought that Lyra would have a great time playing with them and their fire-related powers. It was strange how they were created, and that they naturally took the form of a snake. Maybe he could speak to one and learn about why. After defense, he walked Lyra back to the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall was there grading papers, and they had to wait a few minutes before Seamus arrived. He took a wary look at Harry and then towards McGonagall. With his back turned to her, he gestured towards his shoulder with a tap and then gave Harry a thumbs up. Harry didn't like that someone was congratulating him for hurting another student, but at least he was being discreet about it. He nudged Lyra to make introductions, and once those were done, Seamus sat down with Lyra to work. Most of his explanations didn't help. He talked about controlling her magic like lighting a candle, but they hadn't done that spell yet. Seamus asked permission from McGonagall to teach both of them the fire spell, and she stopped what she was doing to supervise. "Okay, so this is a fun spell," started Seamus, and after getting a stern look from the professor, he continued. "Because the spell is continuous, it is a good spell to demonstrate control. The incantation is Incendio. Incendio, the wand movement, looks like a flame if you draw it." He put down his wand to draw it. "Your first attempts will probably come out way too strong, so make sure anything in front of you isn't flammable or have an older student cast a flame-freezing charm on it." He raised his eyebrows at the professor, who cast a shimmering spell on many desks, the floor, and the wall. Seamus turned to the desks and the wall and incanted Incendio. A spout of flame shot from his wand, and while it was intense at the start, he reigned in the fire until it was only about 3 inches long from the tip of his wand. After a few seconds, he just blew it out. Harry recognized it as the spell Draco had used on him. Harry tried it a few times before he got a couple of hiccups of flame. Lyra stepped up, and as soon as she got the wand movement right, completely bathed the wall in flame. She ended up just dropping her wand to make it stop. Luckily, nothing had caught fire due to the flame-freezing charm. Seamus stared in shock, and I thought I was bad. That was incredible. "It was certainly not, Mr. Finnegan," said a very stern Professor McGonagall. "Miss Black, do not perform this spell unless you have a teacher nearby. Try it again, but think of your magic like a whisper. Imagine there is something in front of you that you don't want to be destroyed. Don't drop your wand. If it gets out of control, I will stop it." Lyra tried again. Incendio. Fire exploded out of her wand again, covering the area in front of her. The flame continued to come out as she stared in shock, but slowly took a deep breath, and it started to get smaller. It was only covering the desks in front of her before she fell backward, Seamus reaching out to keep her from falling. "You used too much magic, Miss Black," McGonagall told her. "This spell will continually drain your magic until you stop it. When you perform any spells, try to think of cold weather, snow, water, and ice, and if you are doing something with fire, pull it back. You'll need to come back here and work on it with Mr. Finnegan every week at this time. 5 points to Gryffindor for your assistance." Harry thanked both of them and walked Lyra back to her dorm and told her to get into bed. Whispers joined her as she went into her dorm. "I will come back for you before dinner. I need to meet with Blaise in the library now." As she wandered towards her bed, Lyra murmured, "What snow?" Harry went to his room to retrieve some of the usurper's shed and then hurried to the library. After looking around for a bit, he saw the 3 Slytherins sitting around a table, studying with no extra chairs. There was a table with 2 chairs directly behind where they were sitting. He wasn't too much of a dunderhead to understand the message, and he went to sit down. "Where's Lyra?" asked Daphne while still looking forward. She had tutoring to keep her transfigurations from burning up with Seamus Finnegan and exhausted her magic when she nearly set the room on fire twice. She needs to meet with him every week now. "That boy is a menace," said Daphne. "Nearly every potions class he blows something up, almost like he's doing it on purpose. Lyra only has the problem so far in transfiguration. She's never blown up a potion in all the time I've known her." "How long have you known her?" Blaise asked, but it was obvious he was digging for information. Tracy noticed it too and changed the subject. "So you stabbed Draco?" "Very subtle, Tracy," Daphne chuckled. "Yes, he deserved it, and I will do it again if I need to," Harry said sharply. "What does he say happened?" "He says he arranged a friendly meeting to discuss family affairs, and that you took offense at something, knocked him down, and stuck your staff through his shoulder," Blaise explained. "He's got a scar now, not a very noticeable one, but it's there. Well, everything he said is true, but he left out that he attacked me first, and I held a shield for 3 spells before he cast a fire spell on me, which I held with my shield for about 10 seconds before casting my spell to knock him across the room. I then threatened him and stabbed him in the shoulder as a warning, laced with pain." Harry could feel a shiver from the Slytherins behind him before continuing. "The steward of House Black has a recording of him after taking a truth potion admitting to everything. Professor Snape was there too." "Idiot," Blaise muttered. Well, I'll whisper all those things in the right ears. Daphne added, his head is big enough already. It needs to be taken down a size or two. I also spoke to Lyra before I came here. She would like to take you up on your offer about your family's portrait. Would like to apologize for our reaction and thank you for the offer. Harry pulled the shed out of his pouch and handed it blindly over his shoulder to Blaise, who eventually found his hand and took it. This is shed from a powerful magical snake, the same kind as on my staff. Any snake you are near when you are holding it will be afraid of you, like the ones in the Slytherin common room. How do you know we have snakes? Tracy asked. It's a secret, Harry responded. Well, this is pretty cool if it works. I'll ask my mother to send over the portrait next time I get a chance, Blaise said in a satisfied tone. Just then, they all froze, hearing a chair being dragged across the floor to the spot right next to their tables. Looking over, Gemma was standing there and sat down to the side of them. You all might think you're being smart, but you're not. First of all, Potter, if you're going to pretend like you're in the library to study, at least take a book to pretend like you're reading something instead of sitting at an empty table. Secondly, if you want to pass something to someone, just put it in your book and leave it on the table when you leave. Harry was reminded of his mistakes during the meeting with Draco and felt ashamed all over again. But Gemma was giving him advice now, like Brant. As for your meeting place, you chose a table in the main room. The library is literally endless. There are plenty of places at least half a mile down the stacks that would be better for a clandestine meeting where you could face each other. Another option is to find tables with a shelf of books between them. The Slytherin trio had their turn to be ashamed now. Finally, the older students were pretty sure that Draco was full of shit, but thanks for confirming it. Daphne, you can use this to help cultivate your status in the rumor mill. I won't corroborate anything for at least a couple of days to give you a chance at it. After finishing, she got up and walked away. Well, Harry started. Yeah, Blaise ended. They all went their separate ways quickly. After dinner, all of Scamander House gathered in the common room for the meeting. Newt came a couple of minutes late with Dougal, who was wearing a black hat with a large floppy brim and gold studs on the top. He immediately went to take a banana from a tree and sit in one of the high-backed chairs at the side of the room. Whispers was already in the chair next to him with a bowl of grapes looking through a children's book with thick cardboard pages. Aside from the quick glance towards them as Dougal settled in, no one paid them much mind. It was amazing how quickly you could get used to something that a week ago you would have broken your neck to take a second look at. Newt conjured a chair to sit at the edge of all the levels of the fire pit where the other students were sitting. Tina and I have sat with the headmaster and reviewed all of your suggestions for our common room. This castle has been around for a very long time, and there are certain traditions that need to be held on to. So I need to apologize to Harry, Lyra, and the others who requested a hot spring or jacuzzi. We can't have any communal baths in the castle. What about the prefect bathroom? Cedric asked. What prefect bathroom? Newt responded. They all talk about it. It's some giant bathroom with a tub the size of this room, Cedric clarified as Lee seemed to nod his head in vague recollection. I was never a prefect, so I wouldn't know. I suggest you all work very hard then on your grades and your behavior if you want to have access to that bathroom. I've always thought the prefect system was a bit skewed toward house favorites. Even in Hufflepuff, where we would have a vote, the head of house would make the final decision. I will do the same thing, but there will be qualifications before voting even takes place. Cedric, you are the only candidate for next year's prefect. However, when I make the qualifications for the position, if you don't meet them by the end of the year, we won't have a prefect until the following year. That is assuming you want the position at all. I do, Cedric confirmed. Good, on to other matters. I'll start with the big ones and move on down. A dueling arena. Newt paused as a number of the children's faces lit up. One will be constructed. No one will be allowed to use it without a prefect or teacher supervising. There were two suggestions I'm going to combine into one, a study room and a map room. While this room is a marvel of magic, sometimes students need somewhere that is more traditional for their studies. This leads to a request from Mr. Creevy. I am authorizing the creation of the Hogwarts Explorers Club. Carlin let out a shout of glee. My wife, Tina, will act as the supervisor. As part of the study room, there will be a large mapping table, and a couple of dedicated bookshelves for you to write down all of the things you find around the castle. I warn you, though, this has been attempted and given up many times in the past, as people have found that it is impossible to discover all of the secrets of the castle. One might even say that the castle would stop you from discovering all of its secrets. He left that portentous message hanging for everyone to think about. We will also open up individual project rooms as well. Please write a detailed request for what you want to do and pass it to me or Tina for review. All the rooms will be built into the maze. The dueling room will be left and straight. The study room will be right and straight. The directions will work from the hallway or the common room. If there is a particular pattern you want for a project room, please indicate it on your request forms. With the meeting finished, Newt and Tina left, but Dougal stayed to spend time with Whispers and snack on grapes. Harry and Colin sat down at a desk to start scratching out project room proposals. Harry wanted his fertilizer room, while Colin wanted a dark room even though he hadn't learned the potion yet to make his pictures move. Neville also wrote up a proposal, but wasn't very open about what it was. After he was done, he did ask Harry for help with climbing the easier tree again and was able to get a little higher before falling. Harry remembered all the bumps and bruises he got when learning to climb, but he didn't have a choice. Would encourage Neville to keep trying to be able to do so with minimal injuries while working. Harry tried to invite Greg to join them, but the boy seemed to be afraid of Harry. He assumed that since the boy used to be in Slytherin, that he had been warned of Harry's proclivity for stabbing people. Harry needed to stop that kind of thinking quickly, so he grabbed a couple of bananas and went over to where Greg was sitting and watched the boy jump back as he approached. "You know, I'm not going to stab you, right?" Harry handed the banana to the frightened boy and held it there until he took it. "Draco said you attacked him," replied Greg nervously. "I did attack him. After he met with me and decided he wasn't getting what he wanted, he cast several spells at me. I knocked him down and stabbed him so he would be reminded of what he did later." "That's not what he told me. He said that you attacked him and stabbed him before he could do anything." Greg seemed to completely believe what Draco had been telling him, so Harry tried to switch tactics. "Greg, you're a member of my house. I won't hurt you. Take the banana and eat it with me. I'm helping you in your remedial classes, right? Did Draco help you?" "No, he didn't." Greg took the banana and started to eat it. "Draco would just tell me I'm good at pushing people around. I am good at pushing people around, but I want to be good at other stuff too." "You will be, Greg. Stick with me, and you'll be good at many things," Harry said soothingly. Shortly before they left the island, Harry had to get the Giver to switch to a commanding role over the snakes that patrolled their fields. It took the snakes a long time to switch to a new commander, and they found through trial and error that they would react with violence towards the Giver if he used violence to get them to obey, and quicker when he guided the transition peacefully. Ideally, it would be good for Draco to tell Greg to listen to Harry and take his advice, but that wasn't going to happen. It might take a while to break Draco's command of this boy, but it would happen. Chapter 33, The Basics. Chapter text the day after Harry's meeting with Blaise. Things started to fall into a routine. Except for Charms class, it seemed like the other course had done something flashy the first week, before just focusing on basic principles. Harry and Lyra heard a lot of other students moaning about not getting to do as much magic as before, but they were desperate to soak up as much new knowledge as possible so that it didn't matter to them. Most of their free time was spent in the library where they researched for their homework. Lyra was able to provide them with nearly instant access to the books they needed to find their subjects with her feather trick. Many other students would request her to do the same for them, but eventually, Harry had to tell them to back off so they could study without the constant interruptions. The library itself was quite amazing, and they would typically end their days by exploring the border where the magic of the library started to change into irregularity. They would find books of strange sizes and shapes, ones that would whisper to them, hidden compartments in the shelves, or books that weren't even books, but solid objects made of stone or metal that just looked like books. They even found a red door they couldn't reach, behind a set of shelves, with a strange symbol carved on the side. It looked like a box without a bottom line, and a perpendicular line coming out of the middle on the top side. There wasn't much time to go further, but they made sure to put their names down on the library's list of people to explore the depths of the stacks during the spring break. Charm's class was focusing heavily on wand movements and modifying their wand lighting spell. The movements of the wand were designed to pull on a wizard's magic in specific ways to shape it and turn it into a workable spell. Combined with an incantation that needed to relate to the spell function and somehow match the complexity in the syllables, their magic would produce the desired effect. They weren't told exactly how these things actually worked, as apparently that was something they studied in both runic studies, arithmancy, and masterwork in magical theory. Right now they just had to learn all the basics of the method, and if they wanted to study the why of it all, they were encouraged to sign up for those electives in their third year or to study in their spare time. Harry and Lyra made sure to get lists of recommended books on the matter from both Professor Flitwick and Hermione, as they knew she was doing self-study on runes. In Transfiguration, they continued to work with their matches and needles. It was a difficult assignment, just forcing the change with their minds. However, Professor McGonagall assured them that the assignment wasn't just about turning a matchstick into a needle, but to shape their understanding of how transfigurations worked. They needed to start with objects of the same size and shape, and would eventually do more difficult spells. When they weren't working on their matches, they were introduced to the transfiguration formula. Harry and Lyra had to do a bit of catch-up on multiplication and division to understand it, though it was less about math and more about theory in the end. Professor McGonagall wrote it on the board: TWC/MV. ZT, difficulty of the transfiguration. W, casting power, provided to the wand. C, concentration of the caster. V, viscosity of the object. M, mass, or size of the object being transfigured. Z, an unknown element that differed between transfigurations. Taking the unknown element out of the equation, you were supposed to try to get the T variable as close to an even 1 as possible. This was difficult because none of the other variables had numbers assigned to them. The formula was broken down even more, for them to focus on WM and CV more closely, getting them to be even. Essentially, the greater the size of an object, the more power you would need to put into your wand, while you needed to increase your concentration to match how dense or viscous the object you were trying to transfigure. They needed to calculate this both for the original object and the one they were attempting to change it into. The unknown variable tended to become more involved for more complex transfigurations and for those that involved living objects, so the students were advised not to try to think about it for now. For nearly everyone in the class, it just confused them more. Luna, on the other hand, took all the information they had been given, looked at her match, and with 10 seconds of concentration, turned her match into a perfect needle. She earned 5 points for Scamander for her efforts and understanding of the theory. "How do you do that?" Lyra asked her. "The formula, it helps when you think about it that way," she replied with a clarity in her eyes that they didn't see often. "The match and needle aren't that big, so you don't have to put a lot of power into it, but you do need some, and at our age, it feels like a lot. Then the viscosity of both sides of the transfiguration is similar but different. The match has all of its viscosity in the head, but the needle is dense metal perfectly arranged throughout it. By focusing on the distribution of the viscosity from the match to the needle and concentrating on turning it into metal, it just happens." Lyra wasn't the only person in the class to stare in shock at the Spacey Blonde's incredibly detailed explanation. McGonagall gave her another 3 points for her explanation. Lyra turned back to her own match, focused on what she understood from Luna's explanation, and swore she saw a glint of silver in the match head before a ball of flame exploded in her face. Luna patted her on the back and said, "Too much W." Then she went back to changing more of her matches to needles. Professor McGonagall addressed the class. Miss Lovegood was correct in her explanation. Matching the power and concentration and determining how the viscosity of the transfiguration needs to be changed will help your spell work. When we work on transfigurations that will require an incantation, you may be able to blunt force the transfiguration with more W than necessary, as the incantation and wand movement takes the place of much of the concentration needed. In free transfigurations, the instructions are in your mind instead of the spell. For homework, they were told to keep attempting the transfiguration, though Lyra was given a box of toothpicks to start for her assignment. Defense against the dark arts had them working on more household pests that seemed to be attracted to magic. They spent more time on the ashwinder and how to get rid of it, as well as cleaning up flue ashes and securing any eggs they found to keep them from exploding. When they moved on to Bundermans and were told that they would circle back to the ashwinder eggs once they learned the freezing spell. Lockhart's book on household pests was very detailed and explained every household nuisance in great detail, though their professor was reading directly from the book constantly, as if he forgot what he had written. Bundermans were a sentient kind of ooze. Daria called them slimes for some reason, and two other students in the class nodded along with her explanation. Bundermans were acidic creatures that would absorb and dissolve things inside of their bodies. Lockhart explained heroically about the creatures. While many magical houses will have defenses against rot and decay, a Bunderman infestation may eat away at magic, as well as solid objects. Magical waste will grow these creatures, and even the most dutiful house witch might not notice a few tiny creatures in a dark corner of her home. Smaller creatures can be dispensed with a scouring charm, which, depending on the power behind it, may just remove a small mess, purify a surface, or cover it with a magical soap. He took a moment to point his wand at the slime creature on the front desk, and with an elaborate swish called out, "Scourgify." Soapy bubbles appeared all over it as it slowly melted away, leaving only a dark mark on the table where it had been sitting. One must always be on the lookout for creatures that will tarnish your image and the cleanliness of your home. Even those of you who have house elves should not be remiss in knowing how to properly clean with magic. He gave everyone a glorious smile that sparkled through the room. Be on the lookout for dirt and grime around Hogwarts. When I approve of the perfection of your scouring spell, feel free to cast it wherever you want in the castle. This circumvents the rule and is an exception to Dumbledore's rule of no magic in the hallways. The cleaner the castle is, the less work there will be in detentions with that charming Mr. Filch. That was the kind of motivation everyone needed. While Harry wasn't planning on getting any detentions, this seemed like a good idea, just to practice magic. Remember, though, Lockhart warned, the Bunderman that was on my desk is probably the largest you should handle on your own. If you encounter larger specimens, or many at the same time, call a specialist, or you are inviting travesty upon your house. A souring spell on a larger infestation will cause the Bunderman to explode into smaller pieces and spread the infestation. After class in late September, Lockhart publicly invited Harry to tea during his office hours. Brant had discussed with them about invitations and how to accept or reject them, and being from a professor, Harry agreed to attend. The tea time was during Lyra's meeting with Seamus, so she couldn't attend. As Harry left the common room, he ran into Colin Creevey. "Hey, Harry. Hey, Colin. I'm running a bit late for tea with Lockhart. Can we talk later?" "Oh, yeah, that. Can I tag along with you? I have been trying to find time to get to his office hours to ask him about photography stuff. He must know a ton with all the portraits and pictures of himself in his classroom." Harry agreed. If the number of pictures reflects his talent in photography, he's certainly a master. Let's go, it should be fun. If it isn't, there will still be cakes. Colin bounced after Harry as they arrived at the defense classroom. Harry knocked on the door and Lockhart opened it immediately. He was wearing a velvet blue cape with a silver vest. His hair was perfectly coiffed, and it made both boys feel very underdressed in their normal Hogwarts robes. Lockhart faltered for a moment at seeing Colin with him, so Harry spoke up. "I apologize for bringing a guest, but Colin had wanted to take advantage of your office hours and had no other time." Their professor recovered quickly and adopted a smile again. Of course, your friends would be welcome to attend. Bring whomever you would like next time. Come in, come in." Harry and Colin shuffled in to find a lavish spread of tea and snacks prepared. It was certainly more than two people who could have eaten by themselves, and probably more than five could as well. They stared at everything for a few moments. "This is my first real entertaining of students this year, and I wanted to see what the house elves had available." He picked up what looked like a tiny yellow pineapple the size of his thumb. "These are quite something." The elves had a whole stash of them under preservation charms that were unused for a decade, though I assure you they are quite all right to eat. Harry took the offered snack from the professor, while Colin took one from the table. They put them in their mouths at the same time, eyes widening at the sweetness. "It's pineapple," Colin exclaimed, "but it's hard as a rock." "It's crystallized pineapple," Lockhart explained. "Someone must have loved them to have had so many stashed here." The three of them sat down and fixed their tea along with an assortment of various treats added to their plates. Once they were settled, Lockhart switched tones to something more serious. "Now, Harry, you might not appreciate it now, but you are a celebrity. The circumstances surrounding your fame are great and terrible, but you should learn to embrace it as it won't be changing. I have seen you with the Black family steward, so I know you have the backing of another great house, and I would like to advise you on how you should take advantage of your situation, even if you don't want to capitalize on it financially." Harry was taken aback a bit. "I don't know. I think I want to discuss it with Brant first." Lockhart stared at him over his tea for a moment before responding, "Perfectly understandable. You can even invite Brant for tea sometime as well." Colin took advantage of the lull to talk. Professor Lockhart." The man looked over at the small boy as if he forgot he was there. "I was hoping to get your advice as well." He paused and looked down at his feet before continuing. "I like to take pictures and movies, and seeing all of your pictures, I thought you might be able to help." He took a quick look at Harry before turning to Colin. "An amateur photographer. Amazing. There aren't enough of you in the world. It tends to be an expensive hobby, with the ingredients required to develop the potions. While I don't take my own photos, I have studied the process to make sure to get the best possible results for the images of myself." Colin nodded enthusiastically at the possibility of working with an expert. "Would you be able to teach me the potion?" "Sadly, no. I don't think I will have the time for additional instruction outside of my curriculum. I'm told there is a potions club available, and when you're able to master the process, I'll let you in on some secrets for increasing the animation time and quality of your prints." Colin smiled enthusiastically. "Thank you. That would be great." Their tea and conversation continued for a while. Lockhart was very interested in Harry's pre-education, but Harry did not answer his questions, except to say his studies were primarily in potions and protection spells. Colin pushed for more information too, but Harry told them it wasn't just his privacy he was protecting. After an hour, they headed back for the common room. "That was pretty cool," Colin almost squeaked. "I assumed there would probably be magical celebrities, but we have one as our head of house and one teaching us defense. Don't forget about Professor Flitwick," Harry added. "He was a dueling champion before he was a teacher. Lockhart is famous and all, but something doesn't feel right about him. I can't figure out what it is. Fred and George say the defense job is cursed. Maybe that's it." "I don't see it," Colin remarked as they entered the common room maze. They were still talking about it in the common room as they walked by Luna, who just casually said, "It's his hands." "What?" Harry exclaimed. "His hands," Luna repeated. "Look at your hands, Harry. I assume that's from a lot of hard work. Now think of all of Lockhart's adventures and then think of his hands." Harry looked at his hands. He had never really paid that much attention, but he could see they were rougher than Luna or Colin's hands by far. Lyra's were like his too. The professor, on the other hand, had soft hands, clean of any blemish or cuts. "Maybe it's magic?" questioned Colin. "The nurse could fix Arthur's broken arm in less than an hour. Maybe there's something in his hands. He certainly uses some magic on his hair and to make his teeth sparkle." "Yeah," Luna started to wander off. "Maybe." At breakfast on the morning of October 1st, Vincent Crabbe finally returned to school. For his actions at the resorting, he was punished with a 1-month exclusion and detention every weekend in October and the Halloween feast. Despite all of this, when he returned, he made a big entrance by pushing the doors to the hall all the way open to attract attention when they banged on the walls, and then strutted into the room to the applause of some members of his house. Vincent's return was upsetting for a few reasons. The first was Hermione was upset, and the look on her face was a bit fearful at his approach, wrapping her cloak even tighter around her. Luckily, the boy had enough sense to stay away from the Ravenclaw table as he went to his seat. That weekend, they both made sure to visit Hermione in Ravenclaw Tower to finish the first Redwall book. The second reason was that the progress he had made with Greg just got disrupted. As soon as Vincent entered the room, Greg's face was happy to see his friend again. For the next week, He spent most of his free time with Draco and Vincent, and he started to fall back into a grumpy attitude where he would push people in the hallways for no reason. He didn't regress any fear of Harry again, though. The next week was the first open meeting for the Potions Club. There had already been a few meetings in September for the previous year's members, but this was the first meeting where others were allowed to join in. Harry, Lyra, and Colin decided to check it out. It was held after dinner on Wednesday night. Upon entering the club room in the dungeons, there were already a large number of students there, mostly Slytherins plus a few Ravens. They all stopped talking to look at the Scamanders, but mostly Harry. Something made Harry feel like he needed to take out his staff, but suppressed the feeling as best he could. When there was no one else coming in, a boy and a girl Slytherin stood up in the front. For those who don't know, my name is Milo Burke, and this is Amya Stone. We were elected last week by last year's Potions Club to officiate the meetings for this year. He looked out among all the students attending, giving some approving and some disapproving looks. This is the place to go if you need assistance with your work or if you want to brew in your spare time. Our staff sponsor is Professor Snape. He should be here in a moment to say a few words. I am already here. Everyone jumped as a plume of smoke erupted in the room, with their professor appearing in the center. Most of the students looked scared, but Harry and Lyra were amused and smiled at the theatrics of it. With the top of his face shrouded in shadow, he spoke, "Welcome to the Potions Club. You are all aware of how forgiving I am for mistakes in your lessons. I have even less patience for those who make mistakes in this club when I'm not here to immediately correct your errors. I will occasionally show up to provide special instruction or to test an experiment I deem safe enough for dunderheads like you. Safe enough only means that I won't need to send you to St. Mungo's if the experiment fails." A few students shuddered at the possibility. I am also going to post a list of the current stocks in the Infirmary of Potions we have covered in class. If any of you have received an outstanding for a healing or antidote potion in class, that grade denotes that it was of medical grade. Making potions for the infirmary will give you points for your house. Bringing me a potion that is not medical grade will see you lose points for your house. Are there any questions? No one moved a muscle, and in a puff of smoke, Snape vanished once again. Lyra and Harry giggled as quietly as they could, and Colin whispered, "What's funny?" Lyra whispered back. He disillusioned himself and is hiding behind the potions cabinet. Colin squinted, but he couldn't tell anyone was there. Amya stood back up. For all the new members, you have until the end of the semester to brew a potion, not in the curriculum, and at least a year above your current year level. The only students we want here are those that want to exceed the normal student standards. Brewing a potion 2 years above your level will allow you membership in the Potions Club for extra projects and occasionally assisting Professor Snape in special experiments. You can all go ahead and start whatever you wish to work on. Research materials are in the back of the room, on the bookshelf. If you have any special potions you would like to make but need instruction, please speak to Milo. When she was done going over basic etiquette rules for the club, Colin approached Milo about the film developer potions. Milo Burke looked over the Muggle-born child with mild disdain as he approached the desk. "I'm interested in learning about photo development," he said, with a nervous smile. "There are 3 potions you'll need to learn, and someone will need to give you special attention to teach you. Do you have anything prepared to offer your tutor?" Milo asked him, knowing Muggle-borns didn't have much money, nor did they have any political influence to exchange favors. Colin had been told back in Diagon Alley that he would probably need to offer some kind of favor in exchange for tutoring, and he had been racking his brain about what he could offer. He ended up coming up with something that seemed to be a basic idea for him, but unknowingly very valuable to others. "I can loan a camera to my tutor and develop the pictures they take with it once I've learned the potion," he told Milo with as much confidence as he could muster. Little did Colin know, some of the ingredients for the potions were very expensive, and cameras in the magical world were not something you loaned out. Thinking someone just got a very good deal, Milo smiled. "I'll circulate your offer around the club and get you a list of the ingredients, marking the ones you can get from the stores here at the club and the ones you will need to our order." He scribbled down Colin's request and offer and called for the next student in line. Colin told Harry and Lyra that he should be getting a tutor for his developer soon, and they congratulated him. Lyra was reading along with Harry as he tried to decide what potion he would make for his project. Looking through his book of ingredients, he came upon one he had seen before and thought would be fun to make, the Pinocchio tincture. Looking through the list of ingredients, he brought it up to Amir. "Can I make this for my special project? I figured it would be at least a year above our current level." Harry asked. Amir gave the standard glance up towards his scar. "Mr. Potter, this potion is equivalent to the 5th-year level. It requires specialized magical awareness, as well as a difficult distillation process. The ingredients may be common, but there are dozens of ways to ruin the experiment and nearly no practical benefit to making it. You have 1 month of an introduction to potions. I suggest you choose something closer to your level." Harry remembered what Severus told them at the tea shop about infusing magic consciously through stirring methods. "Are you talking about direct and intentional magic infusion through ingredient preparation and stirring methods?" Amir's eyes widened in shock. That's not something first-year students from pureblood families were even aware of. "That's how I learned to do potions when I started years ago. I don't know how to brew potions without infusing my magic in." Amir scribbled something down on a paper. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Collect your ingredients and do any preparation you can do in advance. I will set up a workstation for you by the end of the night." There wasn't much he could do in advance, except for drying out the leaves for the asphodel. However, that needed to be done 4 days in advance, not 7. Lyra helped gather the ingredients as Colin flitted around the room to look at what everyone else was doing. He was warned by an older Ravenclaw not to take pictures because the light from the flash would disrupt some experiments with explosive results. Near the end of the class, Harry's workstation was prepared, and he placed all his ingredients, as well as a blossoming asphodel plant, in the pot on the desk. At the station next to his, 2 girls were carving runes into the desk where their cauldron sat. The Ravenclaw saw their attention. The runes are to protect the desk. Sometimes other students might try to steal or sabotage your work. Harry's eyebrows went up. "Seriously, why?" "For reasons," the Slytherin girl responded glumly. "We'd be happy to protect your desk too, in exchange for a favor." Lyra and Harry exchanged a look and gave a few signs back and forth between the two of them. They both pulled out their staves to the interest of the girls. The Slytherin girl was particularly focused on the antler at the end of Harry's. Harry held the end of his staff with 2 hands and reached it out so it rested on the table. The white shield bubble sprang forth around their table. Lyra held her staff forward and touched it to the bubble. Darkness rushed up the coiled black fur and off the top, filling the bubble with darkness until it was pure black. "What was that?" the Ravenclaw girl demanded. Harry and Lyra smiled back and he said, "Protection for the desk." After Colin received their ingredient list, they returned to the common room. Colin had been reading it the whole way. As they got closer, he turned to Lyra. "What do you do with the ash from the feathers you burn in the common room?" "Nothing," she responded. "Sometimes I keep the ashes of things they burn, but their own ash just falls away." "Can I have it? It's one of the more expensive ingredients in the potions for the developers." "If I get something to catch the ash as they burn, could you use it? I'll be sure to develop pictures for you if you want." Lyra had no need for it right now, and it would be great for them to be able to give pictures of them to the Hidden and bring back photos of their families to have while they are here at school. She smiled enthusiastically. "Yes, I can do that. I'll also need to go see Lockhart again. I need Bundermun secretion. If he can help me capture a few of them, I'll never need to buy any. Just feed them and poke them till they spit. I also need thought leech juice and mermaid scales. Just wait till my mom hears that mermaids are real. She always loved the Disney movie, and she would read me and Dennis stories of mermaids when we were little. I'll need to look up the rest of the ingredients in the library tomorrow." There had been a few sprinkles of rain so far in the semester, but the first big rainstorm started on Friday night as soon as dinner started. The skies on the ceiling of the great hall grew cloudy and dark before a bolt of lightning arced across the rafters, and then a clap of thunder shook everyone in their seats. Rain began to fall from the clouds, and many students reflexively covered their heads, only for the rain to stop falling before it reached the tables. There were many groans from the Slytherin and the Gryffindor tables. From the little rain that they had experienced so far, Harry and Lyra just shared a look where they both knew they would be inside tomorrow all day, reading the Fellowship of the Ring. Warm rain on the island was fine. You could run around in it naked and not worry about being wet later. The cold rain here in Scotland was dreadful, and you could get sick if you stayed in it for too long or didn't dry off well afterward. Immediately after breakfast the next day, they climbed their favorite tree with whispers and started reading, only coming down to refill on tea and snacks before continuing. Towards the middle of the afternoon, they had gotten up to the introduction of Tom Bombadil in the story which, when described, made Lyra think of a tiny Dumbledore. At that point, they heard many of their housemates coming back into the common room together. Seeing Harry and Lyra up in the tree, Daria called out to them, "You two missed the first Quidditch game. It was awesome." Harry looked down at their classmates who were completely soaked with water, and Harry asked, "Was it warm?" "Because it was warm here." Cedric and a few others laughed at the remark and went about heating a lot of water to make tea for everyone. Harry and Lyra came down to hear from Colin and Daria about the game. It had been an even game, but Slytherin just had a better seeker and won 210-60. According to Neville, who used to be in Gryffindor, they had been lacking a quality seeker for years, and even with everyone else doing an amazing job, there was rarely a game where the seekers didn't decide the outcome. It seemed a bit unfair to Harry, but the snitch had been around for over 700 years, so it didn't seem like that was changing any time soon. The following week, things got kicked up a notch. In charms, they had finished the basic instruction on their wand lighting charm. In astronomy, they had learned how to change their light to the color red, and back with Professor Flitwick, they continued the lessons to incorporate the other colors as well. They also learned how to manipulate their light with their willpower to change their lights into spotlights, and to modify the spell with the additional incantations, Orbis and Maximus, to create a light separate from their wand or maxing out the brightness. When Harry performed the Lumos Maximus spell, it nearly blinded everyone in the room to the point that the entire room was white with light. Colin, on the other hand, saw his wand light get bright too quickly and then burn out, but he thought it would be perfect as a flashbulb. Lyra's light still had a tinge of red no matter what color she tried to make it. The next spell they had to tackle was the Bluebell Flame. It was a step towards the fire spell that Harry and Lyra had learned with Seamus. It was a form of the light spell that behaved like fire. This was an important distinction, because while it was in contact with skin or placed in a jar, it would only consume magic and behave like a light. It wouldn't burn skin or inorganic materials. In that regard, you could leave it to burn for long periods without worrying about spawning an ashwender. However, if you set the fire on a plant, clothing, or other organic material that wasn't skin, it would spread and create a minor magical fire that would need to be extinguished. Lyra enjoyed casting this spell. She could create huge plumes of flame without worrying about burning anything in the stone rooms where they practiced it. Placing her hands in the flame also seemed to help her understand how to decrease the power of her other fire spells and transfigurations. That piece of advice helped Seamus as well during their practice time. In potions, they explored all sorts of amazing ingredients and how they interacted with each other. They did get to see Professor Snape's dark side when a Hufflepuff blew up a cauldron with a sleeping potion, sending her partner, Colin, and Melly to the infirmary. The partially finished potion had gotten into their eyes, which, as Snape explained to the Puff in his tirade, would make them unable to sleep for a week without treatment. When he was finished, she was in tears and received a loss of house points, detention, and extra homework. Harry found it interesting that most unfinished medical potions would actually cause what they were trying to cure. Neville had told him and Lyra that he was the Gryffindor that went to the infirmary in the first class last year, as the boil-curing potion they had been making gave him boils all over his body when the cauldron exploded. Harry tried to make notes on the specific steps to be cautious in the future, as maybe there was some kind of pattern. In herbology, they continued to work with fertilizers and more harmless plants. They did get to see the special project for the second-year students. The older students were growing mandrakes, which had a large number of medical applications, as well as some ritualistic purposes for the druids of the region. Because they looked like human babies and cried when above ground, They symbolized both a plant and a human, and could take the place of human sacrifices in rituals that used to require them. The book in the library where he found that piece of information also included a list of such rituals that had been successfully performed with them. Harry immediately passed the book to the librarian and suggested it be put in the restricted section. Blood magic was something he was fine with, but human sacrifice, or something similar, was not something he felt comfortable with. Professor McGonagall wanted to make the mandrakes a permanent part of the curriculum, as she would be needing the leaves for her animagus classes. Professor Sprout also agreed with the idea because it was a great learning experience, and the sale of the fully grown plants made for a great revenue stream for the school. During the last week of October, Harry started to notice that Draco started paying attention to him again and sneering at him in the hallway as he passed by. Harry knew that he was starting to get his arrogance back and that there would be more problems coming soon. Chapter 34. Death and Detention. Chapter text 2 days before Halloween. Harry and Lyra received a letter back from Nestor filled with hand stamps from their family, filling up 3 whole scrolls of the post. They were able to identify all of the full-sized ones, but had trouble with the smaller ones as they were growing at different rates. Nestor mentioned that the Filipino ministry was interested in some of the other species on the island, like the huhus, and would like to speak with them over winter break regarding the collection of any other samples. The day before Halloween, Neville was able to get to the top of the easy tree without falling. He celebrated by cheering and then falling. Harry remembered bits of the Halloweens from when he was living with the Dursleys, but at Hogwarts it was different. There was still candy and pumpkins, but no costumes. Harry heard a number of the Muggle-borns lamenting this fact, and Carlin had even brought along a gorilla mask that he wore the whole day, scaring quite a few people, including Professor McGonagall, who thought he was experimenting with human transfiguration as a first year. Ron Weasley approached Harry on the morning of Halloween and wished him a happy Harry Potter day. The boy was confused when he had to explain to Harry that this was the anniversary of when Harry had killed you-know-who. Harry didn't remember his parents, so he couldn't exactly mourn them, but this boy had to be pretty thick to wish him a happy holiday on the anniversary of their deaths. So he just enjoyed Halloween with everyone else and stuffed himself with candy. Harry celebrated with the boys in their house, while Lyra spent most of her time with Whispers, Luna, Melly, and Daria. Luna was a lot more sociable than she usually was, and explained to Harry that she could be less confusing than usual, because all the other children on sugar highs drove off the Nargles that usually were so drawn to being around her. Carlin was involved in an all-out war with Peeves throughout the day. They had been engaging in skirmishes throughout the castle. Carlin had modified his Lumos spell to create a strong flashbulb in different colors, and Peeves attacked with dung bombs, water balloons, and jump scares. At the end of the day, Peeves stole Carlin's gorilla mask and used it to terrify other students. The day after Halloween was a Sunday, and Branch showed up later in the morning than usual, but still got to see them in the aftermath of their sugar binge. He found most of the Scamanders laying around the common room after crashing for their sugar highs. He looked like he had just come from a costume party himself, as he was adorned with a large handlebar mustache and thick sideburns. Whispers managed to get up first and drank an entire cup of water before running off to Harry's project room to relieve himself. The process repeated itself with Harry and Lyra as they both got up to use the bathroom in their respective dorms. While he was waiting for the children to get ready, he picked a ripe mango off one of the trees and used a spell to squeeze all the juice out into a pitcher and clean out the pulp. When everyone got ready, he passed glasses of mango juice to them and drank one himself, lifting his giant mustache with one finger as he drank. Brant hadn't expected himself to be a fan of fruit juice before. After his time at Durmstrang and inheriting Lord Black's coffee addiction, fruit juice seemed to be a nice change of pace. The end of Arcturus's life was turning out to be busier than all the years he had been with him before. So to spend each Sunday at the premier British magic school teaching basic etiquette and history to children, while drinking fruit juice, felt a lot like a day off to him. Our schedule today will be short. He pointed to a notice on their message board displaying a house meeting at 2 p.m. We're going to spend a couple of hours before lunch in the Ravenclaw Tower. We need to spend some time checking how your spell work has progressed, and I need to speak with Miss Granger about her arm again. Please go and retrieve the homework I gave you, and I will send you back any corrections by owl." The children ran off to get their work, and then they proceeded with Whispers hitching a ride on Harry's back up to Ravenclaw Tower. Halfway there, Harry had Whispers switch off with Lyra. He had been getting bigger and faster while at Hogwarts, and now was up to Lyra's waist crouched over, and just above Harry's standing up straight, though he still liked being carried, regardless of his developments. When they arrived at Ravenclaw Tower, the door had just been opened by another student, so they didn't need to solve a riddle to enter. When they arrived at the dueling room, they found it was already occupied by Hermione and a boy named Anthony. They were throwing disarming charms back and forth at each other and trying to learn to shield as well. Harry wondered how a disarming charm would affect his staff, and if learning the actual shield spell would somehow make the one he performed stronger. Once Hermione and Anthony had exhausted each other, they stepped down to sit and watch Harry and Lyra's practice. This time, they started with offensive spells. Brant conjured a large stone pillar for Lyra. She was able to shoot off small fireballs every 6 seconds from her staff that made tiny scorch marks on the stone, though about half of them missed the target. With a wave of her wand, a spout of flame splashed against the stone, blackening it but not causing other damage. Harry took over and used his staff to make impact marks the size of cricket balls in the stone every 2 seconds for a total of 14 times. With his wand, he was able to get a few small bursts of fire that couldn't reach the pillar. When he focused with his staff for nearly 30 seconds, he was able to release a pulse that cracked the pillar, sending the top half to the floor in pieces. Hermione and Anthony watched while their jaws dropped to the floor. Brant shook the two of them out of their surprise. "Would the two of you like to help test their defenses?" They were hesitant, but stepped up on the platform against Lyra to start. "Don't worry, she won't be using fire, just defending herself. Only disarming, tickling, and knockback from you." Turning back to Lyra, started up. She held her staff diagonally across her body like before, and the black hair on the staff started to sway back and forth. "Go ahead and start," he told the two ravens. They didn't see a shield, so they hesitated for a moment before Anthony let off a tickling charm. It sailed way off target. Confused by the amount he missed, he fired off a knockback charm, which also went off target. Hermione fired off a few spells of her own that missed the girl standing perfectly still. They both continued to shoot off spells until Anthony changed tactics and fired a disarming spell at her feet. It landed right between Lyra's toes. He then aimed for the same spot and closed his eyes, moving his hand up just a bit and recast the disarming charm. This time it hit right into her chest and nearly yanked the staff away. "Excellent," Brant exclaimed. "I think we found the weakness in that spell, though I doubt you would let two people cast nearly 30 spells at you in the future without returning fire. I trust that you won't share the details of this with anyone." Brant cast an intimidating glare at Anthony, who looked around in a panic to find the same glower on Hermione's face. He nodded very quickly. "Let's try the same thing with Mr. Potter." Harry got up on the platform and erected his shield. Hermione and Anthony didn't spend any time hesitating before they started to fire off spells. Each spell that hit the shield dissipated like they were being turned into colored smoke. Nothing they were doing was having any effect, and Harry didn't seem to be getting tired. This time, Hermione decided to innovate. She cast a wide area of the freezing charm on the floor around Harry. She poured magic into it until he started shivering and his feet were anchored to the ground. It was too much magic for her, and Hermione needed to stop casting for a bit. Anthony switched as well and cast a flame charm on Harry's shield. The ice buildup around his feet melted, and as soon as his feet were free, he slipped and fell with his shield falling at the same time. "Good. Now you both know some of your limitations. Work on ways to counter those problems, and we'll try again at the end of November." He turned to Anthony. "Thank you for your assistance, but I need to speak with Miss Granger now in private." Anthony hesitated a moment until Hermione gave him a nod, and he headed back out of the room. "Miss Granger, have you had time to speak with your parents regarding the offer of House Black?" She nodded to Brant. "I would like to speak with them directly. Lord Arcturus Black is hesitant to have any sort of interaction with Muggles. It just isn't done in our family. Most likely, He will want to do a full ancestral investigation on your family to see if you have any magical roots. So he won't help if Hermione's family isn't magical? Lyra asked, with resentment in her voice. Most likely not, Brant told them. However, it is highly likely that at some point one of her ancestors was magical, and I will find what we are looking for even if I have to search back to the time of the wizard councils. Both Harry and Lyra were getting angry at their uncle's attitude, but Hermione had a more calculating look on her face. I understand. I wish you good luck in your research. Please contact my parents as soon as you can. I will take my leave now. Harry, Lyra, keep working on your staff skills. You should learn some spells for fighting soon, even if it is just levitation. Brant left the dueling arena, leaving the three children to themselves. How are you not angrier at my uncle? Lyra seethed at Hermione after Brant had left. Because he's helping. Even if he can't help, he has already helped a little. Furthermore, it sounded like Brant was sure he would find something, and if he has to look back to the time of the wizard councils, I'm sure the records from that time aren't the best. Lyra didn't get it, but Harry understood. So he'd just create something for public justification to speak with them. Finally, Lyra understood. I don't like politics. Only the politicians do, Hermione said grimly. Sometime after lunch, Harry and Lyra made it back to the common room for the meeting to find all of their house members waiting in the hallway. It's locked, Lee told them. A few more students arrived, and Millicent still tried the knob to confirm what Lee said. A couple of minutes after 2 p.m., the door opened, and Newt, Tina, and Party Flaneur came out to meet them. Harry made the connection immediately. They had been doing construction. He whispered to Lyra, who also started to get giddy. Over the last month, Neville had started to enjoy climbing and had requested a project room to help him do more than just trees. Carlin hadn't finished mastering the animated developing potion yet for his photos, but still had requested the darkroom. Harry's room had been one of the first ones completed, because all he needed was just a large dumpster filled with soil and flabberworms. The experiment of drying out the squashed worms had also been a success. The dried worms became similar, but not exactly the same, to dried meat. When Professor Snape tested them, he found that they would restore a bit of magic and would be helpful to treat minor magical exhaustion. The taste was still an issue for most students that weren't used to it as Harry and Lyra were, or Luna, because she was Luna. I know you've all been patient with the improvements to the common room, so let's just get right into it. First, the dueling arena, from the front entrance or the common room, the path is left, straight. Newt turned back around and entered the maze. After going left and straight, a door made with metal bars appeared in front of them. You could hear the sounds of people cheering and Spelfer faintly behind it. Next to the door was a large message board with dates and times along it. If you would like to use the room, sign up here and I will find someone to supervise your time slot. Let's go inside. He opened the door, and they heard the cheers of a crowd as the heavy door opened. The students emerged into a room that seemed to be at the top row of a small coliseum that could fit approximately 100 people. In the center was a square platform with a trench around it about 6 feet deep. The stage looked like a chessboard, but each corner had a different colored tile: red, blue, green, and yellow. On the far side of the room at the top of the seats was an obelisk about 5 feet tall with a red gem in the center. They all marched down to the first row, which was at the same height as the stage, and Newt hopped over onto the stage along with Tina. Now you see what took so long, Tina began and shot a white spell at the obelisk. When it hit, there was a ding, and a barrier rose around the stage. Until you can hit that obelisk from the stage, no fighting inside it, it will react to almost all low-level spells without any damage. That will protect any spectators around the dueling area. To disable the barrier, you need someone outside the stage to strike it with a spell. She walked over to the red corner, casting the same white spell at the corner tile. The tile vanished, and a mannequin popped out of it, collapsing in a heap on the ground. If you know animation charms, you'll be able to make this move for target practice. You can create up to 5 of them. She kicked it off the edge into the pit. The pit will consume any of the practice dummies or conjured objects. Anything not conjured will be undamaged if it falls in. Can they cast spells? Colin blurted out. Cedric answered, there is no such thing as a self-casting wand, or we would use them for law enforcement. though it should be possible to use runes to make them perform elemental magics or projectile attacks, right? Tina nodded. Theoretically, that's correct, but I haven't heard of that being done before. Some ancient tombs employ such methods as traps, but I haven't heard of it being done with mannequins before. Many of the old manors employ the use of gargoyles to defend themselves, but they rely primarily on physical attacks with extreme magical resistance. If anyone third year and up would like to attempt it as a project, we can set up a room for it. Tina then proceeded to the green corner to show that they had small spheres that were already animated to fly around at random and change color when hit with a spell. They were spelled with a modified golden snitch spell, the modification being that they moved much slower. The yellow corner had a large stone pillar rising from it which floated and could be pushed around until tapped with a wand, and it would settle on the ground. The blue corner flooded the arena with water a few inches deep. When she was done explaining everything, Megan asked, "Can you duel with Mr. Scamander?" Newt just laughed. "No, that would not be a fair fight." "That's mean," Sue accused Newt. Tina was smiling as Newt responded, "No, you misunderstand. Tina is the one who would win. My specialty is in magical animals, and while I might be able to ride a dragon into battle, my wife was a full-fledged American aura. They are much more serious than the British aura corps. There is a reason why the Americans haven't had a Dark Lord problem like Europe regularly has. They get identified early and put down hard." Everyone turned to Tina and looked at her a lot differently. Harry started to notice some similarities with Alastair as well. She almost always had her wand in hand and was always standing in a way that she could pivot to another position instantly. There was something about the way she stood that felt militaristic as well, though just the fame of her husband kept her from standing out too much or from being noticed for what she truly was capable of. Tina just shrugged and asked Cedric to take down the barrier before they headed out. To get to the common room from here, you need to follow the same path as from the front door. Left, left, straight, back. To exit back to the hallway, just proceed straight, Newt informed them. They walked back to the main entrance. Now, to get to the study room, the pathway is right, straight. They entered again and followed the maze to a polished wooden door. Inside, the room was paneled with dark wood and bookcases were covering the walls, but most floor areas had tables surrounded by chairs. On the sides of the space were tables with couches. Towards the middle on each side were small outcroppings, with walls made of cement and open to the center of the room. At the far end of the room was a large table hanging from the ceiling by ropes on a pulley system. There were a few chairs around it and bookcases lining the wall behind it. Newt took over this explanation. "This can be an extra study room. The lamps on the tables are enchanted to absorb your Lumos spell. Observe Lumos." He cast the wand lighting charm and brought the tip of it to a lamp on the desk. The ball of light on his wand adhered to the underside of the lamp, casting its light only on the table. "Nox," he incanted again, and the light went out. "Cast your lumos however bright you want your lamp to be. It will also work with colored light as well. On the sides of the room are these cement bunkers. They are enchanted to be very resistant to magic, so most all spells you would need to cast for homework can be done safely inside here." This time, he conjured a small metal spike that flew into one of the bunkers and embedded itself in the back wall. After that, he waved his wand in an intricate pattern and lighting erupted from his wand, immediately striking the metal spike and branching out in many directions, trying to find another point to anchor itself, but finding none. He cancelled the spell after a few seconds, vanished the spike, and the wall repaired itself. "That was just to illustrate to you that you don't need to worry about damaging them. I don't expect to see you casting something that powerful until at least your 6th year. Now down at the end of the room is the space for the Explorers Club. The table is elevated, and despite the rope system, it will remain stable and not shift around. We put it on ropes because sometimes you might want to be standing next to it instead of sitting. The books on the shelves are all currently empty. Fill them up with anything you find in the castle. Carlin, you are the founder, so you can figure out how things need to be run. Also," he pulled a tiny scroll of paper out of his pocket, "this is the path to your darkroom, though if anyone else would like to use it, please give them the directions as well. Neville, this is your climbing room." Newt passed another paper to Neville. Neville looked at it and asked sheepishly, Can I just put this up on the message board for everyone?" He received a nod back from Newt. As they got back to the common room, Neville went to put up the directions to the climbing room on the board when he suddenly blurted out, "It's finally happening. Hagrid's doing it." Everyone gathered around to see a large poster with the following written: "The Stral feeding times, Wednesday 7:45 p.m. and Saturday 8:00 p.m. Meet by the groundskeeper hut outside the forest. Unicorn visits with Professor Kettleburn every Saturday evening. Sign up below, and you will be notified a week ahead of your slot. Be aware, unicorns are often hostile to men, and women less often. If one of the herd does not like you, you will be taken back to the castle." No exceptions. There was a rush for quills as everyone wanted to sign up for the unicorns. William asked, "What's a Thistral?" Luna responded happily, "They are a type of winged magical horse. They have a very select form of invisibility that makes it only possible to see them if you've seen someone die and understand what happened. They are often treated as a death omen, but in reality, it is just a defense mechanism. Other animals cannot comprehend death on the same level that wizards do, so it makes any potential predators have trouble pursuing them." "Excellent, Miss Lovegood. 5 points for you," Newt responded. "Pay attention. They are not evil. Their association with death is nothing to be afraid of. They are used by the school to pull the carriages and can also be used for carrying larger loads, as they have a sense of direction that rivals a post owl. I hope none of you will ever see them, but the feeding time will still be fun to witness, as you will just see food disappearing into thin air." After dinner on Wednesday evening, Harry and Lyra went out to see the Thistrals. They were joined by all the others from their year, as well as Greg, Sue, Lee, and Patricia. Cedric still believed they were a death omen and warned as many as would listen not to go. When they reached Hagrid's hut, they were the largest house represented among the others who showed. To Harry's delight, Tracy showed up, but Daphne and Hannah did not. Tracy told Harry that they were too afraid to come out. Once it seemed like no one else was coming, Hagrid addressed the group. "We are going to go into the permitted forest now." He chuckled at the new name Dumbledore had debuted at the welcome feast. "I want all of the 5th years and up walking at the back. Lower years up front with me." His dog, Fang, was sticking his head in a large bucket near Hagrid. Hagrid picked up that bucket and another nearby, causing Fang to pull a slab of raw meat from inside and chew on it as they walked into the forest. This was Harry and Lyra's first trip into the forest. They didn't see what the big deal was. It was dark, sure, but they were just trees. Harry spotted a few plants they had spoken about in potions and herbology, and he picked up as many as he could to shove in his pouch as they walked. Lyra was gazing up at the trees above them. There weren't any trees on the island as tall as the ones here. They would make for some fun climbing if they could come back. A stick snapped somewhere, and Fang let out a scared yelp, which caused many of the students to jump or scream as well. Tracy jumped towards Harry and latched onto his arm. Neville grabbed onto Lyra, but released her quickly when he saw what he had done. Harry saw that Tracy needed comfort, so he moved his arm so he could hold her hand as they kept moving. After another minute, Harry heard some whispering from the older students behind him, and Tracy pulled back her hand at that time. Harry thought she must be feeling better now. The group eventually arrived at a medium-sized clearing, bathed in moonlight. Lyra was jumping up to try to see over all the gathered students, and ended up just climbing a tree at the edge of the clearing, so she was just above the other students. Hagrid walked out into the middle and laid down all of the meat in a big pile, then walked back to the group. Minutes later, the Thistrals came out of the woods on the far side of the clearing. To the few who could see them, they looked incredible. The largest was slightly bigger than a large horse, and the foals were about as big as deer. They looked almost malnourished, with their rib cages visible and nearly no stomach area before their back legs. The bone structure on their backs appeared to be either an exposed spine or some kind of ridges for protection. The spinal projections ran from the backs of their heads down to a whip-like tail at the end of their body. Their heads and feet were both almost a cross between a horse and a bird of prey. The hooves had claws on the front, and the head was as if a horse had a curved beak for tearing at flesh and meat. All of their skin was tight against their bodies, and a deep charcoal black. The only color difference was the smoky white of their eyes. The only loose skin that could be seen was along their sides, which Harry assumed were their folded wings. "How many of you can see them?" Hagrid whispered. Quite a number of hands rose, including Harry, Lyra, Luna, Neville, Greg, Patricia, and a few from the other houses. The Scaremenders had the most who could. "Well, sorry for your losses," Hagrid told all of them. Harry and Lyra didn't care about the people they saw die. They were the men that had taken them on the boat, and the poachers that had come to take the hidden. All of those men deserved their fates. When the Thestrals had almost reached the pile of meat, the largest one in front unfurled his huge bat-like wings and spread them out to block some of the ones to the sides, and let out a harsh cry. "Everyone back up now. They're getting defensive. I don't know why," Hagrid said. The group backed up into the trees, and the one with his wings out slowly tucked them back in. After a few moments, all of them started eating the meat. A few of the students who couldn't see them started to gasp. They were seeing meat getting torn apart by nothing and disappearing. Hagrid began to take students one at a time out to take a closer look. Lyra got to be very close, and Hagrid let her feed some of their flobberworm jerkies to one of the foals. When it was Harry's turn, as soon as he started to get close, the larger Thistral charged at them. Hagrid jumped in front of Harry as the creature reared up on its back legs. The giant man grabbed the Thistral by the neck and bellowed, "Harry, get back to the tree line." Harry sprinted back as quickly as he could while Hagrid got the Thistral under control. When it had calmed down, it looked at Harry again and made scratching motions in the dirt with its hooves. It obviously didn't like Harry, but why? Tracy grabbed Harry as he crossed into the trees. "What's going on?" She couldn't see what had just happened. "The big one charged me and reared up like it was going to kick me. Why doesn't it like me?" Lyra had also come down to try to figure out what happened. She had her staff out ready to retaliate. After Hagrid forcefully dragged the large Thistral back amongst the herd, he gathered all the students to go back. Many of them were disappointed, as not everyone had been allowed to get closer, and he just told them they could come back twice a week to try again, though many of the students seemed to also be too scared to make another trip back. When they got back to the common room, everyone was talking about what happened. Newt came in to inquire about the situation and admitted that he had never heard of a Thistral disliking someone in particular, let alone a child. He told Harry that he would get someone to look into it. The next day, the entire school had all heard of the incident. What could be so terrifying about Harry Potter that he could scare away an omen of death itself? Most people stayed far away from him, however. Lee and the Weasley twins decided to go with the opposite approach and announced his arrival in every room they happened to find him in. "Step back, everyone," cried Lee. "You have been warned," Abbott yelled to everyone. "The conqueror of the Dork Lord," called out Costello. "The bane of Thistrals everywhere," Lee cried again. "Harry Potter is here," they all called together. While it was a bit annoying, it didn't seem like they were being mean, so Harry just let it slide. They kept doing it on Thursday and Friday. After lunch, Harry was speaking with Daphne about a transfiguration assignment, and just as she left, he was approached by Draco with Vincent tailing behind him. Walking straight up to him, Draco said, "I don't like what's being said about you. Someone as dark as you should not be hanging around my sister." Harry saw a bit of a tremor in Draco's hands, so he pulled his wand off his wrist to be ready for anything. "Not here. I'm challenging you to a wizard's duel. When you lose, you will give me your permission to have a meeting with Lyra. It will be in the trophy room, tomorrow at midnight. Vincent is my second. Bring yours along too." He said all of that as quickly as possible before turning around and walking off even faster. Harry needed to go find Lyra. She had met up with Seamus to talk about the fire charms. He gave Seamus a quick nod and he walked off. Turning to Lyra, he informed her of what just happened and added, "I figured this would happen again. I just didn't know how soon. He's going to need to be put back in his place, though this time he's learning from his mistakes. He's picking the place and bringing backup. If you want, you can bring the amulet," Lyra offered. "No, and even if I lose, it doesn't mean anything. Just because I permit him doesn't mean that you or Arcturus do. He's still an idiot. Would you be able to make someone invisible to go with me?" "Why can't I go?" Harry thought about it for a moment. "Do you want to be in the same room as Draco?" Lyra considered it, then frowned. "No, not really." "I'll ask Colin. He can take a picture of Draco losing." Harry smiled at Lyra. The next night, Harry and Colin stayed up late until everyone else was asleep. Carlin was full of energy because he was going to get to see a real wizard duel. He had taken tape and placed it over the flash on one of his cameras so it didn't create too big of a light in the dark castle. They had calculated the time it would take to get to the trophy room earlier in the day, and at 11:30 they met Lyra in the common room. Using her staff, she concentrated, and the demiguise's hair on the shaft brightened a bit before she tapped Colin on the head. The boy giggled a bit as he felt the invisibility wash over him. Lyra repeated the action for Harry, but just for show, and he just turned himself invisible. Harry reminded Colin to keep quiet, and if he needed to make his presence known, to just tap his foot. The two of them took off through the halls of Hogwarts. Some fires still burned in the sconces along the walls, though Harry and Colin both used the night vision charm they had used in astronomy class. They both arrived at the trophy room with 5 minutes to spare. A few minutes after midnight, they heard someone coming, and Harry backed the disillusioned Colin into a wall. When the door opened, it wasn't Draco or Vincent, it was Filch. Harry knew the man's job was a custodian, but with all the house elves, he was just the most hated choice for detention. Students who went to him to serve a punishment always had to do some kind of manual labor. After he looked around, he muttered out loud, "They'll be around here somewhere. All we have to do is wait." A soft meow from the cat that always followed him around before he closed the door. Harry whispered very quietly to Colin, "We need to stick it out here until he leaves." They waited nearly 30 minutes before Filch came back, looked around, and left, muttering about stupid kids this and that. Before they left, Harry took off his invisibility and had Colin take a picture of him with the trophies. Then he made a show of waving his wand and tapping himself on the head before turning invisible and sneaking back to the common room. Lyra was waiting for them and took the spell off Colin. Harry removed his own. They told her what happened and she seethed. "He set you up. No other way Filch knew you were going to be there." "Shouldn't there be something you could do about it?" asked Colin. "I know if it was a muggle duel you could call out his honor for welching." "I don't know," said Harry. "We've got our meeting with Brant in the morning. We can ask him then." The next morning, when Brant arrived, they told him what had happened. "I can find only one thing you did wrong in the situation," Brant told them. "You did not inform me or your uncle beforehand. If such a thing ever happens again, you will inform one of us, and most likely I will act as your second." "Is there anything we can do to Draco for welching and setting me up?" asked Harry. "Yes, but you would need to do it publicly, and that would mean I would get punished for breaking curfew," Harry finished Brant's sentence. He thought about it for a few moments before saying, "Fine, let's do it. We'll go to Newt, and I'll admit everything, though I don't want to turn in Colin too." "For now, that should be fine, but make sure you inform him of what you are going to do first," Brant instructed him. When Harry and Lyra told Colin that they were going to turn themselves in, he insisted on going with them. "Your willingness to stand with your friends is commendable," Brant said with praise, "but it would be better to stay out of it from here. It may be necessary for you to reveal yourself later, but for now, you should avoid this internal house conflict altogether." "Just let me know if you need me," Colin told them. "I may need your camera to have the picture of Harry in the trophy room developed, but I will let you know if I do." As they were walking to Newt's office, Brant brought up another issue. "You will need a way to prove that Draco issued you a challenge. I didn't bring any Veritasrum with me today, and as Draco's godfather, your Professor Snape won't provide us with any." Harry thought for a second before his face brightened. "I have a batch of Pinocchio's tincture." "Why would you possibly have any of that useless potion?" Brant asked. "It was part of my studies before school started on potion ingredients. Asphodel is near the beginning of the book, and it sounded funny, so I made a batch last month for the Potions Club. Even if Draco won't take it, I can." "That will work," Brant nodded as they arrived at Newt's office. He took a large step back so this would be Harry taking the lead. Harry knocked on the door and Tina answered. "Is Newt here?" Harry felt a sting on his back and looked back at Brant, who mouthed a few words to him. Looking back at Tina, he looked ashamed but said, "Excuse me, I need to speak with Mr. Scamander if he's available." Tina gave him a serious look. "He can be out in a minute. Please come in." Harry went inside to sit, but Brant stopped him and just stood up straight with his arms clasped behind his back so that Harry could mimic him, then stepped back. A minute later, Newt came out. "Yes, Mr. Potter. How can I help you?" Harry took a big swallow before starting. I'm sorry, sir. I need to make a confession. On Friday, I was challenged to a duel by Draco Malfoy, and last night I broke curfew to meet him, but he never showed up. No duel took place, and no one was injured. Newt's face had a range of emotions on it as Harry spoke. Luckily, it ended in relief when he heard that Draco never showed up, though it slowly moved back to one of umbrage and displeasure. We already discussed this, and I assume you're here for a reason more than just admitting your guilt. I am taking 25 points from our house for your actions, and I am assigning you 2 weekends of detention cleaning the owlery. The detention starts today, after lunch, and whatever else you have planned will have to wait. I will inform Mr. Filch to expect you at his office before 2 p.m. Newt frowned and went back into the bedroom where he had come from. As Tina was walking them out, she whispered to Harry, 3 points to you for leaving your second out of this. Then she closed the door behind them. As they walked back, they encountered the usual number of students roaming the hallways on a Sunday, so Brant coached him the whole way on how he would need to call out Draco for failing to show up for the duel. They also discussed a penalty for Draco to pay for welching. When they got back to the common room, Harry apologized to as many people as he could find about the loss of house points. Surprisingly enough, everyone was more or less okay with it. They realized that they had less than half as many students as the rest of the houses, so they had no chance of winning the House Cup this year, so any point loss wasn't a big deal. However, Cedric told him that as long as he made up for it before winter break, with interest, he was also fine with it. Harry and Lyra had missed breakfast, so they moved over to the tea corner for some of the cakes left by Astray for the students. Colin had been very diligent about keeping the Urisk happy with dairy products after he brought him s'mores ingredients during the opening party. As a result, they saw a lot of special cakes and treats show up in their tea corner regularly. Colin said he planned on bringing a lot more fancy cheeses from home when he came back after winter break. When you take the Pinocchio tincture, you will need to take it with alcohol. Have you ever drunk any before? Harry shook his head. Brant looked up and asked, May I speak with an elf? A little elf with stringy hair down to her waist popped in. How may I be of helpings you, sir? She asked. Harry was starting to understand why Blaze's mother got annoyed with why elves spoke and wondered if it was possible to correct their speaking and why everyone didn't do it. Is there some kind of light alcoholic beverage you can bring me in a flask, possibly a cider or an ale? The elf looked conflicted, so he added, It does not need to be a full flask, just enough for 2 sips. It is needed for a potion tincture. Eyes cans be getting it, but no funny business. This be a school. The elf popped away and came back 10 seconds later with a glass vial with an amber liquid in it, then popped away after giving it to Brant. Add 5 drops of the tincture to this vial before you drink it, he told Harry. I'm warning you now, it will taste horrible. That's why no one uses it anymore. It should last around 5 minutes. I am going to go to see if I can get a spot at the staff table for lunch. After he left, Harry went over with Lyra how he was going to call out Draco and what he was going to ask for as the penalty. Lyra liked his idea a lot. As they were arriving for lunch, they ran into Daphne. Where have you two been? You weren't at breakfast, she asked with concern. It's Sunday, we can miss a meal. There's tea and cakes in our common room, Lyra told her. You've never missed a meal before. Wait, you get tea service in your common room. Never mind, Draco has been telling everyone you were both kicked out of school for something. Harry snorted. No, that didn't happen, but I suggest getting good seats for what's going to happen at lunch today. Harry gave her a sneaky smile. She gave him a curious look back, but just nodded her head and ran ahead into the Great Hall. When Harry and Lyra entered the Great Hall, all whispering at the Slytherin table stopped as they watched them. The two of them sat down at their table with the rest of their house and started eating. Harry could see Draco staring at him the whole time, though he couldn't discern the look on the blonde boy's face. Halfway through the meal, Harry stood up and approached the staff table. He whispered to Dumbledore, I need to make an announcement, business related to House Potter and House Black. Dumbledore was a bit concerned, but he needed to allow for house business to go unhindered, especially if he wanted to have good relations with Arcturus before he died, whenever that ended up being, so he simply gave Harry a nod of his head. Harry didn't need to do it, as all eyes in the hall were already on him, but he pulled out his staff from his pouch and slammed the butt of it into the ground in front of the lectern, creating a small pulse of magic that ruffled the hair on everyone sitting. I am calling out Draco Malfoy for failing to show up to a duel that he called for. Stand and respond to my accusation. Everyone in the hall was silent. Draco hesitantly stood up and yelled back, I don't know what you're talking about, Potter. Let me finish my lunch. A few of the Slytherins around him laughed. Do you deny that on Friday you challenged me to a duel alleging that I am not a suitable guardian for my sister Lyra because the Thestrals don't like me? Do you deny that you chose Vincent Crabbe as your second? Do you deny that you chose the trophy room last night at midnight as the place and time for the duel? Do you deny that you failed to show? Do you deny that you arranged for Mr. Filch to be in the trophy room at that time to catch me? Draco was sweating now. It was obvious to everyone present that he had done all of those things, but there was no way to prove any of it. Of course, I deny it. Are you saying you broke curfew to engage in an illegal duel at Hogwarts? Now Draco had a shit-eating grin on his face. I've already confessed to my role in these events and received punishment. The smile vanished from Draco's face. Harry pulled out the 2 vials from his pocket. He pulled out the dropper from the tincture and added 5 drops to the other. Turning back to the staff table, this is a batch of Pinocchio's tincture that I made 3 weeks ago. Professor Snape, will you verify the quality of the potion? He passed it to Snape. Snape raised it to the light and swirled it around, then opened the bottle and took a sniff. He immediately shut his eyes and squinched up his face. Yes, I can confirm this is a perfectly prepared batch of the tincture. Draco called out, I am not drinking that. You don't have to, Harry said, and with a look of determination, he downed the flask with the tincture in apple cider. If anything, Brant did not warn him enough. It was revolting, with a hint of apples. His face contorted to look like the unholy lovechild of Snape and Filch, and he also opened his mouth and made gagging noises as he shook his head back and forth. He heard a few people laughing among the students. Finally, he got control of himself and stood back up. Looking out to the room, he said, My name is Gilderoy Lockhart. He felt his nose stretching like someone was pinching his nose for several seconds, and looking down he could see his nose growing outwards. Everyone in the hall was laughing. Everyone except Draco Malfoy. When it quieted back down, Harry continued, My name is Harry James Potter. This past Friday, Draco Malfoy challenged me to a duel with Vincent Crabbe as his second. He designated the trophy room at midnight Saturday night, last night, as the place and time for the duel. When I showed up, he was not there. Mr. Filch showed up instead, looking for someone. He came back later to check again. I have no proof of it, but I suspect he was tipped off that someone would be there. I suspect that person was Draco or someone acting on his behalf. The hall was silent, but it was broken by Draco yelling, Lies, it's all lies. Someone from the Gryffindor table spoke up, like father, like son. It was yelling back and forth for a minute before Harry stamped his staff, letting another pulse silence the room. Draco, for your failure to show up at a duel that you initiated, I demand satisfaction. You will meet with me and the Black Steward now in the antechamber. Brant, who had been sitting at the staff table, stood up and walked out the back door behind the table. Harry waited for a few moments before Draco too stood up and walked past him through the door. Harry followed him and closed the door. He could hear just before the door was closed an eruption of chatter from the hall. The room had just a small table, which Harry suspected had just been conjured with 3 chairs around it. There was a door on the far side that led somewhere else. Brant stood patiently for the boys to enter the room before saying, Sit down, both of you. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but sat. Harry sat across from him. Draco stared at Harry with intense hatred. Brant pulled out a scroll of paper but did not unroll it, just nodding to Harry. Draco, we are alone now, no audience. I demand satisfaction for your insult to me and my sister. Fine, snarled Draco. We can have the duel right now if you want. Not anymore, you had your chance, Harry told the snarling blonde. I am setting the terms. Brant has drafted a contract, one that you will sign. Brant unrolled the scroll, which was bordered by glittering runes, and set it in front of Draco. He read through the paper, looking angrier and angrier as he read it. Never. You wait till, Harry interrupted him. Wait till what? Till what? Other than their meeting in Snape's office, Harry had heard Draco use the expression, wait till my father hears of this, a few times. Tracy and Daphne told him that he said it about 5 times a day the previous year. It seemed even more ridiculous now that his father was in prison. Brant took charge of the room. You will sign it, or your place in the black line of succession will be removed. You will not be disinherited, but you will be moved to the end of the line, and even I will have a higher position than you. You threatened your own place when you attacked Mr. Potter at a meeting you had requested, even if it wasn't with him that you requested. He stabbed me. Draco tugged at the neck of his robes to expose his shoulder. There was a scar in the shape of a ring underneath the collarbone on his left shoulder. The flesh inside the ring was paler than the skin outside of it. Harry had seen the pig he had stabbed back on the island. Draco's shoulder looked excellent compared to the wound he gave that animal. After you attacked him, if you can't deal with the problems you create, you should stop creating them. Brant pulled a short black quill from his pouch. Sign it, or don't. Either is fine for me. Draco pulled up his robes to cover his shoulder and snatched the quill from Brant. He flinched as he signed his name at the bottom, then shoved his hand into his pocket and stormed out of the room. Harry looked at the signed contract. Draco's name was written in red ink, shiny and still wet, at the bottom. Brant blew on the signature to dry it and then rolled it up and placed it in his coat. Go finish your lunch and make sure you're on time for your detention. Harry smiled and left the room. Many people tried to get him to talk about what happened and what his satisfaction was, but he said nothing. Apparently, Draco hadn't finished his lunch and just stormed out, so he didn't reveal anything either. This was his first time in Filch's office, even though it was right down the hall from the entrance to his common room. He knocked on the door. Enter, came a voice from inside. Harry opened the door and walked in. The room was small and dark. There was a small desk in the center surrounded by filing cabinets. Filch was sitting behind the desk writing something. His cat, Mrs. Norris, was curled up in the corner on a fluffy pink bed that didn't match the room at all. There was a single light in the room over the desk that seemed to swing slightly. Harry wondered how anyone could get work done like that. Filch looked him up and down and said, So you were there, in the trophy room. I don't know how you hid from me, but it won't happen again. Dumbledore might not allow it, but if I catch you again, I'll bring out the old punishments. He gestured to the walls of the room, and Harry saw chains on the wall, with manacles on the ends of them. I'll chain you up for a good whipping. He smiled sinisterly. The flashback hit Harry like a bludger. The light in the middle of the room started to swing more, and he could see children hanging from the chains. He looked around at the chains on all the walls, wherever there was a spare space. He started to hyperventilate, praying he didn't see Lyra chained up in the room. He was snapped out of the memory by Mr. Filch. You don't like the chains, do you? I hope to see you again sometime soon, and I'll get you well accustomed to them. I keep them nice and oiled for the time I get to slap them on another student. He gave his sinister smile again. Grab the bucket, the sack, and the tool belt by the door, then follow me. Harry placed everything in the bucket and followed Filch out of the room. He wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead and followed him out of the room, still calming down from the flashback of the shipping container. As they got closer to the owlery, they ran into Ron and Ginny Weasley. Ginny smiled at him, while Ron tried to give him a high five, but Filch stared him down, and the two of them ran off. They got to the owlery, and Filch instructed him on how to scrape all the owl droppings from the floor and wall. There was a large metal bin in the corner that he needed to dump his bucket in when it got full. He was instructed to collect any undamaged feathers and put them in the sack he brought with him. Harry thought briefly about the bucket everyone used on the ship, but then shook the thought away. This was nothing like that. Filch laughed at him and walked off. Harry got to the scraping, though in the first minute he found treasure owl pellets. They were everywhere. Harry and Lyra had invented a potion back home that they used as a protective coating. One of the things they used it for was their staves. Owl pellets were the base ingredient. On the island, there was no specific place to find them, so they had to search around the base of trees they had seen owls in and hope they found some. As all the bits in the pellet were indigestible by the owl, that infused them with a protective property that they used in many different potions. Harry took 2 plastic bags from his pouch. One of them he filled with owl pellets and the other with interesting feathers as he worked. He had been working for an hour when he heard a group of people coming up the stairs. Not knowing who it was, he pulled out his staff and waited. Around the corner came Colin leading Hannah, Tracy, Daphne, and Blaise. Harry relaxed and put away his staff. They were worried about you, Colin said. Blaise chuckled. Well, not really. We just really wanted to know what had happened with Draco. Spill it, commanded Daphne with a playful smile. Harry dumped the bucket of owl droppings and sat down on it. I don't think I'll get my satisfaction for a few more weeks, but it's in motion. I had Draco sign a magical contract. What were the terms? Blaise asked, his eyes full of greedy curiosity. For the next year, Draco will receive the pain of a stinging hex at a random place on his body, which will also leave a purple mark every time he says either squib or mudblood. There was silence among all of his visitors until Tracy started laughing. Hannah joined her soon after, grasping onto her friend as they fell to the floor in hysterics. Daphne and Blase continued the laughter, but clearly they were trying to suppress it to seem more dignified. Colin looked a bit confused. I know what a squib is, but what's a mudblood? I've heard some people say it, and it doesn't sound nice. Tracy got serious. It's a slur for muggle-borns, for people like you. Draco uses it at least 10 times a day. You're going to see him covered with purple darts, and each one is going to have felt like someone poked him with a really big needle. Squib isn't bad, but a lot of people use it to insult others all the same. Colin frowned. That's pretty mean, though he sounds like he deserves it, and probably more. The group went off to spread the news. Harry went back to scraping owl droppings and collecting potion ingredients. Chapter 35. Family Ties. Chapter text the morning after Draco signed the contract. He showed up to breakfast with 4 purple marks on his face. He also scratched at other places on his body as he ate. By lunchtime, everyone in the school knew about the details of the contract. Many students, mostly Gryffindors, took to goading Draco into saying something and cheered when he yelped in pain. Harry asked everyone in Scamander House not to do that after he saw others provoking him. Draco didn't need additional reasons to hate his friends and housemates. Harry noticed that Greg had started to be a bit depressed. The boy used to spend most of his time outside of classes with Draco and Vincent, but they had begun to push him away. He still tried to sit with them every few days at lunch, but he didn't seem to be involved in their conversations. Harry felt bad for him, but at the same time knew that Draco was breaking his hold over the boy, and this way Harry could finally bring Greg over to his side. Whenever he was in the common room, Harry took it upon himself to help the boy with whatever he was doing. He helped him with his homework, with trying to climb trees, and he even talked Greg into helping him test out his flabberworm jerky. Harry had started to marinate the dried worms in juices of different fruits as a way to improve the taste. He would soak them in different juices for a few days and leave them to dry again. Other than Lyra, only Luna and Greg were willing to try the jerky with them. Harry would have guessed that the sweeter fruits like strawberries would be the best, but it turned out to be the opposite. The ones that seemed to both retain the most flavor and the ones that everyone enjoyed were the tangy ones. Limes, oranges, and cranberries seemed to work the best. Harry and Lyra enjoyed the mango ones, but they were the only people who did. At dinner on Monday night, Dumbledore made an announcement. On Wednesday will be an important day for a few reasons, most relevant to the students. You will have a day off. There were thunderous cheers from the student body. Dumbledore waited for the students to calm down before continuing. There are 2 reasons for this day off. The first is an old German holiday known as Ancestors' Blot, which I think everyone would enjoy partaking in to celebrate one's family and ancestry. In that regard, Hogwarts will be opening its doors for all of your parents to come for a visit. This announcement got a mixed reaction. Some students were thrilled, others were nervous, and many Muggle-born students were questioning how theirs would even be able to visit. Your parents will be arriving at 11 a.m. on the Hogwarts Express. Those adults who haven't been here before will get the experience of taking a boat across the lake. The rest will be taken by carriages. There is a full day planned for them to see your activities at school, as well as the evening's Quidditch game of Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. Oh, right, Quidditch. Harry and Lyra shared a look across the table. There had been another match 3 weeks ago between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Slytherin had won, but it had been near even score before they caught the snitch. Harry and Lyra had seen the cold rain in the morning from their windows and decided to spend the day reading rather than going outside. Unlike on the island, the rain here was freezing cold and not fun at all. They didn't even realize they had missed a Quidditch game, until everyone came back talking about it. Additionally, in the evening, we will be having a feast with all of our families, and distinguished guests from the ministry and around the world will be joining us. My chocolate frog card may not specify the date, only the year, but on the 11th day of the 11th month of this year will be my 111th birthday. There was shock around the room, followed by applause. Harry and Lyra shared a look, while other students spoke about how 111 was such an interesting birthday, and for it also to be on November 11th too. Harry stood up and spotted Hermione, who also was looking for him, and they both smiled and nodded. There will be many important people here from many different places. Should you play your cards well, you may make connections that will serve you well in the future. Be sure to be on your best behavior. Rudeness and behavior unbefitting of a student of Hogwarts will be dealt with most severely. Just so you are all aware of it, the security of the parents and visitors for the feast will be handled by the DMLE and Senior Aura Alastair Moody. A lot of the people at the Slytherin table looked nervous, though many elsewhere looked impressed. As Dumbledore finished, an extra-large raven descended on the Scamander table, landing in front of Lyra. It had one note on each leg, and it offered Lyra the on its right. As Lyra opened it up, the bird took off towards the Ravenclaw table and presented the other letter to Hermione. Uncle Arcturus is visiting on the 11th, Lyra informed the people around her. They hadn't seen him since their first meeting, so it must be important. There was something more, but Lyra folded up the note and gave Harry a look that said they would speak about it later. In the evening, Harry joined Neville in his climbing room. It was quite an interesting setup. He had several rock walls, artificial trees, and ropes to climb and exercise with. Neville was a nice kid, but he always seemed a bit over or under-focused. Some tasks he was extremely dedicated to, like climbing or herbology, and others he would barely engage in at all. Sometimes he seemed to forget where he was and space out for a minute before remembering what he needed to do and running off. His magic was also strange. His theoretical and wand work were perfect, but he never seemed to get much power out of it. Harry had heard some people call Neville a squib, but he knew it was just an insult, as they were all at Hogwarts because they weren't squibs. However, Harry still couldn't figure out why his spells lacked power compared to other students who even didn't perform the wand movements correctly. Tuesday evening, Harry found Lyra in her tree with Whispers. After 4 p.m., he had been getting a bit concerned with Lyra, as she didn't spend much time with anyone other than him and Whispers. Their common room was nice, but he did have to push her to spend time in the real outdoors. Today was probably one of the last few sunny days of the year, according to Neville, so he told Lyra they should go outside and get Whispers to rebraid her hair. Whispers had been doing a good job of keeping Lyra's hair braided in a tight weave, but occasionally it had to be redone. When braided, Lyra's hair now reached down to the back of her knees, and when it was undone, it was at least 2 feet past her feet. She and Harry had started to read The Lord of the Rings, so Lyra would wash her hair, and then they would go outside and spread her hair out on the lawn as the two of them read the book, while Whispers spent nearly 2 hours braiding her hair. If today was going to remain clear until sunset, it seemed like a good excuse to go out despite the chilled air. The spot they normally went to was a large rock overlooking the lake. Lyra could lie down near the pinnacle of the rock and have her hair undone down the backside of it. Unbraided, it looked like a huge sunburst all splayed out. As Whispers was getting done with spreading it all out, Harry saw 2 Gryffindor girls approaching them, a blonde and an Indian girl. The blonde spoke up as they got close. "Hello, we've seen you out here before, and we just wanted to say we love your hair." Lyra couldn't really move her head with it all spread out around her, but replied, "Thank you, I have to do this every so often after washing it. It takes a long time." She saw that the Indian girl also had her hair braided in an intricate pattern that brought it down just below her shoulders. "I like your braid too, but I don't know the pattern. Who does your hair now?" "Does Harry do it?" the Indian girl asked. "He's done it before, but now Whispers does it mostly." Whispers had been on the other side of the rock, finishing spreading out Lyra's hair. Having heard his name, he climbed over to their side, eliciting an ooh noise from the Gryffindor girls. He scampered over to them and held out his hand, W.H. Hisperus. By now, everyone had heard of the talking demiguise, but that didn't stop people from being shocked and amazed the first time they heard it for themselves. After they recovered, the Indian girl knelt down to him and said, "I'm Parvati, this is Lavender." She gestured to her friend, and then shook Whispers' small hand. Whispers looked back and forth between them and said, "Parvati, Lavdare." Lavender shook his tiny hand too and corrected her name. "Where did you learn to braid hair, Whispers?" Off to the side, Harry smiled. Not many people spoke to their brother like a person. Whispers seemed to take a moment to understand her before responding, "Leon Braid, Weaver." The girls were confused by the answer, so Lyra explained, "Whisper's aunt is named Weaver. She wove her hair into mine and Harry's. That's why we have the silver streaks. That's why Harry's hair is like that." Parvati exclaimed like she had uncovered some secret. "People keep wondering why your hair looks like that." Harry had been just watching everything so far and just shrugged. "It seems to be permanent now. I had my head shaved a few years ago and it just grew back like this." "Magic is weird," Lavender commented. "Can we help Whispers with the braiding?" Lyra looked at Parvati. "Can you teach him to braid it like yours? I like how yours is done." She smiled wide, of course. "This will take at least an hour, so we should get started." Harry just watched as the three girls chatted and taught Whispers a new style of braiding. After about 10 minutes of him watching, he stood up and said, "I'm going to head in. Do you think you'll be okay out here?" Lyra looked a bit frightened at being left alone and gave him a pleading look to stay. He gave her a tiny shake of his head and looked at Whispers. When it was clear he wouldn't be giving in to her look, she gave a small nod of her head since she was still laying down on the rock. "Okay, I guess so," Lyra said with a note of defeat. Harry pulled a small bag out of his expanded pouch. It contained all the feathers from Lyra's hair. He handed the bag to Lavender. "These are all the feathers for her hair. You can add them in when you're done." Harry walked slowly back to the castle to work on a potions essay. Despite his desire to leave Lyra alone to make new friends, he found an empty classroom that overlooked the rock by the lake to work on his assignment in. He made sure to look out every few minutes to make sure she and Whispers were doing all right. He was still their big brother after all. The castle was buzzing with preparations when everyone got up for breakfast Wednesday morning. Harry and Lyra ate large breakfasts, knowing they would have a full day ahead of them with Arcturus arriving. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood with the day off, their parents visiting, and Dumbledore's birthday feast in the evening. Even Mr. Filch was in a good mood, but that was probably because all detentions for the last few days had been reassigned to him, with students scrubbing the castle top to bottom while he watched their struggles. So while Harry walked back to the common room, he was surprised when he heard crying coming from a dead-end corridor. What was more surprising was that he had explored that particular area with Colin a month ago, and they had discovered that if you were at the end of the corridor, there was some kind of silencing charm that made it so you couldn't be heard from the main hall. Cautiously, Harry walked down towards the end to find a skinny boy in Hufflepuff robes with black hair curled up near the end. "Are you okay?" he asked, startling the boy, who quickly stopped crying and wiped his eyes and stood up. "I'm fine," seeing who was there. "I don't need your help, Potter." Harry didn't know who the boy was, but he wasn't going to leave a crying child alone. "I still want to help." "Not your problem. You wouldn't understand anyway. You don't have any parents." The boy grew a bit angry now. That stung a bit, but Harry understood the boy was just angry, so remained there. "I might not be able to help, but maybe just talking about it would help." Harry pulled a hoo-hoo feather out of his bag, and then his wand. Concentrating for a moment, he whispered, "Incendio." A tiny wisp of flame came from the end and lit the feather. He couldn't activate them the way Lyra could, but this achieved the same results, though the feather burned much quicker. The boy stared at the feather, some of his anxiety melting away. "What is that?" "Hoo-hoo feather, it helps. We light them once a week in Scamander House. They help to take the edge off of school and your problems." The boy stared at the feather before taking a deep breath. "I tried to change houses for the resorting. I was in Slytherin, and I hoped to get your house or Ravenclaw. I didn't like constantly fighting in Slytherin for a spot at the table. My father would have been happy with either of those houses. Instead, I got Hufflepuff. My father will kill me. Hufflepuff is the leftovers, the losers. The Sorting Hat said that I would do best in Hufflepuff. I still have ambition, I still have cunning, but I got the worst house." Harry listened to him. "Your father doesn't sound nice, but he was happy with you in Slytherin, right?" The boy nodded his head. "Then convince him you're still a Slytherin. In the first week, Gemma told us that a Slytherin will always recognize another, regardless of their house. She said, sometimes you need to be a snake in the fur of a lion. You might even be more cunning to hide in the fur of a badger. The boy took in Harry's words and nodded. I didn't know what to do, so I just came down the silent corridor here and asked out loud for help. He chuckled and held out his hand. Theodore not. Thank you, Potter. Harry shook the boy's hand. Harry's fine. They shook hands and Theodore walked off with purpose in his steps. At 11 a.m., the students all gathered outside for the parents to arrive. Everyone was chatting nervously as they saw the smoke from the Hogwarts Express arriving at the station beyond the cove. Some students were watching the lake for the boats to start coming out of the cove, while others were watching the path to the station that the carriages would come by. A second plume of black smoke inside the cove grabbed everyone's attention, and it started moving out into the lake. As it cleared the cove, everyone saw a large riverboat with two large wheels on either side clearing the cove. The smoke was coming from a large chimney in the center of the boat. There were 3 levels to the vessel, with the top deck wide open for people to stand on. People were standing clustered tightly on that deck as the wheels on each side propelled the craft across the surface of the lake. After the shock of seeing the riverboat wore off, many students turned their attention back toward the trail to see the carriages approaching. Many students headed off in that direction, including Harry and Lyra. The carriages each had an aura sitting on top of them, directing the Thestrals, not that they needed it. Many students ran to their parents as they unloaded. The boat hadn't arrived yet as the last carriage emptied. There was no sign of Arcturus in the carriages. Harry, Lyra. They turned around to see Aura Kirkland running up to them. Lord Black told me to forward a message. He will be a few minutes late. He wants to make an elaborate entrance. Not exactly sure what she meant, so they were forced to just wait. In the meantime, the riverboat pulled right onto the shore in front of them, and a large group of parents disembarked. Most of them were obviously muggles, as one could tell by the way they were dressed. Also, each muggle wore a pendant with a large red stone and was escorted by an aura. Harry and Lyra could hear several students around them saying disparaging remarks about the presence of muggles at Hogwarts. Shortly after the boat was unloaded, the auras started to clear a large area near the shore and threw out some red glowing orbs in a long line in the cleared area. Look, over the trees, one student yelled. Everyone turned. Harry and Lyra saw a group of 4 Thestrals flying in a wide bank over the trees. Knowing how they might react to him, Harry backed up the hill away from the obvious landing zone. One student commented on the group of flying men, but was corrected by an older student who told them they were flying on Thestrals. People began to mutter about who would be arriving on such well-trained and evil horses, but Harry understood this must be Arcturus, making an entrance. Lyra stood near the landing zone as the 4 touched down and trotted to the end. Several of the adults applauded as they dismounted. Arcturus had been leading the group. To his left was a man in brightly colored robes that seemed to change colors as he moved. He had long hair that was down to the middle of his back, with a metal pendant at the end that sparkled in the light. To his right was a very large man who looked like he could have carried the Thestral he was riding on if he wanted to. Bringing up the rear was Brant, though today instead of just having a mustache, he had a very sharp beard connected to his sideburns. As they dismounted, Brant pulled out Arcturus's large staff from his pouch and passed it to him. Lyra approached and gave him a customary bow that she and Harry had been learning in their lessons with Brant. He returned the bow with a simple nod of his head and asked, "Where is your brother, Lyra?" Lyra turned around and waved to him. "I'm guessing he's staying up there because the Thestrals won't like him. The ones in the forest don't." Arcturus turned back to Brant, who nodded his head. "I informed you of the incident. If you wish, we can test it again later when there aren't as many people around." Up the hill with Harry, the students were chattering about the man in the colored robes. This was Augustus Stevens, the dueling champion who had represented Arcturus in his duel with Lucius Malfoy. Greg was incredibly nervous because the man who was built like a tank was his father. The Black family entourage started up the hill towards Harry. Many of the families had turned back to their own children, but a large number of them continued to stare at Arcturus Black and his escorts. Harry gave the customary bow when the group reached him, with Greg doing his best to mimic it next to him. Receiving a nod back, they both relaxed. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Potter. Mr. Goyle, your father would like to speak with you for a little while," Arcturus informed them. Greg's father nodded to his son, and the two of them walked off. "Mr. Potter, I would like to introduce you and your sister to Augustus Stevens, World Cup dueling champion, sworn defender of House Black, and your newest tutor in combat magic." A few of the other students around gasped in awe. To have the most famous duelist in the world giving private lessons to first-year students was something unbelievable. Stephen stepped forward and shook hands with Harry and Lyra, who were also shocked, but not knowing anything about the man, they were not as astounded as everyone around them. Before any more introductions could be made, Dumbledore, who had been standing at the entrance to the courtyard, let off a thunderclap spell from his wand, garnering everyone's attention. "Welcome, welcome all to Hogwarts," he announced with a magically amplified voice. "Please follow your children to their common rooms to get settled in, and then at 1 p.m. come to the Great Hall for lunch." The large group of adults and children filed into the castle. Harry and Lyra led their group, with the exception of Brant, who had disappeared somewhere, to the tapestry and into the common room. With all the visitors, there was a sign at the first clearing inside the door to proceed straight to arrive at the common room. A large number of tables had been set up around the room while they had been out, so they settled into one of them. Greg and his father were speaking in the corner near the banana trees. Stevens cast many privacy charms around the table before Arcturus began to speak. "You won't be attending the events to demonstrate your progress in classes, nor will I be with you either. I will be meeting with some of the other parents, as this is a prime opportunity to have discussions with other notable families. We will have lunch together, then meet afterward with the Granger family, and then you will be on your own again until dinner." Harry and Lyra weren't exactly sure what to say, so they let him continue. "Because we have some time right now, I want to see your progress in the dueling room. Stevens will provide you with pointers as we go to create a baseline for your studies. I have already heard from all of your teachers about your progress, and they all say you are near the top of your classes." The exception being Lyra's transfiguration and charms. Lyra looked embarrassed. "Everything just catches fire. Now that we're floating feathers in charms, I was given a metal feather to practice with so I don't keep burning them up." Stevens chuckled. "We will work on that. I'm going to let you go all out today. I want to see as much fire as you can make." The group got up, and Arcturus motioned for Mr. Goyle to follow. Greg plodded along after him. They reached the dueling room through the maze and entered. Upon seeing the dueling room, Stevens let out a whistle. The group sat down in the first row, and Stevens jumped onto the platform. "Let's see you first, Lyra," he called, and Lyra hopped over onto the platform. "Should I use my wand or staff?" she asked. "I assume the staff has more power, so let's go with that. Send as much fire as you can at me. I guarantee you won't hurt me." Lyra was a bit scared and looked to Harry for support. Harry nodded back and told her, "Imagine he's the tree." Lyra turned back and fixed a burning glare at Stevens. He took a step back at the determined look on her face and proceeded to cast several flame-freezing charms on his clothing and body. Lyra pulled out both her staff and her wand. Holding her wand in her left hand, she also braced the bottom of her staff against it, then steadied the larger focus with her right. As she focused, waves of heat began to rise off of her body and staff, creating a distortion in the air around her. After nearly 30 seconds of focus, Lyra's hair burst into flame, creating a whip of fire in her braid as it swung around behind her. Stephen's eyes widened, and he cast another shield in front of him. Lyra waved both her staff and wand together and called out, "Incendio." A vortex of flame leapt from her wand and staff at the same time, both swirling together, the flame from her wand having a reddish color while the staff's flame was tinted orange. The fire blanketed Stevens as Greg and his father stared in amazement at the torrent of flame covering him. After about 10 seconds of continuous fire, it went out, and Lyra dropped to her knees, catching herself before she could fall forward on her face. Stevens was standing there with a big smile on his face, though the floor around him, as well as the seats behind him to either side, were burnt black. "I think we forgot to activate the dueling wards," Harry mumbled. "That was impressive. Even though you exhausted yourself, I don't think I've ever seen that much power from someone so young," Stevens remarked. Lyra smiled as she pulled herself back to her feet with the help of her staff. Stevens waved his wand and levitated Lyra back to the seating area. "Your turn, Harry." Harry handed a small bag to Lyra. She pulled out a piece of flabberworm jerky and Harry hopped onto the platform. "What was that?" Stevens asked. "Flabberworm jerky, I've been making it. We found it helps with magical exhaustion," Harry said with a bit of pride. Stevens made a bit of a disgusted face, but then looked thoughtful. "Well, if it works for you, great. If it works the way you say, it could make some money for professional duelers. There is a limited amount of time we get to recover between matches, which makes people conserve their magic instead of pushing themselves more. No potions are allowed, but food and water are." Turning his attention to the matter at hand, "Harry, from what I've heard, your skills come from the shield you can make with your staff. Though your wand is made from the same material, correct?" Harry nodded. "Have you tried to make the same shield with your wand?" Harry shook his head. "Then that will be your homework to attempt later. Let's see your staff." Harry pulled it out. "What purpose does the snakeskin have?" "It belongs to an usurper," Harry informed Stevens. Seeing his confusion, "It's a large magical snake. I was given the shed to increase the staff's power and to remind me of a promise. The skin will also keep other snakes from attacking me." Stevens whipped his wand over his head and incanted, "Serpensortia." A large, muscled snake burst from his wand and landed with a flop on the dueling platform. It started towards Harry, but then stopped and tasted the air before turning and fleeing towards the pit around the edge. Harry had heard it call out in fear for its life near the skin of the kingsbane, but he kept quiet. "Interesting. I'd love to see how that worked around magical snakes." "Go ahead and cast your shield. Brant told me that it is vulnerable to elemental spells. I'm going to test it for other weaknesses." Harry tapped the ground, and the bubble spread around him. Stevens threw spells at him, with most of them melting into nothingness on contact. He threw a lot of simple spells that didn't take any strength away from the shield, but cast them at different areas to observe how it reacted. Then he conjured a torrent of flame similar to Draco's spell and watched as the shield shrunk but stopped before it collapsed. He observed closely as the shield expanded back to full size. Harry was breathing a little heavier now. This time he cast a tiny amount of lightning. Most of the spell was diverted around the shield, but a small amount got through and shocked Harry into dropping his staff, and the bubble disappeared. "Good. Activate the shield again." Harry picked up the staff and tapped it to activate it. Stevens threw another very short arc of electricity at the shield, aiming for the top. This time, the lighting didn't penetrate at all. He nodded and then conjured a stream of water toward Harry. The stream bounced off the shield, but small amounts did get through near the bottom, and after 20 seconds his shoes were soaked. "Okay, I've seen what I need right now. Harry, work on getting the shield to work with your wand. Lyra, before you go to charms and transfiguration classes, try to wear out your magic a bit. Don't go full exhaustion, just until you feel like you're running low. That will make you more aware of how little magic you need to cast your spells, and hopefully keep you from burning down the castle when turning a beetle into a button. Greg, I hope you learned a lot while watching. I would like your father to test you to see if you share the same skills as he does, and then I will develop a lesson plan for you as well." While Greg looked at his father curiously, Stevens jumped out of the ring with Harry and was given a few pieces of the flabberworm jerky before they all headed to lunch. The great hall had been expanded to at least 3 times the size as usual. The house benches were half the size they normally were, and there were dozens of smaller tables around the rest of the room. Harry, Lyra, Stevens, and Arcturus took a table near the entrance, but close to the wall. About halfway through, Harry saw Blaze approaching carrying a large cylindrical case, followed by a woman who was presumably his mother. She had the same skin tone as him and was wearing a very form-fitting robe. The neckline was incredibly low, allowing one to see a remarkable amount of cleavage. The fabric finally came together right at the bottom of her ribs. The robe, if you could even call it that, was all black except for a red patch on her stomach in a V-shape along the sides where her skin was visible. Her face looked kind. Harry and Lyra both saw the eyes of a predator in her. Arcturus stood in his seat. "Mrs. Zabini, it is lovely to see you again." The woman allowed Arcturus to kiss the back of her hand before responding, "Actually, it's Miss again. Mr. Fitzpatrick thought he might impress me by going on a solo Nundu hunt. Had he been successful, I would have been very impressed." I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure one of these days you'll meet someone who has more sense and longevity. Arcturus kept his hand on Stephen's shoulder, or the man would have also risen to greet the beautiful woman. How may I help you today? My son, Blaise, she gestured to the boy, made an arrangement with your niece and Mr. Potter. I wanted to apologize for the time it took me to bring the portrait he promised them. I would like to meet Whispers myself before I leave. Blaise stepped forward with the portrait in the black bag. I also apologize for taking this long. We had acquired a few new house elves, and they were in the middle of their training. Harry thanked Blaise in about an hour. He looked to Arcturus, who held up 2 fingers. 2 hours, we can meet you at our common room entrance. I look forward to it, Blaise's mother told them. Then the 2 of them walked off. When they had gone, Lyra asked, "Who was that?" She felt like a snake, looking at us like snacks. You have good instincts, Lyra. She has been married 7 times and is likely to take more husbands in the future. Each one has died in unusual situations. The one she mentioned went hunting for probably the most dangerous magical creature on the planet alone and without training or assistance. The smallest Nundo hunt in history consisted of 86 wizards. So, why Mr. Fitzpatrick thought he could do it by his lonesome is a mystery. Stevens was still staring at the woman across the room. Just so it's clear, as long as I'm alive, I forbid you from even entertaining the idea of approaching that woman. Do not do it after I die either. Stevens took a big swallow and nodded slowly. They finished up lunch and saw Brant giving them a wave from the door to the antechamber behind the staff table. Hermione and her parents were heading in there with him. Harry and Lyra were a bit anxious, as while they knew what the meeting was supposed to be about, they didn't know how it would turn out with Arcturus meeting along with Muggles to do business. Arcturus and Augustus Stevens led Harry and Lyra to the room behind the staff table. The room seemed to be larger than had been when Harry had been there previously with Draco for the contract. The table there was larger for sure, with chairs for all 8 of them. Upon entering, Brant stood immediately followed by Hermione and her parents. Hermione's father started to introduce himself, but Brant cut him off with a more formal introduction. Mr. Granger, may I present to you Lord Arcturus Black, of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Accompanying him is Augustus Stevens, World Cup dueling champion and sworn wand of House Black, Lyra Black, heir presumptive to House Black, and Harry Potter, heir apparent to the noble House Potter. Harry and Lyra had learned their respective statuses in their lessons with Brant. Lyra could have her position changed, but was most likely to inherit the lordship of the house, even if she didn't have much idea what that entailed yet. Harry, on the other hand, had no other family, so upon reaching his majority, he could take up his family's lordship. From what had been explained to him, it mostly consisted of voting things in the government and going to parties. Brant had told him quite a bit more, but that's all he understood. Lord Black, Brant continued, I would like to introduce Mr. Lysander Granger, Mrs. Celia Granger, and Miss Hermione Granger. Arcturus and Augustus sat at the table, with Harry and Lyra following suit. The Grangers shifted nervously and sat down as well. Brant sat last among them. Lysander looked to Brant as if asking permission before speaking up. I would like to thank you for meeting with us. This is all new to us. Last year we were convinced that Hermione was going to the safest school in Europe, only for her to be attacked by a troll. Then we find out that the benevolent Board of Governors that assisted us in helping with Hermione's recovery were just placating us and providing us with the minimum they could to settle the situation. Now a wizard lord is trying to help us without knowing who we are, so I need to know what's in it for you. Sitting next to Lysander, Brant looked a bit shocked at the man's bluntness. Arcturus took it in stride, straight to the point. I can do that. What's in it for me is my legacy. I am dying, the Grangers all gasped. I will pass beyond the veil in just under 3 years. If you were thinking of asking, it is not common for wizards to know the date of their own death. Mine is a special circumstance. Lyra and Harry here are both fond of your daughter, and I am attempting to strengthen my relationship with them and teach them about making powerful alliances at the same time. Brant will tell you more about why I believe in an alliance with your family. The Grangers looked to Brant as he began. Lord Black was interested in your family history and put it to me to investigate it, as many supposed Muggle-borns are actually from magical lines that have squibbed out, meaning they used to be magical, but successive generations had no magical children and began to marry other Muggles instead of wizards. I am one such example from the Black family many generations ago. For your family, I had to search back to the late 1400s, but I was able to find that you do indeed have magical ancestors. The Grangers, Harry and Lyra, were shocked, but didn't know what to say, so they let Brant continue the story. Something that often gets tied to the power of a wizard is their name. You may have noticed that many wizards have a name that fits very closely to their chosen profession or behavior. This is no accident. There is a type of seer that expecting parents will speak with, that will predict a name to empower the natural magics of their child. Alternatively, some families have a traditional naming scheme, like the Blacks, who empower their children with the names of the heavens. Other times a family will feel that naming a child after their ancestors will bring them power. A lot of names in the Black family are also reused over and over, and I am the third of my name. Hermione's name may have been chosen for a character in a William Shakespeare play, but from my investigation, it becomes more significant as the last magical ancestor of yours was named Hieromina Velasco, who married a Muggle named Eugene Granger in 1479 near the city of Dijon, France. "We have family in Dijon," Celia Granger commented with shock from the last revelation. "Parts of your family have remained in the Dijon area for the last 500 years, Brant informed them. Eugene Granger was a tax collector for the region when Hieromina fled the Spanish Inquisition and ended up in Dijon, where she fell in love and got married. Unfortunately, none of her children were magical. For Hieromina's name to resurface in the same family through sheer coincidence may have potential significance. The Spanish Inquisition, huh? Lysander pondered with a smirk. I did not expect that. Celia grinned as well, for a second, before looking serious again. Arcturus took over. You will need to get in touch with the Spanish ministry, because you are likely eligible to inherit something from a thought-to-be-extinct magical family. The Spanish have kept very good records from the various inquisitions, and their treaties with the goblins do not allow those little monsters from confiscating abandoned vaults until 1,000 years have passed without a legal claimant. Hermione spoke up for the first time. So what am I then? Some kind of reincarnation. I've read about them in Buddhist teachings, and it says that the enlightened mind can be rebirthed. Does that mean that being magical is the same as being enlightened? Did I have other forms before being me? She had started speaking slowly, but picked up speed as thoughts were coming to her. Arcturus broke her out of her stream of vocalized thoughts. You are not a reincarnation. Wizards have proof of the existence of a soul, but only know that it goes somewhere else after death, unless it is completely destroyed or chooses to stay behind. There aren't any parallels to the full scope of this in a particular Muggle religion. Hermione seemed to calm down a bit, so Arcturus continued. Magic leaves an imprint on the world and tends to stay with similar sources of magic family, and blood as the prime example. Many families will have hereditary traits in their magic. Blood carries magic, but it is not a guarantee that certain traits will be passed on. Your name comes from your magic. What this means for you is yet to be seen. So you are helping us because of Hermione's magical ancestry? Lysander asked. I would have found another reason if I hadn't been fortunate to find this one, Arcturus responded. Magic is the most important thing to our family and most others. I am under the impression that many Muggle families treasure intelligence, artistic, or physical aptitude as being the most important thing to them. As a result, Muggle-born children are treated the same as those without magic by most of our society. By declaring you are an awakened squibline, your status has been elevated to one that is to be celebrated instead of scorned. Forgive my bluntness, but your society sounds like it is centuries behind modern society, Lysander stated grimly. His wife shared his expression. This is the way things are, but change always comes eventually. I am too old to change anything myself. I leave that for the next generation. He inclined his head towards the children in the room. I need to wrap this up and take my medication. What I am offering your family now is a chance to correct the insult that the Hogwarts Board of Governors gave to you after your daughter's injury. He pulled out a parchment with gold trim around the edges and passed it to Lysander. This sharp in leads creates high-end magical prosthetics. If you take this to them, they will create for your daughter something that will enable her to be the best witch she can become. It will not be flesh, but it will be just as good, with a few extra features as well. With that said, Arcturus stood, Augustus alongside him, and reached across the table to shake Lysander's hand. With minor reluctance, Lysander clasped his hand and shook it. Arcturus turned and exited the room with Augustus following close to his side. Lysander slumped back down into his chair. Well, his wife's face mirrored his. Yeah, Hermione's mind was running a mile a minute, so I'm Spanish. She removed her cloak, revealing her prosthetic arm. Looking it up and down made her realize the quality of it was low. She had been amazed that it worked, and she had feeling in her arm when they implanted it, but now she could see all the imperfections in the wood and metal. Magic didn't have imperfections like that. Only someone without skill in their craft would create something with these kinds of mistakes. She looked up to Brant. Will I have to change my name? Her parents looked to him as well. I am uncertain. In this country, such a thing would only be necessary if you were taking up a hereditary seat in the government. The Spanish ministry seats are done through an electoral process, so even if you have a hereditary title, probably not. Celia turned to Harry and Lyra, who had been quiet the whole time. This whole thing just keeps getting crazier by the minute. Hermione has written a whole book to us telling us about the two of you. Hermione blushed with embarrassment. And we also find out that you're that oaf Dursley's nephew. At least you don't take after him. Hermione didn't tell us why we haven't seen you since that first party. I was sent away, Harry responded meekly. I met Lyra during that time. Read about the trial of Lucius Malfoy, Lysander said with a serious tone. I can connect the dots. What I want to know is why Dursley isn't in prison. Harry went on guard, they knew. His throat went dry, and he felt adrenaline in his veins as his feet pushed him toward the exit. Lyra sensed his panic and grabbed his arm, holding him in place. Hermione just looked confused at her father's statement. Harry was told what might happen. Lyra was still holding Harry's arm tightly as she spoke. Harry didn't want people to go after them. Wizards would try to kill his uncle if they knew. Lysander sighed, but his face remained grim. They don't need to know. The police can send them to prison without your people knowing. He shouldn't be walking free. Hermione started looking back and forth between her father, Lyra, and Harry, and then her eyes widened in realization. No, she gasped. They can't go to jail, Harry said with fear in his eyes. They would tell people. Looking at Hermione pleadingly, please don't tell anyone. Hermione had tears in her eyes but nodded. I won't tell. Lysander nodded as well. I won't reveal your secrets either, but I can't guarantee I won't punch Dursley in the face the next time I see him. Celia also agreed, but stipulated she might give Petunia a piece of her mind as well. Brant walked Lysander and Celia out of the room while Hermione stayed behind. I'm so sorry for what happened to both of you. Something else must have happened for you to have been wherever you met Whispers and learned magic. Can you tell me about it sometime? Harry looked to Lyra and back to Hermione. Sure, sometime. On the way back to the common room, Lyra stopped Harry outside the Great Hall and pulled him down to whisper. Alastor is standing in the corner over there with someone else. Harry couldn't make out the details like Lyra, but he could see some of the signs of disillusionment in the corner. They had often seen Tristan try to sneak up on Alastor when they were on the island, but never got the chance to do so themselves. So they pulled out their wands and were hit immediately by two body bind spells. Their arms snapped to their sides and fell over on their sides. Alastor and a girl younger than Tristan appeared next to them. She was wearing the same red jacket with the trainee symbols that Tristan had when they returned to England. She was pale and had straight brown hair down to her shoulders with amber eyes. She stood leaning on the side of one of her feet, which looked like she could fall over at a moment's notice. You just hexed Harry Potter, the girl exclaimed. You were trying to tag me, weren't you kids? Alastor walked up and leaned over the fallen children. All they could do was blink at him as their entire bodies were stiff. After waving his wand, they could move again, and Lyra giggled a bit. We saw Tristan try to do it all the time, and Kirkland told us it was a big deal to catch you while disillusioned. True, but you're still at least 8 years away from being able to pull it off. You can keep trying if you want, though you'll just end up on the floor each time. Harry thought this might be the perfect time to try again, but as he raised his wand, his arms snapped to his sides again, and he fell over. Lyra giggled again, and as he lay on the floor, he knew would never get tired of hearing her laugh. Good try, lad. Just remember, I've had 49 trainees before now, and 3 times as many dark wizards try to get me. He waved his wand again to let Harry up. I would like to introduce both of you to my newest victim, trainee number 50, Nymphadora Tonks. Watch her, Harry, Lyra. Just call me Tonks, please. Funny thing, Lyra, we're actually family, Tonks said gleefully. I'm your cousin. All the old families are related, Alistair grumbled a bit, but you two are a bit closer. My mum is your mum's sister, Tonks informed them. Lyra immediately went on guard. Harry started to step between them with his staff flying out of his pouch to point directly at Tonks's throat. Tonks raised her empty hands. My mom's cool. I'm not going to hurt you. By now, Lyra had her staff out as well. The black hair coiled around it, shifting back and forth like it was getting ready to jump off the wood. I mean it. My mom was kicked out of the family. She doesn't like them much either. Harry, take your staff away from my trainee, Alistair barked. I wouldn't have brought her if she was a threat. I will deal with her if she causes a problem. Harry slowly raised the antler of his staff but didn't put it away, and the black hair on Lyra's staff stopped moving. The first time I met Draco, I had to show him he was a lesser snake, and I stabbed him in the shoulder. I don't trust his family, Harry warned her. Wicked staff, by the way, must have been pretty painful for little Drakey to get stabbed by it. Tonks wiggled one of her fingers like she wanted to touch the tip of the antler, and as she stared, her hair started to get curly. Lyra asked, "What's up with your hair? It's getting curly." "Oh, bugger," she moaned. Alistair looked over at her to see it as well. "Yep, she got you," Alistair said. "2 stings coming right up." He pulled out his wand and sent 2 stinging hexes at her legs. When they hit, all of her hair went frizzy for a moment before going straight again. "Now I'm really confused." Lyra stepped from behind Harry and looked at Tonks even closer. "Your hair looked strange when it was straight, but when it went curly, it looked less strange." "You say it looked strange when it was straight?" Alistair asked with curiosity. Looking at Tonks, he told her, "Make it black and straight." Tonks half squinted and her hair turned black. "What does it look like now?" he asked Lyra. Lyra looked closer. "It still feels weird, but closer to normal than it was when it was brown." "Does it look like when you see disillusioned people?" Alistair asked. "I guess," Lyra said. "I guess it looks like something is hidden, but I can't tell what." Alistair nodded to Tonks, who said, "I'm a metamorph magus, which means I can change how I look by thinking about it. When I'm off the clock, I like to look like this." Her whole face changed. Her skin darkened, face flattened so her cheekbones didn't stand out. Her nose became almost a button. The hair on her head shortened until it almost stood up, almost straight, and turned pink. Then her eyes turned a deep violet. "That's better," she sighed. "Why don't you look all the way normal then?" Lyra asked. "That is a question for another time," Moody told them, with a note of finality. "We're going to be with the 2 of you for the rest of the day. Do not worry about Aura Tonks. She is not Narcissa, and she is not Draco. We will stay out of your way." He reached over and tapped the girl on the head with his wand, letting her fade away, then did the same thing to himself. Knowing they were going to meet Blaise and his mother, they kept their staves out, wary of the woman with so many dead husbands as they walked to the common room. Blaise was waiting there with his mother. He was in the middle of a conversation with her as they approached, which ended when they saw the 2 of them. "Thank you for waiting for us," Harry told them. "Are you ready to go in?" Blaise stepped forward. "Yes, but we missed introductions before. I would like to introduce you to my mother, Alessandra Zabini." Transferring his staff to his left hand, Harry shook Alessandra's hand. The touch of her hand was a contradiction in itself. It was soft as silk, but her fingers felt like they might pierce through stone. "You may be aware I am Harry Potter," he said with a smile. "I can present to you my sister, Lyra Black." Harry could see a similar reaction on Lyra's face as she shook the woman's hand. Turning to the tapestry, Lyra placed her hand on it and spoke the password, allowing them entry. There were tables set up all over the common room, and they could see many of their housemates speaking with their parents. Lyra could see Alistair and Tonks move off to the sides of the room to watch them. Lyra ran off to find Whispers while Harry sat at a table with Blaise and his mother. "Would either of you like something to drink?" Harry asked. "We have plenty of fresh fruits." Alessandra looked around at all of the trees. "Are those mangoes? If so, I would definitely like a glass." Harry was about to get up when Astray stepped out from under the table with a tray holding 3 glasses of mango juice. Harry smiled and took them as he ducked back under and vanished. Blaise and his mother looked startled at the appearance of the Urisk. Blaise looked under the table to see where he went but found nothing. Placing the drinks on the table, Harry explained, "That was Astray. He works in the common room and on the grounds of Hogwarts because the house elves don't like to deal with dirt." Alessandra took a sip of the juice and let out a sigh of contentment. Harry didn't notice, but her sigh seemed to attract the attention of many of the men in the room. "This is delicious. I have had mangoes before, but never this good. What's the secret to the flavor?" Lyra came back right, then carrying an invisible whispers. "The secret is him." Harry pointed to the nothing in Lyra's arms. "We learned about how to make fertilizer in herbology, and I have a room where I make Demiguise fertilizer, along with all the compostable material from our house." Alessandra made a bit of a sour face at hearing about the fertilizer before Whispers took the opportunity to jump out of Lyra's arms and turn visible in midair. Harry saw it coming and caught him easily, though it shocked Blaise and his mother. Harry turned his little brother to the two of them and said, "Whispers, I need to introduce you to Blaise and Alessandra Zabini." Whispers walked across the table and extended his hand. "Whispers, good to meet you." Then he looked to each of them in turn. "Blaise, Alsanra." Blaise shook the little guy's hand, then his mother did as well. "I have to admit, I was skeptical about a talking demiguise," Alessandra admitted. "However, I have been wrong a few times before." She nodded to Blaise, who pulled the case they had seen him with earlier out of a pouch on his waist. She took it from him and passed it to Harry. "This is a portrait of Laborio Montesi. When he was alive, he worked with various members of the Italian aristocracy, teaching their children to speak properly in Italian, French, Portuguese, German, Spanish, and English. I inherited the house he was in, and I've been using him to teach our house elves. I am very curious to see if he can work with whispers." "How long does it take for the house elves to learn?" Lyra asked. "To satisfy me, around 2 months, sometimes a little less. Though that is also alongside their regular work, I can guess that it will take significantly longer for a creature, even one as smart as Whispers." Following the conversation, Whispers spoke up. "Whispers smart, Whispers learn." Alessandra smiled. "I'm sure you will, Whispers. When you think you're done, tell Lyra and I'll come back." Turning to her son, "Please escort me to your dormitory. I would like to see if the accommodations compare to this." Picking up her glass of juice, "I'm guessing there is no mango juice there, though." Blaise shook his head. Lyra and Harry thanked Blaise and his mother for the portrait, and the two of them headed out to Blaise's dorm. Harry passed his remaining juice to Lyra, who drank it quickly. They took the portrait to Harry's room and placed it on the wall. There was a man in a tall black hat and a white coat with a high collar sleeping in the frame. "Hello," Lyra asked him, but he stayed sleeping. She knocked on the frame, but the man continued to snore. Harry pulled out his wand and tapped the frame, causing the man to snort and open his eyes. He looked at both of them and smiled. "While the two of you are much less gorgeous than Madame Zabini, it will be nice to teach children again instead of the gremlins she's been giving me. I am Laborio Montesi, linguist, speechwriter, vocal coach, scholar and teacher of eloquence for the greatest that Italy has to offer." Harry smiled back. "Mr. Montesi, my name is Harry Potter, and this is my sister Lyra Black. You are currently in Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry." The man's eyebrows rose at the mention of Hogwarts. "I apologize, but you weren't brought here for us, but for our brother Whispers." Lyra motioned to Whispers, who was lying on the bed. He jumped up and bounded to the picture frame. "You would have me teach a creature. I have never seen such a monster in my life. Such an insult, to be reduced to a minder for a monkey. I would ask you to return me to Madame Zabini this instant, so I can resume my work teaching the gremlins in her home." Lyra got angry. "Don't talk to my brother like that. We need you to teach him to speak properly. Whispers, introduce yourself." Whispers looked strangely at the portrait, but still held out his hand hesitantly and said, "Whispers, I learn, I understand." "Interesting," the portrait of Montesi mused. "The creature can speak. This would be quite a challenge to accomplish, teaching a monkey to talk. I will need to speak with him every day, though I do want something else." "You won't get anything if you keep insulting our brother," Harry told the portrait. "What do you want?" "You said we are at Hogwarts. I assume there are many children here." "Yes." Harry and Lyra nodded. Good. School and children mean homework. Send them to me, and I will assist with their writing. Also, any history homework from 1850 to 1937, I may be able to assist with it. The portrait was offering them help with their homework as a favor to him. Harry and Lyra didn't think anyone would have a problem with that. We will place you in the common room and tell the other students here to come to you for help, Harry told Montesi. Excellent. My days of teaching the brightest young minds have returned again. Harry and Lyra left Montesi's portrait in one of the study niches of the common room with a note explaining who he was next to him. Whispers stayed with him as well to try to start his lessons. On the way out of the common room, they ran into Colin and his parents. They spoke quickly about Colin's darkroom and his first animated photos that would be developed soon. Colin had just finished learning the developing potions. He had negotiated with the Slytherin students tutoring him to develop 15 animated photos for their help teaching him. They thought they were getting the better end of the deal because the most expensive element of the fixer potion contained firebird feather ash, which was incredibly difficult to get. Unless you were Lyra Black, who wore the feathers in her hair and would regularly burn a feather in their common room. Colin was going to make a large batch at the next club, meeting to develop nearly all of the pictures he had taken since the year began. Developing that many pictures would take at least a month. He wanted to bring as many pictures home for the winter break as possible because his brother Dennis wasn't allowed to come today. Everyone else was wandering the school with their parents, while Harry and Lyra walked alone. As they walked down a particularly empty corridor, they saw Fred and George duck out of a secret passage and scramble to open a door that was just pretending to be a door. Seeing Harry and Lyra, they ran quickly over to them, their faces in full panic mode. "Hide us," said Thing 1. "Our mum is going to kill us," yelped Thing 2. Lyra pulled out her staff and poked each of them in the stomach with the top of it. The silver hair wrapped around the wood glowed for a moment each time as they were turned invisible. Just in time, too, as an older woman with the same red hair burst out from the passage they had come from. Turning to Harry and Lyra, "Where did those two go?" Harry just pointed in the direction she had been going, and she started to run off, before skidding to a halt next to Harry. He heard a tiny intake of breath from the twins behind them. "Harry, it's so nice to finally meet you," the woman said. "I've heard so much about you from my Ginny and Ron. I'm Molly Weasley, by the way, and Ginny would love it if you could come by our place over the summer sometime." That surprised Harry, as Ginny hadn't said anything to him. "Don't be shy. The Weasleys are old friends of your family. We fought together in the war against you-know-who. It was such a sad day when they passed. We even asked Dumbledore to take care of you, but he assured us that you were in a safe place." "What did the headmaster have to do with where Harry was?" Lyra asked. Molly turned to Lyra, noticing her for the first time. "Miss Black, is it?" She gave Lyra a grim look. "You might not know this, but your family fought with he who must not be named. The only person who was trying to keep Harry safe was Albus Dumbledore. One of your cousins even betrayed us and got poor James and Lily killed. The last place he should be is with your blood." Harry was getting annoyed with this woman's tone. "Don't speak to my sister like that," Harry said firmly. He could feel his staff responding to his thoughts like it wanted to jump out of his pouch, as it had done with Tonks. "She is my family, and Uncle Arcturus did not fight with Voldemort." Molly gasped at the mention of the Dark Lord's name. Luckily, hers was loud enough to cover for the gasps of the twins pressed up against the wall. "Potters and Blacks should not be together. You should ask your Uncle Arcturus about the man who betrayed your family." With that said, she turned and ran off to return to searching for the twins. After she turned the corner, there was a large sigh of relief from the twins behind them. Lyra tapped her staff twice on the ground, and the twins reappeared, though the staff also revealed Tonks, who was just about to grab them. Abandoning the pretense of stealth, she snapped off 2 body-bind spells, making them fall to the floor. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, Tonks smiled, but her grin grew up the sides of her face towards her ears, showing more teeth than were supposed to be in a human's mouth. Looks of terror spread across the faces of the twins as they lay helpless on the floor. "I've got something for the two of you." She reached into a small compartment on her belt and pulled out a large roll of paper. "Harry, you should see this too. After all, you are the boy who bludgeoned." Tonks cast a spell on the paper to unroll it and stick it to the wall. It was a very detailed sketch of their year mates standing in Quidditch bleachers. With a tap of her wand, it started to move. As soon as a bludger crashed into the benches, they were reminded of the altercation. They watched as all the students scrambled for safety as the steel ball wrought havoc on the wooden bleacher seats. Finally, Arthur shoved Lyra out of the way of the ball, breaking his arm. Harry could hear the breaking bone in his memory. The sketch of him pulled out his staff and swung it at the bludger when it returned to finish the job. There was a flash in the sketch as the viewpoint of the animation shifted to show the ball shooting like a meteor into the pitch, burying itself in the ground. Then it started to repeat itself. Tonks pulled the paper off the wall and unfroze the twins. She handed the roll to them and said, "I assume you will keep your lips sealed about what you know. Charlie is going to be in for a world of hurt when I see him for his part in this. I'll be watching you." With that, she walked backward, keeping her eyes on the gingers sitting on the floor, then tapped herself with her wand and vanished. Lyra could see her walking down the hall to where Alastair was observing everything. The twins stared at the spot where she vanished and then turned back to Harry and Lyra. "Thanks for the help hiding from Mum," said the first one. "Your Quidditch exhibit will be up in an hour," said the other. "To the museum." They yelled together and ran off. Both Harry and Lyra stood there in shock at everything that just transpired. Lyra ended up speaking first. "We need to talk to Uncle Arcturus about this other cousin of mine." Harry thought about what Marley had said as well, but he realized something else. "I need to speak to Dumbledore. He was the one who put me with the Dursleys."